Welcome back to BALA Manhua Recaps. At the end of Part 1, the foreign coalition confidently brought the turtle god to invade, completely unaware that it was actually Chen Luo's loyal pet. How will this awkwardly hilarious boss-employee reunion play out? And for anyone who just stumbled upon this video, Part 1, which is almost 12 hours long, is already up on the channel. You can find the playlist link pinned right in the comments, but that's just the appetizer. In this second and final part, the battlefield leaves Earth behind. What will Chen Luo do when cosmic alien monsters officially invade, clashing with thousand-year-old emperors in deep space? Just how devastating will his space-time magic become to help him ascend to the ultimate god-tier realm? The peak battle of the King of the Void starts right now. Let's go. I still have a use for them. The Grand Prophet immediately bowed to take his orders. As you command. At this time the river turtle had no idea who it was about to face. Its heart was only full of joy. It could use those things as a gift for the Lord Sea King. In Australia, a raspy voice echoed from within an exquisite palace. Leader Arthur, I have investigated thoroughly. This time, nearly 3,000 Dragon Kingdom citizens have invaded our Australia. They traveled by water and are currently active in the coastal areas. Hearing this, Arthur's blood boiled. He grit his teeth and ordered, "The people of the Dragon Kingdom are too insolent, actually daring to lay hands on my people. 12 holy knights take my orders. Set out with me immediately." Under Arthur's powerful aura, the soldiers of the entire army shouted their assent in unison. Meanwhile, next to a mountain of corpses elsewhere, Hao Ran and his companions were sitting around a fire, chatting to pass the time. The leader said he would come today to collect the bodies, right? It's definitely today, but we've only gathered 500 so far. I wonder if that's enough. The leader specifically instructed not to process too many. Right, if it's not enough, we can just do it later. Just then, a companion sitting next to Hao Ran seemed to sense something abnormal and suddenly spoke up. Do you feel that? More than 3,000 foreigners are rushing this way, and they don't seem to have good intentions. Wen Wei didn't care, answering with a sigh. Let them come. Even if 30,000 came, there's nothing to fear. Hearing the opponent's numbers, Hao Ran frowned slightly, and then ordered, everyone pay attention, prepare for battle. It was Arthur and his group charging over. He raised the sword in his hand high, shouting fiercely, "People of the Dragon Kingdom, your time has come." With that, Arthur led the entire army straight for Hao Ran. After observing, a companion discovered the opponent's strength was not weak and immediately warned, "That's no ordinary aura. Everyone stay alert. Be careful." Wen Wei, however, didn't care. The black pupils in her eyes vanished completely, leaving only white, making her face look even more fierce and eerie. "You little runts, today your mother is going to teach you how to behave." After saying that, she instantly transformed into her beast form. A roar filled with powerful pressure rang out, and Wen Wei charged directly forward. Hearing the provocation, Arthur's pride was wounded. He swung his longsword, slashing out a blade of light. A truly overconfident move. That current of air carrying immense power struck Wen Wei directly, flipping her onto the ground. Her massive body slammed heavily onto the ground with a loud bang. Hao Ran and his companions were stunned to see Wen Wei sent flying. She struggled to stand up and finally couldn't hold back a mouthful of blood. Seeing this scene, Hao Ran looked at Arthur in disbelief. Even if she had taken a full strike from a level 10 powerhouse, Wen Wei shouldn't have been injured this severely. Yet the person before them had wounded her quickly with just one move. Only then did a companion cry out in shock, "He's King Tier." No one expected a King Tier powerhouse to appear on the Australian continent as well. Seeing that the other side had identified his strength, Arthur became even more smug. He swung his sword down. "Do you know fear now?" That single sword strike sent Hao Ran and his group flying, their screams ringing out in a chorus. Seeing they were no match for him at all, Arthur became increasingly arrogant. "Pity, it's too late." Just as his petty triumph reached its peak, a voice suddenly rang out, "It seems I've arrived at just the right time." Wen Wei looked at Chen Luo as if he were a savior, her eyes instantly reddening. "Big brother, I'm being bullied." Leader Arthur looked at Chen Luo, who had suddenly appeared in the void, and his face immediately turned wary. "Who are you?" Chen Luo ignored him, his gaze fixed intently on the sword in his hand. "The quality of this sword is exactly the same as the armor. Could this be the matching weapon?" Noticing his gaze, Wen Wei immediately stepped forward and whispered, "Leader, that sword looks very powerful, let's steal it." Actually, Chen Luo had that intention as well. He pondered privately that since the armor represented defense, the weapon surely symbolized offensive power. He wondered just how sharp this sword was. Seeing the two of them discussing robbery right in front of him, Arthur was so angry he felt his lungs would burst. "You want to steal my holy sword? Dream on, I'm going to kill you." Dark necrotic sphere. Chen Luo did not hesitate, immediately using void exile on him. "It seems you're a dark type ability user and quite confident in yourself. Then take a taste of your own move." Due to being hit by void exile, Arthur was instantly teleported directly in front of his own attack. That dark power carrying 70% of his strength hit him squarely. Arthur's face was full of disbelief as he spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Watching him collapse, Chen Luo mocked him. "Surrender?" Arthur struggled, stabbing his sword into the ground to try and sit up, shouting in horror. "What?" Chen Luo stood before him, his powerful aura completely suppressing the other man. "Your treasure looks decent, hand it over to me." Seeing Arthur still hesitating, Chen Luo directly sliced open the arm holding the sword, causing him to wail in pain. Sensing that Arthur had lost his ability to resist, Wen Wei immediately rushed forward. "Talk is cheap," Arthur cried out in pain. "It's mine, that's mine." Wen Wei looked at him coldly. "Weren't you using your weapon to bully me just now? Let's have another round then." Chen Luo picked up the sword, carefully feeling the aura it emitted. This feeling was definitely unmistakable. "I can be certain this is the matching weapon." He just wasn't clear on what kind of power this sword held or how much of a boost it could provide him. "The sword energy it emits is very similar to my energy pulse, but the range and power are much greater. Does just holding this sword automatically grant large-scale attack capabilities? But that would be too boring, and it doesn't match the toughness of the armor. Could this weapon not be suitable for me?" Meanwhile, Arthur was still obsessed with the sword, constantly shouting, "My sword! Give it back to me!" Losing his patience with the noise, Chen Luo simply swung the sword, leaving a fatal wound on his neck. "Shut up and let me think in peace. This sword is indeed sharp. I'll have to study it properly when I get back. As for the people here, they're perfect for testing the void storm I just mastered." A series of violent hurricanes immediately whipped up in the surrounding space. "Let's see how you handle my countless currents of air as sharp as void blades." Those soldiers were swept into the void blades created by Chen Luo, screaming in panic, "What is this power? No, stop!" After dealing with all the soldiers, Chen Luo turned and gave instructions to the remaining people. "The rest is up to you. Take out the crystals and split them among yourselves, brothers." "I'm taking the corpses," the base members shouted their assent in unison. Chen Luo collected all the corpses into his space and then used Void Walk to return to his room. He had collected nearly 4,000 corpses this time. The giant tree definitely wouldn't be able to digest them all in a short time. Now the helmet, heavy armor and weapon were all gathered, but it seemed something was still missing. Rice Ball. "If I wear this set, will it be dangerous, like being controlled by something?" Rice Ball sensed for a moment and answered firmly, "No danger, don't worry." Chen Luo did not hesitate and immediately put on the armor. The moment the greaves hit the floor, they made a crisp metallic clatter. However, looking at himself in the mirror, he was a bit disappointed. He couldn't feel any special abilities after putting it on. He turned to Haiji and said, "Sister, try attacking me with dark suppression. Use your full power, don't hold back." Hearing this, Haiji condensed her power into her palm. "All right," however, after taking her full strike, Chen Luo remained completely unharmed, his tone full of surprise. Why didn't I feel a thing?" Haiji also found it unbelievable. She refused to accept it and wanted to try again. "I definitely used my full power just now, let me try one more time." Even after taking another hit, Chen Luo still felt no pain or any anomaly. Can this helmet actually isolate dark suppression? It seems this armor truly is a divine object. I'll leave it to Long Yu to study first. In another golden desert, the Grand Prophet's team was marching incessantly. Carrying a group of children, he pondered the various circumstances of this post-apocalyptic world. No one knew what the world would eventually become. If one day all zombies evolved to a strength of the same level as his own, he wondered how humanity would cope. Although the population had decreased significantly, the remaining supplies were still extremely scarce. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, we can only concentrate resources on a few people, helping them survive in another world to preserve a spark for humanity. Let's start with the Dragon Kingdom and use their resources to sustain us. No one in the group opposed this decision. Great Vanguard. After traveling for a while, the Great Vanguard's team stopped to set up camp and rest. Huddled around a fire, he chatted with another person. "I heard the overlord of Dawn City in the Dragon Kingdom suddenly left, and no one knows when he'll return. If we really run into him, we'll have to ask for your help, Great Vanguard." Sensing the other's worry, he offered a reassuring look. "Don't worry, the Turtle God has already been invited by me. If he dares to show his face, death is certain." Just then, a hurried voice interrupted the conversation. "This is bad, Great Vanguard. Something big has happened. A group of zombies is harassing us, and many people have been dealt with." Hearing it was only this, the Great Vanguard immediately appeared somewhat displeased. "Just wipe them out, can't you? Do I have to teach you such a simple thing?" The man in the green robe also wanted to solve it, but the situation had completely exceeded his control. "But among those zombies, there are over 1,000 level 8s. Our level 7 powerhouses were bitten in the face as soon as they appeared." The Great Vanguard could hardly believe his ears. "How is that possible? Assemble everyone immediately and crush them with numbers. The man immediately snapped to attention and replied, "As you command." 10 minutes later, the great vanguard arrived with his men, but not a single zombie was in sight. His face turned green with rage. "Where are the zombies? Where are the zombies you were talking about?" The man in green scratched his head awkwardly and hurriedly reported, "Our report, Great Vanguard. For some reason that group of zombies suddenly retreated and has already vanished without a trace." Hearing this, the Great Vanguard's expression changed instantly. Truly cursed. Da Zhuang stood in the distance, laughing secretly as he watched the Great Vanguard's group running around like headless flies. A bunch of idiots. No rush, let's play slowly. We'll pick off a few every day. If 1 month isn't enough, we'll drag it out for 2. In the meeting room of Mu Hong's base, she sat in the head seat and said seriously to everyone, "I believe everyone has already received news of the Elite and Brown Bear offensive. Given the current situation, I hope everyone can temporarily set aside their grievances and unite to fight them." A female member slammed the table in anger. "Where the hell is Dawn City? They took away so many elites, yet we can't contact them at the critical moment." Seeing her so angry, Mu Hong offered soft comfort. "Dawn City still has a stronghold by the seaside. I've already sent someone to contact them." Sensing that everyone was still very panicked, Mu Hong immediately announced loudly, "Don't worry too much, everyone. My intuition tells me they will definitely return. I truly don't want to give up, but they aren't on the continent right now. And including travel time, I'm afraid they won't make it back in these few days." Even so, the atmosphere in the meeting room remained very negative and uneasy. "That's right, those cunning fellows are too brutal. Who knows how many more people will die? Even if Dawn City can make it back, so what? Facing a war of this scale, what can one man's strength do? Can he really fight 10,000 alone?" Mu Hong slammed the table hard, cutting off the noisy discussion decisively. "No matter what, we must fight to the death and never retreat." In a small abandoned town in the Dragon Kingdom, the conversation of a group of people could be heard. "Foreigners have already entered the Dragon Kingdom, and the bases are short-staffed now, wanting to recruit us to join. Before, when the bases were screening elites, people like us who are only level 4 or 5 weren't wanted by anyone," a young man mocked disdainfully. "Exactly. Usually you despise our low levels and leave us to rot. But now that danger has arrived, you suddenly remember we exist," the young man on the opposite side said with indignation. "Damn it." Seeing him stand up with sudden determination, the others quickly rushed forward to stop him. "You're only level 4. What can you even do if you go?" he replied with passionate intensity. "Even if I can only serve as cannon fodder, so be it. Are there any cowards among the people of the Dragon Kingdom?" "Exactly. I don't want to live like this anymore anyway. I want to do something meaningful before I die. Then let's all go together." His resolute spirit quickly moved the others. None of them noticed the 2 golden eagles soaring in the sky. "I'm going too. Those bastards have harmed so many of our people, yet we've never surrendered." High in the air, Mi Ling heard everything clearly, and was deeply moved. Whenever disaster struck, there were always those willing to stand up, regardless of their strength. Witnessing the light of justice within them, Mi Ling felt ashamed for the first time. Human nature had both a dark side and a brilliant one. Previously, she seemed to have only focused on the dark parts. Listening to the words of the people below, Chen Luo's expression also gradually became solemn. "They fight for survival, while I only wanted to live better. In truth, what's the difference between them and me? We all just want to be fed and warm, keep our clothes clean, and retain a bit of dignity. It doesn't matter, I will take action. To be honest, I also hope more people can survive." A day later, the people of the Dragon Kingdom formed a long line, blocking the Great Vanguard's army. "Everyone halt, why have you invaded us? If your goal is supplies, then I'm sorry. We don't have much left either," the Great Vanguard's voice rang out clearly. "My goal is not supplies in the Dragon Kingdom. There is a saying called raising the GU, which means gathering many poisonous insects together so that the one that survives is the strongest." The post-apocalyptic environment is constantly changing. If things continue to develop at the current rate, humanity might face total extinction. We are the poison seeds of the future. What we need to do now is raise the GU, allowing only the strongest to survive and rapidly increase their power, thereby creating a true elite force. After listening to this passionate yet deceptive and inflammatory speech, many people from the Dragon Kingdom began to waver. "So that's how it is. I feel like what this person says actually makes some sense. It seems Dawn City is doing the same thing, exactly. The only difference is that Dawn City directly selects the seedlings with potential." High in the air, Chen Luo heard every word the Great Vanguard said. "So the Dragon Kingdom must be the one to be sacrificed." Chen Luo couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. What big talk. At this moment, the Great Vanguard also spotted Chen Luo. Seeing him hovering in the air, the Vanguard's face instantly turned pale. This man could actually fly just like him. Could he have also reached level 10? Charge! Upon receiving the order, the soldiers immediately split into two paths and rushed toward Chen Luo. Facing the dense army before him, he showed no sign of panic, directly activating a space skill. No one can escape before me, Void Exile. The great vanguard was instantly trapped inside a closed cage. He cried out in terror. How did I? Is this a spatial cage? After restraining him, Chen Luo spoke with a playful gaze. You were right, resources do indeed need to be concentrated. Many thanks to you, friend, for proactively delivering these resources. Now just stay there and watch quietly. The great vanguard kept punching the barrier, trying to break out. But it was completely futile. What on earth is this ability? Damn it, why can't I break it? Sitting on the back of the golden eagle, Chen Luo signaled with a wave of his hand. Haijia caught the hint and dived straight down. Good, leave it to sister. Holding her longsword, the power of her skills became even more formidable. In midair, 5 vertical eyes appeared simultaneously, emitting a terrifying pressure that bore down heavily on the crowd below. It hurts, what power is this? Seizing the opportunity, Haiji immediately unleashed her next move, the pitch-black demon blade. Outside the battlefield, Mu Hong and the others watched as Haiji suppressed all her opponents single-handedly, their hearts filled with awe. No wonder the zombie king said he'd have to run with his tail between his legs the moment he saw Chen Luo. It turns out Chen Luo isn't the only terrifying one. This is a complete one-sided slaughter. Seeing his spotlight stolen, how could Fa Wang endure it? He immediately rushed forward. He couldn't let her take all the glory. Watch my lightning pillar. The crowd below was instantly sent flying by the lightning, their cries for mercy continuous. Stop hitting us, I give up. Help, someone save us. Watching the soldiers gradually collapse, the great vanguard's face turned pale as he shouted for help. Damn it, Chen Luo, Lord Turtle God, where are you? Please come out and save us. Hearing the call, the river turtle immediately appeared. Seeing it staring blankly at Haiji, the great vanguard grew even more panicked, urging anxiously, Lord Turtle God, what are you waiting for? The river turtle remained frozen in place, staring fixedly at Haiji in midair, thinking to itself, what am I waiting for? I'm waiting for a chance to run. These stupid humans have no idea how terrifying the current situation is. I definitely don't want to get involved in this. Sensing the river turtle wanted to slip away, Chen Luo immediately said to Haiji, Sister, stop it. She had no intention of letting it go anyway and replied quickly, Understood. A death ray immediately cut off the river turtle's retreat. Thanks to its hard carapace, it narrowly escaped, constantly thanking its shell in its heart. That was close. If it hadn't been for my shell just now, I would have been finished by that move. Seeing it was actually unharmed, Haiji couldn't help but feel surprised. You're fine after taking my attack, Light of Annihilation. Seeing the blade rapidly approaching, the river turtle screamed almost in despair. Don't do it, I am protected by the Sea King. If you dare touch me, the Sea King will definitely avenge me and kill you all. The blade indeed stopped. The river turtle immediately felt a secret surge of joy. The title of Sea King was indeed too useful. To confirm the situation, Haiji turned to ask Chen Luo, Brother, is this your turtle? Chen Luo hadn't seen it before either, so he could only reply, The ocean is so vast it might just be deceived, but I haven't seen it, let's keep it for now. I'll ask for a clear explanation after dealing with this bunch. He then gave a cold warning, Pull your head back in and stay there quietly. If you dare to move even once, I'll finish you off. At this moment, the river turtle still didn't know that the person standing before it was the very Sea King it kept mentioning. It obediently retracted its head into its shell, thinking, retract it is. Anyway, Lord Sea King's title is indeed very useful. An hour later, the great vanguard was released from the cage, staring despondently at everything before him. The army had actually been completely wiped out. I shouldn't have moved against the Dragon Kingdom. Absolutely shouldn't have. Chen Luo didn't seem to care, saying flatly, It's fine, since you're here, stay. Be more careful in your next life, don't ever step into the Dragon Kingdom again. Seeing that the Dragon Kingdom was defended, Mu Hong immediately stepped forward to express her gratitude. Thank you. Hearing this, Chen Luo seemed very confused. Thank me for what? Isn't this what I should do? Just then, the river turtle's shrill scream interrupted their conversation. Help, let me go, I belong to the Sea King. At this moment, the river turtle was being spun into the air like a toy by Fa Wang. Seeing Fa Wang bullying it like that, Chen Luo couldn't help but curse. He truly is an out-and-out dog. It had to be Fa Wang. Fa Wang, bring it over. After being thrown to the ground, the river turtle immediately used the Sea King's title to threaten Chen Luo. You people are truly audacious. I am one of Lord Sea King's people. You dare treat me like this? Do you want to die? I'm warning you. Before Lord Sea King, you are nothing. Hearing this, Chen Luo raised an eyebrow and asked with great interest, You've seen the Sea King? Although it had never met him, the river turtle spoke through gritted teeth anyway. I have, of course I have. At that time Lord Sea King even rode on my back. I also have a cousin who reached king tier with Lord Sea King's help. Do you even know what divine power is? You definitely don't, right? Listening to its tall tales, Haiji and the others finally couldn't help but burst into mocking laughter. Is this turtle here to be a comedian? Dozens of king tiers? Unsure of what was happening, the river turtle was about to get angry when the tip of Haiji's sword pressed against its throat. What's so funny? Her face instantly turned frost cold. Idiot, my brother is the Sea King. This news struck the river turtle like a bolt from the blue. What? Chenluo also personally admitted it at this time. That's right, I am the Sea King. Go back and ask your cousin if I'm the Sea King. When I organize the Sea Convention, if I don't see you there, you're dead. Yu Hong still seemed unable to believe everything she had just heard, and asked once more, Are you really the Sea King? Do you really have dozens of king-tier subordinates? Although he found the question a bit strange, Chenluo repeated himself anyway. The fact that I am the Sea King is naturally true. As for dozens of king-tier subordinates, there will definitely be that many before long. With your ability, solving the problem of survival should be very easy, shouldn't it? Why? Chenluo was never someone who liked to proactively stir up trouble. He looked Yu Hong in the eye and said seriously, I want to survive the apocalypse more than any of you. Everything I do is just for the sake of staying alive. Yu Hong, I actually have something I need your help with. She was stunned for a moment, then answered cautiously, Go ahead. Chenluo took 5 bags of rice out of his space and began to state his terms. I want to ask everyone to help me find something. In exchange, each person can receive 1 kilogram of rice per day. As for safety issues, you don't need to worry. I will send people to protect you. Upon hearing that there was both food and a way to save their lives, the people of the Dragon Kingdom competed to agree. I agree, I'll do it too. Seeing their impatient look, Chenluo offered soft comfort. No one is competing with you, 100 people to a group. Whoever can find what I need can make any request of me. At the same time, every member of that team will be rewarded with 100 kilograms of pork. At the mention of meat, everyone's eyes instantly lit up like searchlights. Pork? Seeing that no one opposed, Chenluo gave the order directly. All right, those who agree, stand to the left. I will arrange for everyone to cross the sea. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone immediately scrambled to run to the left. After arranging the Dragon Kingdom people, Chenluo returned to the base still carrying a mist of moisture. He walked from the bathroom to the balcony and called out softly, Rice Ball, we're back. Have you already reached King Tier? She didn't turn her head, her gaze still fixed on the sky. Around 8 p.m. I reached King Tier. Chenluo still had 9 months and 16 days. Hearing this number, Chenluo immediately understood her hint. Is that when the monsters appear? I understand, although it's shorter than the expected time, it's still within an acceptable range. Have you awakened any new abilities? Rice Ball slightly raised her chin, adopting a thoughtful posture. New abilities? I think so, but I can't be sure either. The prophecy will descend upon the blue planet in about 10 years. An image surfaced in her mind. The beam of light outside space was about to collide with Chenluo's power. The prophecy will descend upon the blue planet in about a year or so. The image stopped abruptly there. Rice Ball returned to her peaceful state as if nothing had happened. All right, Chenluo looked at her with confusion. All right, that's it, I didn't see anything. What did you just do? Directing stating a prophecy would result in a backlash. Rice Ball answered mysteriously, It's not convenient to say right now. Don't ask, you'll find out in the future anyway. At the sea convention, the sea creatures had already come ashore and gathered together, all full of anticipation, constantly asking the 2 seals, Bebe and the other. Why hasn't Lord Sea King arrived yet? I came here just to see the Sea King. Where is the Sea King? I heard he possesses divine power. Quiet, are you even qualified to discuss Lord Sea King so casually? Someone saw Chenluo's figure from a distance and immediately spoke up to remind. Look at the sky, Lord Sea King has arrived. Chenluo brought Haiji and Ning Shuang along, accepting the worship of the seafood with a flat expression. Greetings, Lord Sea King. Hong Dang transformed into human form, kneeling before Chenluo in a state of complete submission. Lord Sea King, I am your loyal servant. According to statistics, a total of 126 sea tribes are eligible to participate in the convention. But currently, only 112 are present. 14 are missing. Hearing that some actually didn't come, Chenluo's gaze instantly turned cold, noting all the names of the absentees. They actually dare not to come. I mean what I say, I will definitely settle this with you. These 2 have also grown into large-sized seafood. Continuing to raise them doesn't have much meaning. Better to find a suitable reason to deal with them. Just then, Bebe knelt down with a face full of reverence. Bebe greets Lord Sea King. I am willing to serve Lord Sea King with all my heart. Chenluo was stunned by this attitude. You're so sensible it actually makes me a bit reluctant to deal with you." He then turned his head and asked, "Why aren't you kneeling yet?" The mermaid explained coldly. "I never had the habit of kneeling, I'm not used to it." Hearing this, the seafood immediately showed looks of rage, shouting in unison, "Impudence, even I have knelt, yet you actually still refuse. Clearly you don't respect Lord Sea King at all. Lord Sea King, please allow me to step forward and teach it a lesson." On the surface, Chen Luo remained unmoved, but in his heart, he was overjoyed. Isn't this the perfect justification to deal with it? Seeing that every seafood creature wanted to push it to its death, the mermaid immediately reverted to its original form and roared in anger. "What nonsense are you bastards talking about? I'm not playing with you anymore." Seeing that it wanted to leave, Chen Luo leisurely raised his hand to activate a skill, Void Exile. Thinking of running, "Come back here." The swordfish found that it couldn't escape at all, and was being spun continuously in midair, shouting in terror, "What have you done to me?" Looking at its panicked state, Chen Luo immediately came up with a plan. "Watch my divine power, time freeze, quickly cooperate with me using your skill." Seeing him so enthusiastic, Ning Shuang could only think helplessly, "You really are impatient. Since I need to cooperate with the acting, I'll do my best." Hai Jie felt things were too troublesome, and directly raised her sword, prepared to cut through the knot quickly. "No need for you to act, leave it to sister." The seafood below looked up and observed. Seeing the swordfish standing still and not dodging at all, they immediately discussed in confusion. "Why isn't it running? Is it not afraid of death? Didn't Lord Sea King just say he would use divine power to suppress it?" "Exactly, it's not that it doesn't want to run, it's that it completely cannot." Lord Sea King's methods are getting more and more mysterious, too terrifying. Under Hai Ji's swordlight, the swordfish was instantly killed. Chen Luo's voice rang out flatly, as if stating a fact. "I am the Sea King, and I once bestowed divine power to bless the entire sea tribe, helping those chosen fish to begin their evolution. If not for these things, how would there be such a fish today? Yet it relied on my divine power to increase its strength but did not know gratitude. This end is not to be regretted." He felt a secret surge of pride in his heart, taking this opportunity to fool them once more. "I truly am a genius." After listening, those simple-minded seafood creatures immediately believed it without a doubt, their faces full of sympathy and gratitude. So that's how it was, exactly. Without the Sea King, how would we have today? "Lord Sea King, we will definitely work hard and perform well." Seeing that everyone believed him, Chen Luo smiled with satisfaction. "Very good, your presence here shows your filial piety." Hong Deng announced the results for the top 5 performers from last month. She immediately dropped to one knee, lowering her head as she reported respectfully, "Greetings, Lord Sea King. The top 5 results for last month are as follows." 5 minutes later, Chen Luo crossed his arms, speaking in a cold, indifferent tone as if bestowing a charity. "Fine, after the meeting, follow me. I will grant each of you divine power." Seeing that Chen Luo hadn't mentioned him at all, the Sea Ghost King took the initiative to ask, "Lord Sea King, my results were among the best. Why is my name not on the list?" Seeing him dare to question Chen Luo in public, the other sea creatures immediately looked at him as if he were a fool. This guy really has some nerve. As expected of my cousin, he actually dared to question the Sea King directly in front of everyone. How brave. On the surface, Chen Luo continued to explain with a smile. But in his heart, he had already marked him for death. "Since you've given me so little face, I'll definitely find a reason to deal with you once we get back," he spoke slowly. "You have already reached the king tier. Continuing to advance requires a massive amount of divine power. Your current achievements aren't enough. Keep accumulating. When the time is right, I will bestow divine power upon you to help you break through the king tier and reach a higher realm." Receiving this encouragement and guarantee, he immediately expressed his gratitude excitedly. "Many thanks, Lord Sea King. I will definitely give my all." Seeing that Chen Luo hadn't noticed her, Bei Bei refused to be outdone and hurriedly pleaded, "Lord Sea King, I also wish to follow you. This is my companion Pearl. It has the ability to enhance ice-type powers, although losing it will greatly diminish my strength. I am still willing to offer it to you." Chen Luo acted nonchalant, immediately refusing. "How could I take your things, especially such a precious treasure?" Seeing Chen Luo's refusal, Bei Bei was momentarily at a loss. "But I have no other gift to offer you," since she had put it that way. It would seem too hypocritical if Chen Luo continued to refuse. He had no choice but to accept Bei Bei's gift. "All right, I'll take it then." He silently evaluated in his heart. "Bei Bei isn't bad either. I'll let her and Hong Deng be my maids." Just then, Jiangyi's urgent voice came through. "Immortal, new information. Da Zhuang just snatched a king-tier crystal. Get over here quickly." Hearing that there was another crystal, Chen Luo was very satisfied. Laughing secretly, "This spy is truly useful. He immediately activated Void Walk, leaving only a single announcement before departing. The next convention is set for 1 month from now. If anything comes up, I will notify you again. The sea creatures called out in unison to see him off. We respectfully see off the Sea King. In a certain forest, Chen Luo used Void Walk to follow the trail and quickly reached his destination. Da Zhuang, you took down a king tier, well done. Da Zhuang turned back to look at him in shock, suspicion immediately rising in his heart. Big brother showed up just as I got a good crystal. That kid must have snitched again. I can't let him stay. Big brother, I offer this to you. This rare display of initiative took Chen Luo by surprise. Why is Da Zhuang being so proactive today? Having to hand over the king tier crystal made Da Zhuang's heart ache with agony. On the surface he tried his best to remain calm, but in his heart he was already weeping. I'm reluctant to give it up, but giving it to Big Brother is better than souring our brotherhood. I owe everything I have today to Big Brother's promotion. I must give him this crystal. Seeing that Da Zhuang was so sincere, Chen Luo didn't plan on taking it and decided to let him use it himself. Big Brother is very happy that you have this heart. You keep this crystal for now. When the monsters appear, Da Zhuang will likely have a dozen king tiers under his command, along with 2,000 level 8s and 9s. This is an absolute force to be reckoned with. I shouldn't let him down now. Big Brother came to see you this time to ask for a favor. If you get any high-level corpses in the future, remember to save them for me. I have an urgent use for them. Da Zhuang immediately agreed, seemingly willing to do whatever his big brother asked at this moment. No problem. If Big Brother needs them, I have many subordinates. It won't matter even if we process hundreds. Chen Luo, of course, wouldn't actually do that. No need. If there's anything else in the future, Before Chen Luo could finish, Da Zhuang urgently pointed at Jiangyi not far away. Wait, Big Brother, take that kid Wan Jiangyi away. He actually dared to harass my subordinates. I've really reached the end of my rope with him. Chen Luo's expression flickered with disbelief as he looked at Jiangyi. Harassing even zombies, your tastes are that extreme? As soon as he saw Chen Luo, Jiangyi immediately rushed forward and hugged his leg, crying and begging for mercy. Immortal, I don't want to stay here either, having to eat raw mutated meat every day. This life is simply worse than death. His head throbbing from the noise, Chen Luo could only repeatedly agree to pacify him. All right, I get it. You really brought this on yourself. Returning to Dawn City, just as Chen Luo appeared, Rice Ball immediately rushed up to hug him. Chen Luo, you're finally back. Being tackled to the ground by her, Chen Luo hurriedly asked, What's wrong? Why are you so excited? Rice Ball wagged her little tail happily, her voice full of excitement. Something good, come with me quickly, I have a great opportunity to give you. Hearing this, Chen Luo's expression immediately brightened, and he couldn't wait to know what it was. Anything Rice Ball called a great opportunity was certainly not simple. What exactly is this opportunity? Rice Ball reverted to her cat form, her tone a bit hesitant. I don't know for sure yet. In short, just follow my guidance and use Void Walk to take me there. Chen Luo didn't ask further, and immediately flew off following her guidance. All right, we're heading for the African continent now. Looking at the scene before him, Chen Luo spoke up. Fine, this is the area, but I don't see anything. Rice Ball comforted him in a low voice. The time isn't right yet. Wait here patiently for a few days. This opportunity is definitely dangerous, so send me back first. Be careful on your own. Hearing her say this, a thought immediately flashed through Chen Luo's mind. What on earth could threaten me? Safety first. Better put on that precious armor. 3 days later, hearing a noise, Chen Luo immediately flipped over and sat up, looking down to see what his opportunity actually was. Could this be the opportunity Rice Ball mentioned? Sensing the thick aura of darkness emanating from the zombie emperor, Chen Luo thought in terror, this zombie has far surpassed the king tier. In my past life I lived for 12 years and only ever saw king tier mutants. As for an emperor tier, let alone seeing one, I'd never even heard of one. An emperor tier crystal, Rice Ball really is incredible. Detecting his gaze, the creature immediately looked back, its tone full of killing intent. Hey, you've been following me stealthily. What exactly are you trying to do? Feeling the opponent's anger, Chen Luo flashed a brilliant smile. Don't worry, I don't mean anything by it. I just want to spar with you a bit. Sensing the provocation, the zombie emperor immediately charged up, intending to tear him in two. Are you looking for death? Seeing it reach him in the blink of an eye, Chen Luo couldn't help but be shocked. So this is Emperor tier speed. It really is fast. He immediately leaped up, using Void Walk to dodge the attack before launching a counter-strike. Dimensional Blade, Void Walk? He's actually not dodging. My Dimensional Blade hit him, but I was also wounded by him. Trading blows like this is definitely not the way to go. I have to think of another strategy. Seeing Chen Luo dodge its claw, the zombie emperor roared in rage. How is this possible? Why were you able to dodge using Void Walk? Is your speed so fast that even my eyes can't capture it? Hearing this, Chen Luo laughed provocatively. Take a guess. Time deceleration. Time acceleration. Under the influence of Chen Luo's skills, every move the zombie emperor made immediately became exceptionally slow in his eyes. A savage look appeared on its face. I don't believe you can dodge this time. Die now. In Chen Luo's eyes, its threat carried no weight at all. He looked at the opponent with a confident smile. Your speed isn't even as good as a king tier's. Let's see how you fight. Just before it rushed up, Chen Luo stepped aside to dodge. The void sword appeared in his hand at the same time. Without giving the opponent a chance to react, he swung the sword directly at its head. The one who should die is you. You think you can kill me with just this much skill? After taking a strike from Chen Luo's sword, the zombie emperor was heavily wounded. Its movement speed slowed down visibly to the naked eye. It roared unwillingly. I don't believe it. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. I'll tear you into 1,000 pieces. Without waiting for it to finish, Chen Luo swung his sword down again. It's useless. You're finished. You wanted to grab me with this hand just now, right? Watch me cripple it. Simultaneously using time deceleration, time acceleration, and dimensional blade caused his combat power to soar. But the consumption was also extremely terrifying. Chen Luo calculated privately. I probably can't hold out for long. I must finish this quickly. Only now did the zombie emperor truly feel terror. It collapsed to the ground and hurriedly begged for mercy. No, didn't you say it was just a spar? I surrender. Watching it retreat constantly, Chen Luo said helplessly, Why are you running? Isn't that just a waste of effort? Seeing the killing intent in his eyes, the zombie emperor knew it couldn't escape this fate, but it still didn't stop begging. Please. Chen Luo of course had no intention of letting it go. Swinging his sword horizontally across the opponent's neck, settled. What a fine treasure. With this, my advancement to Emperor tier will be much faster than expected. A month later, Chen Luo's eyes widened in pain and intermittent roars issued from his throat. Every muscle in his body was tensed as if enduring immense agony. He felt a splitting headache and only wanted to end it all quickly. Finally collapsing, Chen Luo rolled and wailed on the ground. Only after being tortured for a long while did the feeling gradually fade. He lay flat on the ground, gasping for breath. Finally reached the Emperor tier. But why does it hurt so much every time I level up? Is this really the orthodox way to upgrade? However, the pain this time is slightly lighter than in my past life. Is it because I relied entirely on crystals this time and also ate those fruits? Regardless, I've returned to my peak strength. Next, if I want to keep getting stronger, forget it, I won't think about it for now, I'll just take it one step at a time. First, let's call the sea creatures for a meeting. The third sea convention officially began. Seeing Chen Luo appear, all the sea creatures bowed respectfully in synchronization. Greetings, Sea King. Chen Luo looked at the sea creatures before him and ordered, Hongdang, take a head count and report on today's attendance. Receiving the order, she immediately knelt and reported respectfully. Reporting to Lord Sea King, it has been confirmed that 146 sea tribes are eligible to attend the convention, of which 138 are present. The 9 who dared to be absent last time have been forcibly captured. Bring them up. Those who were caught for not attending last time immediately pleaded piteously for mercy. Please spare our lives, Lord Sea King. We won't dare do it again. We'll definitely be on time next time. Facing this group of tactless fools, Chen Luo's eyes curved into a smile, but his words were cold as frost. Take them back and lock them up for a year. If they're obedient after a year, release them. I hope when I want to borrow your crystals in the future, you'll cooperate obediently too. Of course it doesn't matter if you aren't. The result is death either way. Learning they were only being imprisoned, the group immediately kowtowed in gratitude. Thank you, Lord Sea King, for sparing our lives. Just then, the great white shark stepped forward cautiously. Lord Sea King, I have something to report. Chen Luo leaned back leisurely in his chair, glanced at him, and said, Speak. Permission granted. The great white shark began to recount the events. Among the sea tribes who didn't come today, 2 were eaten by a sea snake. I saw it with my own eyes. That sea snake is extremely powerful, probably having reached the king tier as well. Learning that someone actually dared to move against his subordinates in the open, Chen Luo's face instantly darkened, and he roared in rage. What do you mean? The seafood I worked so hard to raise was handled so easily? Damn it. I will absolutely not tolerate this behavior. I order an immediate departure. Find it for me. The sea creatures took their orders in unison. As you command. Sensing danger and having received news, the sea snake immediately began to swim frantically in search of a refuge. Damn it, that's way too much. I just ate 2 sea tribes. Was it really enough to get me wanted by the legendary Sea King? It cursed secretly as it fled, its tone full of contempt for the sea creatures under Chen Luo's command. These sea tribes are truly stupid. There are no gods in this world. He's just a pseudo-god, yet they think it's worth chasing me so desperately, I can't keep hiding on the seabed. This is already the Antarctic territory. I need to go to the surface to see if there's a place suitable for hiding. However, as soon as it saw the scene before it, it was instantly stunned. What kind of monster is this? A hand wrapped in void power tightly choked the sea snake's neck, making it unable to move, only able to let out a terrified scream. Immediately after, it was dragged directly into a space-time vortex. The previously churning sea surface gradually returned to calm, leaving only a small black dot in the distance. 3 days later, Chenluo's voice was filled with rage. Useless, all of you are useless, you can't even find a mere sea snake, what else can you do? Hong Dang was terrified by his angry appearance and hurriedly knelt. Reporting to Lord Sea King, we did indeed blockade the entire area, but the sea snake's disappearance was extremely bizarre. Hearing this, Chenluo paused, his eyes gloomy. Disappeared? To save her life, Hong Dang bent down and pleaded, please give us a little more time, Lord Sea King, we will definitely find it. Chenluo grit his teeth and finally decided to give them one more chance. I want to see that snake, dead or alive. Keep looking, you must find it. He calculated silently in his heart, even if that sea snake ran onto land. My members should have been able to find it easily, unless it found a hole to crawl into and stopped eating and drinking. Otherwise, this is just too far-fetched. Just then, ZE sentimental transmission. Brother Chenluo, we just received news. We've found the bottom part of the armor. Hearing this news, Chenluo was instantly astonished. The gloom on his face swept away. Found it? Send me the location. I'm heading there right now. ZE verified the location and answered, all right, the location is at a farm on the American continent. The American continent? After arriving, Chenluo immediately felt a familiar aura. That's right, I can clearly feel it. This is the lost part I've been searching for so long. As long as I find the belt, I can complete the set. He continued to observe the leg guard part. Besides defense, does this thing have any other use? What is that horizontal line on the knee? It looks like there's a graphic made of lines inside. As expected, it was exactly like the remaining parts, able to automatically adjust its size according to the user's body shape. Let me see what its effect is. After testing for a while, Chenluo felt confused again. No effect? Does it really only have a defensive function? In another location, Kyoko leaned coquettishly into Da Zhuang's embrace under a sun umbrella, her voice filled with admiration. Big brother Da Zhuang, I'm sure you aren't far from reaching the king tier. When that time comes, you definitely won't be any less impressive than City Lord Chenluo of Dawn City. Da Zhuang didn't dare look into her expectant eyes, thinking secretly, how could I possibly be a match for my big brother? Still, maybe it's time to lay my cards on the table. Kyoko, actually just then, a figure suddenly flew overhead, cutting him off. Big brother Da Zhuang, look, a king tier expert is up there. Seeing the intruder, Da Zhuang felt both relieved that he didn't have to answer Kyoko's question and calculating. Perfect timing. This crystal can be a gift for my wife. Once she's happy, I'll explain everything about Big Brother to her. He immediately lunged forward. You dare to cause trouble on my turf, die. Suddenly under attack, Phase Leopard was forced to stop and block. I'm just following the Sea King's orders to find that sea snake on land. How am I unlucky enough to run into another king tier? Fine, I'll take him out first and offer his crystal to the Sea King. Da Zhuang, having no idea the opponent was one of his own, continued his fierce assault. You think you can wound me with just this much? Surrender. Phase Leopard couldn't dodge in time, and was struck directly. Flying backward and slamming heavily against the rocks. Gripped by acute pain, he roared in rage. You bunch of scumbags, are you planning to bully me with numbers? Hearing the commotion, Da Zhuang's subordinates immediately swarmed around. Weren't you acting tough just now? Now you've been beaten so badly by Big Brother Da Zhuang that you can't even lift your head. Let's see how we finish you off. Seeing the overwhelming numbers, Phase Leopard immediately prepared to send a signal to summon his comrades. I'm calling for backup, just you wait. Seeing he still had so much nonsense to say, Da Zhuang immediately delivered another palm strike. Tough talk for someone who's about to lose. Upon receiving the signal, the Marine brothers arrived at high speed, asking worriedly, what happened? How did Phase Leopard get beaten like this? Who did it? Seeing the sudden appearance of a group of king tiers and those even stronger, Da Zhuang was instantly stunned. Since when were king tier experts everywhere? Still, he didn't think much of it. What are 8 king tiers against all my subordinates? However, he then discovered another 70+ people following behind. This was clearly an organized, disciplined king tier army. No matter how strong Da Zhuang was, he was no match for so many king tiers. He immediately changed his attitude. A misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. I'm sorry, big brothers and sisters. I was wrong. Seeing Da Zhuang instantly admit defeat, Phase Leopard immediately lunged forward and threw a punch in return, paying him back for the previous move. Weren't you just trying to bully me with numbers? Why did you chicken out so fast? Da Zhuang clutched his swollen cheek, feeling depressed to the extreme. He hadn't expected to encounter so many king tears. Now his only way out was to call Big Brother over immediately. Red Light stepped forward, her voice full of killing intent. "If you dare provoke us, you die." Seeing that these marine creatures wouldn't let the matter rest, Da Zhuang began to secretly calculate his retreat. Although he didn't know if an emperor tier could deal with so many king tiers, Big Brother's methods were miraculous. Even if they couldn't win, he could at least take Kyoko away. Meanwhile, in the base, Chen Luo held Mila and whispered, "Based on your current situation, it will take at least 5 months for you to reach the emperor tier." Hearing he had to wait half a year, Chen Luo immediately objected. "No, that's too long," Riceball suggested. "How about using time acceleration?" Although he had used this ability on others for Mila, Chen Luo remained extremely cautious, turning to ask her, "Are there any side effects to using time acceleration?" She looked at him and answered, "There would be issues if we used crystals, but with fruit, the impact is minimal. Besides, in the current crisis, a small problem like that is nothing at all." This left Chen Luo somewhat hesitant. Mila sensed his worry, and though she was scared in her heart, she still chose to support him firmly. "It wasn't easy to get a chance to help you. Of course I'm willing, it's just a small impact, and even if a problem really arises, that's a matter for the future." Seeing her so sensible, a surge of warmth flooded Chen Luo's heart, and he couldn't help but hold her tighter. What more could a man ask for than a wife like this? Just then, Xu Yi ran into the room in a panic. "Leader, something's wrong. Da Zhuang just sent word that he's in danger. The enemy is extremely strong and you can choose not to go." Hearing that Da Zhuang was in trouble, Chen Luo was stunned for a moment, then became curious about the opponents. "Strong enough that even Da Zhuang is worried about safety? Then I definitely have to go see." In Da Zhuang's base, after receiving Chen Luo's reply, Zi immediately sent a message. "Da Zhuang, hold on a bit longer. The leader will be here any second." Learning that Chen Luo was coming, Da Zhuang was overjoyed. As expected, Big Brother is the most reliable when it counts. "I, Da Zhuang, am a follower for life." He then turned to the marine creatures and shouted arrogantly, "I've called for backup too, he'll be here in a moment." The sea creatures, not knowing that Da Zhuang's Big Brother was their own Sea King, mocked him one after another. "Sure, let's see who you can call. Wonder which poor soul he's dragging into the grave with him. We'll give you a chance to call everyone. I'm afraid you won't even get to open your mouth by the time they get here. When your backup sees how many we are, they probably won't even dare show their faces." In the blink of an eye, Chen Luo appeared in midair. Seeing him, Da Zhuang shouted excitedly, "Big Brother, you're here." However, when the marine creatures saw Chen Luo, it was as if they had seen something impossible. "What, Big Brother? Isn't this our Lord Sea King?" Even Chen Luo hadn't expected that Da Zhuang's opponents would be his own marine subordinates. It turned out Da Zhuang had crashed straight into the Sea King's temple. After all that fuss, they were all on the same side. The marine creatures dared not delay and immediately saluted in unison. "Greetings, Lord Sea King." Da Zhuang felt like he'd been struck by lightning, staring at the scene before him in disbelief. "What, my Big Brother is actually the Lord Sea King?" Phase Leopard was also extremely shocked, pointing at Da Zhuang and asking, "Lord Sea King, how did you become this guy's Big Brother?" Only then did Chen Luo realize that the way he and Da Zhuang addressed each other was indeed a bit confusing. After all, since he was the Sea King, calling Da Zhuang Big Brother or Little Brother wasn't quite appropriate. So he had to find a way to cover it up. "Back in the world of men, I spent some time with Da Zhuang. Anyway, whatever grudge you have between you, it's all wiped clean from this moment on." Learning that Da Zhuang was Chen Luo's acquaintance, Phase Leopard, though still angry, could only endure it. "Brother Da Zhuang, a fight makes a friendship. How about you punch me a few times to vent?" Da Zhuang was never one to hold a grudge, and seeing the other party offer an olive branch, he let the matter go. "Forget it, we're all on the same side from now on." Seeing the two sides make peace, Chen Luo felt exceptionally frustrated. He'd gone through all that trouble without gaining anything, and even had to put on an act as a mediator. Since his identity was out, Da Zhuang didn't hide it any longer, immediately ordering his subordinates, "What are you standing there for? Pay your respects to the Big Brother of Big Brother." Kyoko and the others, though a bit reluctant, still shouted in unison, "Big Brother?" Da Zhuang felt extremely depressed. His painstakingly built secret operation was completely ruined. Da Zhuang's subordinates still felt extremely awkward, but in the face of a powerhouse like Chen Luo, they could only submit and knelt one after another to pay respects. The Big Brother of the Big Brother is actually human. Does that mean the Big Brother was sent by humans? But he's so strong, I don't want to die. A spy is a spy, you have to look at the background when you're out in the world. Now that such a massive backer is standing right here, I don't care who he is, this subordinate pays respects to the Big Brother. After returning to the Dawn City base, Chen Luo immediately began helping Mila upgrade. Frequent use of time acceleration placed a massive burden on the mind and severely consumed the user's stamina. Chen Luo pondered privately. I wonder if I can fix the time acceleration state, like creating an independent area where time flows slower. As long as one enters, they can enjoy that area's time ratio. To achieve this, he had to fuse the two abilities of time and space. Feeling the upgrade speed suddenly slow down, Mila opened her eyes and looked at him curiously. Why did time acceleration stop? What is he trying to do? Chen Luo didn't look at her, appearing fully focused on creating something. After a while, a cube finally appeared. Seeing him suddenly vomit blood, Mila shouted in terror, "Chen Luo? What happened? Why are you injured?" Under her healing, Chen Luo's vitality gradually recovered. "I'm fine. I almost shattered the crystal again just now. Mila, go get me 2 watches." Mila did as told. Taking the watches, Chen Luo stepped into the cube. "Let me test this." He hadn't expected to successfully create an area with a different time flow that could be maintained long-term. "I spent 20 minutes in this area, and only 7 minutes passed outside. A time ratio of about 3-to-1, although the price was not small. Once formed, it could run automatically. I just don't know how long this time field can last. Rice Ball, go call Sister Haiji over. I plan to give half of the time field to Mila and the other half to Sister Haiji." Rice Ball immediately refused his request. "No, it's better for Mila to reach the Emperor tier first." Chen Luo looked at her in confusion. Mila should upgrade before Haiji. Why? Is she worried that once Haiji reaches Emperor tier, her mind will still be influenced by that mysterious meat and she'll go on a slaughter? Half a month later, Mila had just finished her upgrade and happily ran to tell Haiji. "Sister Haiji, I've finally reached the Emperor tier." Haiji's expression remained unchanged, only giving a cold reply. "So what?" Just then, Chen Luo walked over to explain. "Mila was worried your mind was affected by the mysterious meat, so she's been researching how to purify the murderous intent in your body." Haiji's coldness didn't make Mila sad. She still said with a smile, "I'm already an Emperor tier now, and my ability has undergone a transformation. I can try to help you." Hearing her say this, Haiji sat down obediently. "Fine, then let's try it." Mila immediately sat across from her, ready to begin. "All right, sister, relax. Don't resist my power." Haiji did as she was told, letting Mila's ability envelop her. Gradually, her eyes, which were originally full of killing intent, began to soften. After maintaining the ability for a while, Mila slumped to the ground in a weakened state. "With my current ability, I can only temporarily suppress this murderous intent. If I don't continue to purify it, Sister Haiji will gradually revert to her original state." At this moment, Chen Luo became even more curious about the identity of the creature Haiji had eaten. The influence of just a single piece of meat was enough that even an Emperor tier Mila couldn't completely clear it. Just what was the owner of that meat? Suddenly, a bold guess formed in my mind. Could the original owner of the armor have been a dark-type ability user? The owner's death caused the power within him to scatter across the world, and that gloomy, evil dark-type energy led to the birth of zombies. The residual magic energy after his death can only be absorbed by zombies, which explains why zombies can upgrade automatically without crystals. Zombies continuously absorb that energy, while survivors upgrade by absorbing zombie crystals, which means survivors are indirectly absorbing the energy of the original owner. If that's true, the original owner's crystal must be ridiculously strong. Could the monsters be appearing to search for the armor and that crystal? Forget it, that theory is too terrifying. The top priority now is to prepare for the monster's arrival. "Mila, how many members of Dawn City have reached level 10 now?" She thought for a moment and gave a number. "I remember about 56 people." Chen Luo felt a bit disappointed. "Only 56, that's a bit low. Help me pass the word. I'm planning to help level 10 members upgrade to King tier. Anyone who wants to upgrade can sign up voluntarily." Rice Ball asked worriedly. "Then everyone will surely sign up. But are there enough crystals right now?" Regarding this question, Chen Luo wasn't worried at all. He lightly patted Rice Ball's shoulder and comforted her softly. "Don't worry, I have my ways regarding the crystals. You just need to pass the message for me. With great power comes great responsibility. A crisis is approaching, and ascending to the King tier is the top priority. I'll deal with any cowards myself. By the way, notify those marine creatures that I'm holding a seafood convention tomorrow." Rice Ball gave a small smile and answered obediently. "All right, I understand." Chen Luo kissed her cheek affectionately. "Thank you for your hard work." Looking at Haiji before him, a plan targeting her had already formed in his mind. "Those marine creatures have been raised fat enough, it's time to have them perform on stage. Of course, this sort of thing isn't suitable for me to do directly. Sister Haiji, I have something I want to discuss with you." At the seaside, seeing Chen Luo's current state, The marine creatures began to discuss worriedly. Did I see that right? The Lord Sea King looks very different today. His face is pale and he's swaying as he walks. What exactly happened? Yeah, how did the Lord Sea King become so weak? Seeing his terminally ill complexion, Red Light also felt both panicked and afraid. Lord Sea King, what's wrong? Chenluo didn't answer but asked back directly, are you loyal to me? The river turtle caught the opportunity and immediately stepped forward to pledge his loyalty. I am the most loyal to the Lord Sea King. Anyone who dares to act against you will have to step over my corpse first. Bebe also followed up by stating her position. I am willing to serve the Lord Sea King for the rest of my life. Red Light refused to be outdone, using a sincere gaze to express her heart. Without the Lord Sea King, I wouldn't be where I am today. My loyalty to you can be seen by the sun and moon. You are our king and we are your subjects. Hearing these words, Chenluo let out a cold laugh in his heart. We'll see who is truly loyal in a moment. He continued to feign weakness, making up a story on the fly. There is a traitor among my slaves. She stole my divine power while I was at a critical stage, snatched the god-tier weapon and even wants to hunt me down. She'll be here soon. You all stop her for me and buy me an hour until I recover my divine power. Just then, Haiji stepped forward according to plan, shouting harshly, Sea King, your time is up. Seeing Haiji appear fully armed, a seafood immediately roared in rage. Who dares to be so audacious and arrogant? That armor she's wearing looks familiar, as if I've seen it somewhere. Exactly, those shoes look familiar to me too. Haiji was fully in character, her face full of killing intent as she announced coldly, my target is only the Sea King. The rest of you, if you don't want to die, get lost now. Red Light fully displayed her character as a loyal subject at this moment, immediately ordering the marine creatures, this is too arrogant, not only insulting the Lord Sea King but wanting to take his life. Everyone attack together. Hold her off until the Lord Sea King recovers his divine power. Receiving the order, the marine creatures below immediately began using their abilities in the water. They launched their attacks in unison. Water Dragon Punch, take my water arrow. Holding the divine sword, Haiji easily parried every assault. She laughed arrogantly, her voice dripping with mockery. I see you all are truly tired of living. Seeing Haiji completely unscathed, the marine creatures found it hard to believe. How can this be? It seems the Sea King's divine power really has been stolen. Otherwise, how could she possess such terrifying defensive capabilities as expected of the Sea King's divine weapon? Capturing the shock in their eyes, Haiji laughed heartily. Now it's my turn. With a single swing of her sword, she sent the entire group of seafood flying into midair. Chenluo realized that standing still would look too fake. He couldn't just keep dazing out. With that thought, he immediately leapt up, pretending to be hit by the aftershock and falling backward. His scream was as fake as it could possibly be. I'm hit. Seeing Chenluo fully immersed in the act, Haiji immediately developed a mischievous idea and flew straight toward him. Since you want to act, I'll give you a chance to perform. Sea King, meet your end. Just then, a dark shadow suddenly rushed in front of Chenluo. Red Light directly blocked Haiji's attack and shouted firmly, don't you dare harm the Sea King. The loyalty Red Light displayed was a great surprise to Chenluo. Even at this moment she kept reminding herself, I am the most loyal. I must do better than everyone else. Witnessing this spirit, Chenluo was somewhat moved. Red Light, you are indeed very loyal. Even Haiji couldn't help but clap in admiration. What a touching scene. Unfortunately, Sea King, you won't escape today. Dark barrier. After confirming their loyalty, Chenluo immediately reverted to his normal state and ordered them to stop her. My divine power is about to recover. Although her defense is strong, her stamina is limited. As long as dozens of you press on together, it will be enough to resolve this crisis. Under his command, the group of seafood immediately swarmed forward. Since they couldn't break her armor, they would just pin her down. Exactly, control her first. Watching the marine creatures he had cultivated falling into panic, Chenluo felt a bit of pity, completely failing to notice Bebe's expression behind him. Although he knew this was just a play arranged by this director, he couldn't feel happy watching the seafood in danger. Seeing Bebe standing still, Red Light urged impatiently, Bebe, what are you still standing there for? Bebe looked at Red Light with some hesitation. She plotted secretly in her heart. I just wanted to find a backer, but he's already finished. Am I really going to stay with him and wait for death? Just then, the foolish river turtle took the bait and rushed over. Seeing it, Chenluo let out a soft exclamation. The river turtle bit down on his collar, intending to trade him for its own safety. I have captured the Sea King alive. I surrender voluntarily. Even now, it didn't realize it had fallen into the trap Chenluo had set. The river turtle thought happily to itself. This is the Sea King, and I have him in my mouth. Just this one feat is enough for me to brag about for a lifetime. Being constantly shaken by it, Chenluo gradually became annoyed. His gaze turned sharp as a blade. staring coldly at the river turtle. Seeing it dare to treat Chen Luo like this, Red Light immediately flew into a rage and unleashed a skill. "You dare to be disrespectful to the Sea King, you deserve to die." Hit by her mental illusion, the river turtle was instantly dazed and its mouth loosened unconsciously. Thus, Chen Luo escaped without much effort. Saving the master in a crisis, Red Light, "Oh Red Light, you truly haven't let me down." The Sea Turtle King took the opportunity to rush over, pinning the river turtle's head to the ground and cursing, "The Lord Sea King bestowed divine power upon you. Yet you know no gratitude today. I must purge the ranks," not wanting to be left behind. Phase Leopard also charged straight at Hai Ji, prepared to fight to the death, for the glory of the Sea King. Seeing someone proactively seeking death, Hai Ji immediately recalled Chen Luo's instructions. Her brother had said, "Besides testing loyalty, we also need to deal with one or two, then let's do it." Phase Leopard took the light of annihilation head-on, his entire body flying backward like a kite with a broken string, smashing heavily onto the ground. The impact caused the ground to crack instantly. Seeing this, the group of seafood roared in fury. "Phase Leopard! She killed Phase Leopard! Fight her! For the glory of the Sea King, everyone charge!" Seeing that the play had gone far enough, Chen Luo didn't intend to drag it out any longer. Since he had distinguished the loyal from the treacherous, it was time to end the show. "All right, my divine power has recovered." In this situation, Chen Luo took the opportunity to make his subordinates even more loyal. He announced, "I decree, let there be light." As soon as he finished speaking, a pillar of light descended instantly. The seafood stared with their mouths wide open. The Sea King said, "Let there be light," and light actually appeared. The radiance dispelled the darkness. "Long live the Sea King!" Hai Ji pretended to be severely injured, shouting in pain. "What have you done?" Chen Luo didn't answer and followed up with another move. "Divine power, annihilation!" Hai Ji immediately screamed. Chen Luo was almost amused by her acting but managed to hold it in. Subsequently, he unleashed Void Exile to send her to a safe zone. "Thanks for the coordination, sister." Seeing Chen Luo repel Hai Ji with two casual moves, the seafood's eyes were filled with awe. The Sea King's divine power has recovered. Such a powerful opponent was actually insta-killed by the Lord Sea King. Too strong. This is the power of a god. After Hai Ji left, Bebe realized she had made a mistake and hurriedly knelt to beg for mercy. "Lord Sea King, please forgive me this once, I won't dare do it again." Seeing her kneel, the others also swam over and pleaded in terror for the Sea King's forgiveness. "We know we were wrong, there absolutely won't be a next time. Sorry, please forgive us." Chen Luo just looked at them coldly, saying neither that he forgave them nor that he didn't, only dropping one sentence, "Kneel there for now, don't move." After checking Phase Leopard's condition, Red Light stepped forward to report, "Lord Sea King, Phase Leopard is dead." Seemingly still uneasy, Chen Luo instructed, "Check carefully to see if he's truly dead." Driven by curiosity, the seafood immediately crowded around to observe, then confirmed in unison, "Lord Sea King, he is indeed dead, thoroughly dead, he's definitely not coming back to life." Only then did Chen Luo slowly turn around. "I have witnessed Phase Leopard's loyalty. He sacrificed himself for his people to buy me time. I have decided to consume my divine power to resurrect Phase Leopard." The seafood could hardly believe their ears. Resurrection? Is it real or fake? Can someone be resurrected after dying? Facing their skeptical gazes, Chen Luo immediately unleashed a time skill on Phase Leopard. Divine power, rebirth. After consuming a large amount of ability energy, his face quickly turned pale. This time it wasn't an act. He was truly weakened. Phase Leopard was stunned upon waking up. "Am I not already dead? Could this be heaven? He who believes in me shall have eternal life," even achieving perfect resurrection after death, while no one was paying attention. Chen Luo looked up at the sky, a gentle smile appearing on his face. Mila had reached the Emperor tier. For her, resurrecting a king-tier creature was practically child's play. Amidst the clouds, Mila peeked her head out and gave Chen Luo a sweet smile. It turned out all the previous acting was just to deceive the eyes of others and give Mila the chance to use her healing ability. The seafood were convinced, believing in it completely. They excitedly vowed their death-defying loyalty. "A miracle, this is a miracle. As long as the Sea King is here, how could we die?" Following the Sea King was indeed the right choice. "From now on I will definitely give my all for the king. If the Sea King can resurrect me, what do I have to fear?" Seeing everyone expressing their loyalty, Chen Luo chuckled secretly. In future battles, they would surely work harder than anyone else. At this time, Red Light stepped forward, looking coldly at Bebe, who was still kneeling on the ground. "Lord Sea King, what should be done with Bebe and those other fellows?" Chen Luo didn't care, coldly spitting out two words, "Continue." Finally, those who had previously stood by with cold indifference or betrayed him were swept away. Amidst the waves, terrified cries for mercy filled the air. Lord Sea King, no, have mercy. Chen Luo sighed and collected all the bodies into his space, intending to feed them to that tree spirit next time. Since you didn't know how to cherish my kindness, I'll see you off on your final journey. Consider it a grand burial. Hearing this, the seafood scrambled to flatter him. The Lord Sea King is truly too merciful. You needn't be sad. They got what they deserved. Exactly, this group of traitors deserved to die. Seeing the matter resolved, Chen Luo waved his hand to signal a retreat. He calculated in his heart. Today I dealt with 96 of them, and there are so many king-tier corpses. Wait, if I give a king-tier crystal to a level 10 to help it break through, and then kill it after it levels up, I not only get the king-tier crystal back but also gain a king-tier corpse. Furthermore, if I feed level 10 corpses to the tree, the quality of the resulting fruit definitely won't be as good as from a king-tier corpse. If this is an infinite loop, then the remaining local level 10 seafood shouldn't be killed. They must be kept. As long as I follow this routine, I can obtain a massive amount of king-tier crystals, corpses, and high-quality fruit. After the giant tree had a full meal, it kept trying to curry favor with him. You're here. Collaborating with you was indeed the right move. There's always high-end food. Chen Luo tossed it another bag of food, suddenly remembered something, and asked, I remember you possess dual darkness and lightning abilities, right? After eating so many corpses, has your strength not changed? The giant tree replied while coiling around the food. I feel my strength has increased a lot, but it seems stuck at a certain point, unable to break through. Realizing it had hit a bottleneck, Chen Luo pondered, could it be the talent ceiling? After finishing its meal, the giant tree remembered the fruit. I took 10 in advance last time, give me another 10 this time. Let me see if there are any changes. Chen Luo didn't refuse, secretly planning what to feed it next, since there were plenty of fruits. I really want to see it reach the emperor tier, but who should I choose as the sacrifice? A month later, Chen Luo's breakthrough was successful, and he laughed loudly. Void Walk. My innate ability has finally broken through. Hearing this, Rice Ball opened her eyes and asked curiously, You broke through again? How far can you go now? Chen Luo pointed excitedly at the sky and said, On Earth, anywhere I want to go is just a blink of an eye away. I feel I could even go directly to the moon and stand side by side with the sun. Rice Ball was ecstatic, and lunged forward to hug Chen Luo, making him blush. Really? Then take me to see. I haven't been to the moon yet. Worried for her safety, Chen Luo refused. No, the consumption doubles when taking someone along. I'm not fully confident yet, but I can take a few photos to bring back for you. Although disappointed, Rice Ball accepted it. Alright. Subsequently, Chen Luo unleashed Void Walk and arrived on the moon. He was surprised to find he could breathe normally. This is the moon, no discomfort at all. It seems once you reach the Emperor tier, there's no need for space shuttles. Problems with low temperature and oxygen are resolved directly. What's that? An alien? What on earth? An astronaut? Seeing Chen Luo, Jin shouted in surprise in English. Oh my god, his sudden movement startled Chen Luo into backing away. A foreigner. He gave an awkward wave. Seeing Chen Luo, Jin was extremely excited. Thank God it's a living person. The translator and headphones specially made by Long Yu could transmit signals in any environment. After Jin got the translator, Chen Luo understood what he was saying. I am an astronaut from the US left stranded on the moon. My name is Jin. Ever since I came to the moon, I've lost contact with Earth. It's been 2.5 years. I've only survived this long thanks to the supplies on the space station. But how did you get here? How is Earth doing now? Chen Luo told him the truth. The US is gone and other countries are almost gone too. Jin was stunned after hearing this. Could it be related to the scene I witnessed? Chen Luo immediately followed up. What did you see? Jin frowned as he recalled. When I first arrived on the moon, I saw 2 lights in space, one black and one blue, constantly flashing. After a terrifying vibration like a star exploding, that black light plunged toward Earth. Chen Luo's pupils shrank. Black light, dark ability. Could it be the original owner of the armor? His previous guess that the owner exploded on Earth after being defeated was correct. Even the timing matched. What about the blue light? Jin shook his head apologetically. I couldn't see clearly, I only know its speed was ridiculously fast. Chen Luo pondered. Blue light, it seems to be a hallmark of the ice type. Could the opponent be an ice type powerhouse? Thank you for the information. I'm leaving these supplies for you. I'm going now. Jin panicked. Don't go, stay and keep me company. Chen Luo smiled and vanished instantly. Keep you company? As soon as he returned, Fa Wang ran over excitedly to report the good news. You're finally back. I've already reached the Emperor tier. Chen Luo was also happy for him. So fast? Ning Shuang, you've also reached High King tier. She gave a proud smile. Of course, pretty impressive, right? At this moment a flash of inspiration hit Chen Luo. The fragmented pieces of information seemed to connect. Wait, Ning Shuang is ice type and she's always been special. She can level up without enduring pain. Her tears turn to pearls and have healing power. Could she be that blue light? Is she suffering from amnesia, or is she faking it? Being stared at, Ning Shuang asked in confusion. Chen Luo, why are you staring at me? Facing her innocent gaze, Chen Luo immediately shook his head, trying his best to dispel those unnecessary suspicions. It's nothing. What am I thinking? The original owner of the armor is dead. That blue light couldn't have escaped unscathed. Perhaps she was just injured after devouring that light, but what about the dropped parts or items? Suddenly, Rice Ball let out a cry of alarm. Chen Luo rushed over and asked, Rice Ball, what's wrong? She pressed herself against the glass door, seemingly trying hard to sense something, and replied, I suddenly felt that the day of the great crisis is approaching. There's only half a month left. Hearing this answer, Chen Luo's heart grew even heavier. Did you sense the outcome of this crisis? She fell silent for a moment and said in a low voice, We go through many twists and turns. It's very dangerous. Looking at the result, it can be considered a success, but for some reason, from a certain perspective, it seems to end in failure once more. Chen Luo's pupils contracted in surprise. Failure? Rice Ball couldn't explain the feeling either, as she couldn't sense anything more. Why do I feel this way? It seems like a success, but also like it isn't. No one gets hurt, so why would it be seen as a failure? Furthermore, I feel like a massive secret is hidden in Antarctica. However, the time hasn't come yet. We absolutely cannot investigate it now. And I can't tell Chen Luo. Knowing she couldn't find the cause, Chen Luo changed the question. Rice Ball, can you sense where the danger will descend? Rice Ball pressed 2 fingers to her temples and gently closed her eyes, trying hard to use her sensory abilities. They might appear in a forest in the southwest of my estate. As for the specific time, I sense it will be around 1 p.m. half a month from now, with a clear location. Chen Luo relaxed slightly. All right, I understand. With Rice Ball's guidance, I can determine the location in advance and witness with my own eyes how those monsters appear. Half a month later, at 12:58 p.m., a pungent foul odor suddenly filled the air. Sensing the danger, Chen Luo thought to himself, It's here. Are these monsters really being sent here through spatial teleportation? A 7-starred light shot straight into the clouds, and immediately after, swarms of monsters began to emerge through the portal, each looking indescribably hideous. Chen Luo, already hidden in the grass, looked at the black mass of the army below, a drop of cold sweat involuntarily sliding down his forehead. The numbers are significant, roughly 500 of them. Why does the shadow right in the middle look so familiar? It's like I've seen it somewhere before. What exactly is it? Could this 8-legged octopus be the monster spy sent to the blue planet? Is it the leader of this group? It even has heterochromatic eyes. No, those aren't eyeballs. I really want to gouge them out and take a closer look. Suddenly, Bado began to roar like a madman. Startling Chen Luo, he kept shouting 3 syllables, I Ka Su. The scene that followed made Chen Luo almost unable to believe his eyes. Those creatures who had cruelly taken countless lives on the blue planet in his past life were actually weeping right now. What are these monsters crying for? Are they mourning the original owner of the armor? If so, my guess about the original owner's self-destruction is confirmed. Just then, Bado seemed to sense something and snapped his head around. His sharp reaction took Chen Luo by surprise. Chen Luo quickly lowered his body and continued to observe. So cautious, was I discovered? These newly arrived monsters are only Ghost King tier. It's impossible for them to find me. Could that 8-legged octopus have the ability to sense anomalous powers? What's that now? Shortly after, those 3 monsters began to break through, rapidly advancing from King tier to Emperor tier. Furthermore, where did the crystals in their hands come from? Does someone belong to the space type and possess spatial abilities? What do these cackling sounds mean? Forget it. I'll catch one live monster first and then have Meng Yin try to communicate with it. In Chen Luo's sight, 2 of the monsters turned and charged in 2 different directions. He silently judged their intent. Perhaps they were heading to different continents. Once they reached their destination, they would continue to split their forces and charge forward until all living creatures were cleared out. Void walk. I'll follow them first and deal with them one by one once they are completely separated. Anyway, I'm a sneaky bastard of the space type. Backstabbing is second nature to me. Why haven't those 3 left yet? Are they absorbing crystals? What are they trying to do? Can they continue to upgrade after reaching Emperor tier? Wait, thinking back carefully, I also reached the Emperor tier in my past life, but there were still existences among the monsters that left me completely powerless to resist. Could there really be an even more powerful realm? Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to take on 13 Emperor tier monsters at once right now. I'll follow this group and strike when they scatter. Void walk. Immediately after, a simple map appeared in Chen Luo's mind. Bado and Chen Luo were in Africa, while the kangaroo continent Australia had been occupied by another group. Having confirmed their positions, Chen Luo immediately sent a mental transmission. All members of Dawn City, take orders, you must eliminate all invading monsters. Receiving the transmission, Fa Wong looked at the swarm of monsters appearing at the base entrance, a confident smile appearing as he announced, "Don't worry, this Lord Dog will definitely guard this place well. You monsters, die for your master." At his command, everyone in the base charged forward simultaneously. "Kill all these monsters invading the blue planet. Don't let a single one escape. Let these monsters go to hell." Meanwhile, Bato turned to the person beside him and said, "The prey we sent out has already engaged the opponent." The three-eyed freak immediately opened the eye on his forehead, panicking so much he broke into a cold sweat. "Are they prey? Aren't we the bait? Since that lord has fallen, we must find the murderer. To put it bluntly, we are just cannon fodder. We must use our lives to detect the murderer's strength. In the end, we are just bait." Seeing him getting more and more loose-tongued, Bato immediately barked sternly, "No nonsense allowed." After being scolded, the three-eyed freak immediately shrank back. "Sorry, I almost forgot that the ruby in his eye can transmit all external images to the superiors." Bato didn't want to dwell on the matter any longer. His only goal remained that suit of armor. "Continue as planned. We must reclaim the crystal armor and find the murderer. Of course, that lord will also continue to send brothers to the blue planet to support us." The three-eyed freak didn't dare say more, only responding softly, "Understood." After some combat, Fa Wong realized that continuing like this was not the way. He immediately turned to Mila and proposed another plan. "There are too many of these monsters. Once they scatter, they'll be hard to deal with. Everyone, set up the encirclement quickly. I'll lure them over." Mila gently opened her hands, applied her ability to him and warned, "All right, I'll give your state a buff. The strengthening effect only lasts about 5 minutes, so you have to be careful. Strength boost, speed boost, recovery boost." With his stats increased, Fa Wong said happily, "Thanks, this Lord Dog is going in." Seeing him rushing over like a bolt of lightning, the monsters froze in place with fear. "What is this thing? Isn't it wearing a helmet? Why does this helmet look so much like the one we're looking for? That's right, if it weren't for the different color, I would really think this is what we're searching for." Fa Wong immediately charged at the nearest one-eyed freak, gifting it a bolt of lightning first. Taste this lord's slap to the face. Suppressed by Fa Wong with no power to fight back, the monsters wailed in pain. "This speed, this guy is definitely not just king tier. Could it be an emperor tier creature of the blue planet?" One monster, refusing to believe its luck, still wanted to fight to the death. "So what if it's emperor tier? Stupid blue planet creature, do you think you can bully us with just the emperor tier? We have over 100 people, what is there to fear?" Prepare to die. Because his speed stat had been boosted, the monster's movements were like snails crawling in Fa Wang's eyes. Wanting to surround this lord with such slow speed, taste another slap. "If I slap them directly, I'll likely be hit by that black energy. These monsters' skins are too thick. Even with Mila's buff, one slap is hard-pressed to finish them off. Then I'll change my attack method. Heavenly thunder." After enduring a rain of thunder, most of the monsters were knocked down, leaving only a few gasping and wailing. This blue planet creature is too strong. So this guy isn't a physical reinforcement type, but a lightning type. Seems a bit hard to handle. Seeing that the previous move only affected a small area, Fa Wong couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. "It's impossible to settle them all, but for the sake of the members I must give my all." Bolts of lightning struck down one after another, shaking the monsters off the ground. Just then a force began to spread outward from within their formation. Watching the shield that appeared envelop the monster swarm, Fa Wong cursed secretly. "They can actually prop up a barrier? Do they want to trap me here for good? Time to slip away." A dog's mission is to lure them into the encirclement. Of course, to successfully lure the enemy, some acting is required. Immediately after, a large number of skills shot out from the monster swarm. Gravity technique, blizzard. Although completely uninjured, Fa Wong pretended to be hit, screaming repeatedly, "Stop hitting me. The thunder is so painful, fire rain everywhere." After reaching the agreed-upon location, he hid his laughter behind his paw and looked back at them. "If I didn't act a bit weak, how could I trick you into stepping into the trap?" At this time, the alien creatures also sensed something was wrong. "Stop, there are many natives below." Seeing that they had only just noticed, he immediately sneered in mockery. Is it a bit too late to realize now? Right above them, a group of king tiers led by Mila had already assembled, waiting only for the right moment to dive down. Witnessing this, the monsters shouted in terror, "There are many king tiers. We've been ambushed. Why are there so many king tiers among the natives? They are actually so united. And we just got here. They don't even know we exist, so how could they set an ambush in advance? The situation is bad. Retreat quickly. The Lord already knows the situation here and will bring the brothers to support us later." Seeing them trying to run, Ning Shuang immediately raised her scepter and shot out a stream of energy. Thinking of running, under the alternating attacks of Ning Shuang and Hai Ji, the monsters began to howl in terror. Another Emperor tier, there's one over here too. With so many Emperor tiers, how are we supposed to fight? Seeing that they were already like turtles in a jar, Haiji grew more excited as she fought, laughing loudly. Today, every single one of you will die at my hands. Below, a monster with sharp perception issued a warning to its companions. I feel many king tier creatures rushing over from behind. Hearing this, the monsters were shocked, but joy immediately appeared on their faces. Many king tier creatures, is it the support unit? Great, were saved. However, this joy did not last long. The seafood brothers had arrived. Creatures leapt out from under the water simultaneously, opening their mouths full of sharp teeth. The chance to earn merit is here. For the glory of the Lord Sea King, charge, eliminate them. The scene before them left the monsters completely stunned. They watched blankly as the seafood crawled out of the sea one after another. How did it turn into this? Knowing their fate was sealed today, they roared unwillingly. The numbers are too great and the support seems to have been delayed. Damned earth creatures, since you want to force us to our deaths, then let's all die together. The monster with a stone face and a large mouth full of sharp teeth immediately shouted, "That's right, if we die, we're taking you with us." Self-destruct. As soon as the words fell, the monsters self-destructed simultaneously, triggering an earth-shattering explosion. Flames shot into the sky. Seeing this, the remaining people laughed triumphantly. Serves you right, blow up then. Die together and get it over with. Just as they were preparing to continue self-destructing, Mila immediately cast a healing energy toward the seafood. Healing art. Sensing their bodies had fully recovered, the seafood looked up at the sky in surprise. The wounds are all gone, what's going on? Sensing their confused gazes, Mila spoke to comfort them. Everyone, feel free to charge. As long as you aren't killed in one hit, I can help heal you. On the African continent, Chen Luo observed the monsters that had split into small squads from high above. They've finally split up, I can make my move now. Just then, one monster received a message and immediately turned to warn the others. This is bad. A squad of ours heading to the kangaroo continent was ambushed. The Lord demands everyone retreat to the assembly point. The monsters hadn't noticed Chen Luo's appearance yet and continued to discuss. Ambushed? How could earth creatures know we were coming? Could there be an ambush here too? Truly strange. Since the Lord ordered an assembly, let's retreat first. Before the monsters could notice, Chen Luo swiped his finger, unleashing a spatial storm. The violent explosion erupted instantly, and the monster swarm fell into chaos like headless flies. They wailed incessantly. What's going on? Are we ambushed too? My head hurts so much. What power is this? Everyone calm down, open the defensive barriers and charge out together. Just then, a monster that seemed to have dodged Chen Luo's attack immediately turned to counterattack. But before Chen Luo the strongest, its attack was like an itch. He immediately cast Void Exile to send the fellow away. Be exiled to the void, get lost. Finding itself back where it started, the monster looked around in terror. I'm back again? Chen Luo pushed the power within his body, creating a violent spatial fluctuation. Before the other monsters come to support, I have to settle them quickly. Spatial compression. Take my spatial squeeze, concentrated spatial storm power, making the frequency of attacks the monster swarm endures constantly increase. 3 minutes later, realizing he had spent nearly half his power to settle these few monsters, Chen Luo couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. I really am still too weak. Handling just this many monsters has drained nearly half my ability. Forget it. I must get back to the base to see how everyone is doing. Meanwhile, on the American continent, Bato received the news and told those present in shock. The subordinates we sent to the kangaroo continent have been wiped out. Why could the Earth natives predict we were coming? Seeing things had come to this, the three-eyed freak didn't bother to dig deeper for the reason. In his eyes, Earth humans were just a bunch of ants. It doesn't matter as long as we guard against the natives' ambushes. They are still creatures as weak as ants. Immediately after, Bato received another piece of news. He stood up excitedly. This is bad. The troops on the African continent were also ambushed. Moreover, I can feel the opponent is a space type, possessing the ability of instantaneous movement. Hearing this news, everyone else showed surprised expressions. Instantaneous movement? That is a god-tier skill of the space type. How could a lowly Earth native possess such an ability? That's right, even I haven't been able to grasp such an advanced skill. Bato's face instantly turned grave. He turned around, looking into the distance with his heterochromatic pupils. I didn't expect that on such a remote and distant planet, a space-type genius who has grasped teleportation would appear. Truly rare. Unfortunately, he must be found and eliminated immediately. After giving the order, Bato said calmly to those present, I have ordered a full assembly. Once everyone has arrived, we will go find him together. The monsters responded respectfully in unison, their expressions grim. Back at the Dawn City base, Chen Luo was currently performing a large-scale time acceleration on all members. Don't resist my time acceleration power. Hold your breath, focus your minds and concentrate on absorbing the king tier crystals from these monsters. You must break through to the king tier before they attack. Hearing this, the crowd immediately shouted their assent. While utilizing his ability, Chen Luo silently counted the numbers in his head. 13, 14, 64, 65. Excellent, another 145 king tier members had been born. Just then Chen Guang walked over quickly, his voice laced with worry. Leader, the members on Coastal Watch have discovered that the monsters have landed. They are about to reach this place. Upon learning that the enemy had arrived, Chen Luo immediately issued a loud warning. Everyone, set up your formations to face the enemy immediately. The number of monsters this time will surely be enormous. Make sure to contact Da Zhuang's zombie army. Meanwhile, Bado and his army had appeared about 2 kilometers from the base. Looking at the fortified base ahead, Bado's tone carried a hint of regret. A pity we didn't bring the laser cannons. If we had them, a few shots would be enough to wipe out their entire army. The sharp-headed monster looked at the base ahead and spoke tiredly. Who could have expected this situation? Besides, laser cannons would be useless against that fellow anyway. Bado turned and called out to one of them. Poison Cloud, you take the field. Receiving the order, Poison Cloud rubbed his hands together, his demeanor exceptionally confident. Fine, then let me handle this group of small fry. Remember to cover me. Don't let that spatial-type fellow who can teleport send me to the afterlife. Bado seemed to understand this ability well, and planned to use a war of attrition to deal with Chen Luo. Teleportation is indeed miraculous, but its consumption is also massive. Even if he has reached the Emperor tier, his number of uses must be limited. If he uses that move against us, he's dead as soon as his energy is exhausted. Inside the base, Chen Luo had already spotted Bado's group from afar. Seeing them suddenly stop at a fixed position, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why did that group of monsters suddenly stop 5 li away? Are they worried about an ambush ahead? Just then, Da Zhuang and his group received the signal and quickly appeared. Big brother, we aren't late, are we? Chen Luo was slightly taken aback, then turned to him and replied, You've arrived at just the right time. On the surface, he remained calm and composed. However, Chen Luo was already rejoicing in his heart. Zombies are the most suitable for charging ahead as meat shields. Of course, if he wanted them to sacrifice themselves willingly, he needed to employ some tactics. Da Zhuang's people would be the first wave to charge out. Chen Luo planned to use his extraordinary power to make them believe he had the ability to protect everyone. Next, he would demonstrate Mila's resurrection technique, making them fully believe that there would be no casualties. Combined with Da Zhuang's constant brainwashing telling everyone this was just an exercise, those zombies would surely be tricked into charging forward with boiling blood. Completely unaware they were being used as meat shields, Da Zhuang's people continued to shout excitedly, Big brother, rest assured, we will definitely lead the charge. That's right, just stand there and watch our performance. Everyone get ready. We must be the first to charge in a moment. Their simplicity left Chen Luo very satisfied. As expected, zombies' brains were too simple. They hadn't suspected a thing from beginning to end. Only Kyoko's intuition was slightly sharper. She sensed that Chen Luo's smile seemed to hide ill intentions. Da Zhuang, look at your big brother's treacherous smile. Why do I feel like this isn't an exercise? Da Zhuang had experience and understood Chen Luo relatively well, so he comforted her in a low voice. Oh, don't think so much. Just stand at the back of the line. Although he had a faint inkling that something was wrong, Da Zhuang still decided to grit his teeth and see it through. Everyone charge with me, he pondered privately. I am Big Brother's important assistant. If I don't lead the charge, who will? I am Big Brother's confidant. Even if I die, Big Brother will resurrect me. Seeing Da Zhuang's army surging forward like a tide, the monsters immediately cried out in panic. What are those things? Why are they coming straight for us? Are the creatures on the blue planet all this bizarre looking? No matter what they are, prepare for battle. In the blink of an eye, someone vanished from sight. The zombie crowd immediately screamed in terror. Someone's been hit. Is this really just an exercise? It looks too real, exactly like the real thing. The Grand Leader's test is indeed very realistic, as expected of the Grand Leader. For the sake of the Grand Leader, wipe them out. Chen Luo stood in a safe position, forming his hands into a telescope shape to observe the zombies' battle. These zombies are fighting so fiercely. Subsequently, he immediately gave the order for all Dawn City members to listen, and for the entire army to strike. Upon receiving the order, the crowd charged into the monster swarm simultaneously. As you command. Just then, a mass of dark clouds suddenly appeared above the base, emitting a sickening, decayed stench. Chen Luo took one look and immediately recognized it as poison rain. Toxic raindrops poured down like acid rain, inducing excruciating pain upon anyone they touched. King-tier powerhouses fell into a state of paralysis one after another after being touched by the rain. What is this thing? I'm a king tier, so dizzy. I have no strength left in my body at all. Those who hadn't reached the king tier immediately coughed up blood and died. Seeing the people on Chen Luo's side struck down by his toxins, Poison Cloud laughed wildly to the sky. Once my poison enters the body, it is absolutely incurable. Despite this, Chen Luo showed no trace of panic, simply calling out calmly to his wife Mila. Mila immediately unfolded her angel wings, descending with divine healing power. Come here. Those who had just coughed up blood immediately felt their bodies recovering rapidly. Looking at the emerald green aura pouring into them, they exclaimed in surprise, "My strength has suddenly returned. I don't feel dizzy or nauseous anymore either." It was Mila in the sky who cleared the toxins. Mila looked at everyone happily and said, "Rest assured, everyone. I have already completely cleared the influence of the toxins for you." Witnessing this scene, Poison Cloud was terrified. "They can actually neutralize my poison? How is this possible?" Seeing the situation was bad, the three-eyed monster began to doubt his ability. Is your Poison Cloud even effective? Even Budo hadn't expected this result. They truly have many talents on their side. Let's charge directly to avoid the laser cannons destroying too many targets. Wait, everyone look over there. The armor, that's the set we're looking for. Just then, Haiji appeared holding a black longsword. Upon seeing her, Budo immediately burst into an excited laugh. This trip really wasn't in vain. I didn't expect the natives to have already collected the armor for us. Why are you still dazed? Chase her. Seeing Haiji successfully lure a wave of monsters away from the battlefield, Chen Luo thought with satisfaction, well done. The plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain has indeed worked. Once I deal with this group of king-tier monsters, I'll gather all my forces to handle the emperor-tier ones. 10 minutes later, the three-eyed monster chasing Haiji gradually sensed something was wrong. Her speed while wearing the armor is so slow. Clearly she is intentionally baiting us. It seems her goal is to draw the enemies away from the base. The always obedient one-eyed monster saw this and asked Budo anxiously, "What do we do now? Are we going to use our trump card against her? I think she has likely reached the emperor tier. With her own power alone, she definitely can't unleash the full power of this armor." Budo immediately vetoed the idea. "No, the trump card skills cannot be used haphazardly. They must be saved for the critical moment. Reinforcements will surely arrive. Once they get here, we'll work together to capture her. For now, go back and eliminate the remaining people." The soldiers took their orders and shouted in unison. In another direction, Chen Luo was being attacked by a monster with a mouthful of fangs. He immediately flew into the air, performing void exile on it. In an instant, the fanged monster was teleported in front of another monster, causing its attack to directly hit the companion blocking the way. Budo could hardly believe his eyes when he saw this, shouting in shock, "Did I see that right? Did that blue planet native just use teleportation? The god-tier skill of teleportation is being used by him like this. It's simply an insult to a god-tier skill." Hearing Budo's familiar voice, Chen Luo frowned slightly. He immediately sent a mental transmission calling Haiji back. How did this group of emperor-tier monsters come back so quickly? "Sister, come back quickly." Budo still hadn't changed his plan, continuing to wait for Chen Luo to exhaust his spatial energy. That's already 40 times. Even for an emperor-tier monster, using teleportation at such high frequency continuously must have left him nearly exhausted. Charge in, but there's no need to rush to attack that spatial-type user for now. Once his energy is spent, he'll have nowhere to run. Settle the one with healing abilities first. Immediately after, he suddenly appeared behind Mila. He launched a sneak attack while she was off guard. Chen Luo saw this from below, feeling extreme contempt for his shamelessness. He hadn't expected him to target Mila with a space blade first. Given the sharpness of a space blade, if Mila were hit, her life would likely be lost. But in the next second, Poison Cloud suddenly appeared behind Mila. She was still in a panic, completely unaware of the incoming sword energy. "How did I appear here?" Under everyone's watchful eyes, Poison Cloud was hit in the head by the space blade, dying on the spot. Budo hadn't expected Chen Luo's reaction to be so sharp. He noticed, he even teleported Poison Cloud over to take the blade for her. "I killed my own teammate with my own hands." Haiji also quickly returned after receiving the mental transmission. She immediately performed her signature ultimate move, her eyes turning completely dark. "Brother, sister is ready." Having received the guarantee, Chen Luo finally felt at ease. "Good, let's charge." Seeing that Chen Luo could still continue to perform void exile, the remaining people immediately urged Budo in a panic to open the defensive barrier. "Open the shield quickly. Didn't you say he could only teleport a few times? Why can he still teleport us all here after using it so many times?" Budo remained stubbornly convinced that Chen Luo was only barely holding on. "Trust me, he won't be able to use it many more times. Everyone cooperate well, leave this place quickly." Yes, finally, amidst the monster's terrified and disbelieving gazes, Chen Luo continuously performed his abilities with Haiji's assistance. Void Exile, come back here. Haiji began her moves, leaving her opponents paralyzed, their entire bodies so weak they could barely resist. Immediately after, Chen Luo continued to strike. Time deceleration. Looking at the pitch-black eyes manifesting in the sky, the monsters howled in pain. Damn it, how can an Emperor tier use teleportation so many times in a row? This is simply too unreasonable. Our bodies seem to have suddenly slowed down several times over. Is it their skill? Whatever, if this continues, we are bound to lose. At this moment, a powerful fellow in the group finally lost his patience and barked at Bado. If you're still unwilling to use the final trump card, we are all going to die here. We can't care about that much anymore. Seeing the fellow before him suddenly transform, Chen Luo couldn't help but be greatly shocked. They can even transform? This power is too terrifying. It has absolutely surpassed the Emperor tier. I never saw such a monster in my past life. That black monster must have used some high-cost power that can only be maintained for a short time and cannot last. In that case, time acceleration. Its speed was too fast and its power was immense. If we continue this stalemate, sister will be in danger. Time acceleration. However, after a while, that monster actually remained nearly unharmed, only staring fixedly at Chen Luo with a roar. Seeing the monster remain perfectly intact after taking his space-enhanced attack, Haiji was beyond shocked. It had been half a minute. Why was there no sign of it disappearing? Could it be that time acceleration was useless against it? Observing Haiji's pitch-black pupils, Chen Luo quickly speculated on the monster's ability. Time acceleration was ineffective, meaning this monster was not a short-lived variant. If this dragged on, Sister Haiji would likely be killed by it. Bastard Void Exile. Chen Luo immediately performed Void Exile to buy time. I must stall for time. I also need to prepare to show my own trump card. Sister, hold on a bit longer, I'm going to call people to help you. Hearing this, Haiji only softly replied, go ahead. At that very moment, the monster suddenly appeared behind Haiji. Feeling the danger attacking from behind, her entire body instantly stiffened. How did he come back so fast? Seeing her standing still, Bado urged anxiously. What are you still hesitating for? Hurry up and strike. Being urged repeatedly, his voice was filled with impatience. I know. Destroy everything. Witnessing her own eyes of darkness being destroyed, Haiji turned pale with horror, almost unable to believe what she was seeing. How could this happen? I can't fight it head-on. For now, I can only rely on the speed of the shoes to stall for time until brother returns. Sensing she wanted to run, the monster immediately reached out to grab her. You won't escape. Haiji hadn't expected its speed to be so great. Had it already caught up? Finally, she was still caught by the monster. Haiji launched a series of moves in anger. I hate you, Terror Shadow, watching her struggle in his hand. The monster grew even more excited, unable to help letting out a mocking laugh. Don't waste your effort, stupid blue planet creature. Struggling is futile. Just then, Chen Luo returned with Chu Shui and witnessed Haiji being controlled by the monster. If I had arrived a second later, I'm afraid this divine armor would be lost. Use your skill on him quickly. Chu Shui understood and immediately replied, Understood. Time freeze. In an instant the monster stood frozen in place, completely unable to move. Seeing it motionless, Bado hurriedly rushed up to question it. What are you dazing out for? Hurry up and strike. It was truly strange. He shouldn't be dropping the ball at such a critical moment. Could it be that time has really stopped? Can she really use this move? Time-type abilities were extremely rare and could be sought but not easily found. If they knew about this, reinforcements would surely arrive at the fastest speed possible. With time freeze it would only take 2 or 3 days. No, even by tomorrow, the strongest could descend. Hearing the monster's voices change from anxiety to excitement, Chen Luo was completely unable to figure out why this monster's voice sounded so excited. It was truly baffling. Subsequently, he sent a mental transmission calling people over. Ning Shuang, Fi Wang, come over quickly and bring those king-tier soldiers. Facing the enemy army, Chen Luo hid one hand behind his back, secretly stimulating his ability, ready to launch a sneak attack at any moment. I can take the opportunity to settle them while they're going mad. Chen Luo waved his hand and gave a loud order. Everyone go together, attack that black monster. The crowd immediately assumed their stances and shouted their assent in unison. Watching Chen Luo act against his subordinates, Bado's eyes were filled with venomous malice. This spatial fellow is also a genius, actually able to utilize even the space blade. Pity that move is useless against my ace. Chen Luo looked toward the monster with great anticipation. It was a success, however. The severed body part immediately healed just as it had before, causing Chen Luo to curse inwardly. Taking it down was clearly not going to be that simple. Zhang Chushui was pale with exhaustion. She coughed incessantly and asked, "How is the situation? Do you need me to continue?" Seeing the monster in the process of recovering, Chen Luo immediately issued an order. As Zhang Chushui continued to cast her spell, the monster fully restored itself to its original state in just a split second. Seeing it charging ferociously toward her, she quickly channeled her power. "Freeze, I don't have much ability energy left. I can only use this one last time." Fa Wang rushed up from behind. "Get out of the way, let me try." A bolt of lightning struck out, illuminating the entire area. But the monster remained completely unharmed. "Why are your skills ineffective too?" Chen Luo's face was written with dissatisfaction. Continuing like this was not a solution, and he had to think of another strategy. What if I throw it into a deeper spatial dimension? He calculated rapidly. The deeper the spatial layer, the more chaotic the void became, which was tantamount to being exiled from Earth. Without the power to control space, it would be absolutely impossible to escape, leaving one imprisoned there forever. The next second, Chen Luo entered a state of meditation. "Everyone, help me trap it," everyone responded in unison with a loud shout. The power within Chen Luo's body gradually converged, rising from the first layer to the second. When it reached the third layer, a space gate began to manifest. By the fourth layer it continued to expand until it fully formed at the seventh layer. A triumphant smile curled on Chen Luo's lips. "All right, the void rift has formed." Next was the other side. The monster was chasing Fa Wang while laughing maniacally, scaring the dog into non-stop screaming. "This monster only knows how to bully dogs." Chen Luo did not hesitate, immediately waving his hand to suck the monster into the space gate. "What are you laughing for?" As a finishing touch, he raised his foot and kicked the monster forward with all his might. "Get in there!" Chen Luo watched as it fell inside, then immediately shouted to close the gate. The monster hadn't even processed what happened. "What?" Chen Luo waved his hand, his demeanor exceptionally confident. He wondered if that black monster would be able to crawl back this time. That strike just now had consumed quite a bit of his stamina. However, Chen Luo wasn't too worried. "It doesn't matter. If I can throw it in once, I can throw it in a second time." He quickly retracted his focus and continued to utilize his ability. Settling the remaining monsters was only a matter of time. Afterward, Chen Luo turned and signaled to his teammates, "Everyone, pull yourselves together, charge." Fa Wang took the lead, his entire body enveloped in lightning, shouting, "Taste this Lord's lightning strike. Everyone, coordinate with me." A massive bank of dark clouds instantly emerged in the sky, and bolts of lightning fell one after another, leaving the opponents with nothing but wails of agony. Ning Xuang also unleashed her blizzard ability. "Freeze." Looking at the frozen monsters, the others immediately seized the opportunity. "Now is the time, everyone. Use your skills." 3 hours later, they finally joined forces to crush the invasion of the evil forces. "It's over. I'm still alive." However, losses were ultimately unavoidable. "Sister Mu Hong has sacrificed herself. Shang Bao, how could you just leave like this?" Witnessing this scene, Chen Luo's expression remained normal, without a ripple of emotion. In his past life, all those survivors were wiped out by monsters while he was hunted, hiding everywhere. If A Wang tossed 2 creatures who had exhausted their power and could no longer maintain their massive size onto the ground. "These are the monsters you told me to leave alive. They're all yours. There are 2 of them, so you can take turns interrogating them and compare their stories to see who's lying." Chen Luo remained silent, not realizing that in this life he could not only eliminate the monsters, but even capture 2 Imperial-tier monsters alive. Only then did Chen Luo look down at his comrades below. "Good work, everyone. Let's go, we're going home." He brought back the 2 prisoners, locking them in his own home, and didn't forget to instruct, "Meng Yin, you're responsible for communicating with them." Meng Yin glanced at the 2 monsters and indicated it was no problem. Bado still hadn't calmed his emotions after the battle just now. "It seems we greatly underestimated these Earth natives." However, he still held a sliver of hope that Chen Luo couldn't see. "It doesn't matter. As soon as reinforcements arrive, I will surely be rescued." Before he could finish his thought, Meng Yin had already walked up to him. "What is your name?" Bado tremblingly reported his long string of a name. "Kanrashanesharashi Bado," at the mention of his name. Chen Luo gave the other a meaningful look. "Bado, ha, it seems my poke hit a sore spot in your pupils." Bado immediately jumped up. "I've cooperated to this extent. What more do you want? Is there no reasoning with a low-level creature like you?" Immediately after, Chen Luo rewarded him with a slap. "Cut the crap. I've never been fond of reasoning." The sharp pain made Bado wail incessantly. Chen Luo forcibly gouged out the gemstone from his eye and asked coldly, "What is this gem used for?" "Speak quickly," Bado replied with a face full of resentment. "It can transmit images. No matter how far the distance, this stone can transmit the visuals back." Bado's mouth, filled with sharp teeth, let out a raspy laugh. This means that everything happening here is known to my family in detail. Chenluo gave him another beating. What are you laughing at? Cry for me. Bado could only endure it indignantly, cursing the detestable Earth native in his heart. He lowered his head, his initial arrogance completely vanished. I'm just a cannon fodder pawn pushed out to be a shield. Even if you make things difficult for me, you won't get much information. Within 3 days, the strongest existence in my family will personally descend here, Bado continued to threaten. Although the ability to stop time cannot be broken, I believe you won't be able to maintain it for long. See the situation clearly. That person is an existence you absolutely cannot contend with. Chenluo let out a cold snort, dismissive. How strong is he? How are your levels divided? But immediately after, he suddenly remembered a problem. The subordinates sent this time were all in the Spirit King realm. Chenluo was currently in the Spirit Emperor realm, and the black monster that was summoned was in the Imperial tier. Above the Imperial tier is the half-god, which is the highest realm an ability user can reach. King, Emperor, Imperial, half-god. Bado suddenly looked up, his tone full of excitement. But even if spirit energy is abundant, a half-god might not necessarily appear. And the strongest person in my family has already reached the half-god realm. Hearing this, Chenluo clenched his fists in anger. Let alone a half-god currently, the entire Earth couldn't even produce an Imperial tier. Furthermore, based on what he just heard, a half-god would descend within 3 days. At this thought, Chenluo immediately vented his fury on the tied-up fellow before him. Damn it, what do we have to block that? While physically attacking, Chenluo interrogated him coldly. What is your ultimate purpose for invading Earth? Bado was beaten until his face was swollen, and he could barely speak through the pain. First is for the armor. Second is to find the progenitor. He was the pillar and the glory of our family. The next words left Chenluo momentarily stunned. But I didn't expect him to have passed away. The mystery in his heart was finally solved. No wonder that group of monsters was crying. Turns out the war god grandpa died, and the descendants lost their backer. Seeing Chenluo remain silent, Bado quickly blurted out another secret. I'll tell you a secret. Above the half-god is the god tier, and my progenitor had already reached the god tier. However, stepping into the god tier isn't just about absorbing crystals. The most crucial part depends on enlightenment. After speaking, he curled his lips into a smile, as if the person before him had never laid a hand on him. Your space-type talent is the most unique I've ever seen or heard of. I believe you will definitely reach the god tier in the future. These words left Chenluo stunned for a moment, his mind going blank. An idea, both absurd and luxurious, arose spontaneously. Can I become a god? But immediately after, his gaze instantly turned cold. Chenluo was not polite, delivering a heavy flying kick directly to Bado. I don't have time to listen to your flattery. Give it to me straight. Bado was kicked several times, rolling across the floor, gnashing his teeth in hatred. But he didn't dare utter a word out loud, only cursing in secret. Who was it that fought with your progenitor? Bado cursed inwardly. This damned Earth native really was stubborn. Knowing that continuing to hide it would only lead to more beatings, he could only grit his teeth and confess the truth. We aren't clear on that person's identity either. We only know it was an ice-type god-tier powerhouse. Although the opponent defeated our progenitor, they themselves must have been severely injured. Seemingly worried that the information he provided wasn't enough, he hurriedly added, I guess he is hiding somewhere on Earth, secretly healing. Hearing this, Chenluo narrowed his eyes slightly, waves of shock rising in his heart. This meant a god-tier powerhouse still existed on Earth. Seeing he had no reaction, Bado grew bolder and took a step further. His tone also significantly softened. Actually, it hasn't reached the point where we are irreconcilable enemies. Why don't you consider cooperating with me to find the person who snatched the god-tier object together? Looking at his calculating face, Chenluo looked down from above, his gaze as cold as if he were evaluating a commodity. His voice was indifferent, devoid of any emotion. Why should I cooperate with you? Bado still refused to give up, immediately offering extremely generous rewards, his tone full of temptation. The wealth of a god-tier powerhouse is beyond imagination. After it's done as a reward, we will gift you enough resources to reach the half-god realm. Hearing this statement, Chenluo sneered in his heart. Reward? If I hadn't been eliminated by you in my past life, perhaps I would have believed your nonsense. Despite his thoughts, he didn't show it on his face, only answering flatly, I'll consider it. Hearing this, Bado seemed to see hope of survival and immediately took out a glittering gemstone, offering it with both hands to show his sincerity. This Imperial tier space-type crystal is for you. Since he's being so sincere, Chenluo was naturally happy to accept it. He slowly reached out to take the crystal, calculating secretly, while also recalling a detail. Among the Imperial tier monsters it seemed only Bado possessed the space type. But when they had first landed here, everyone was able to suddenly take out crystals. Do they all carry spatial storage equipment? As soon as this thought flashed by, Chen Luo moved like lightning, searching Bado's entire body and taking a ring. Found it. This should be the legendary space ring. The ring in Chen Luo's hand gradually glowed. He secretly tried to inject his ability into it. Let me inject a bit of ability to check it out. Witnessing the whole process, Bado's eyes widened instantly, a surge of immense terror rising in his heart. He even knows how to use this. Through the ring, Chen Luo checked the items inside one by one, his gaze slowly scanning. There were many items inside. Imperial tier crystals and 2 books that he couldn't understand for now but could study after going back. Watching his treasures fall into the opponent's hands one by one, Bado trembled with rage but didn't dare to resist. Those were all things he cherished deeply. Having settled everything, Chen Luo turned to leave. His tone was flat but carried a warning. You stay here and wait obediently. I will carefully consider the matter of cooperation. Bado hurriedly nodded in agreement. Appearing extremely submissive on the surface, cooperation benefits both sides. You really are a smart man. However, in stark contrast to that respectful attitude, his heart was full of resentment. Although I truly want to cooperate, once things are finished, I will definitely kill him. In Bado's deep blue eyes, only suppressed anger and indignation remained. In another room of the base, Chen Luo continued to talk while pouring water. His voice gradually turned low. Bado told me just now. Chen Luo's gaze slowly moved to Rice Ball, who was lying spread-eagled on a chair looking unusually leisurely. The half-god powerhouse of their family is almost here. Hearing this, Rice Ball just lazily stretched and answered nonchalantly, as if that's a trivial matter not worth mentioning. He's just a mediocre fellow, no need to worry. This answer left Chen Luo momentarily stunned, his mouth hanging open for a long time. Rice Ball, are you bragging a bit too much? That's a half-god, yet you think he's mediocre. On the contrary. Rice Ball began to laugh happily, her brilliant smile lightening the atmosphere. The powerhouse known as the strongest will use spatial teleportation to come here. She then continued in a suggestive tone. Over such a long distance, it's quite normal for some accidents to happen during the teleportation process, right? These words left Chen Luo even more surprised, a flash of disbelief in his eyes. Accidents can happen even in spatial teleportation? Rice Ball sat up straight, her attitude suddenly turning resolute. Not giving Chen Luo a chance to doubt, I said there will be, so there will be. Don't worry, I guarantee he won't be able to make it back alive. She then solemnly reminded, now you should focus your attention on that injured robber. Suddenly, Rice Ball's tone changed, her previous laziness instantly turning profound and mysterious. I feel we don't need to proactively look for him. Perhaps in a few days he will come to our door himself. After listening, Chen Luo immediately became excited, pressing his hands on Rice Ball's shoulders almost as a reflex, his eyes shining. Then you absolutely cannot kill that strongest powerhouse. When that god-tier person appears, I'll still need to rely on him as the main force. Would that mediocre fellow even be worthy of being the main force? Rice Ball still maintained a completely indifferent attitude, as if the words Chen Luo just said were not important at all. Everyone thinks that person is severely injured, but what if his injuries are almost healed? These words hit Chen Luo like a bolt of lightning, his heart sinking instantly. A god tier in peak condition, if we really face him, wouldn't death be certain? Just then, Rice Ball suddenly leaned in close to Chen Luo. The distance between the two was so close it was stifling. She reached out and pointed directly at his face, her tone no longer containing any joking element. That so-called god tier must be dealt with. I have no way to handle him, so the heavy responsibility of eliminating him falls entirely on your shoulders. A clear look of provocation flashed in her beautiful eyes, and her lips curled into a challenging arc. If you can't do it, just wait for failure. Chen Luo's face instantly turned pale, an unprecedented panic showing on his face, his voice full of weakness and disbelief. Rice Ball, you think too highly of me. I just reached the Emperor tier. How can I skip 3 levels to take down a god tier? Chen Luo clutched his head, shouting excitedly, Rice Ball, get real, my current realm is a full 3 levels away from the god tier. Facing this violent reaction, Rice Ball replied flatly as if it were a matter of course, what does being able to defeat a god tier have to do with your strength? I think it depends on whether you understand how to utilize your space ability. Hearing this, Chen Luo was stunned, his train of thought instantly becoming tense. Space ability? What do you mean? However, Rice Ball didn't explain directly. She just lightly jumped aside, intentionally avoiding the question. I can't tell you yet. Go back to your room and figure it out yourself. Afterward, Chen Luo scratched his head while walking, sighing incessantly in his heart. Too unreasonable. Can I really defeat a god tier? Seems I need to summarize all the powers I currently possess. Unknowingly, he had already stopped at his door, but his thoughts had not yet ceased. Space can be used to save my life, but it absolutely cannot kill a god tier. Afterward, Chen Luo spread several sheets of paper on the table, his expression gradually turning serious. Regarding the time ability, I can currently only accelerate for 1 hour. Could that move be a cross-spatial summoning, calling my future self to fight in my stead? But then he suddenly realized a problem. Memories of his past life flashed through his mind. After all, Bado had said that with his talent, he would have the chance to ascend to the god tier immediately after reaching the half-god realm. However, even with sufficient resources, reaching the half-god realm would likely take about 10 years. Ultimately, Chen Luo slumped over the table in frustration, his sense of defeat growing stronger. 10 years didn't seem too far off, it was acceptable. But he only knew how to summon his past self. As for how to summon himself from the future, he had absolutely no idea how to proceed. 6 hours passed just like that, and he remained sitting there as if he had lost his soul, agonizing over the problem but finding no way out. No, there isn't a single clue. He suddenly slapped himself hard across the face with a loud thwack. The irritability in his heart instantly exploded. Why did the heavy burden of saving humanity have to fall on his shoulders? And for that matter, why exactly was he reincarnated? At that moment, like a bolt of lightning piercing through the fog in his mind, Chen Luo sat up straight. Wait, I have space-time abilities in this life. Did I not have them in my past life? Is it possible that I had already awakened time abilities back then, but I simply never noticed? His expression turned solemn as those buried memories began to surface. He still remembered clearly that when he was burying himself in his past life, all the images were vivid. It was as if it had happened just yesterday. Every detail and every emotion had not faded, even the sight of his own wretched, tearful self. What is the point of living like this? If I am the only survivor left, how can I continue to drag out this miserable existence? I don't want to live like this anymore. Please, someone, appear by my side. In his memory, the Chen Luo of the past life had wailed in despair, but at that moment who could have appeared? I really want to go back to the past. Everyone was still alive then, and there was plenty of delicious food. The moment the thought occurred to him, all the fragments in his mind instantly snapped together. The logical chain became clearer and clearer, and his spirits rose with it. Did I help myself reincarnate? Did I use time backtracking to return to 12 years ago? Did the past version of me already possess the power to turn back time? In the silence of the late night, the sound of excited laughter suddenly filled the room. Chen Luo slammed his hand on the table and stood up, his eyes shining. I found the way to kill a god-tier being in that great battle. The opponent must have been heavily injured. A cold calculation flashed in his eyes. To achieve this, I only need to make his time return to the moment he was most severely wounded. Chen Luo stood up immediately, and laughed without restraint. By then the opponent would likely find it difficult even to move, let alone resist. This was the method to defeat a god-tier being. Returning to 1 day ago, the third son of the god-tier progenitor was trembling with panic. He had never expected this, truly never expected it. His voice gradually grew low, filled with resentment. I intended to retrieve my father's armor. Who knew I would run into a space-type fellow? Having said that, he walked step by step toward the central area, his mind constantly calculating. As long as I obtain this time crystal and plant it in my brain, I must immediately contact a space-type god-tier powerhouse to send me over. After hesitating for a moment, he shouted toward the crystal in front of him. Lord Progenitor, please help me reach Earth. The figure of a man gradually reflected on the surface of the crystal, and a cold voice came out. Why do you wish to go to Earth? His eyes were bloodshot, and he rarely showed such sincerity as he bowed deeply. Something has happened to my father. He is now lost on a distant planet. I want to bring his remains back. The progenitor only responded flatly, his tone almost devoid of emotion. I can understand your feelings, but even for me, trying to teleport a half-god. He paused for a moment, seemingly weighing the potential risks before asking. The spatial tunnel may not remain stable. Danger could still arise. Do you dare take the risk? He immediately raised his head, his eyes showing only unwavering determination as he answered. I do, I am certain. Furthermore, I believe that as long as you personally take action, Lord, nothing will go wrong. At this, the progenitor's face, partially revealed under his cloak, let out a cold snort. In that case, I will go to your location tomorrow. The progenitor sat cross-legged on the ground as strands of red energy surged and spread outward, making the air gradually become thick and heavy. Only when the power had accumulated to its limit did he slowly raise his hand and decisively tear open the void before him. Bado's deep blue eyes widened as he stared intently at this scene. a surge of intense shock rising in his heart. Is this the spatial tunnel? Just then, a somewhat urgent voice suddenly rang in his ear. Progenitor, are you free? Come to my place. The matter you want to know about has an answer. Hearing this, he responded in his consciousness while hurriedly standing up. I am free, Lady Lanluo. Please wait a moment, I will be there immediately. Standing to the side, Bado had no idea what was happening. He could only watch the retreating back in confusion and ask, Lord Progenitor, do you intend to? Before he could finish, the progenitor hurriedly interrupted. The spatial tunnel is already established. I have some business to attend to, I'll be going now. The progenitor's knuckles turned white as he clenched the hem of his robe, and the usual composure was no longer on his face. At this moment, only one thought was in his mind. I must not keep that lady waiting. As for checking the tunnel, he would have to set it aside. Spatial teleportation was inherently dangerous anyway, so if something really went wrong, it wouldn't be his fault. Completely unaware of what the progenitor was thinking, Bado ran over enthusiastically, hoping to make him stay. Lord Progenitor, it's rare for you to visit. Why not stay for a meal? Before the words were out, the progenitor's figure had completely vanished, leaving Bado pale with shock. After sprinting with all his might, the progenitor arrived in less than half an hour. Hearing the call, Lady Lanluo slowly turned her head, her voice as soft as a light breeze. As soon as the progenitor approached, he immediately placed his hand over his left chest and solemnly dropped to one knee. Forgive me, I am late. On the surface, the progenitor remained calm, but deep down he was filled with extreme adoration. As the ancient saying goes, destiny is decided by causality, and Lady Lanluo was the master of causality, a transcendent existence beyond common sense. Even though her physical form stood right before his eyes, he still didn't dare to look up casually and cause offense. As far as he knew, anyone who attempted to harm her would die a miserable death for some reason or another. Furthermore, she wouldn't truly die, she would simply enter reincarnation, and her recovery speed was incredibly astounding. Feeling her hand placed on his head, the progenitor immediately adopted his most obedient and submissive posture. For the past few years he had been serving her like a personal valet, finally managing to make their relationship a little closer. All of this was merely to know what his causality was, so as to find a way to avoid it. Thinking of this, a wave of apprehension couldn't help but rise in his heart. He spoke cautiously, Please tell me the answer. Lanluo spoke, her tone carrying a hint of pity. I see that in the future you will experience a life-or-death battle with a space-type powerhouse, and it is very likely you will die at their hands. The progenitor looked up abruptly in disbelief. I will die. His mouth hung open, and it took a long while before he could dryly ask, Who is that person? Where are they now? She only shook her head gently. I do not know that either, but in my premonition you will hear news of that person before long. The progenitor slowly stood straight, his blood-red eyes gradually turning cold. I understand. Thank you for clearing my confusion, Lady Lanluo. I will surely track down that fellow and nip the danger in the bud. Simultaneously, at the Dawn City base, an excited voice suddenly rang out. Chen Luo, I felt that something went wrong with that half-god during the teleportation process. Rice Ball had just run to the door and couldn't contain her joy as she excitedly continued. He's been heavily injured and no longer has the ability to threaten you. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo sprang up from his bed and urgently pressed for more. And the robber, is there any news regarding them? At the mention of this, her expression immediately turned serious. She gave another serious warning. The robber is about to appear, but to deal with them, you must choose the right moment. No matter what they do or say, you must endure. Wait until the time is ripe. His bright blue eyes widened unconsciously as he stared intently at the person before him. Then when exactly is the right moment? Rice Ball rested her chin in her hand, thought seriously for a while, and answered, I don't know either, but when the moment arrives you will surely be able to sense it. Remember, you must wait until the time is ripe, otherwise we will be powerless to resist. Seeing her so concerned and insistent, Chen Luo pursed his lips and nodded solemnly. I understand. No sooner had he spoken than Rice Ball immediately returned to her lively self. She stepped forward and took his arm. Let's go, I'll take you to see the teleportation point first. Elsewhere, energy had condensed into crystal blocks enveloping Yi Man. Suddenly she opened her eyes, her brow furrowing slightly, radiating a dangerous aura. Why do I feel the fluctuations of spatial teleportation energy? Could it be that Ao Bun's descendants have come looking for me? At this thought, the corners of Yi Man's mouth curled into an arc, and she raised her hand to shatter the energy crystal layer. A pity, he was already eliminated by me. Of course, if not for the armor protecting my body, he wouldn't have been able to wound me either. Yi Man slowly walked out, mobilizing the teal power that swirled around her body. After a long period of treatment, my injuries have finally healed. Now it's time to find Albun's armor. After thinking for a moment, Itiman quickly made a decision. First, I'll go check the place where the spatial teleportation energy fluctuations appeared. Just as they arrived at the teleportation site, Chenluo couldn't help but cry out in shock. My god, his body was actually crushed to this extent by spatial forces. Could he be that half-god? Falling like this is just too pathetic. Riceball stood behind him, merely shrugging nonchalantly. I told you already, he was just a mediocre fellow, completely not worth worrying about. Chenluo slowly approached and crouched down. Because he was so excited, his hands couldn't help but tremble. A corpse delivered from thousands of miles away. Thanks, the giant tree can have a feast this time, minced meat one. While he was fully focused on collecting things, Itiman suddenly appeared behind him. A chill instantly swept through his entire body, making it difficult for Chenluo to turn his head. Where did this person come from? Could she be the robber Riceball mentioned? Instantly, the pressure radiating from Itiman made Chenluo tremble incessantly. Just a single glance from her left him completely unable to resist. The robber was indeed too terrifying. Itiman only gave him a fleeting glance before walking straight toward the pile of minced meat. This aura, yes, it's very similar to Albun. This is his descendant, and he seems to have reached the half-god realm as well. But why did he die so miserably? Itiman's brow furrowed as she weighed the situation in her heart. No matter how strong a human was, it was impossible for them to wound a half-god this severely. However, just as she thought of this, Riceball suddenly jumped in front of her with a shout. Itiman's attention was immediately drawn to her. Seeing the runes moving on Riceball's body, though they didn't seem to have reached the god tier yet, she observed carefully for a while and, Itiman, perplexed, took a book out of her spatial storage. I've never seen those kinds of runes on her body before. They definitely don't belong to any conventional system. Seeing Itiman standing there focused on her research, Chenluo's mind was full of questions. What is Riceball doing? Why did her appearance make a god-tier powerhouse take out a book to check? Before long, Itiman's hand, which was rapidly flipping through the book, suddenly stopped, her eyes widening unconsciously. Found it. To think that the runes on you actually belong to the extremely rare destiny type. Itiman looked up and stared fixedly at Riceball. If I could keep a destiny-type person by my side, wouldn't I be able to avoid bad luck and seek good fortune at any time? At this thought, after a surge of excitement, she suddenly turned her head and beckoned to Chenluo. Is she calling me? He only hesitated for a second before obediently stepping forward. Riceball had warned him that no matter what she said or did, he must not resist. Endure, I must endure. Itiman reached out and gently touched Chenluo's forehead, then spoke in the Dragon Kingdom's language. Young man, no need to be nervous, I'm just using a skill to learn your language. After speaking, her lips curled upward. Itiman showed a gentle expression and reached out to pat Riceball's head. Little girl, Earth is too small. Do you want to leave with me? Chenluo's eyes widened abruptly, a surge of intense shock rising in his heart. Her goal is Riceball. Seeing his reaction, Riceball immediately stepped forward to block him and answered sweetly, Sure, I've wanted to go out and see the world for a long time. Riceball daintily hugged Itiman's arm, but her eyes inadvertently glared at Chenluo as if to remind him, You absolutely cannot let me miss this opportunity. Having said that, she lowered her eyelashes and expressed a melancholic hesitation. But I have many friends here. If I leave suddenly, I'll really be a bit reluctant. Can you let me stay and play for a few more days and then I'll go with you? Faced with this small request, Itiman acted very generous. Of course you can. By now, Chenluo had suppressed the emotions churning in his heart. He bowed respectfully. You are welcome to be a guest at my base. A trace of coldness flickered in his downcast eyes. It seemed he would have to continue enduring for a few more days, waiting for the right moment. The moment the three of them stepped into Chenluo's base, a respectful greeting rang out. Welcome, your distinguished god-tier excellency. Subsequently, Chenluo introduced Riceball and Itiman. This is my residence. Her gaze swept over Mila, Ling and Ning Shuang who were standing there, and she ordered without hesitation. Drive them all away. I'm not used to living with strangers. I'll stay here with Riceball today. After listening, Chenluo immediately nodded, his attitude exceptionally decisive without the slightest hint of opposition. No problem. Having said that, he turned around and handed the child to Ling. You all move somewhere else to live. Ling, help me look after her. Ling immediately agreed, okay. After settling everything, Chenluo left with Itiman and Riceball. As they passed Ning Shuang, she suddenly spoke in an inscrutable tone. Your luck is quite good, to have actually picked up one of my ice soul pearls. Hearing this, Chenluo looked back at her, a cold sneer forming in his heart. It turned out the thing Ning Shuang had eaten had actually dropped from her body. No wonder it was so extraordinary. In the quiet room, Chenluo poured water while turning to Itiman, his tone carrying obvious confusion. May I ask you a question? Why has our Earth become like this? Her expression remained as flat as a mirror, without a single ripple. She answered without hesitation. Because I killed that Albun. His blood and the dark power within him covered this planet. I am very sorry for the harm brought to the life on this planet. Yeti Man's current manner made Chen Luo feel very uncomfortable. She said sorry with her mouth, but her face showed no remorse. A moment later, Chen Luo adjusted his emotions and continued to ask, "Then why did you fight Albun?" No sooner had he spoken than the aura on Yeti Man's body instantly became cold and sharp. Because he deserved to die. Thinking back to those years, I was only a half-god. At this point, she slowly recounted the past, every word laced with chill. In order to test his dark abilities, Albun slaughtered countless people on our planet. I was the only one lucky enough to escape. Blood must be paid in blood. Even if I have to pay with my life, I will surely kill him. Suddenly, Yeti Man's eyes flickered, as if she had remembered something. By the way, is Albun's armor in your hands? His aura still lingers on that armor. Wearing it will surely lead to corruption. Hearing this, Chen Luo's heart sank heavily, and an indescribable sense of foreboding washed over him. Before he could speak, Yeti Man made a straightforward demand, "Give the armor to me. You cannot unleash the true power of this treasure. As for that sword, it doesn't suit me, so you can keep it." These forceful words instantly put Chen Luo in a dilemma. If he refused, she would likely turn hostile on the spot. But he had gone through immense hardship to collect it. Under Rice Ball's astonished gaze, Chen Luo struggled for a moment before ultimately choosing to compromise. "I'll give it to you," he replied briefly. Though he agreed on the surface, Chen Luo kept reassuring himself in his heart, "There's no other way. Reality is just this cruel." Subsequently, he took out the armor and handed it to Yeti Man. She reached out to take it, a trace of satisfaction appearing in her eyes. "You're quite sensible, it saves me some trouble." After putting the armor away, Yeti Man took out another item as an exchange. "This is the crystal of a fire-type half-god. It's useless to me. To make sure Rice Ball doesn't think I'm taking advantage of you, I'll give this to you." Chen Luo tightly gripped the crystal in his hand, feeling waves of heat emanating from within. He asked directly out of curiosity, "Did you reach the god tier by absorbing crystals?" Upon hearing this, she immediately denied it. "No, while reaching the half-god realm requires both time and the absorption of crystals. Crossing from half-god to god tier is often a matter of an instant." At this point, a look of cold pride appeared on Yeti Man's face. "The key to entering the god tier lies in the level of insight you have into your own elemental attribute. That's all I can tell you. Now you may leave." Looking at her haughty attitude and listening to her sharp voice, Chen Luo grew increasingly frustrated, cursing in his heart. "This is clearly my house." When Chen Luo stepped out of the room, Mila, Mi Ling and Ning Shuang were already waiting there. Mila's voice was soft, sounding like a casual inquiry. "What happened in the room just now?" At this moment, Chen Luo's nerves were still highly strung. A god-tier powerhouse's hearing was bound to be extremely sharp. Until the time was ripe, not a single word could be leaked. Thinking of this, he simply pressed his index finger to his lips, signaling everyone to stay silent, while secretly warning himself, "I must not say a word." After nightfall, while Chen Luo was patrolling around the base, he suddenly detected an extremely subtle movement. He whipped his head around, his gaze instantly turning sharp. "Who is it?" But there was no one behind him. Chen Luo felt somewhat puzzled. "No one? Did I sense it wrong?" Meanwhile, in another corner of the base, Ziyi was quietly sneaking in. She ran cheerfully to Chu Shui's side and whispered affectionately, "Sister Chu Shui, I've come to see you again. Can I sleep with you tonight?" Chu Shui didn't hesitate, nodding with a smile. Of course, however, at the very moment they let their guard down, a dark shadow streaked past. In an instant, a terrifying force struck Chu Shui. The speed was so fast that she had no time to react at all. Her body instantly stiffened, and then she collapsed silently. Ziyi's eyes widened in terror, and just as she was about to let out a scream, an icy hand clamped firmly over her mouth. Yeti Man's voice rang in her ear, low and full of danger. "Do you want to die too?" Faced with this situation, Ziyi could only tremble all over. Tears streaming down her face, she cried out in despair in her heart, "Sister Chu Shui, this woman is too terrifying. What should I do?" "Right. I must contact the leader immediately." Simultaneously, Chen Luo suddenly received an emergency signal. The moment he read the content, his heart felt as if it had been gripped tight. "Chu Shui is dead?" When he rushed into Chu Shui's room, the scene before him made his heart sink to the bottom. Ziyi was curled up by the body, shivering uncontrollably. Her face pale and her hands shaking, Yeti Man turned to look at him, her tone flat to the point of being cold. "You're here?" Chen Luo didn't want to acknowledge her at all. Without even looking at her, he walked straight to Chu Shui. He bent down, his voice low and firm as if reminding himself, "Don't be afraid. Once I kill Yeti Man, I will definitely have Rice Ball resurrect you." Yeti Man continued her provocation. You must be very angry right now, aren't you? She stood up and casually patted her hands together. As if what had just happened was trivial, she said indifferently, "Actually, I can't be entirely blamed for this. Who told the time-type crystal to be so precious? So I can only say sorry." As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Timan suddenly waved her hand to attack Chen Luo, her gaze bone-chillingly cold. Chen Luo was prepared and immediately reached out to block the strike. Yi Timan lowered her voice, threatening coldly, "Otherwise all of you will die." Chen Luo remained silent for a moment, and ultimately had no choice but to yield again. "I understand." After hearing Chen Luo's answer, Yi Timan violently shoved him aside and continued coldly, "In the end, it's because you are too weak. You don't even have the courage to stop me. Back then, when I watched my family being killed with my own eyes, I was just like you are now." Saying this, Yi Timan brushed off her hands, looking as if she were finding excuses for herself. "Therefore I craved power. For the sake of power I would use any means necessary. Only by mastering absolute power can I determine my own destiny." As she brushed past Chen Luo, Yi Timan didn't forget to continue her lecturing. "The law of the jungle where might makes right, that is the cruel law of the universe." Chen Luo lowered his head and replied in a low voice, "I understand." Before leaving the room she suddenly paused and looked back to add, "One more thing, I advise you not to do anything foolish. A low-level space type is indeed somewhat special, but once one reaches the god tier there's nothing impressive about it, so you'd best not entertain any thoughts of seeking your own death." After Yi Timan left, Ziyi could no longer hold back her sobs. She looked at Chen Luo while weeping, her voice trembling as she asked, "Leader, what about Sister Chu Shui?" Chen Luo could only slowly reach out, his movements slightly stiff as he gently patted her head. His voice deepened, "Everything will be okay." But Chen Luo knew himself that these words were merely self-consolation. In truth, he was just like Ziyi. It was precisely because he feared the opponent's power that he didn't dare to act rashly. After leaving Chu Shui's room, Chen Luo sat alone on the cold steps, his gaze hollow. What Yi Timan had just said echoed in his mind like a curse. The law of the jungle where might makes right. Chen Luo closed his eyes and took a deep breath, a cold and resolute thought gradually rising in his heart. "Then let's see which of us is truly the stronger one." Meanwhile, in the vastness of space an object quietly appeared. It tore through the void carrying an indescribable aura and hurtled toward Earth at an incredible speed. At noon the next day, Yi Timan walked over to Rice Ball, who was lost in thought in the courtyard, and asked casually, "Rice Ball, don't you find it boring staying in the courtyard all the time? Come, I'll show you something interesting." Rice Ball looked up slightly, her curiosity hard to hide. "What is it?" she immediately replied with a smile. "My spacecraft." When the ship appeared before her eyes, Rice Ball couldn't help but exclaim in wonder, "It's so beautiful." Seeing her interest, Yi Timan took the opportunity to propose, "Let me take you up for a ride." She took Rice Ball's hand, a smile on her face, but she was secretly calculating in her heart. "As long as she's willing to board the ship with me, she will only ever be able to stay by my side." Just then, a sudden change occurred in the sky. Waves of energy surged frantically as if they were about to tear space apart. Yi Timan frowned slightly and looked up at the sky in confusion. An energy storm? In an instant her expression turned grave as countless pieces of knowledge flashed through her mind. Energy clusters of fire, lightning, wind, or ice often appear in the universe. But why have I never seen energy forming a storm like this before? On the other side, Chen Luo also looked up to observe the sky. How is this phenomenon exactly the same as when I summoned space-time? No. If he compared them, a flash of inspiration hit his mind, and he understood instantly. Last time I summoned the space-time pearl, but this scene before me is the bright moon in the sky. Realizing this, the corners of Chen Luo's mouth slowly curled up, and a rare look of triumph flashed in his eyes. "I see. This is the moment Rice Ball mentioned." Chen Luo looked solemnly at the bright moon in the sky, suspended in the air, his mind constantly calculating. "With my current realm I indeed cannot confront a god tier, but if I can borrow the power of heaven and earth, the result will be entirely different." As soon as the thought formed, he immediately took to the air, heading straight for the bright moon in the sky. The miracle of a low-level killing a god tier was about to unfold. In the distance, seeing Chen Luo suddenly rush in, Yi Timan couldn't help but feel panicked, a sense of foreboding rising rapidly. Why did that brat suddenly fly in there? As soon as he entered the bright moon in the sky, Chen Luo immediately felt an extremely familiar aura, and his heart pounded. Why does this power have such a familiar feeling? After calming down, Chen Luo quickly made a judgment. To reverse time, the target must be precisely locked, therefore before unleashing that power he had to make her completely stationary. Immediately after, his figure suddenly broke away from the bright moon in the sky, and appeared in midair. A decisive voice rang out instantly, "Time freeze." In a flash, Yi Man's entire body stiffened, unable to move at all. Her consciousness remained clear, yet she had completely lost control over her body, and extreme terror swept through her entire being. What happened? Why can't I move all of a sudden? Before Yi Man could figure out the situation, Chen Luo had already raised his hand, his power rapidly converging into a giant long blade. Simultaneously, his low voice echoed, "Time is like a long blade," the judgment slash. Following that, the blade light tore through space and pierced straight through her body. The aura of flowing time flooded in frantically. Chen Luo spoke coldly, "Let it begin." Time backtrack. Struck by this heavy blow, Yi Man screamed in agony, her face full of panic. "What on earth have you done to me?" Under the steadily increasing pressure, Yi Man finally couldn't hold on and collapsed to her knees. Familiar memories and sensations constantly flooding her mind. Why has the curse Bun placed on me before his death reappeared? I clearly had completely neutralized that curse. Ignoring her frantic roars, Chen Luo remained unmoved and immediately called out to Fa Wang. Hearing Chen Luo's summons, Fa Wang appeared quickly. "I'm here." Without a moment's hesitation, Fa Wang rushed forward and launched a series of fierce attacks on Yi Man. Driven into a corner, she roared in a mad rage, "Damn it, I shouldn't have spared you." Taking advantage of her weakness, Chen Luo gave a cold order, "Finish her." Subsequently, he continued to summon the others. Those summoned shouted their assent in unison. As soon as the words fell, everyone immediately rushed forward together. Chen Luo hovered high in the sky, looking down at Yi Man below, his gaze deep and devoid of any emotion. "Didn't expect this, did you? I possess dual attribute abilities. You despised my space ability. So now that I'm using my time ability, are you satisfied?" At this point, her face was already swollen, yet she still struggled to speak. "Space, time. I didn't expect that I had always been so arrogant, arrogantly defying destiny." Ultimately, due to exhaustion, Yi Man gradually fainted. The suffering she endured today was indeed not unmerited. Ji didn't seem to have vented her anger yet, and had no intention of stopping. She continuously swung her sword at the fallen figure, cursing through gritted teeth with each strike. "You dare bully my brother? I'll show you what happens when you bully my brother," while attacking relentlessly. Ji also turned to look at Chen Luo, her tone carrying a bit of schadenfreude and relief. "Brother, she's definitely dead for good. We're safe." Seeing her like this, Chen Luo immediately pulled himself together, his eyes bright. "Sister, I have already mastered the river of time. Now I can fulfill the promise I made back then." Chen Luo stepped forward and said confidently, "Get ready. I will help you restore your youth." Hearing this, Ji nodded excitedly and repeatedly, "Good, let's begin." Having received her consent, he quickly adjusted his state, channeled the power of time and said in a deep voice, "It's starting." Time backtrack. A thought suddenly popped into Chen Luo's mind. Since this is such a rare opportunity, I might as well let Sister Ji return to her state before she was 100 years old. When the cage of time enveloped her body, Ji let out a soft cry of surprise. The invisible force made it difficult for her to adapt for a moment. However, a moment later, Chen Luo was suddenly struck with panic, and his heart sank. "Oh no," he watched helplessly as Ji's body continued to shrink, his mind instantly becoming a mess. Why is her body shrinking as well? Seeing her continue to shrink with no sign of stopping, Chen Luo truly began to panic. A terrifying theory surfaced in his mind. Could she be turning back directly into an infant? This sudden turn of events also left the surrounding people stunned. Chen Luo stared stiffly at the now tiny Ji. "How did it turn out like this? I clearly didn't use much power." Contrary to his panic, Ji appeared extremely excited. Her face was written with pure joy. "I knew you wouldn't lie to me." Feeling guilty, Chen Luo took the initiative to admit his mistake, his tone full of apology. "I'm sorry. I didn't expect time to flow back to when you were this small. How about I speed up time a bit and help you grow a little more?" Instead of being angry, Ji happily wrapped her arms around Chen Luo's neck and said straightforwardly, "It's fine. I've been an adult for so many years. This is a perfect chance to re-experience childhood." Immediately after, she realized a problem, and her tone turned slightly serious. "A pity that after time reversed, my power vanished too," Chen Luo responded with certainty. "It's okay. In 6 months at the latest, I can help you return to the Emperor tier." Hearing him say this, Ji immediately broke into a brilliant smile, her eyes full of trust. "Then I'll have to rely on my brother to protect me in the future." Chen Luo didn't hesitate. It was a matter of course. While the two were talking, Rice Ball strolled over from behind and said in surprise, "Chen Luo, I suddenly feel my power has increased a lot." He was instantly puzzled. "Power increased, but you haven't absorbed any crystals." Saying this, Chen Luo slowly looked toward the motionless corpse nearby, a theory forming in his heart. Could Rice Ball's growth be related to witnessing the destiny of others? Did her power increase because she witnessed the death of a god-tier powerhouse? Immediately after, when he noticed several crystals had appeared where she was previously lying, his footsteps paused slightly, and a flash of surprise crossed his eyes. She actually possessed dual attribute abilities of both ice and light. Observing more closely, Chen Luo discovered there was also one completely different crystal. This black one must be that god-tier powerhouse's darkness crystal. While putting all the crystals into his space, he wondered to himself, but why would she keep the god-tier crystals inside her body, instead of putting them in a spatial ring? Just then, Chen Luo was suddenly stunned, staring in shock at the crystals that could not be put into the space. Why can't I store them? My space ability can store anything except living things. He reached out and picked up a crystal, his gaze questioning. Could this god-tier crystal also possess life? Just then, an excited shout came from the distance. Brother Chen Luo, I've brought Sister Chu Shui back to life. Hearing this, Chen Luo immediately responded while quickly putting away the remaining crystals. Great, I'm coming over now. He also had a plan in mind. Forget it. For now I should go and encourage everyone. I'll research this matter later. That night, in a rare relaxed atmosphere, everyone gathered together to celebrate. The sounds of laughter and clinking glasses rose and fell in a continuous lively din. After a toast, Chen Luo took the initiative to encourage everyone, his voice steady and warm. Everyone worked hard this time. Now that the god-tier powerhouse is dead, the remaining troubles are nothing to worry about. In another corner, Rice Ball silently watched Chen Luo as he chatted cheerfully with the crowd, but a trace of unease secretly surged in her heart. Unfortunately, this matter isn't truly over yet. I sense that there will be a total of 4 crises. The first was the monster invasion, the second was the descent of the half-god, and the third was the appearance of the god-tier. Each is more terrifying than the last, and while I don't know what the final crisis is yet, it will certainly be the most severe. However, a moment later, she let out a soft sigh, temporarily pushing that thought to the back of her mind. Forget it, everyone just escaped danger and is in high spirits. It's not too late to mention this later. After finishing his meal, Chen Luo stretched and walked slowly outdoors. Now that I'm fed and watered, it's time to get down to business. Along the way, he calculated privately in his heart. My spatial ability cannot store living things. Is it because time doesn't exist within it? Just then, a new thought suddenly flashed through Chen Luo's mind. If I inject the power of time into it, would I be able to put living things inside? He looked down at the crystals in his hand and felt it was worth a try. Acting on the thought, Chen Luo immediately began trying to combine his method of setting time with his spatial ability. Before long, when he sensed a change, a look of joy immediately appeared on his face. Excellent. Time has been added. Next, Chen Luo cautiously placed several crystals into the space. How is the effect this time? But the result was still a failure. Right, these 2 crystals aren't considered living things to begin with. I'll have to find a bird and put it in to see for sure. Just as he was still pondering, a piteous cry suddenly came from outside. My dear big brother, Chen Luo was startled, his expression changing instantly. Wang Jiangyi, why is he crying so hard? Did something happen? When Chen Luo arrived on the scene, he saw Wang Jiangyi wailing loudly, tears and snot streaming down his face. Big brother, in the past I've been injured and bled for you, and I've even earned quite a bit of merit. Now I only have one request, I hope you'll agree. Chen Luo was already used to his typical antics and only asked flatly what was the matter. Wang Jiangyi immediately hugged his leg tightly, his tone earnest to the point of begging. Big brother, please let me get engaged to Xu Yun. Upon hearing this name, Chen Luo's face instantly darkened, and a cold aura secretly began to spread. Engaged to Xu Yun? Has Xu Yun agreed? You aren't drunk, are you? Wang Jiangyi looked up at him with eyes as wet as a puppy's, sobbing incessantly. Even though Xu Yun is very strong, she's bald now. I, little Wan, am a top-tier talent no matter how you look at it. I'm a perfect match for her. Before he could finish, Chen Luo sternly cut him off. You really have some nerve, kid. Xu Yun did it to protect everyone, and she had to look after a waste like you. That's why she lost her hair and went bald during the battle. Wang Jiangyi immediately panicked and hurriedly explained while repeatedly swearing, I know, big brother, I will definitely treat her well for the rest of my life. Just help me this once. Hearing this, Chen Luo's attitude gradually became intriguing, a glint of calculation flashing in his eyes. Then do something for me first. He had already made a decision in his heart. This fellow was indeed of no use right now. He had originally intended to use a chicken for the experiment, but a chicken wasn't nearly as useful as Wang Jiangyi. Without waiting for the other's answer, Chen Luo pointed coldly at the strange spatial gate floating before him. Get in. Wang Jiangyi immediately hesitated, his voice trembling as he asked, Dear big brother, is this thing really safe? but he had no right to refuse at all, and was immediately pushed straight in by Chen Luo. "Stop your nonsense." As soon as he was pushed in, the dark and gloomy space inside instantly terrified Wang Jiangyi into crying out, "Big brother, let me out quickly." He kept pounding on the invisible partitions around him with both hands, but it was completely futile. "Big brother, please let me go." Outside, Chen Luo simply clenched his hand slightly, and the spatial gate immediately underwent a subtle change. He thought leisurely to himself, "It's rare for a guinea pig to walk through the door voluntarily. How could I possibly let him out just like that? I'll observe him for a few days first. If the kid dies, so be it. If he lives, it'll just be his good luck." 3 days later, Wang Jiangyi was so exhausted he could barely stand, yet he was still constantly calling for help. "My dear big brother, if you don't let me out soon, I'm really going to die in here." Perhaps even the heavens couldn't stand that raspy wailing anymore. After countless calls for help, the spatial gate finally opened, and a sudden suction dragged the unsuspecting Wang Jiangyi out. This unexpected joy made him cheer immediately. "I'm out, I'm finally out." Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long, as a new disaster followed immediately. 3 men were standing before Wang Jiangyi, their fists clenched and their eyes full of killing intent. "You're the kid who forced the big brother to agree to let you get engaged to Shu Yun, right? Daring to make such a request, it seems you don't respect us at all." One of them lost his patience, and immediately roared, "Brothers, stop the talk, beat him up." The 3 of them charged forward simultaneously, scaring Wang Jiangyi into pleading for mercy. "I won't dare do it again." In the distance, Chen Luo simply watched flatly with arms crossed as if watching a long familiar farce. These 3 were all Shu Yun's admirers. They certainly wouldn't go easy on him. Consider it a lesson for that guy. He leaned leisurely against the wall, focusing on researching the items in his hands. "Since the spatial ability has already taken effect, I must hurry and improve it to expand the scale. In case I encounter irresistible danger in the future, I can take a few comrades and run." Just then, a series of heavy thuds rang out repeatedly, and Chen Luo immediately raised his guard. He quickly left his hiding place to check the source of the sound. As soon as he poked his head out, Chen Luo saw an extremely bizarre scene. A giant tree had actually pulled its own roots out of the ground and was running wildly across the land. Chen Luo's eyes widened in surprise. An ancient tree spirit, it can actually leave its original spot? Driven by curiosity, he flew over without hesitation to strike up a conversation, his tone carrying a hint of familiarity. "Brother Tree, where are you heading in such a hurry?" The ancient tree spirit stopped immediately, its voice full of resentment. "To find you, of course." It turned out it had come to collect a debt from Chen Luo. "Last time, because you participated in the battle, I gave you many fruits. You clearly promised that after the battle ended, you would provide me with nutrition to compensate for those fruits. As it turns out, you haven't shown your face until now." Chen Luo hurriedly took out another item to appease the other party, explaining repeatedly as he handed it over, "My apologies, I got delayed by some business. Let's start now. You eat slowly. I'll just sit to the side. I'll give you as many corpses as you want." The ancient tree spirit didn't doubt him at all, and immediately swept all the items before it toward itself. Simultaneously, Chen Luo had already made a secret calculation in his heart while staring at those fruits. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, his triumphant expression almost impossible to hide. "I won't leave even a single fruit for you." After it was full and satisfied, the ancient tree spirit laughed heartily. "This batch of food is really high in nutritional content. I didn't expect it to let me grow so many fruits so quickly." At that very moment, Chen Luo quietly activated a move from behind. The surrounding space shuddered slightly, and then fell into a dead silence. Time was completely frozen. The ancient tree spirit was stiff all over, unable to move. Chen Luo approached quickly, his gaze immediately falling on those newly grown fruits. "Don't blame me, you were the one who wouldn't yield even a little. Anyway, it's useless for you to eat these fruits." Subsequently, he began stealing the beams and replacing the pillars, in a slow and orderly fashion, every movement crisp and clean. "So, you should just eat these apples to satisfy your cravings. These fruits must be kept for my comrades. They will help everyone level up quickly." After finishing everything, Chen Luo returned to his original spot nimbly, as if he had never moved. With one hand he secretly put the real fruits into his space, while with the other he formed a hand seal to release the time freeze. As soon as it regained its ability to move, the ancient tree spirit instinctively picked up an apple to taste. With just one bite it faintly sensed something was wrong. Its voice was full of hesitation. "Why does the taste of this fruit feel so strange?" Chen Luo immediately smiled to mislead it, his tone natural and cheerful. "Perhaps fruits produced by certain monsters just taste different. I've kept my word and given you all the food." Meanwhile, at the Bado family's base, Shi Wei couldn't hide his worry. repeatedly pressing Shilin. "Tell me, it's been so long. Why hasn't the half-god Bado contacted us yet? Did he not reach Earth yet, or did something happen on the way?" Upon hearing this, Shilin spoke to remind him, "Shi-Wei, don't talk nonsense. That was a spatial tunnel personally opened by the progenitor and combined with a half-god's strength. Even if a sudden situation really occurred, it wouldn't be to the point of losing his life." Although he said so, Shilin, an elder of the Bado family, still felt an indescribable sense of unease. His gaze gradually turned gloomy, and his speech slowed down. "But I still have an ominous premonition. It's very possible that the half-god Bado ran into that god-tier time-type powerhouse. No, I still have to go find the progenitor and report the matter of the time-type crystal to him." At this, Shi-Wei, another elder of the Bado family, immediately flared up, roaring in shock and anger. "Are you crazy? If he takes action personally, will the time-type crystal still belong to us?" Despite this, Shilin remained firm in his reasoning. "But right now, only a time-type crystal can entice the progenitor to help us search for the half-god Bado's tracks." He emphasized the serious consequences with a solemn expression. "The half-god Bado is currently the strongest person in our family. Once something happens to him, the family will surely fall into complete decline." Finally, without waiting for Shi-Wei to speak, Shilin hurriedly departed. "The Bado family must not fail. I don't want to gamble." Faced with this forceful logic, Shi-Wei was also persuaded. "Fine, you have a point. I'll go with you to see the progenitor." At this time, 3 god-tier figures were sitting before the progenitor: Snake Mother, Huang Yao, and Lei Xiao. "Progenitor, for what purpose have you specifically invited the 3 of us god-tiers over? Do you have too much money with nowhere to spend it? Besides, we've been waiting for several days now and haven't seen any movement." Listening to their unabashed discussion, the progenitor coldly reminded them, "I pay the money, you provide the strength. Don't ask too much. For every extra day you wait, I will pay an extra day's reward. I'm not in a hurry, so why are you?" Just then, a maid respectfully stepped forward to report, "Master, the 2 elders of the Bado family seek an audience. They say they wish to speak with you privately about something." The progenitor immediately ordered, "Take them to the secret room and wait for me." In the secret room, Shilin and Shi-Wei knelt and cautiously stated the cause and effect. "Lord Progenitor, this is the reason why our half-god Bado was in a hurry to go to Earth. Furthermore, according to the information we have, to get the time-type crystal, one must first defeat a spatial-type native on Earth." Shilin spoke with a face full of sincerity. "And the opponent is also a genius. According to the last intelligence, he hasn't fully mastered his abilities, and doesn't seem able to utilize them to their limit yet." The progenitor fell into deep thought. As expected, Lady Lanluo's prophecy had come true. "As long as I sit still, information about that spatial type will find its way to me. Pity that no matter how high his talent is, he won't have a chance to show it in the future. I must completely eliminate him while he is still weak." After a period of silence, the progenitor finally spoke to appease them. "I understand. When the great task is accomplished, I will surely reward the Bado family handsomely." Shi-Wei thanked him devoutly. "Many thanks, Lord Progenitor." However, the progenitor still had another layer of worry in his heart. "Pity that the spatial tunnel I opened still cannot guarantee the absolute safety of god-tier teleports, but taking a ship is fine. It will take 2 months at most to arrive." Meanwhile, in Dawn City, Chen Luo couldn't hide his panic after receiving the news. "What? The danger isn't over yet. Within 2 months I'll have to face a threat even more terrifying than Yiti Man." Rice Ball stood aside, her tone still calm and flat as she confirmed, "That's right, so you absolutely cannot be careless." Hearing her say this, Chen Luo became even more worried. "But with so little time left, it's completely impossible for me to rise to the god tier. What should I do?" Rice Ball offered soft encouragement, her eyes full of trust. "Don't worry, when the soldiers come, the general blocks them. When the water comes, the earth covers it." Once his emotions gradually calmed, Chen Luo gently patted Rice Ball's head, his voice deepening. "That's the only way." He quickly formed a plan in his mind. Preserving his life was the top priority. "It seems I'll have to use every second to upgrade my spatial ability." 57 days later, a spacecraft quietly approached Earth. Through the control screen, the progenitor looked down at the familiar blue planet, a triumphant smile curling on his lips. "Earth genius, your day of death has arrived." The ship continued to move slowly through space while a conversation emanated from within. "Progenitor, you've hired the 3 of us god tiers and also called over a dozen half-gods." Driven by curiosity, Snake Mother repeatedly pressed for more. "With such a massive show of force, what exactly do you intend to do? Could it be that in a barren place like Earth, god-tier powerhouses actually exist?" The progenitor simply gave a cold order, "Call everyone else over. I will explain at once to everyone together." Before long, everyone understood what he wanted to convey. "That's the situation. Lady Lan Luo's prophecies have never been wrong. Therefore I want to completely eliminate that fellow who will become my god-tier rival in the future. However, Snake Mother had a different view and suggested, is there a possibility that because you proactively go to find him, he will become your #1 mortal enemy in the future? Since there's no conflict between the two sides yet, why not try to befriend him? These words only drew the progenitor's unabashed contempt. Friend, are you joking? There are no eternal friends in the universe. Right now he hasn't grown up yet. With the 4 of us god-tiers plus this group of half-gods, won't dealing with him be as easy as flipping a palm? Why bother with hypocritical befriending? Not wanting to continue the long-winded debate, he waved his hand and turned to leave. In short, all creatures on Earth must be dealt with. Not even the chickens and dogs are to be spared, Huang Yao immediately responded loudly. Yes, understood. In Dawn City, Chen Luo was also informing everyone of the emergency situation. This crisis is extremely severe. For now, everyone hide in my space for a bit. Once it's over, we'll bring everyone back out. Rice Ball had just poked her head out of the spatial gate, not forgetting to remind him. Look at you, you must remember to put on your armor. Hearing this, Chen Luo reassured her. Okay, I'll do my best to survive. After speaking, he sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. Spiritual power flowed around Chen Luo's body following his hand seals. He thought secretly to himself, come on, Final Crisis, let me see just how powerful you really are. Simultaneously, above the Earth, the progenitor's ship finally reached its destination. An announcement subsequently rang in everyone's ears. The ship is preparing to land. Immediately after landing, the progenitor got straight to the point. Snake Mother, go find him. She accepted the order with great interest. All right, leave it to me. A judgment quickly formed in Snake Mother's mind. According to the progenitor, that Earth native is only King tier or Emperor tier. So I only need to search for life signals of these 2 levels. Her eyes widened and remained still as she utilized her X-ray perception. The signals gradually converged into a mass of burning flame, causing a look of joy to involuntarily appear on Snake Mother's face. Found it. It's an Emperor tier fluctuation. The image of Chen Luo focusing on his cultivation appeared before her eyes, making her slightly surprised. Immediately after, Snake Mother turned her head and warned, Progenitor, I'm afraid we cannot sneak attack him directly. If I'm not mistaken, he's wearing Ao Bun's armor. How do you plan to handle him? This news came as a shock to Shi Su. What? Even when he's not in danger, he wears his armor all day. The guy was clearly insane, he began to speculate. Aside from people who were pathologically afraid of death, he had never seen anyone wear armor like this around the clock. He couldn't possibly have known I was coming. Could this guy really be as timid as a mouse? Regardless, Shi Su decided to act. The boy had to die. He's just an Emperor tier. I can handle him alone. You 3 stay on the perimeter just in case. Snake Mother, Huang Yao and Lei Xiao immediately dispersed. Shortly after receiving the order, Shi Su appeared silently behind Chen Luo. If he can perform Void Walk, I must prepare for a spatial lock in advance. He immediately unleashed Void Suppression. Sensing the sudden onset of heavy pressure, Chen Luo snapped his eyes open. He still had the strength to stand up, thinking secretly to himself. That was close. If the armor hadn't neutralized most of the pressure just now, I might have died on the spot. Shi Su utilized Void Walk, his face full of triumph. You won't escape. He clenched his fists, continuing to increase the pressure. However, Chen Luo just stared blankly at the other man. Is this move spatial suppression? I didn't expect you to be a space-type god tier. Chen Luo also immediately performed Void Walk, attempting to leave the danger zone. If I can't win, can't I at least run? However, his retreat was blocked, which surprised him slightly. A barrier? Chen Luo quickly regained his composure. Fortunately, he had seen many barriers in his past life and had accumulated experience in breaking through them to escape. Just then, Shi Su approached from behind, issuing a threat. Hand over your armor and I will stop making things difficult for you. This request left Chen Luo speechless. Does this guy ask people to strip the moment he shows up? He quickly calculated an escape plan in his mind. Before Shi Su had time to prepare, Chen Luo's figure suddenly vanished. I have no interest in dealing with perverts. Goodbye. After shaking him off, Chen Luo couldn't help but feel a bit smug. It's impossible to trap me with a barrier. As expected, Shi Su's mouth hung open in shock, his heart screaming frantically. How could he have escaped my spatial lock? This is completely illogical. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. Even so, Shi Su decided to hunt Chen Luo down. He was indeed a genius and had to be eliminated. The 2 of them utilized Void Walk, constantly chasing each other through midair. Lei Xiao, who was guarding nearby, saw Chen Luo and was utterly perplexed. How did he escape from Shi Su? Despite his confusion, Lei Xiao bravely rushed out to block the way, sending a mental transmission. Shi Su, he's running toward me. The other responded quickly, good, I'll be there immediately. Subsequently, Shi Su immediately laid out a combat plan. Lei Xiao, now, you and I will unleash our ultimate move simultaneously to cause a spatial collapse. He won't escape this time. A triumphant smile curled on Lei Xiao's lips, he understood. Immediately after, the violent spiritual energy of 9 heavens' thunder roar swept through the surroundings, burying the space. Countless bolts of violent lightning converged at a single point. The barrier was shattered directly. Chen Luo was also enveloped within, his expression changing drastically. Damn it, I can't break out. Immediately after, another wave of attacks descended, forcing him to resist with all his might. Even so, Chen Luo survived the crisis and found an opportunity to escape. Fortunately, I have the armor for protection. Otherwise, I would definitely be dead after taking that move. Because their vision was obstructed by the barrier, Lei Xiao could only judge by intuition. With the two of us joining forces, that guy should be dead by now, right? Shi Su didn't think so. After all, he was wearing armor. He might not be dead, but he was certainly heavily injured, with absolute confidence. Shi Su couldn't wait to enter and check the results. Normally, after a spatial collapse, a space-type ability user would be unable to perform Void Walk. Let's go, get in there and catch him. However, as he approached, there was only a thick cloud of black smoke before him. And Shi Su panicked instantly. Where is he? Why can't I see his figure at all? Even Lei Xiao felt it was too unreasonable. It's impossible, the space has collapsed, so he definitely can't perform Void Walk. So where exactly did he go? Just then, upon hearing a mental transmission from Snake Mother, Shi Su's face darkened instantly. Where are you two? I feel him running toward me. Naturally, Shi Su didn't believe it entirely, and immediately questioned her in anger. How is that possible? Setting aside whether he can perform Void Walk in a spatial collapse, even if he couldn't have run 10,000 miles. Are your senses mistaken? Having her abilities questioned made Snake Mother flare up as well. I am a god tier, and this is my race's special talent. How could I be wrong? Stop with the nonsense. Do you want me to find him or not? By now, Shi Su's killing intent was sky high. Find him, we must find him, or he will surely become a disaster in the future. While circulating her spiritual energy to utilize her ability, Snake Mother remained perplexed. What exactly is the background of that earthling? He actually managed to escape from the attacks of 2 god-tier powerhouses. I'm starting to regret participating in Shi Su's terrible plan. Snake Mother's pupils shrank as she began to emit detection signals. Although she was reluctant in her heart, she had to do the job since she had accepted the benefits. Before long, the image of Chen Luo hiding surfaced in her mind. Ah, found him. At this moment, Chen Luo was lurking on the deep blue seabed, focused on his cultivation. My reputation isn't for nothing. You guys take your time searching. Let's see if you catch me first, or if I step into the god tier first. However, his heart suddenly pounded violently, forcing him to snap his eyes open. Why do I suddenly have an ominous premonition? He stopped lingering and left quickly. For safety, I should change locations. Just as he broke through the water's surface, an earth-shattering explosion occurred behind him. Looking at the massive waves churning behind him, Chen Luo let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I ran fast enough. Otherwise, I would have died just now. But how did they discover my location? Was it scent, or did I leave some other trace? In the end, Chen Luo didn't care about the aftermath. Simply soaring leisurely into the high sky. Fine, you guys are indeed impressive. I'll just see if I can hide on the moon instead. On the other side, Shi Su and his group had just arrived at the scene and began to argue. Snake Mother, are you sure his location is here? I'm sure. He was indeed here just now, so why was there not a single soul here now? Regardless, Shi Su decided to pursue this to the end to be at ease. I don't believe anyone can escape from the 4 of us god tiers. Snake Mother continued to lock onto his position. Standing in the back, she could only follow orders. 2 hours quickly passed, and Shi Su finally couldn't help but ask anxiously, what exactly is going on? Snake Mother spoke the truth about the bad news. I've lost him. To avoid my search, there are only 2 possibilities. Subsequently, she explained her deductions to the others. The first possibility is that he has been moving constantly through space, inadvertently dodging my search. The second possibility is that he is hiding inside multi-layered space, making it completely impossible for me to determine his location. After understanding the situation, Lei Xiao immediately suggested changing the plan. In either case, he will constantly consume his ability energy. Why don't we use our speed to search continuously and drag it out until he is exhausted? But this suggestion was not accepted by Shi Su. There's no need for such trouble. A more dominant idea appeared in his mind. I'll just destroy the entire Earth. Before long, Shi Su stood alone in midair and began to frantically condense spiritual energy. I should have done this from the start. There was no need to waste effort playing hide-and-seek with him. The surrounding energy grew more and more abundant, and Shi Su was full of confidence. Pity that once he's hit by this move, he will vanish into thin air. I won't even get a chance to look at his corpse. Looking at Shi-Su's ballooning power, Snake Mother suddenly broke into a cold sweat. Why do I keep having this uneasy feeling? On the moon, Chen Luo was stunned as soon as he saw that blood-red spiritual energy. Earth is so far away, why can I still see that blinding light so clearly? He didn't hesitate, immediately performing Void Walk to return. That bunch of god tears seems to be playing some kind of trick again. I must confirm it with my own eyes to be at ease. Before long, Chen Luo appeared silently behind Shi-Su, looking at the other's behavior. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. What is that space-type guy doing? When he realized Shi-Su's intention, Chen Luo felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Does he plan to destroy the Earth? Looking at the massive energy ball before him, he made an immediate decision. He absolutely could not let this happen before things became irredeemable. Thus, Chen Luo appeared blatantly before Shi-Su. However, the other man didn't act immediately. Instead, he was somewhat unnerved by Chen Luo's ability. I thought he was hiding in another layer of space. I didn't expect him to have run to another planet. Where exactly is this guy's limit for spatial movement? Just then, Chen Luo stepped forward and spoke with arrogant provocation. If you have a problem, come at me. What kind of skill is destroying my hometown? Shi-Su immediately did as he wished, roaring in a mad rage. Fine, then you can go to hell. His face was dark with anger as he let out a piercing scream. Die, on the contrary. Chen Luo just curled his lips slightly, thinking triumphantly. The reverse psychology worked. When the two terrifying energy balls were fired straight into the depths of the universe, he immediately performed Void Walk. Chen Luo teleported behind Shi-Su to hide. Witnessing the explosion before him, he secretly marveled. Fortunately, he had provoked the man into throwing the two energy balls out. If they had landed on Earth, the planet really would have vanished. Subsequently, he deliberately raised his middle finger to continue the provocation. Useless trash, if you have the guts, come and catch me. While running away, Chen Luo calculated triumphantly. I've discovered that when using Void Walk in the universe, the ability consumption is much lower. As long as I run for a bit and find a place to hide, I'll have enough time to recover my ability energy. That way, I can lead him in circles as much as I want. Seeing the target flee into the distance, Shi-Su also immediately accelerated in hot pursuit. His face was full of rage, and he said through gritted teeth, I don't believe you can keep using Void Walk forever. Shi-Su was also extremely resentful in his heart. Once his ability is exhausted, I will definitely settle every single account with him. 3 hours later in outer space, Chen Luo was still full of energy, circling around while taunting. I'm over here, why haven't you caught up yet? Useless, are you even capable? This scene made Shi-Su frown, his heart full of disbelief. They had already traveled 10 million miles, and this kid had actually run 10 million miles through the universe. He immediately mobilized all his ability energy to accelerate, determined to catch up. Faster, I must catch this kid. Seeing Shi-Su getting closer and closer in pursuit, Chen Luo began to feel uneasy. The man's speed was getting faster and faster. Just at the moment Shi-Su reached out and almost grabbed him, Chen Luo retreated in panic. God tears are indeed terrifying. Void Walk, Shi-Su's face darkened, and he swung his large hand down violently. Before Chen Luo could breathe a sigh of relief, he detected an anomaly. Too dangerous. What is that? A crystal. Why is the suction so strong? A massive black vortex suddenly appeared behind him. Chen Luo was horrified, his heart in a panic. Oh no, if I get sucked in. Just then, Shi-Su also showed a look of shock. No, how can this be? This is an extremely rare black hole. He quickly realized what was about to happen, and a sense of unease arose spontaneously. This black hole could suck in living creatures and then teleport them to any random location in the universe, which meant the guy would escape. Damn it, why is his luck so good? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. And Shi-Su couldn't help but roar, I'm so unwilling. At this time, Snake Mother and Lei Xiao also arrived. Before the two of them, Shi-Su pointed ahead and gave an angry order. Continue the plan. Destroy the Earth. Realizing the man was taking his anger out on others, Snake Mother immediately stopped him loudly. Shi-Su, enough, you should leave them a way out. Hearing this, he asked back in confusion, a way out, what do you mean? Snake Mother explained immediately. Before you invited us here, we had no idea we would have to deal with this situation. Everyone has seen for themselves how strong that kid's abilities are, plus he has Albun's armor and god-tier resources. I think in just a few decades it's very likely he will become a god. Shi-Su wouldn't listen at all, only asking sarcastically, is Void Walk even lethal? Even if he becomes a god, what can he do, however? Snake Mother still patiently tried to persuade him with reason. It is indeed difficult to deal with a god tier of the same level as us, especially a dual-type god tier like us. But if his target is people below the god tier, it would be all too easy. The image of Chen Luo killing with his sword resurfaced, making her even more resolute in her persuasion. If he wants to wipe out our kin and destroy our nests, do you think he can do it? Once he holds a grudge against us, we won't have a single day of peace for the rest of our lives. I don't want to live in fear every day. Snake Mother continued her eloquent analysis. You must think about the future of your clan. You absolutely cannot completely offend him. After speaking, she turned to the two beside her to try and win them over. What about you two? How do you plan to choose? These forceful words were met with deep agreement from Lei Xiao. That's right, he is indeed too difficult to deal with. I'm not alone. I can't gamble with the lives of my entire family. Huang Yao had the same thought and immediately followed up. My precious daughter just became an adult. I don't want her to suffer his insidious methods in the future. He looked directly at the man before him and urged seriously, Shi Su, even if you destroy the earth you won't hurt him. It's a thankless task, it's best not to do it, Lei Xiao hurriedly echoed from the side. For the sake of our years of friendship, let's just call this matter off. Seeing that all three of them were unanimously against him, Shi Zu trembled with rage, his heart constantly roaring. As expected, in the face of interests, what do friends matter? Subsequently, he was no longer polite, directly rebuking them. Look at how cowardly you are. You're an utter disgrace to the god tier. As long as I find a time type who can freeze time, I can restrain him. Just as he finished speaking, a thought flashed through his mind. Isn't there a time type who can freeze time right there on Earth? Before stepping into the ship, Shi Su calculated secretly, once I've recovered, I must return to Earth to find that time type. Subsequently, he said coldly to the three god tiers, our paths are different. From now on, we go our separate ways. Knowing the situation was beyond salvage, Lei Xiao could only lament, it seems our friendship cannot continue either. Snake Mother also responded decisively, if you're quitting, we're quitting. As expected, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Shi-sus money is indeed hard to earn. Huang Yao mentioned the most practical issue. Without a ship, it will take us over a year to get home. Let's go. The three of them were in a state of extreme disarray, their faces written with helplessness. Simultaneously, in the vastness of the universe, Chen Luo was spit out by the black hole, his whole body spinning incessantly. He complained secretly in distress, so dizzy I feel like throwing up. Was I just forcibly teleported by that little crystal? Before long, looking at the now shattered armor, he muttered to himself in contemplation. This armor was also completely destroyed by that mysterious teleportation power. I need to find a new set quickly. Chen Luo suddenly looked around, a wave of unease rising in his heart. I've actually gone missing. That god-tier powerhouse would undoubtedly vent his fury on Earth. His home was likely gone. How should he proceed now? Was he destined to drift through the universe forever? He observed all the planets in the Milky Way. Before long, a certain place suddenly caught Chen Luo's attention. That planet looked quite promising. Thus, he immediately activated Void Walk and rushed over. The moment he landed, Chen Luo couldn't help but marvel inwardly. He hadn't expected to find a planet in the universe with such fresh air and beautiful scenery. Scanning the area ahead, he calculated silently. That cave is quite suitable for living. Unfortunately, I have too many people with me. It's probably impossible for everyone to live inside. Even so, Chen Luo had no choice but to bring all the members out. As soon as they landed, Da Zhuang asked impatiently, Big brother, what's the situation now? Han Dang was equally concerned. Lord Sea King, is the battle over? Mila, her face full of worry, hurried forward to ask, Chen Luo, you aren't hurt, are you? Facing the barrage of questions, Chen Luo pondered silently. To prevent everyone from losing heart, it's better not to mention the news that Earth might have been destroyed. Thus he spoke to reassure them. I'm fine. For certain reasons we just had to temporarily leave Earth. Just treat this as a vacation. This will be our temporary base. Hearing this, Han Dang didn't think much of it, and happily jumped into the water, shouting excitedly, Fine, leave the food to me. After a while, she emerged from the water holding a large fish, calling out loudly, Lord Sea King, please have some. Chen Luo gave a slight smile, but his heart was filled with suspicion. Filial piety is a good thing, but who knows if this thing is poisonous or even edible? Suddenly he turned around, his mind filled with confusion. Where was that cat meowing coming from? That didn't sound like Rice Ball. Immediately after, a member of the team walked up to Chen Luo holding a creature with cat ears, showing it off excitedly. Look, I just found something interesting. After observing for a moment, an expression of surprise immediately appeared on Chen Luo's face as he murmured softly, A cat person? The kitten opened its round eyes and looked at Chen Luo pleadingly as if trying to say something. Chen Luo understood instantly. That's right, this planet is very suitable for life. It's not surprising that other creatures live here. It seems to understand its own kind's language. Riceball walked over to strike up a conversation, and the kitten, frightened, hid behind her, meowing incessantly. After listening, Riceball translated immediately. It says many of its kin are nearby. It wants you to take it home. Chenluo was secretly delighted. He hadn't expected to understand it all. Am I a descendant of the cat people? Have I arrived at the legendary planet Meow? Subsequently, he reached out his hand and said warmly, "All right, I'll accompany you home." The kitten let out a cry, however. At that moment, a rapid and eerie sound suddenly rang out, making everyone feel uneasy. "What's that sound?" one member speculated. It sounded like there were quite a lot of them. Another said worriedly, "This is bad, we're surrounded." Immediately after, countless cat people rushed over simultaneously. Looking at the scene before him, Chenluo couldn't help but marvel silently. The momentum is indeed imposing, but why do these cats look at us with such hostility? Sensing the attitude of the cat people, Riceball asked in confusion, "Why do you hate us so much?" The group of cat people immediately fell into a commotion, questioning her all at once. "Have you been modified or brainwashed?" Another angry voice rang out. "They imprison and humiliate us, and you actually ask why we hate them? Have you forgotten what they've done?" Looking at the noisy crowd of cats, Chenluo's head was full of questions. What on earth were they saying? Is Riceball not planning to translate for me? Riceball seemed to have fully empathized with them, her face turning exceptionally angry as she shouted through gritted teeth, "Unforgivable, I didn't expect them to dare treat us cat people like this. Don't be afraid from now on. With me here, I will definitely protect you." Seeing this stance, Chenluo couldn't help but think, does Riceball really consider herself a cat person? He was about to call her, but before he could finish his sentence, Chenluo suddenly turned his head, immediately sensing something approaching. Appearing before him was a group of fierce monsters. Chenluo quickly deduced they were flying creatures with strength likely reaching at least the spirit level. Holding weapons, they interrogated aggressively, "Who are you? Where did you come from?" "This is the territory of Lord Sima Qian," a fellow beside them announced overbearingly. "All the cats here are the property of Lord Sima Qian. This is not a place you can set foot in." Hearing this, Chenluo understood instantly. So this is a place specifically for breeding cat people. A lizard man bared his teeth and threatened sternly, "I'm warning you, Lord Sima Qian is a great half-god. If he bestows punishment, the consequences will be more than you can bear." However, Chenluo still answered calmly, "Fine, then we'll stay for a while longer before leaving." The leader immediately barked decisively, "No, get out, leave now." Chenluo sighed with a face of helplessness. "I want to leave too, but where can I go now? Am I supposed to drift through the universe?" Immediately after, he got into a stance and charged forward, his tone extremely arrogant. "Am I being too polite to you?" A heavy punch slammed down, hitting the opponent so hard their eyes rolled back in pain. Chenluo said coldly, "I've given you plenty of face." Subsequently, he waved to his subordinates, "Dispose of them all." The crowd responded in unison. Yes, as soon as the words fell, a chaotic battle broke out, startling the birds in the sky into scattering. Witnessing this scene, the cat people's eyes widened in surprise, their faces full of admiration. "This person is too strong, so amazing," a girl cried out in surprise. "So they aren't with that group of lizard men who imprisoned and humiliated us?" Another excited voice rang out, "Guardian deity, he is the guardian deity sent by the heavens to protect us." At this moment, Riceball showed a brilliant smile and turned to reassure everyone, "We will stay here temporarily. Rest assured, as long as we are here we will never let anyone bully you." In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. While cultivating in peace, Chenluo pondered silently. Half a year. The critical moment has finally arrived. A few seconds later, the crystal suspended above his head manifested and vibrated violently. "I must hold on. Once I reach the half-god level, I can immediately step into the god tier." Shortly after, that crystal split in two. Chenluo continued to think, "My abilities have also split into two parts, each becoming an independent force." Immediately after, a terrifying surge of energy exploded above Chenluo's head, accompanied by an ear-splitting roar. This force was too powerful, forming ripples of shockwaves that shook the surroundings. Ultimately, his body slowly rose into the air. Seeing this, the members immediately broke into discussion. "Look at the sky, that person is our leader, right?" Someone nearby commented in surprise. The pressure was too intense. "What level has the leader broken through to?" Another young man cheered in admiration. "God tier, it must be God tier." Simultaneously, Riceball's entire body was wrapped in countless runes. She marveled. As expected, he upgraded by witnessing the destinies of others. But in her heart, Riceball made a silent comparison, "But I can feel that I am still a long way from a fully mature state." Half an hour later, Chenluo felt the changes within his body, and couldn't help but marvel in his mind, is this the law that belongs to me? He stared blankly at the footprint pattern appearing before him, his heart full of confusion. But what does this pattern mean? Does it represent running away? Is it mocking me for becoming a god by running away? Suddenly, a flash of light containing information crossed his mind, and Chen Luo understood instantly. The law seemed to be telling him that he had completed 85 of his journey on the path of void walk. His expression froze instantly, and he screamed frantically in his heart. What? My comprehension of void walk is only that much? Chen Luo slowly descended from the high sky while pondering and speculating. Perhaps one only reaches perfection when they can move anywhere in the universe with just a single thought, he calculated as he walked. Next, I have to cultivate the time type. I must race against the clock. When Chen Luo walked out, Mila happily threw herself into his embrace and cheered. Chen Luo, congratulations. The entire membership also cheered in unison. Fantastic, from now on we have a god-tier powerhouse covering us. The young man beside them also echoed with a smile. That's right, we can finally be at peace from now on without any more worries. Chen Luo's gaze fell on Rice Ball, and he couldn't help but be secretly surprised. Why have runes appeared on Rice Ball too? She clearly hasn't reached the god tier yet. And what's with that color? Does it change with Rice Ball's emotions? Subsequently, Chen Luo showed a mischievous, wicked smile and imagined in his heart, if I make her cry with one punch, will the runes on her body turn black? But Rice Ball's voice immediately pulled him back to reality. A very weak fellow is heading this way. He is the murderer who slaughtered the cat people. Rice Ball's face was written with rage, and her voice was full of killing intent. Chen Luo, you must give him 100 slaps. He asked in surprise, is it that half-god named Sima Qian? He certainly picked a good time to show up. Suddenly, Rice Ball looked up at the sky and shouted in panic, this is bad. That weakling seems to have seen the light from when you reached the god tier. He feels he's no match and is preparing to flee. Chen Luo immediately reassured her. Don't worry, he won't escape. Void walk. In the blink of an eye he had appeared behind Sima Qian, speaking coldly. Since you're already here, why the rush to leave? Sima Qian trembled all over, his speech becoming a stutter. How did you find me? At this moment his mind was a mess. As soon as he sensed danger he had fled immediately, not even having time to land on planet Miao. Chen Luo didn't waste words, he just waved his hand toward him and said indifferently, I'm not asking for your opinion, come with me. Void exile. The moment he was sucked into space, Sima Qian hurriedly used a transmission stone to call for help. Lord Huang Niu, save me, I've encountered a newly ascended god-tier powerhouse. Please, you must come and save me quickly. This news gave Huang Niu a massive shock, and he was puzzled in his heart. In over 100 years, no new god tier has appeared in the universe. Who exactly is this newly ascended god tier? Through the transmission stone, Huang Niu reassured him loudly with confidence. Don't panic. Just give him my name and he'll surely have to give me face. I'll arrive in about 10 minutes, find a way to stall for time first. Meanwhile, on planet Miao, Sima Qian spoke submissively and respectfully. Greetings, Great One. I did not know you were here. If I have offended you, I will certainly admit my fault. He cupped his hands in a bow and continued to plead. But Great One, I am a follower of Lord Huang Niu. Could you spare me this once for Lord Huang Niu's sake? That completely unfamiliar name left Chen Luo's heart full of doubt. Who is Huang Niu? Never heard of him. Immediately after, Chen Luo raised his hand and answered coldly. Although your attitude is decent, Lady Rice Ball has already given her orders. A heavy slap landed instantly, followed by the punitive command. She told me to give you 100 slaps, not one less. Count them yourself. Sima Qian wailed in pain, seeing him stalling and not moving. Chen Luo continued to strike and urged, hurry up and count. Do you want me to start over from the beginning? Sima Qian had no choice but to suffer in silence, counting as he wept. 1, 2, 3, 4, please don't. After a while, his face was swollen beyond recognition, blood trickled from the corners of his mouth and his voice was weak. 100, it hurts so much, punishment complete. Chen Luo clapped his hands and asked curiously, all right, who is this Huang Niu you mentioned? Explain it to me. Sima Qian answered with a mournful face, Lord Huang Niu is an Earth-type god-tier powerhouse who ascended over 30,000 years ago. Learning the opponent's identity, Chen Luo thought to himself, so that's how it is, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, there's no one I'm afraid of offending. The most important thing now is to inquire about the whereabouts of space-type god tiers. Thus he continued to press, then do you know how many space-type god tiers there are? Sima Qian was hesitating and about to speak when suddenly, a flash of light shot from behind Chen Luo. A few seconds later it landed on the ground. Seeing the arrival, Sima Qian was immediately overjoyed. The boss is here, however. When the person before him turned around, Huang Niu was violently startled, his face full of confusion. Even on a rocket it shouldn't be this fast. This kid really doesn't play by the rules. How much time has passed and he's already reached the god tier? Seeing that familiar face, Chen Luo also roared in surprise. Holy shit, it's you! It was a small world. Huang Niu's face instantly turned terrified and cold sweat poured down. Immediately after, he turned and ran, with only one thought in his mind. I must tell the others about this immediately. Chen Luo, of course, wouldn't let him escape easily, immediately waving his hand to cast a spell and shouting loudly, "Hey, where do you think you're going?" Sensing the bad situation, Huang Niu hurriedly turned to defend with an earth shield. However, during his calculation, his mind suddenly became clear. Wait, this kid is in a fit of rage right now and can't think straight. If I let him vent his anger, maybe he'll be willing to talk properly later. Thinking of this, Huang Niu immediately changed his mind, retracted the earth shield and reminded himself, even if I can block it, I absolutely mustn't. I have to act pathetic so he'll feel pity. Anyway, I'm god tier, taking a few hits won't kill me. Watching Huang Niu wailing in the smoke, Sima Qian was full of confusion. How did it turn into this? A newly ascended god tier is actually beating Huang Niu to the point where he can't fight back. But this move doesn't look that terrifying. Seeing this, Chen Luo also intended to stop, a look of bewilderment appearing on his face. Have I become this strong? Is this god tier too weak? Or can someone who became a god by running away like me actually scare him this much? Taking advantage of the weakening attack, Huang Niu hurriedly called for peace. Stop hitting, brother. Let's talk things through. Actually, I have good news for you. Besides, you've only just reached the god tier. There are probably many things you don't understand yet. Whatever you want to know, I can answer. Hearing this, Chen Luo finally stopped and asked coldly, "What good news? Could it be that everyone except you has met with an accident and died?" These words made Huang Niu break into a cold sweat, sighing helplessly in his heart. This person has a truly vicious tongue. He turned and waved his hand to command. Sima Qian, you go and stand guard outside. He obeyed submissively. Yes, big brother. Subsequently, Huang Niu took out a stone projecting an image of Earth and recounted. Originally, the progenitor wanted to destroy your home planet because he had no way to vent his fury, but we stopped him. Recalling the situation at the time, he continued to reveal, we even had to join forces to preserve your planet. Chen Luo gently reached out to touch the projection, a surge of excitement filling his heart. Earth is still there, my home is still there. Huang Niu said sincerely, we did these things because we believed you would surely become a god in the future. There was no need to make an enemy of you. Moreover, we want to take this opportunity to resolve the grievances between us. The image of the enemy immediately surfaced in Chen Luo's mind. Chen Luo gritted his teeth in fury. So the time-type god tier was actually the progenitor. He made a silent vow, finally knowing who his true enemy was. Those three could be forgiven, but the progenitor absolutely could not. Folding his arms, Chen Luo pressed solemnly. Why did he target me? Huang Niu looked troubled. Don't make this difficult for me. I know the reason and I'd love to tell you, but I really can't reveal it. He calculated secretly that if he spoke he would inevitably drag Zilan Luo into the mess. Historically, those who offended Lady Zilan Luo never met a good end. Chen Luo reacted quickly, having already vaguely guessed the truth. Is there someone pulling the strings behind the progenitor? Someone even you can't afford to offend? Huang Niu was momentarily at a loss for words, only managing to reply, yes, but it's not exactly like that. He then offered a kind warning. The mastermind definitely has no intention of targeting you specifically. Most importantly, that person only mentioned something about you in passing. It was the progenitor who became obsessed and took it upon himself to cause trouble. Therefore I suggest you lock onto the correct target, and don't dig too deep, lest you inadvertently offend someone else. Hearing this, Chen Luo fell into deep thought. A mastermind, it sounded like a very difficult character to deal with. Finally, Huang Niu concluded with a single sentence. In any case, I can't reveal any more. You'll have to ask the progenitor yourself. Chen Luo couldn't argue with that, so he shifted the topic. I've only just stepped into the god tier. Is there an even higher realm above this? At the mention of this, Huang Niu immediately laid a cloth on the ground with great hospitality and gestured warmly. Come, brother, sit down and let's talk slowly. He brought out wine and meat, chatting leisurely as he spoke. I am 35,623 years old this year and have been a god for over 30,000 years, but I've never heard of a realm higher than god tier. Huang Niu enthusiastically poured wine for Chen Luo, continuing his explanation. You've only just ascended, and I suspect you have only mastered one law. If your other abilities also form laws, then you will possess a second one. As a veteran, Huang Niu was very knowledgeable and explained patiently. The number of laws one comprehends is the most important metric for measuring god tier strength. Though it shouldn't be seen as an absolute standard, he asked, to what extent has your void walk reached? Chen Luo replied briefly, 85. Huang Niu immediately gave a thumbs up in praise. Impressive. Once you reach 100, you'll have the prerequisites to truly advance your god tier status. However, his expression soon turned contemplative. A pity it isn't an offensive ability. No matter how deep your comprehension of Void Walk is, your attack power won't increase. But don't worry too much. Every attribute contains countless different types of power. Following this, Huang Niu gave serious guidance. I suggest you go deep into the various spatial layers to meditate. There are many types of spatial powers within. As long as you master them, you'll eventually comprehend more spatial laws. Chen Luo couldn't help but feel surprised, thinking to himself, so I can sense other spatial powers? Doesn't that mean there's still a lot to learn? In the broad quiet space, while the two were conversing leisurely, Chen Luo casually asked, by the way, has there ever been a precedent of a dual-type ability user becoming a god? Huang Niu answered without hesitation, there is, but the difficulty is much greater. Hearing this, Chen Luo stroked his chin, a searching look in his eyes as he slowly pressed further. What about the progenitor? How many laws has he comprehended? After a moment of silence, Huang Niu held up 2 fingers and candidly revealed that the progenitor had mastered 2 laws. One was an offensive type, and the other was instantaneous movement. He seemed to know the progenitor very well, adding, the progenitor relies on his teleportation ability to amass wealth on a massive scale, and then he uses that money to befriend people from all walks of life, so his network is indeed very vast. After hearing this, Chen Luo turned his face away with a trace of disdain at the corner of his mouth and said, after all that fuss, it turns out my opponent is just a delivery man. Huang Niu then raised his glass, sighing as he poured more wine. Come to think of it, you space types can do transport, metal types can forge equipment, and nature types can grow divine herbs. But an earth type like me, even if I wanted to build houses for people, no one wants them. I'm only fit for running errands. He took a sip of wine, seemingly remembering something, and immediately added, back then, the progenitor sought out the 3 of us paupers and paid an advance of 1 million purple crystals. He said he'd give another 2 million once the job was done. This news left Chen Luo stunned for a moment, and he subconsciously blurted out, purple crystals. He then produced a purple stone, holding it before Huang Niu to confirm. Is it this? Huang Niu only needed one look to nod in affirmation. Yes, that's it. Recalling the entire mountain of glittering purple crystals he had, Chen Luo couldn't help but calculate silently. Yitimon's spatial ring seemed to have several thousand stored. 1 million purple crystals was indeed a massive sum, just as the thought crossed his mind. Chen Luo took the opportunity to ask what the value of these purple crystals was. Images of 2 beautiful girls appeared in Huang Niu's mind, his eyes flickering as he explained slowly, a common cat is worth half a purple crystal, but if it's a high-level cat girl. At this he suddenly paused, his cheeks flushing red with embarrassment as he even covered his face and giggled. A high-level cat girl can sell for 10,000 purple crystals. Hearing this, Chen Luo fell into silence, calculating in his heart. Doesn't that mean all the cats on planet Miao added together are only worth a few tens of thousands of crystals? Suddenly, Huang Niu's expression turned serious. The aura around him also sank as he slowly revealed some heavy news. By the way, young man, your Void Walk is powerful, but it isn't entirely without counter. There are currently 2 methods to suppress you, though I am unable to do so myself. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo immediately became interested. Subconsciously leaning forward, what? 2 methods? Huang Niu gestured with his hands in the air, explaining slowly. A time-type god tier can stop time, leaving you unable to move. A mental type can cause you to lose focus instantly. This concerned Chen Luo. He wasn't afraid of time stopping, but mental types were indeed a bit troublesome. Seemingly sparked by his own interest, Huang Niu's attitude became even more enthusiastic. He continued to reveal, furthermore, do you know what level the current strongest god tiers have reached? Without waiting for Chen Luo to react, he gave the answer directly. They have either mastered 6 laws of the same attribute, or 8 laws of dual-type abilities. This news greatly shocked Chen Luo, his voice rising in astonishment. That's strong. The figure of Zilan Luo appeared in Huang Niu's mind, his gaze turning deep as he slowly confirmed. Of course, among the strongest laws, the law of causality must be mentioned. Anyone who offends that person will inevitably suffer the punishment of karma. The ending is extremely tragic. To add weight to his words, he added a chilling remark, and even if that person dies, they can still be reborn. Meanwhile, Chen Luo subconsciously thought of Rice Ball, his mind turning. Karma and reincarnation? The thought quickly faded as he felt a pang of regret. It sounded a bit like Rice Ball. A pity her current ability was still too weak and completely useless against a god tier. As it was getting late, Huang Niu hurriedly produced a black card. Let's not dwell on this. There are 2.8 million purple crystals in here. Consider it my apology to you. Chen Luo's gaze lingered on the card. Although his face remained calm, he muttered grumpily in his heart, 2.8 million, why so little? My life is worth at least 1 billion after reincarnating. Sensing the fleeting look of disdain on Chen Luo's face, Huang Niu immediately panicked. He stuffed the card directly into Chen Luo's pocket and hurriedly reassured him, Brother, please don't think it's too little. If it's still not enough, I'll have Sima Qian scrape together another 100,000 purple crystals for you. Hearing this, Chen Luo could only nod reluctantly. All right, thank you, big brother. Before leaving, Huang Niu didn't forget to give a thoughtful warning, his tone turning serious. After stepping into the god tier, it's best not to be too impulsive. Spend more time tempering yourself. If there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave. Chen Luo also rose pleasantly, giving a casual wave. All right, take care, big brother. A moment later, he teleported to Rice Ball's side, his mind still filled with thoughts. The runes on Rice Ball certainly represented her special law, fate. Chen Luo's gaze swept over the runes on her body, a thought slowly emerging. They're too eye-catching. If others see them, it will surely cause trouble. Thinking of this, he took the initiative to warn her, lowering his voice, Rice Ball, you'd best not let others see the runes on your body. She looked up at him and replied flatly, Don't worry. I know when they can be seen and when they should be hidden. Chen Luo sat down beside her, his eyes reflecting his concerns. Rice Ball, what do you think I should do next? Pausing for a moment, he continued to confess his thoughts. The progenitor will definitely come looking for us, but currently I have no way to eliminate him. Plus, I want to buy some new equipment, but I don't have enough money. After listening, she blinked, her tone carrying a hint of mischief. You might not be the best at fighting, but aren't you the best at running away? You know what I mean, right? These words gave Chen Luo a sudden realization. A smile immediately spread across his face. Right, I can totally go on a 5-finger discount shopping spree. Acting on the thought, Chen Luo stood up and announced his plan. I'm going to check out other planets now to see if there's any suitable equipment. But before he could take a step, Rice Ball suddenly jumped over and hugged him tidily. She spoke in a rare coquettish tone. Interstellar travel is so far, it'll take you months to go alone. Take me with you, staying here is too boring. It sounded quite reasonable. Chen Luo hesitated for a moment but finally soft-heartedly agreed. All right, let's call a few others along. It's a good chance for everyone to get some fresh air. Hearing him say this, a look of joy immediately appeared on her face, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she cheered excitedly. Great. Time for shopping, and I have a premonition that this time you will definitely find what you need. 2 months later, Chen Luo set foot on another land called Planet Happy. It was built by a level 9 civilization named Wei, which was one of only 2 level 9 civilizations in the universe. This place was a world-renowned shopping paradise. The buildings scattered across the planet appeared extremely modern and luxurious. Here, one could encounter countless races from all over the universe. As long as you had money, you could enjoy almost everything that existed in the universe. Subsequently, Chen Luo led everyone on a stroll through the central district. A burst of astonishment rose from the crowd. There are so many races here I've never seen before. Those with pointed ears must be elves, right? Another person also marveled. I never expected I'd have the chance to go shopping here. Immediately after, someone else chimed in excitedly. This place is indeed quite interesting. The person beside them asked with curiosity and anticipation. I wonder if the food here is any good. Unlike everyone else's shock, Mila appeared exceptionally happy, her eyes shining as she asked, Big brother Chen Luo, where are we going first? Chen Luo seemed to have had a plan in mind long ago, answering without hesitation. A slight smile played on his lips. Let's go straight to the Grand Mall. Chen Luo reached out, pointing toward the skyscraper in the distance, announcing with grand momentum, No matter what it is, as long as you all like it, I'm paying. Hearing this, the whole group immediately became excited, their cheers rising and falling. After entering the shopping center, everyone came out with beaming smiles, clutching their favorite gifts. Afterward, Chen Luo and his group headed to a cloud restaurant for lunch. In a luxurious private room, he constantly pointed at the menu, this, and this, pausing for a moment. He casually crossed out a few dishes and said decisively, We won't eat these, bring one of everything else. After listening, the waiter was utterly stunned and confirmed awkwardly, Sir, are you sure you want to order this many dishes? Before the other could finish, Chen Luo reached out and a glittering black card instantly appeared in his palm. His tone was firm and full of confidence. Cut the talk and bring the food. As soon as he saw the bright black card, the waiter's previous attitude vanished instantly. He bowed repeatedly and answered respectfully, Yes, please wait a moment, sir. Your dishes will be served right away. Before long, the table was laden with dishes. Everyone feasted happily, quickly clearing the food. A while later, the waiter returned with a piece of paper. He approached softly, bowing slightly as he whispered, Sir, pardon the interruption, but we are holding a private auction the day after tomorrow. He spread the paper with 3 illustrations before Chen Luo, continuing cautiously, "Given your status, you are more than welcome to attend if you're interested." Chen Luo's gaze swept over the 3 items on the paper, his pupils suddenly contracting. A surge of surprise immediately welled up in his heart. Wasn't this soul-protecting nail, designed to defend against mental attacks, exactly what he needed most right now? He instinctively turned to look at Riceball, who was still eating heartlessly, completely unaware. He thought happily to himself, "As expected, she guessed right again. I really found something I urgently need." Chen Luo pointed at the list on the paper and asked with a concerned expression, "Have these items arrived yet?" Facing this question, the waiter could only give a vague answer. "Sir, I'm not too sure about that. The auction is the day after tomorrow. Perhaps they are still in transit." Hearing this, Chen Luo stroked his chin, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Finally, he nodded slightly in understanding. "All right, I see," but in his heart, another plan had quietly formed. Once these things arrived, he could make his move. 2 days later, Chen Luo had completed his disguise. He stood before a bright mirror, staring at his new face while organizing the entire plan in his mind. Riceball and the others had already been placed in his spatial dimension. Now he only needed to get that item and leave immediately. After arranging everything, Chen Luo walked out boldly with a completely unfamiliar face. He silently confirmed his new identity in his heart. "From now on, my name is Wu Li." Soon after, at the auction, the host stood on stage and began the opening speech, his voice echoing through the hall. "Welcome, honored guests, to today's auction." After speaking, he pulled the white cloth off a cage, revealing a girl inside, and introduced, "This is today's first item. I hope you all find it interesting." Chen Luo's gaze was immediately drawn to that figure, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of surprise. Could this be the legendary flower fairy? She even had bracelets on her wrists, which seemed to be some kind of restraint. Just as Chen Luo expected, the host did not stop. Carrying a long whip and radiating a cold aura, he walked onto the stage and introduced slowly, "This is an Emperor-tier flower fairy of the Dora race. The Dora race possesses the ability to maintain youth, and combined with her strength, this appearance can be maintained for 2,000 years. As soon as he finished speaking, he heartlessly lashed the girl with the whip and continued to promote in a cold tone, "Her entire clan is under the buyer's control, so after purchasing her, you need not worry about betrayal at all." The flower fairy immediately began to emit bursts of floral fragrance, accompanied by painful groans. In stark contrast to this miserable scene, the host continued to announce in an icy tone that the starting bid was 100,000 purple crystals. The hall instantly fell into a commotion as greedy eyes fixed in unison upon the iron cage. Some people let out malicious laughter, their faces full of playful mockery. Another person mentioned the flower fairy's special quality, the ability to maintain eternal youth. In this noisy atmosphere, Chen Luo merely observed silently, a surge of deep pity welling up in his heart. This is the sorrow of the weak. After some weighing of options, the people below began to compete for the bid, and the price was quickly driven up. The crowd refused to yield to one another. One person shouted a bid of 150,000. Before his voice had even faded, another immediately cried out, "I offer 200,000. Shortly after, another voice cut in, directly raising the price. 350,000, sell her to me." Before long, an extremely arrogant voice echoed through the hall, "She must be mine, 380,000. Once the highest price was settled, the host immediately showed a satisfied expression. Without hesitation, he cheerfully announced the result. "Sold for 380,000 purple crystals. Congratulations to this guest on winning the flower fairy." Chen Luo's gaze swept over the girl in the iron cage who was weeping in agony. He could only press his lips tight, thinking to himself, "There are too many pitiful people in this world. How can I save them all? My apologies, I wasn't a good person to begin with." Before the venue could even quiet down, the host quickly produced the next auction item. It was a fresh flower emitting a faint purple light, its entire form permeated by an extraordinary aura. He announced loudly, "The next item for bid is a stalk of Imperial Ascension grass. By consuming it, one can directly obtain the potential to reach the Imperial tier." Standing in the center of the stage, the host gestured continuously, his tone full of excitement, "Everyone, do not miss this opportunity. The starting bid is 300,000 purple crystals." Below the stage, Chen Luo was also secretly calculating. This item was indeed excellent. He remembered that Dazhuang had been extremely anxious because Ma Yu's strength had stagnated. The two of them had followed him for so long, in both emotion and reason. He should buy this treasure to help them. Once his mind was made up, he immediately raised paddle number 38 and called out the price without hesitation, 650,000. The moment the number was spoken, the host became instantly excited. repeatedly offering words of praise for the astronomical price offered with a single bid. Congratulations to our honored guest on winning the Ascension Grass. He truly possessed the flair of a big spending boss. Before the atmosphere could settle, the third item was brought onto the stage. The host continued his eloquent introduction. Honored guests, please have a look. This was a helmet forged by Master Norton, specifically designed to defend against mental type attacks. This helmet could ensure the head was protected from the attacks of a half-god while significantly weakening the attack power of a god-tier powerhouse. Its level had reached grade 3, with a remaining lifespan of 8,526 years. After completing the standard introduction, he opened his hands toward the treasure and announced loudly, "The starting bid is 8 million purple crystals." Hearing this price, even though he knew this was the item he needed, Chen Luo still couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. No way, the lifespan isn't even permanent, yet it's worth this much? Is the metal type really this lucrative? It seems I should consider investing more resources into training Long Yu. Simultaneously, a series of competing bids rang out from below. One person immediately raised the price to 10 million. Another, refusing to be outdone, quickly shouted 12 million. Shortly after, an arrogant voice cut across the room. "I'm determined to have this thing. None of you can compete with me." 15 million. Watching the scene before him, Chen Luo felt as though he were watching a monkey show. He sneered secretly in his heart. "Go ahead, keep fighting. Spending money to buy that previous item was already giving you enough face. Now it's your turn to give me some face." The atmosphere inside the venue grew increasingly feverish as someone mocked loudly, "You dare to be so arrogant with only 15 million? These words acted like a fuse, immediately inciting the competitive spirit of others. One person quickly joined the fray. "Exactly, auctioneer, I offer 18.5 million. It wasn't over. Another fellow overbearingly pushed the price even higher. "I offer 18.8 million. The numbers continued to climb. Finally, an impatient fellow shouted at the top of his lungs, "I offer 100 million. Can we drop the gavel now?" Just as the tension reached its peak, the entire hall suddenly plunged into darkness. Sounds of chaos and panic erupted instantly. Why the sudden blackout? Someone roared in frustration. What on earth happened? Where are the lights? Is the auction going to continue or not? Sensing the situation was becoming chaotic, the host hurriedly spoke to soothe the crowd. "My apologies, everyone. It might be a circuit problem. Please remain calm." Before he could finish his sentence, the lights suddenly flickered back on. The host let out a sigh of relief and followed up smoothly. "All right, the auction continues. The current price is 12 million. Wait, is there anyone who wants to offer a higher price?" He was just about to drop the gavel when he looked at the display stand and froze. The display case was empty. 12 million once. Where is the helmet? This discovery instantly turned the hall into a mess. The crowd began to question one after another. "Where's the helmet? How did it suddenly disappear?" Another person echoed loudly. "That's right, why can't we see it?" an angry fellow accused. "Is the high bid I just offered meant to buy an empty display case?" In the midst of the chaos, Chen Luo, having performed Void Walk, remained leisurely in his original seat with a triumphant smile on his lips. "You think that pathetic shield can stop me? Are you underestimating me a bit too much?" Half an hour later, the organizers gathered to deliberate. One member reported, "It's not on the stage. We've checked thoroughly and found no signs of theft." Another made a judgment. "The most likely culprit is one of the guests present. The least likely is the auction staff," one person said cautiously, "but those who came today are all prominent figures. We cannot simply search everyone." The guests below gradually lost all patience and began to clamor repeatedly. "Are you going to auction or not?" "I came here specifically for the vermilion fruit," another fellow urged irritably. "Hurry up, stop wasting my time." Faced with the pressure from the crowd, the host had no choice but to instruct the organizers helplessly. "Fine, you all step down for now. The priority is to finish the auction first." Subsequently, he put on a warm expression and tried his best to ease the atmosphere. "I sincerely apologize to everyone. The unexpected situation has kept you waiting. Now we will proceed to the auction of the next item." The item about to appear was precisely the vermilion fruit that everyone had been long awaiting. As soon as the item was brought out, the host immediately introduced it. As everyone knows, the process of harvesting a vermilion fruit is extremely difficult. Therefore, its value is naturally very high. Moreover, the first person to consume a vermilion fruit can immediately increase their lifespan by 10,000 years. Simultaneously, that vermilion fruit suddenly emitted a crying sound like a small child. Chen Luo immediately flashed a cunning smile, a thought crossing his mind. "Although my target this time was that helmet, the vermilion fruit is also a treasure. Since I'm already here, I might as well take it too." However, his expression soon turned serious. Chen Luo paused for a moment and calculated carefully. I just took the helmet. The organizers will surely leave a mark on the vermilion fruit or prepare some countermeasures. After only a few seconds, Chen Luo regained his confidence and secretly reassured himself, "It's fine, at worst I'll be discovered. Regardless, I'm currently using the identity of Wu Li." Having decided, he immediately performed his signature move, Void Walk. Meanwhile, the audience below had completely lost their patience, their rebukes rising one after another. "Stop with the nonsense and just start." The host glanced at the item, a trace of unease flickering in his heart, but he still hurried the process. "All right, the starting bid for the vermilion fruit is..." Before he could finish his sentence, the display stand before him once again became empty. The host immediately cried out in shock in the center of the stage. Under the watchful eyes of the entire audience, the vermilion fruit sitting on the tray had actually vanished into thin air without leaving any trace. Before the crowd could react to what had happened, Chen Luo had already returned leisurely to his seat. With the corners of his mouth slightly turned up, he thought triumphantly, "I'll just sit here quietly and see how you plan to find the culprit." The organizers immediately set about investigating. One person said decisively, "The hall is sealed, the culprit must still be inside," the brown-haired fellow added. "Fortunately, the vermilion fruit is a living spiritual item. It cannot be put into a spatial ring," another person in the group agreed. "Exactly, we can find it just by conducting a search," the last person nodded. "Understood." A man in red walked up to a guest and spoke cautiously. "Many guests came today for the vermilion fruit. Surely no one wants to let a thief take it away. Therefore please bear with our impoliteness. We need to conduct a search of every guest." Before long it was Chen Luo's turn. A staff member stepped forward and requested politely, "Sir, could you please stand up and turn around?" He agreed flatly. Chen Luo cooperatively opened his arms and did a full turn, looking very much as if he were performing a ballet dance. He gloated secretly in his heart. "Other people's spaces can't hold living things, but that doesn't mean mine can't. You shouldn't use conventional methods to check me." After searching all the guests and still finding nothing, the man in red appeared exceptionally bewildered. "I don't believe it. How can we find nothing?" The crowd below immediately erupted in a violent reaction. "We've cooperated long enough. Where on earth is the vermilion fruit?" one guest roared angrily. "What bad luck, I'm never attending your auctions again." Among the bidders was a man named Mamo who cried out in despair, "I'm not reconciled, I just can't accept this." His howling was so loud it immediately drew everyone's attention. "I spent 50,000 years painstakingly saving up just for this vermilion fruit. My lifespan is nearly at its end. If I don't eat it, I will surely die. I don't care. You must find it for me." These words fell into Chen Luo's ears and he turned to look, his gaze gradually becoming deep. This lightning-type god-tier powerhouse was approaching the end of his lifespan and had a fortune saved over 50,000 years. Just how much wealth did he have? A cold thought suddenly rose in Chen Luo's mind. "If I could cause this fellow to lose his life and seize his lightning godhead, if you want to blame someone, blame Yi Ti-man for teaching me this lesson last time." His gaze gradually turned sharp and his will became as firm as steel. One can use any means necessary to become stronger. Dignity and pride are worth nothing in the face of strength. Just then, the man in red stepped forward and advised, "Mr. Mamo, please calm down. There will be other opportunities. The vermilion fruit is truly lost." But Mamo could not accept it at all and immediately barked back irritably, "Calm? I have less than a year of life left. How do you expect me to be calm? You still have a long life ahead, so of course it's easy for you to say." Seizing this rare opportunity, Chen Luo clenched his fists, a cold joy welling up in his heart. "Less than a year. As long as I use Void Exile to control him, and then accelerate time, I can completely finish him." To settle the matter quickly, the man in red lowered his voice and soothed, "Dear guest, instead of staying here in anger, why not try your luck elsewhere? We are willing to compensate you with 100,000 purple crystals for your travel expenses." Ultimately, Mamo had no choice but to accept the agreement. He snatched the money bag and turned to leave with a dark expression, his anger still unappeased. Chen Luo watched his retreating back and speculated secretly. This Mamo suddenly jumped out to make a scene and then left immediately. Could it be a trap set by the auction house? Regardless, now that the vermilion fruit is in hand, if I don't keep it for myself, I must find a way to move it out. A buyer who is willing to spend money like it's trash actually proactively exposed his own information. Subsequently, he also stood up unhurriedly, encouraging himself, "I am Wu Li. What is there to fear? Whether this is a trap or not, I am definitely going to swallow this piece of fat meat." That afternoon, Mamo leaned on his cane walking slowly through the empty corridor. Just then, a slip of paper suddenly drifted down from above and landed before him. As soon as he picked up the note and saw the information on it, Mamo was immediately shocked. "Do you want the vermilion fruit? I happen to have one here. If you need it, please head to the outer regions of planet Sharither. Upon learning this news, the fatigue and gloom on Mamo's body were swept away. He hurriedly sped away, his form turning into a streak of purple light that pierced through the void, while his mind cheered repeatedly. Finally, word of the vermilion fruit, fantastic. Elsewhere, Chen-Luo observed silently from a distance. Seeing that streak of purple light quickly depart, he thought with satisfaction, excellent, the fish has taken the bait. Shortly after, at the agreed-upon location, Chen-Luo offered a warm greeting. Hello there, my old friend Mamo. Mamo didn't want to waste time and got straight to the point. Do you really have the vermilion fruit? Chen-Luo showed a friendly smile and confirmed, indeed, the vermilion fruit that vanished at the auction is currently in my friend's hands. He has already set out to come here. Please wait patiently for a moment. Although appearing polite and gentle on the surface, he was secretly calculating in his heart. The longer I stall, the higher the chance of success. At worst, I'll just bring him into my ability space and let him wander there for a few months. Mamo's face was full of excitement, but he didn't forget to warn. Fine, but don't you dare toy with me. Although I'm old, if I self-destruct, it'll be enough to take you down with me. Hearing this, Chen-Luo only smiled, continuing to act. You really are too suspicious. Let's talk about the price first. The vermilion fruit is a rare treasure. How about this? I'll sell it to you for 5 million purple crystals. What do you think? This number made Mamo cry out in shock. 5 million? It might not even have reached that price at the auction, let alone the fact that this is stolen goods. Subsequently, Mamo began to haggle. Kid, be sensible. I'll give 4 million. If you keep raising the price, I won't give you a single cent. Chen-Luo agreed readily. Fine, don't be angry. 4 million it is, however. Mamo remained extremely vigilant and immediately made a demand. I'm not comfortable trading with you alone. I'm going to call a friend over to bear witness. After hearing this, Chen-Luo immediately refused. Mr. Mamo, I'm afraid that's quite inappropriate. Despite being refused, Mamo still took out a red stone and transmitted his voice directly. Progenitor, didn't I ask to borrow money from you last time to buy the vermilion fruit? Well, the situation is like this. Yes, exactly. I'm right here on planet Sharither. That familiar name caused Chen-Luo's face to change drastically. Only the word progenitor remained in his mind. Meanwhile, Mamo continued to speak into the stone. If I get cheated, won't the money I owe you just go down the drain? Why don't you come and see for yourself? The seller and I are waiting for you right here. Hearing this, Chen-Luo's expression turned completely dark. He turned his head to look elsewhere, his heart filled with extreme tension. So the progenitor is coming? After ending the call, Mamo put on a sincere face and inquired, in order to prevent you from using this matter to threaten me, it's not too much to call a friend over, is it? Chen-Luo immediately waved his hand and said, not too much, but now I'm going to send you on your way. As he spoke, he secretly unleashed his move to accelerate time. Detecting the anomaly, Mamo immediately released countless bolts of purple lightning, roaring in a rage. Damn you, what exactly are you trying to do? He roared, repeatedly manipulating bolts of lightning to strike at Chen-Luo while barking questions. Why are you attacking me? Don't tell me you don't even have the vermilion fruit. Chen-Luo didn't answer. He simply let out a cold sneer and performed void walk. Seeing the opponent effortlessly evade every attack, Mamo grew even more furious. While unleashing torrents of lightning, he cursed in a fit of rage. You've wasted my precious time, damn you, you deserve to die. The surrounding space was rapidly torn apart by the power of the lightning. Mamo charged straight at Chen-Luo at top speed, roaring in anger. Brat, don't think that just because you're a space-type god tier and have mastered Void Walk, you can escape my wrath. Immediately after, Mamo leaped high into the air, preparing to launch a fatal blow. Chen-Luo remained calm, thinking to himself, he possesses black lightning. It seems this is the same lightning power that Fa Wong has. Instead of retreating, Chen-Luo's lips curled into a slight smile as he calculated. Fa Wong is already a half-god. If he can absorb the law this guy has comprehended, it will surely be of great benefit. When the lightning struck down, Chen-Luo performed Void Walk again, thinking triumphantly. I dodge, I weave. This scene made Mamo's eyes widen in shock, and he cried out in disbelief. No, this is completely illogical. The space has clearly collapsed. So why can you still use Void Walk? Chen-Luo simply gave a cunning smile, answering silently in his heart. Keep on being surprised. He then raised his hand and cast his ultimate moves in succession. Time acceleration, time acceleration, time acceleration. Realizing the situation was unfavorable, Mamo immediately turned to flee, planning secretly. If I can't beat him, there's no need for me to keep wasting time here. Watching his retreating figure, Chen-Luo mocked from behind. Why are you running? Don't you want the vermilion fruit anymore? Looking at the prey, trying everything to escape, Chen-Luo said arrogantly, furthermore, did I give you permission to leave? Immediately after, he secretly cast a skill. Void Exile, bring him back. In just a few seconds, Mamo was forcibly dragged back in front of Chen-Luo. He panicked instantly, thinking, can I really not escape? Seeing Chen Luo reaching out for him, Mamo shouted in terror, I wasn't going to hold this against you anymore. What more do you want? Chen Luo revealed a profound smile, speaking his intention in his heart. Time acceleration. I'm going to help you meet your maker a little sooner. Everything that happened today was driving Mamo insane. He immediately summoned lightning, roaring in a mad rage. Brat, I will definitely kill you today. I am the thunder. I am the wrath. I am the lightning executioner. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning and thick smoke enveloped the surroundings. Simultaneously, Mamo let out a loud shout, diffusing the lightning. Chen Luo stood still and observed, constantly weighing his options. The range of this move is indeed massive, although I can dodge it if he takes the opportunity to flee. I might not be able to spot him in time through the smoke. After a moment's thought, he decisively chose to tank the move directly. Having decided, Chen Luo immediately reached out to block. The scene before him made Mamo cough violently in horror. Brat, don't you feel your body weakening? He thought in secret terror. This is bad. It seems my lifespan is even shorter than I expected. Seeing Mamo's current state, Chen Luo also sensed the anomaly and judged silently. It seems he's reached his limit. Time acceleration, double speed. Realizing he had been pushed to a dead end, Mamo could only issue a loud threat. Brat, if you still refuse to get out of the way, I'll self-destruct. Even if it doesn't kill you, you'll be severely injured. You'd better think carefully. However, Chen Luo remained calm with his arms crossed over his chest, his tone mysterious. Let me think about it. Before long, Mamo noticed a bizarre change in his body and muttered in confusion. Why do I feel my life force draining so rapidly? Even the ability to self-destruct has vanished. Mamo trembled all over from weakness, yet he continued to grumble. It's all your fault, Brat. If you hadn't snatched the vermilion fruit, I could have bought it. Suddenly, he pulled out a small card and charged straight at Chen Luo, roaring at the top of his lungs. Brat, I will never let you have your way. This move took Chen Luo by surprise. Is that purple crystal card for storing money? What's he doing taking that out? Immediately after, Mamo held the card high and snapped it with all his might, then burst into a fit of wild, triumphant laughter. Unfortunately, Chen Luo rushed forward instantly, snatching the card with sharp eyes and quick hands while silently mocking. Something this important and they made it so flimsy? Snapped like this, it probably can't be swiped. Looking at the deformed card, Mamo laughed with schadenfreude. The card is broken, it's useless now, all the money inside will follow me to the grave. This is hilarious. Chen Luo, of course, was not about to lose. He immediately thought of a solution. The card is just broken. He could use time backtrack to return it to its state from 1 minute ago. No sooner said than done. Chen Luo spun the card a few times and sneered, Open your eyes and look closely. It wasn't enough. He even held the restored card up to Mamo's face to intentionally provoke him. His fortune is now mine. This act made Mamo tremble with rage. His legs gave out and he collapsed to the ground, his voice stuttering and incoherent. You brat? Ultimately, Mamo fell to the ground and his eyes never closed even after he drew his last breath. Chen Luo's lips curled slightly into a cold sneer. Then without hesitation he seized all the loot from Mamo's body with crisp, clean movements. However, right then, Chen Luo was suddenly stunned because he caught a glimpse of familiar golden hair. Not wanting to stir up more trouble, he immediately made a decisive retreat. Without a word, Chen Luo quickly vanished from the scene. Shortly after, the progenitor arrived in a hurry. His gaze swept around, searching for Mamo's trail. Soon, he discovered the target lying dead on the ground. Realizing he was a step too late, not only gaining nothing but losing his stake, the progenitor gnashed his teeth, his anger almost uncontrollable. Before long, in a large shop on Planet Happy, the clerk called out softly twice. Sir, he said, placing his hands together in a highly respectful manner, and asked cautiously, Have you decided what you would like to purchase? Chen Luo hesitated for a moment before answering, I'll take these then. Subsequently, he flatly listed a long list. 100,000 vermilion fruit trees, 3 million bottles of upgrade potion, 1 ton each of various fruits and vegetables containing spiritual energy, 100 tons of dried shrimp and live pigs. After listening, the clerk nearly coughed up blood from the shock, his head buzzing. Ah, what? Did I hear that correctly? After a while he wiped away his sweat and confirmed cautiously, Sir, do you really want to buy this much? This question caused Chen Luo to purse his lips, his tone deepening. What? No stock, the clerk explained awkwardly. We have it, it's just that we need to coordinate the goods. Please wait a moment, sir. May I ask where your spaceship is docked so we can deliver the goods? Hearing this, Chen Luo was momentarily at a loss. This is bad. I don't even have a spaceship. What should I do now? Am I going to expose my spatial ability just for these things? Just as he was pulling out the purple crystal card, Chen Luo suddenly remembered something. Wait, I remember there's a spaceship in Yeti Man's spatial ring. I might as well contact Huang Niu to see if he can help me modify it. Chen Luo confidently handed the card to the clerk and said, Prepare the goods first. Swipe the card. He bowed respectfully, taking the card with both hands. Yes, sir. Meanwhile on planet Huang Niu, he was communicating with Chen Luo through a transmission stone. Modify a spaceship? I can do that. I know someone who specializes in this. But the modification fee is high, at least 30 million purple crystals. Chen Luo decided generously. Small change. Help me contact that person. Also, do you know any light-type god-tier purifiers? Chen Luo's tone at this moment was like that of a domineering tycoon. You've seen the situation on my planet. I'm willing to pay 50 million purple crystals to find someone to purify my home. This astronomical figure made Huang Niu stutter. 50 million? I'll try to find someone. A sense of bewilderment filled his heart. How can this guy say such huge sums so casually? Where on earth did this big boss make his fortune? At the shop, the clerk approached Chen Luo and suggested, Sir, you've ordered so much cargo. Even if you load it all onto a spaceship, transporting it will be a hassle. Would you like me to help you contact an interstellar shipping company? Chen Luo felt the suggestion was reasonable and immediately agreed. Fine, find me one with strength. Money is no object, understand? He bowed and replied, Understood, understood. Subsequently, the clerk hurried to one side and took out a transmission stone to contact the other party. Sir BTH driver, we have a big interstellar shipping order here. Please come over. After the call, he returned and respectfully added a few words to reassure Chen Luo. Please rest assured, sir. The BTH driver I've found is very experienced. He is backed by the progenitor and has received the progenitor's true legacy. He's absolutely reliable. Hearing that name, Chen Luo's heart skipped a beat and he cried out in secret. Backed by the progenitor? Isn't this just a small world? 10 minutes later, the clerk brought a man in and introduced, Oh look sir, he's here. Chen Luo looked at the man and asked in a deep voice, You're the BTH driver, how much for shipping 10,000 pigs to planet Meow? The other man had a treacherous face, his voice carrying the air of a profiteer. It has to be moved in 10 trips, 50,000 purple crystals per trip. Hearing this quote, even the clerk was stunned, thinking, Isn't this quote from BTH a bit too greedy? Chen Luo saw through his intent at a glance and sneered in his heart. This batch of pigs is only worth a few tens of thousands of crystals, yet he's asking for 500,000. This isn't transporting pigs. He's clearly treating me like a pig to be slaughtered. Nevertheless, he forced a smile and agreed. Fine, swipe the card. BTH grinned from ear to ear. As he took the card, he thought blissfully, This guy didn't even haggle, he just gave the money. Simultaneously, Chen Luo secretly set another plan. It seems I must deal with this guy to give him a lesson. By then, my money will still be mine, and his money will also become mine. After the transaction was complete, he stood behind and watched BTH work, a thought gradually forming in his mind. Of course, before I act, I can also secretly learn his precise teleportation method. At this thought, Chen Luo asked, How do you achieve precise teleportation? I mean, how do you determine the position of planet Meow? BTH, completely off guard, happily revealed, To work in this industry, you first have to be familiar with cosmic coordinates. Sir, as long as you give me a coordinate, I can determine that planet's position in the universe. Then start establishing a spatial channel based on direction and distance. After hearing the explanation, Chen Luo clicked his tongue and muttered to himself, So that's how it is. He pondered, Fortunately, Huang Niu taught me how to determine coordinates and distinguish planetary directions last time. Next, Chen Luo crossed his arms and analyzed seriously, Void walk is one way of utilizing space, while spatial transport is another. Although both belong to the space type, they are divided into two different branches. Perhaps by mastering spatial teleportation, I can also comprehend a second law. 4 hours passed and BTH was exhausted, gasping for breath as he said, Moving 10,000 at a time is my limit. Please let me rest for a while. But please rest assured, sir, I will definitely finish the transport within 3 days. Chen Luo gave a flat wave. Step aside and let me do it, the other man shouted in surprise. What did you say? Chen Luo didn't explain further, immediately waving his hand to cast the teleportation spell. Watching the spatial gate Chen Luo created, BTH's jaw dropped in shock. Sir, he was beyond stunned. No way, he's actually a fellow practitioner. After the spatial gate was established, Chen Luo immediately urged, What are you standing there for? Hurry up and drive the pigs in. The clerk was startled and hurriedly complied. Yes, right away. BTH looked quite displeased. Sir, he reminded loudly, spatial teleportation is no small matter. If there's even a slight mistake, your goods will be gone. It's better to leave professional matters to professional people. Chen Luo turned his head and questioned coldly, Are you teaching me how to do my job? BTH replied with a smirk. How would I dare teach you? But since you've paid, it means the cooperation has officially taken effect. Even if you don't use the spatial channel I opened, the money is non-refundable. That's the rule. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo immediately took a step forward and asked sternly, A mere half-god dares to talk to me about rules? Are you tired of living? Sir, he argued glibly, no matter where you work, you have to follow the rules. Fighting is strictly forbidden on this planet. If you break the rules, even a god tier will die. BTH then added a warning. Furthermore, I am a disciple of the progenitor. You'd best not make such jokes with me. Chenluo glanced at him and secretly marveled. This kid is not only greedy but also truly bold. Subsequently, he changed to a friendly expression. Right, how could I forget you're the progenitor's disciple? Then I must certainly give you this face. You go back first, he bowed in salute. I'll take my leave. Watching BTH's retreating back, Chenluo calculated secretly, I'll settle with this kid after the cargo is moved. Afterward, he couldn't help but feel a bit smug. I have to admit, I really am a teleportation genius. Suddenly sensing something, Chenluo shouted in secret joy. This is a 7-colored glow. Has the second law descended? Outside, a brilliant pillar of light fell from the sky, drawing bursts of admiration from the crowd. Everyone, look, I wonder who's lucky enough to be chosen by a law. Is someone about to become a god? Another person vaguely identified the direction. The light pillar seems to be heading toward the three-eyed freak's shop. Could the person chosen be BTH? The person beside them immediately speculated. Since spatial teleportation is taking place in the shop, immediately after, 2 pillars of light, one orange and one blue, swept past simultaneously, causing an even greater commotion in the crowd. It looks like something has flown out. An irritable voice rang out. Stop shouting out here. Those are the god-tier guards, Dilate and Senhai. Someone couldn't help but say enviously. I didn't expect this matter to actually alarm the two of them, not only the curious masses but even the wind-type god-tier planetary guard Senhai was discussing. In the universe right now, the progenitor is running rampant with his teleportation ability. If BTH really becomes a god, there's going to be quite a show. The fire-type god-tier guard Dilate also agreed. That's right, this master and disciple will surely have a rift with the progenitor and start an internal conflict. But immediately after, Senhai was stunned when he saw Chenluo suspended in midair accepting the second law. Wait, isn't the person in the shop BTH? Dilate was also extremely shocked, blurting out, I thought a new god had appeared, but it turns out someone has just comprehended a second law. After observing closely, Senhai added, but the law he comprehended just happens to be spatial teleportation. Suddenly, Chenluo opened his eyes, a thought surfacing in his mind. I can already feel it. My comprehension of spatial teleportation has reached 33. Although it's still lower than my void walk, it's more than enough for this stage. Meanwhile, BTH had quietly doubled back, standing in a corner with a face full of bewilderment. Clearly, he had just been asking for advice on spatial teleportation. How could the other man have comprehended a law through it in the blink of an eye? To clear his doubts, he immediately pulled out a transmission stone. Progenitor Master, are you there? This is BTH. Subsequently, BTH began to report, I have some bad news. Someone has comprehended the same spatial teleportation law as you. I'm afraid he's going to steal your business, the progenitor cried out in shock. What? Immediately after, he sharply pressed to know who it was. BTH replied instantly, wait a moment, I'll send his portrait over right now. Before long, the transmission stone projected Chenluo's portrait. The progenitor was terrified at the sight, thinking, how is it him again? He seemed unable to accept the reality before his eyes, constantly denying it to himself. No, this is impossible, absolutely impossible. Isn't he a specialist in void walk? How could he ascend to god tier through spatial teleportation? Suddenly, the progenitor leaned forward abruptly, staring intently at the projection in the transmission stone, and suddenly discovered, wait, he has 2 laws on him. This discovery made him so furious that he split the table in half, roaring in a fit of rage. Damn it, what on earth is going on? The progenitor slumped into his chair, gnashing his teeth. Lady Lanluo's prophecy was indeed true. Even if he did nothing, he would ultimately become mortal enemies with Chenluo. Just then, BTH's worry-filled voice came through the transmission stone again. Master, should we find a way to eliminate him? If we just leave him alone, won't our business be completely snatched away by him? The image of Chenluo's smug face immediately surfaced in the progenitor's mind, shouting with schadenfreude, snatch yours, snatch, snatch, snatch. He pressed his lips tight, thinking secretly to himself, exactly, I can already foresee that scene. Next he will surely steal my business and then oppose me. After weighing his options, the progenitor immediately instructed, don't act rashly for now, just keep an eye on him for me. Subsequently, he began to ponder a strategy. In the current situation, I can only go beg Lady Lanluo for help. The law of causality is so mysterious. There must be a way to deal with that fellow. At this time, Chenluo had just landed, and Dilate hurriedly stepped forward to greet him. Brother, congratulations. I am Dilate, a guard of this planet. Beside him, Senhai also spoke. I am Senhai. We heard the commotion over here and specifically came to get acquainted. Chen Luo gave a brief self-introduction. I am Chen Luo. Upon learning his identity, Dilate immediately offered high praise. To be able to master the extremely rare spatial teleportation law, you have a limitless future. After speaking, he warmly handed over an item. Today is your big day. I don't have anything too precious here. Take this light-type half-god crystal as a congratulatory gift. Chen Luo took it with a beaming smile. Extremely satisfied in his heart. This was exactly what Mila urgently needed. He replied happily, "Thank you, I like this gift very much." Immediately after, Senhai also warmly offered a gift. Chen Luo, you haven't found a place to settle down yet, have you? This is a house on this planet. Although it's not luxurious, you'll have a place to stay every time you visit in the future. After accepting the gift, Chen Luo said gratefully, "Thank you, big brothers, but since I've just arrived, I don't have anything good on hand. How about this? I'll treat everyone to a meal tonight." That night, in a high-end restaurant, Senhai kindly warned Chen Luo, "The news that you've mastered the spatial teleportation law has already spread. You must be wary of one person, and that is the progenitor." Dilate also chimed in. "That's right. You and the progenitor are in the same trade, and competitors are often bitter rivals." Senhai warmly revealed more information. The progenitor not only masters 2 laws but also has a very wide network. You must be careful of him making a move against you in the shadows. Dilate picked up the conversation. "Yes, you'd best find a reliable backer as soon as possible." Listening to these sincere words, Chen Luo raised his glass and smiled. "I understand. Many thanks for the guidance, big brothers," but deep down he thought to himself, "The progenitor and I are already mortal enemies. I must settle him." As for finding a backer, Chen Luo merely sneered inwardly amidst the noisy banquet. "Void Walk is my most solid backer." Before long the meal ended. Before parting, Senhai and Dilate said excitedly, "Chen Luo, thank you for the hospitality. See you tomorrow." The other added, "That's right, tomorrow we're taking you to the hot springs." He agreed happily. "All right, take care, big brothers. See you tomorrow." On his way back, Chen Luo sensed something unusual and thought with surprise, What's this?" When he saw something in a shop window, he walked into the store. Chen Luo thought curiously, "A sack?" Seeing him staring at it, the shopkeeper took the initiative to introduce it. "Great one, this is a treasure of my shop. Could it be that you're interested?" Chen Luo had a face of disdain. "It's just a raggedy sack, what use could it have?" The shopkeeper immediately opened the cabinet and took the item out, explaining, "This is a snakeskin bag made from the skin of the mother of snakes. It isn't ruined by water, nor burned by fire. Its greatest use is for holding living creatures." He gently shook the bag and continued, "As long as you tie up the opponent and stuff them in, you can rest easy, great one." After listening, Chen Luo stroked his chin and pondered, "How much?" Simultaneously, a scene surfaced in his mind. "I just happen to need to catch that BTH. This thing is indeed a handy weapon." The shopkeeper held up one finger to quote a price. "I'll give you a special price, 1,000,000 purple crystals." Chen Luo's face darkened instantly, and he complained with disdain, "You dare ask for 1,000,000 for a raggedy bag?" Seeing the guest get angry, the shopkeeper hurried to wave his hands and explain, "This is skin shed by the mother of snakes. The raw material alone is worth 750,000 purple crystals. Considering various additional costs, selling it for 1,000,000 is truly not expensive." Continued to press, "Who raised this mother of snakes?" The shopkeeper answered hesitantly. "Well, actually, the mother of snakes is a god-tier powerhouse. I've only heard people talk about it. Time is tight, surely you understand, great one." Chen Luo connected the information he had heard, and a figure surfaced in his mind, that god-tier who uses any means necessary for money. Could this mother of snakes be the snake mother? Ultimately, Chen Luo pulled out his purple crystal card and decisively decided, "Fine, swipe the card." The shopkeeper responded hurriedly, "Yes, yes, yes." After the purchase, he walked out of the shop and sent a message to his friends to inquire, "By the way, brothers, can you find out where BTH lives?" Meanwhile, at BTH's home, he was throwing a massive tantrum, roaring at the top of his lungs, "That annoying brat, on what grounds does he?" He was so angry his head was smoking, and he clenched his fists, gnashing his teeth. "That was the spatial law I've always dreamed of." Helpless, he could only curse alone. "Fortunately, the progenitor won't let me move against him for now, otherwise that guy would never have a day of peace." Suddenly, the snakeskin bag descended from the sky, covering his head directly. BTH was completely stunned, and before he could react, Chen Luo had already stepped forward leisurely. He thought triumphantly, "Got him." BTH was stuffed into the bag, and even though he was confined, he still questioned loudly, Who has such guts?" Before he could finish, Chen Luo gave him a resounding slap. BTH instantly went silent. Subsequently, Chen Luo stuffed him in even deeper, the corner of his mouth curling slightly. I have to admit the elasticity of this snakeskin bag is indeed quite good after dealing with him. Chen Luo immediately performed Void Walk, taking the bag and leaving. A moment later he chose a deserted plaza as his landing spot and dumped BTH out. There was no one here. It was very suitable for taking action. BTH was thrown onto the ground, his face buried directly in the dirt in excruciating pain, while Chen Luo strolled over from behind. Immediately after, Chen Luo launched a series of attacks without a word, beating BTH until he screamed incessantly, "It hurts, who are you? Spare me, great one, spare me. If you want money, just let me go back. I will definitely give you a satisfactory sum. I am the progenitor's disciple. My master has an extremely wide network." Seeing that begging was useless, BTH immediately changed his tune and threatened, "I am a top-tier citizen of the Empire. If you touch me, you will be hunted down too." Chen Luo didn't take these words to heart at all. Chen Luo struck decisively, killing him on the spot. After dealing with the target, he turned to the main event with a face of anticipation. "Let me see how much money is in your card." But after checking, Chen Luo was disappointed. "How is it only a little over 1,000,000 purple crystals? Isn't everyone saying that spatial teleportation is very profitable?" Just then, a possibility flashed through his mind. Right, he's a space-type half-god. He must have a spatial ability. Maybe the good treasures are hidden inside. Thinking of this, Chen Luo immediately began to search the body, muttering. Usually, spatial abilities are accompanied by a crystal growing on the body. Before long, he discovered a slight bulge in the flesh and understood instantly. Once he determined the position, Chen Luo squeezed it directly. After a soft pop, countless items fell out, making him laugh out loud with satisfaction. This guy's money was indeed hidden in his spatial ability. He excitedly put the newly found card into the machine for a scan. "Let me see exactly how much fortune he has." When the numbers jumped out, Chen Luo's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, "My God, 52 million purple crystals, I've really hit the jackpot this time." "It seems you really were rich." While he was celebrating, Chen Luo's gaze stopped on a black notebook. The twisted characters on the cover left him secretly puzzled. Could this be his insights into comprehending the laws? While Chen Luo was focused on reading, the transmission stone suddenly vibrated. He wondered, is there something urgent this late? As soon as he picked up, Dilade said excitedly, "Brother, I'm so sorry. We just had a few too many and forgot to tell you an important matter." Senhai also chimed in. "That's right, actually we have a business we want to introduce to you." At the word business, Chen Luo's eyes lit up. "What business?" Dilade explained. "Although Senhai and I guard this place, we each only master one law. If a god tier really comes to cause trouble, we might not be able to stop them." Senhai immediately echoed, "So many teleportation arrays are laid out on the planet to make it convenient to transfer people for support." Dilade got straight to the point. "In the past, only the progenitor could build teleportation arrays, charging 500,000 purple crystals each time. Now that we have you as a brother, I want to hand all this business to you." Senhai added with a calculating smile, "However, since it's your first time opening for business, we can only give you 200,000 purple crystals for each array." The two of them played off each other, trying to persuade Chen Luo. Building 10 teleportation arrays a year totals 2 million purple crystals. Nearby people also joined in the clamor. "Exactly, as long as you nod, this business is yours." However, Chen Luo scoffed in his heart. "Earning only 2 million a year? I just earned over 50 million in a few minutes. Only a fool would agree." But he couldn't say it directly, so he just smiled and politely declined. "Many thanks for the kind offer, big brothers. But let's discuss this later. I still have to meet a friend. It's not convenient to say more now, so I'll hang up first." This left both of them bewildered. Senhai complained slightly. The commander wanted to give him a chance specifically so he could compete with the progenitor. Dilade could only marvel blankly. This is a big business that can earn 2 million purple crystals a year. And he actually just refused it? On this side, Chen Luo looked up at the stars to determine his direction and muttered, "The current priority is to find Huang Niu to ask about the spaceship modification and have him help contact a light-type god tier," he calculated secretly. "If I fly to the planet where Huang Niu is located, it will take 3 months. Fortunately, I know spatial teleportation. I estimate I can get there in a few days." Meanwhile, the progenitor went to report to the fishing Zi Lan Luo. "Lady, I have failed." Zi Lan Luo's gaze instantly turned icy, and her tone deepened. "Failed?" She turned to look at him and commanded, "Tell me everything that happened from start to finish." The progenitor immediately knelt respectfully. "Yes, this matter started when the Bado family came to find me. Half an hour later, after finishing the whole process, he pleaded, that is how it went. Lady, please save me. His rate of progress is too fast, simply beyond imagination." Zi Lan Luo continued to sit and fish leisurely, pondering in her heart, I didn't expect him to be able to break my prophecy. Could it be that some unknown causality is helping him, or is destiny on his side? She continued to judge. I am an elder-level master of causality. Ordinary causality could never break my prophecy unless the person behind him is destiny. A moment later, Zilan Luo suddenly smiled with great interest. So that's it, but she felt a faint displeasure in her heart. They say destiny suppresses causality. I'd like to see what right it has. Subsequently, she stood up, her gaze fixed firmly on the progenitor. Everything has a cause and effect. Your tribulation is me, so let's try it. She smiled slightly and soothed. Rest assured, no need to fear, I will help you. The progenitor was overjoyed and hurriedly asked, You are truly willing to help me? Seeing her turn to leave, the progenitor pressed anxiously. Lady Zilan Luo, since you've agreed to take action, when will he die? She only replied in a deep voice, No rush. Let the bullet fly for a bit. Go back and wait. Remember, let all things take their natural course. The progenitor obeyed submissively. Yes, as you command. On the way back, the progenitor thought, The law of causality is inscrutable, but Lady Zilan Luo's abilities are absolutely beyond doubt. Chen Luo, you're dead meat this time. Suddenly she felt an abnormal change in her body, her eyes widening in shock. In the next second, Zilan Luo spat out a mouthful of crimson syrup, and her appearance rapidly aged. Her body swayed and she felt bewildered. I only laid a cause and effect on a space type. How could I suffer such a severe backlash? Could that space type also be special? Looking at the aged face reflected in the water, Zilan Luo cursed angrily. Damn it, it seems that space type is completely on par with destiny. But it doesn't matter anyway. I've already made my move. At Huang Niu's residence, a subordinate reported respectfully. Master, there is a young man named Chen Luo outside saying he is your friend. Hearing this name, he marveled in his heart. Chen Luo, his void walk is actually this fast? Huang Niu hurriedly stood up and instructed. Hurry, invite him in. No, I will go welcome him personally. You go call Xiao Li to come and help. The subordinate immediately bowed. Yes, master. At that moment, Chen Luo was observing the surrounding scenery, unable to stop himself from marveling inwardly. With pavilions, terraces, lush mountains, and clear waters, this place likely spanned hundreds of thousands of acres. Huang Yao's lifestyle was truly enviable. Before long, he personally came to the gate to welcome them, his attitude extremely enthusiastic. Chen Luo, come in and sit. Then, Huang Yao served tea with his own hands. Just then his daughter walked in politely. Father, did you call for me? Huang Yao immediately gave a solemn introduction. You've come at just the right time. Xiao Li, this is Uncle Chen. Greet him quickly. Huang Yao's daughter Huang Li gave a gentle bow. Greetings, Uncle Chen. Huang Yao stared at Chen Luo, a testing smile appearing on his face. My daughter is quite nice, isn't she? Want to consider it? Although he didn't say it directly, his attitude made his intentions clear. Chen Luo could only give an awkward smile, silently refusing. I don't have that kind of luck, so I'll pass. Then he pulled out a card and handed it to Huang Li, saying, Niece, take this to spend on whatever you like. Consider it a meeting gift from your uncle. He had already calculated in his heart that he could take this opportunity to give away that BTH card containing over 1 million purple crystals. Huang Li happily took it with both hands, her eyes curving into smiles. Thank you, uncle. Afterward, Huang Yao immediately shifted to the main topic. As for modifying the spaceship, they just needed to find the Snake Mother. They could even get a discounted price. However, the light-type god tier he requested was quite difficult to find. He suddenly slapped his forehead as if he had just remembered something. Oh right, maybe the Snake Mother would know. Wait a moment, I'll ask her. Through the transmission stone the Snake Mother spoke. Looking for a light-type person to purify your hometown? I can handle that too, I'll just have to make a trip personally. After listening, Chen Luo was very satisfied and immediately suggested, That's great. The Snake Mother's planet is quite close to us. Why don't we head over there? Huang Yao didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. All right, let's go. He calculated secretly, then added, If we use flight laws, we'll arrive in about 10 days, however. Chen Luo merely waved his hand, his tone extremely self-satisfied. No need for such trouble, you just need to give me the Snake Mother's coordinates. Upon hearing this, Huang Yao was instantly alarmed and pressed repeatedly. What? Do you intend to use Void Walk to get there? I am God tier, can you really take me that far? Chen Luo immediately unleashed his teleportation technique and answered confidently, Who said we're going to use Void Walk? Huang Yao stood up abruptly in shock. My God, it's only been a few months and you've already comprehended a second law. Immediately after, he dropped to his knees at Chen Luo's feet, his eyes full of admiration. A god in 4 years and in less than a year, you've comprehended a second law. Brother, just let me call you Big Brother at this speed, are you even human? A trace of an arrogant smile curled on Chen Luo's lips, but he deliberately feigned humility. which surprised even himself. Isn't this quite simple? After hearing this, Huang Yao's face broke out in sweat, and he lamented in his heart, "Damn it, I'm so jealous of him." While waiting for the spatial gate to form, Chen Luo took the initiative to suggest, "It will take a little time to establish the spatial channel. Take this chance to tell me about the Snake Mother. I want to know more about her." Huang Yao agreed and began to speak seriously. The Snake Mother's name was Bai Zhen, and her hometown was the Snake Clan planet. Not only is there plenty of delicious food there, but it is also famous for its beauties. Through his narration, the image of the Snake Mother in her youth gradually emerged. Before the Snake Mother became a god, the Snake Planet was just like the Cat Planet, like lambs waiting for the slaughter. The powerful talent the Snake Mother displayed led the entire Snake Clan to pour all their resources into nurturing her. Huang Yao's voice echoed steadily. Finally, the Snake Mother successfully stepped into the god tier. From then on, the fate of the Snake Planet was completely changed. The Snake Mother valued loyalty and affection greatly, always doing her utmost to protect her hometown. Therefore, she was honored as the mother of all snakes. Then he spoke of her little-known hardships. She even spent all the money she earned to nurture the descendants of the Snake Clan while living a very frugal life herself. Huang Yao's expression gradually turned somber, his tone full of sincerity. "She really is short on money, so don't blame her for agreeing to the progenitor's request. Moreover, when the progenitor wanted to destroy your planet, she was the first to stand up in opposition." After listening, Chen Luo stroked his chin and pondered. "In that case, I owe her a favor." He calculated secretly. He quite liked the Snake Mother's character. If she's so poor that she has to sell snakeskin bags, I can help her out and build a closer relationship while I'm at it. An hour later, the spatial gate finally opened. Chen Luo said, "Let's go." They departed for the Snake Planet. Huang Yao immediately stood up and nodded. "All right, let's go." Before long, in the Snake Mother's den, the sounds of laughter and joy were everywhere. "Stop playing." Suddenly, someone spoke in confusion. "Everyone look up there, what is that?" Everyone looked at the two unfamiliar figures simultaneously, and someone shouted in surprise, "Ah, it looks like someone is walking out." Chen Luo looked around, marveling inwardly. There were indeed many beauties here. Huang Yao let out a light chuckle. "These are just ordinary ones. As long as you say the word, the Snake Mother will immediately give you a few stunning beauties." Chen Luo waved his hands repeatedly, firmly refusing. "Stop talking nonsense, I am a decent man. Even if you give them to me, I don't want them." He laughed and followed up smoothly. Right. Let's go. I'll go call the Snake Mother out." Immediately after, Huang Yao stood in the courtyard and shouted loudly. Chen Luo was also startled. "Snake Mother, come out and receive guests." This crude manner made him sweat secretly. How could he call someone out to receive guests immediately after? A piercing voice rang out, shouting angrily, "Receive what guests?" Listening to this is truly irritating, you old man. Huang Yao. However, when she clearly saw the person before her, she was so shocked her speech became a stutter. Chen Luo, that's not right. Didn't you just contact me a moment ago? How are you here in the blink of an eye? Huang Yao took the opportunity to boast from the side. "What does this distance count for? There will be many more things to surprise you in the future. Let's go inside first." The Snake Mother cupped her hands, sincerely admitting her fault. "Chen Luo, back then I had no choice but to find trouble with you for the sake of survival. I want to take this opportunity to solemnly apologize to you." Following the local customs, Chen Luo imitated her gesture and replied flatly, "No discord, no concord. My hometown is still there, so I should thank you today." Huang Yao immediately interjected, "That's right. Since everyone is friends now, there's no need to be polite." Afterward, the three sat down to chat. Huang Yao boasted excitedly, "I'm telling you, Chen Luo has already mastered the spatial teleportation law. We came through a spatial channel, which is why it was so fast." Hearing this, the Snake Mother cried out in shock. "A second law? My God, with your speed of comprehension, you'll surely master no fewer than 7 laws in the future, won't you?" As they chatted, she suddenly stood up. "Oh right, wait for me a moment." 10 minutes later, the Snake Mother returned to the living room and said, "This is a world tree seed. It can purify all kinds of pollution." Huang Yao held the box with both hands. Inside was a green seed. After seeing it clearly, he shouted in surprise, seemingly unable to believe his eyes. "Impossible! If this thing were put up for auction, it would absolutely not go for less than 3,000 purple crystals. More importantly, money might not even buy it. You're just giving it away like this. Are you still the stingy Snake Mother I know?" The Snake Mother ignored him, only looking gently at the person across from her to continue explaining. "Once the seed grows into a tree, it can also bear various fruits with different effects. Chen Luo, your hometown will surely become stronger and stronger." Huang Yao also added a piece of information. "Not only that, but this tree can also become a protective shield. Once fully mature, it can reach the half-god realm. It is said that if its potential is good, there is a chance for it to become a god in the future." Chen Luo looked at the box in his hands with care and pressed curiously. Just by relying on this seed can the pollution caused by the progenitor be completely cleared? The snake mother explained slowly. Actually, the effect isn't quite that exaggerated, but I have another method to clear your planet. Once we get to Earth, you will naturally know. Leave it to me, it can definitely be solved. Chen Luo pulled out a card and handed it to her as usual. Thank you. This purple crystal card, however, the snake mother immediately waved her hand in refusal. No need, consider it a meeting gift and also for the sake of reconciliation. Suddenly she turned her head and said coldly, Fine, let's not mention this anymore. Tonight I will hold a banquet to host you. As for Huang Yao, there's nothing for you to do here. You can leave. Chen Luo was stunned by what he heard, while Huang Yao cried out in frustration, Ah, do you have to be so heartless? By nightfall, the snake mother enthusiastically made a suggestive proposal. Chen Luo, I see you always coming and going alone. How about I call a few juniors over to take care of you? He blurted out in surprise. What? The snake mother pointed forward and introduced proudly that they were all half-gods and very outstanding juniors. In the future, just let them take care of you. If there are any small matters, just leave it to them. You can also give them some pointers in your spare time. Chen Luo took a quick glance and thought, all half-gods? The snake mother pointed at the 4 delicate girls before her and continued the introduction. They were Autumn, Orchid, Winter, and Bamboo. Only then did Chen Luo understand what was meant. He immediately broke into a sweat, screaming in his heart, What on earth? Just speak plainly. Mila might still be watching from the ability space. Don't gang up to ruin me. Adhering to the principle that it was better to over-refuse than to let a mistake happen, Chen Luo immediately eliminated the crisis, retreating a few steps in panic. I am a man. No, this is bad. I really don't need these 4 people. He hurriedly requested them to leave, his tone serious and sincere. The 4 of you, please go back. The snake mother looked at Chen Luo's resolute refusal with confusion, her eyes full of curiosity. Is he not satisfied? True, a young man with high pride and high standards, that's normal. Then she personally walked over holding a cup in her hand, her tone somewhat solemn. Brother Chen Luo, I toast you. Hearing the snake mother say this, Chen Luo finally breathed a sigh of relief. His mood finally relaxed, and he immediately responded enthusiastically, Come, let's drink together. Meanwhile, in Chen Luo's dark ability space, Rice Ball was holding a vermilion fruit like a treasure. Her tone was both gentle and carried a hint of terror. You smell so good. Hearing this, the vermilion fruit was instantly startled, falling into a state of panic. It's over, it's over. Am I really going to be eaten? Suddenly, the entire space seemed to freeze for 5 seconds. Rice Ball immediately became alert, her gaze quickly scanning the surroundings, and she discovered that something seemed to have been pulled out of Chen Luo's body. Unable to contain her curiosity, Rice Ball immediately tossed the vermilion fruit she was just holding to the side and focused her energy on sensing it. It seemed to be a thread. Furthermore, it was connected to another person. Before long, she discovered the problem. That's right. Someone is indeed secretly changing Chen Luo's destiny. After deducing, Rice Ball quickly reached a conclusion. Chen Luo had unintentionally run into 2 extremely formidable figures. If it were a head-on confrontation, Chen Luo would surely fall into danger. Concern for Chen Luo was like an ex-partner. It came like the wind and left just as quickly. But so what? With the great demon King Rice Ball here, what is there to worry about? As long as she gave a casual wave, the opponent would surely lose face completely. As soon as this thought appeared, Rice Ball unconsciously looked at Mila, who was focused on reading, then narrowed her eyes confidently. I don't need to do anything. I just need to stall for a little more time. Moreover, I feel that Mila is the key to breaking this situation. Outside, Chen Luo had just gotten up when the snake mother and Huang Yao came to his door. She walked over with graceful steps and spoke, Chen Luo, I've already repaired your spaceship to look like new. As long as you bind your identity information, others won't be able to use it casually. Hearing this, Chen Luo prepared to express his thanks, his tone polite and warm. That's great. But before he could finish his sentence, Rice Ball's voice suddenly rang out from the ability space, and it grew louder and louder, full of urgency. Chen Luo, let me out. Then came a series of screams. Let me out, let me out. This left Chen Luo extremely confused. Rice Ball had never shouted and screamed like this before. By the sudden change in personality today, he immediately engaged in mental communication through his intent, his tone gentle yet very decisive. I'm here alone. If you appear outside, won't the secret of the spatial ability be exposed? However, Rice Ball still refused to yield, her tone extremely resolute. Don't worry, just let me out. Standing to the side, the snake mother and Huang Yao saw Chen Luo sweating with tension from the mental communication, their eyes both suspicious and curious. She spoke up in concern. Brother Chen Luo, what's wrong? Facing the gaze of the 2, He immediately thought of a reason and explained calmly. "It's nothing, I just woke up and I'm still a bit blurry. You two go to the living room and wait for me for a bit. I'll go wash my face and then go look at the spaceship." After listening, the snake mother didn't ask further and could only nod. "All right." After confirming the two had left, Chen Luo immediately brought out the 5 people staying in the dark space. He observed cautiously for a moment and asked in bewilderment, "What are you all coming out for? I don't want the pre-arranged plan to be seen through." Riceball resolutely refused to tell the truth, raising her chin arrogantly, her tone both aggrieved and mischievous. "It's too stuffy inside, can't we just come out to get some fresh air?" This answer left Chen Luo completely helpless. "I really can't do anything with you." "Fine, you're the ancestor, satisfied now?" Afterward, Chen Luo introduced them to the snake mother and Huang Yao one by one. His tone was solemn yet carried a hint of pride. "Let me introduce them to you. This is my wife Mila, and this is my sister-in-law Mi Ling." The remaining few are, after the introduction, the two were so shocked their mouths hung open. My God, where did these stunning beauties spring from? After a simple introduction of the family tree, Chen Luo walked up to the snake mother and got straight to the point. "Since the spaceship is fixed, can we just head up directly? But trouble really is coming one after another." Before the snake mother could answer, Riceball suddenly shouted from the side, interrupting everyone. "No, I want to go to Planet Happy to play for a few days." She was pushing her luck, insisting on going. "I only ate 1 meal last time, now I have no appetite for anything. I want to go to Planet Happy, hurry and send me there." Looking at her abnormal behavior, Chen Luo's mind was in such a mess he wanted to dance, and his eyes were full of suspicion. Is Riceball so strange today because her rebellious phase has arrived? Even so, he still complied with her request, answering softly, "Fine, then we'll space teleport over right now." Ancient emperors were pampered like this, but Riceball still wouldn't let it go. "You can't play, you don't understand." "No, I want to go by spaceship." Truly, the human heart is difficult to fathom. Chen Luo frowned, patiently helping her analyze. "But going through a spatial channel will get us there very quickly. Taking a spaceship will take several months of flight." Riceball still refused to change her mind, answering resolutely, I'm not listening, I want to take the spaceship." Although her exterior appeared willful, she was irritably cursing in her heart. "Chen Luo, you idiot, hurry up and listen to me. Get the spaceship in the air." Time flew and a month passed. The group was currently traveling to Planet Happy aboard an autopilot spaceship. Inside the cabin, Chen Luo cautiously walked over to where Riceball was sitting. His face was a mask of confusion and suspicion as he lowered his voice to test her. "Riceball, you aren't the type to be unreasonable for no reason. We have to stay on this ship for several months now. Is there some special reason you did this?" Riceball didn't even turn her head, stubbornly maintaining her secret. She gave a slight shrug, her tone carrying a hint of haughtiness yet remaining exceptionally firm. "Stop asking. Just listen to me." Hearing this, Chen Luo furrowed his brows and swept his gaze across the cabin before finally choosing to compromise. "Fine." Suddenly, from the depths of the universe outside the window, an unidentified object streaked toward them like a meteor, heading straight for their ship. Immediately after, the object actually pierced through the ship's hull and entered the interior. The violent impact sent a massive shock through Chen Luo's entire body. His eyes widened, and he couldn't help but blurt out, "Holy crap!" The object didn't stop, continuing to push him back for a significant distance. Pain and panic surged through him as he flailed and shouted, "Ow, ow, ow, what on earth is this thing?" The massive commotion and sudden turn of events immediately drew the attention of Snake Mother and Huang Yao, both of whom turned deathly pale. Snake Mother hurried over, her tone both anxious and surprised. "What happened? How could there be such a huge commotion?" When she saw clearly what Chen Luo was clutching in his hands, she cried out in shock. "Heavens, could this thing be? Where did it come from?" Chen Luo was also completely baffled, answering blankly, "It just crashed into me on its own." After seeing the true form of the object, Snake Mother was instantly stunned. "Gamma metal? Is this really gamma metal?" Huang Yao, standing aside, chimed in as well. "Brother, your luck is simply defying the heavens." Hearing this, Chen Luo immediately flipped over and sat up. "What is this? Is it very valuable?" Facing his question, Snake Mother explained. "This metal is known as gamma metal. It possesses extremely high defensive power and is perfect for forging armor. As for its value, this piece weighs about 4,236 caddies, with an estimated worth between 150 million and 180 million purple crystals." At this point, even Snake Mother couldn't hide the envy in her eyes. Was this the legendary finding gold while sitting still? Huang Yao felt the same way. "If I could have 1/10 of his luck in this lifetime, I'd wake up laughing from my dreams." At that moment, Chen Luo looked at Riceball, who was snickering to herself, and secretly speculated, is this why Riceball insisted on taking the spaceship? For the sake of this gamma metal, they continued to spend a long time on the spaceship. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye, and the group finally set foot on planet Happy. Looking at the surroundings, Huang Yao spoke, his tone both curious and surprised. Looking at this promotional blitz, it seems Divine Traces 3 has already launched. Hearing this, Riceball asked, "What is Divine Traces 3? Before Huang Yao could answer, she observed the surroundings herself and spotted a massive billboard. Her eyes immediately lit up like a child discovering treasure. Oh, it's a game. On the billboard was an introduction to the game, Divine Traces 3 beta version, featuring innovative technology never seen before in history. It offered players a 100 virtual reality experience, making it completely impossible to distinguish from the real world. Created through the collaboration of 2 great civilizations, the signal covered most planets in the universe. Do you want to enjoy the most authentic thrill without leaving your home? Do you want to comprehend the laws? The reality sync technology would simulate environments and terrains from across the myriad universes. All attributes could be fully experienced at 100 within the game. What are you waiting for? Come and try Divine Traces." After reading the content, Riceball was immediately eager to try. Chen Luo, I want to play this." Unlike her excitement, Chen Luo was somewhat curious. "Can this game really assist in comprehending the laws?" Snake Mother nodded upon hearing this, her tone deep and inscrutable. "While I'm not certain, the game's simulation is indeed very realistic. Perhaps it really works," Huang Yao suggested from the side. "We'll know once we buy it and try." "I'll go buy it right now." After returning, he immediately complained with a pained heart. "Heavens, a single game unit actually cost 200,000 purple crystals. Luckily, brother, your card has plenty of money. I bought 20 sets as you requested." Chen Luo didn't mind Huang Yao's grumbling. "Let's go, find a hotel to rest, and then we'll go in and try it." In the hotel living room, Chen Luo was the first to sit in the equipment. "All right, see you in the game." As soon as he sat down, the system initiated immediately. The sight before his eyes left Chen Luo utterly shocked. "Heavens, this world is too realistic. I wonder if I can use real-life skills here." Acting on the thought, he immediately tried to manifest Void Walk. After seeing the prompt pop up on the screen, Chen Luo was speechless. It's that same familiar pay-to-win routine again. "Luckily, I'm not short on cash." Just as he entered the game, he felt a scorching heat emanating from a volcanic crater by his feet. Those glowing red rocks looked as if they could erupt at any moment. Before long, relying on the game's teleportation mechanism and simulation system, Chen Luo flew into the air and switched to a completely different terrain. In such a 100 realistic simulated environment, it truly could assist in comprehension. While he was focused on observing the surroundings, his gaze accidentally caught a dark and remote area below. Subsequently, Chen Luo raised his index finger to share his experience. "Remember this secret technique, everyone needs to pay attention to skill books in the game. If you find a suitable one, buy it and use it immediately." Having said that, he leisurely tucked his hands into his pockets and walked toward a shop. As Chen Luo observed the path ahead, he calculated secretly. "This place is indeed perfect for me to enter multi-layered space and focus on my insights." A short while later, Chen Luo was sitting cross-legged in the center of a cave, pouring his entire will into his cultivation. The spatial powers I haven't yet comprehended can be divided into 8 categories of laws. In his mind, each category of law manifested clearly. Functionality included teleportation, transport, and space. Defense included physical defense and magical defense. Attack included dimensional, annihilation, and penetration. After identifying his targets, Chen Luo quickly formed hand seals before him, thinking to himself, "Void Walk is already the best form of defense. What I lack right now is offensive capability." On the other side, Fa Wang was excitedly experiencing the game, full of praise. "This game is awesome, much more efficient than struggling through insights on your own." Riceball immediately retorted, "It's not fun at all." Mila turned her head curiously and asked in confusion, "Riceball, what on earth did you do? Why did you get the achievement first player to die 1,000 times? At the mention of this, Riceball gnashed her teeth in fury. "A bunch of scumbags who only know how to bully people. As long as you pay, there's nothing you can't accomplish." At this point, she suddenly paused and reached a conclusion. "If that's the case, it means the money I spent still isn't enough." Riceball stared blankly at Chen Luo's game pod nearby, which remained motionless. "Is he still in the game? Chen Luo, come out quickly. Lend me some money, I need to top up." However, at this moment, Chen Luo was immersed in a state of deep cultivation. Within his blurred consciousness, he analyzed silently, "Even if I comprehend 4 or 5 spatial laws, I can only run when facing a peak god tier. But if I can comprehend time, the situation will be completely different. Time, the law of time." At that very moment, an unspeakable pressure suddenly struck. Chen Luo's brows furrowed tightly as he clenched his teeth. My head hurts so much. What on earth is this strange power? Sweat instantly poured down his face like rain. Damn it, what power is this? Could it be time? Amidst his hazy consciousness, Riceball's familiar voice continued to swirl in his ears, so clear it was impossible to ignore. Chen Luo, come out quickly, lend me some money. I need to top up. 5 minutes later, Chen Luo finally stepped out of the game pod, evaluating solemnly. This game is indeed quite interesting. For the time being, everyone can go in and train. He swept a glance over the three of them and continued to instruct. We'll go back first to pick up the members on planet Meow, and then return to Earth together. The three looked at each other and responded in unison. On the return journey, their spaceship hurtled toward Earth. Inside the control cabin, Chen Luo saw Mila sitting in a corner, her gaze focused intently on the materials in her hand. He took the initiative to start a casual conversation. What are you looking at so intently? Mila shifted her gaze from the paper as if she had finally found someone to share with. You've come at just the right time. Look at this. It's a love letter left behind by Yeti Man. Her tone grew excited as she spread the paper before Chen Luo. It contained information regarding the Great God certification. I feel this matter is definitely not simple. Chen Luo was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. Great God certification? Based on the scrawled handwriting on the paper, Mila explained cautiously. Legend has it that when the insight into a certain law reaches 100, the power undergoes a qualitative change, and one receives the Great God certification for that law. Once this change makes one's strength far exceed that of a normal god tier, the practitioner receives a reward bestowed by the law. Hearing this, Chen Luo immediately caught the key point. His eyes lit up, his voice unable to hide his excitement. So you're saying if I completely master any branch of the spatial laws, such as Void Walk, the spatial law will give me a grand gift? Mila immediately confirmed. Exactly. Chen Luo stroked his chin while looking down to examine the materials closely, quickly summarizing his progress in his mind. Having frequently entered and exited the game recently, Void Walk had increased to 97, while spatial transport had reached 74. As long as he continued to work hard, before the thought could finish, a strong determination rose in his heart. The Great God certification is indeed something to look forward to. Chen Luo then bid farewell to Mila. I'm going to continue my cultivation. Returning to his room, he sat cross-legged on the bed, eyes slightly closed, immersing himself heart and soul into meditation. I clearly enter the game every time to comprehend offensive abilities, yet by some fluke I keep learning spatial defense. But to me, spatial defense really isn't of much use. Thinking of this, Chen Luo curled his lip slightly, his face full of indifference. Anyway, Void Walk is already the best defense. I can just dodge. Why bother tanking hits? Just as the thought passed, the door was suddenly shoved open. Huang Yao and Snake Mother ran in out of breath, shouting urgently before they even stood firm. Chen Luo, quick, look outside the ship, a law has descended. These words left Chen Luo momentarily stunned. A law? Before he could ask for clarification, a vague guess surfaced instinctively. Could it be Mila or Fa Wang ascending from half-god to god tier? While the three of them were dazed, and before they could take any action, countless brilliant streams of light suddenly appeared outside the cabin. Like meteors tearing through the void, they charged toward Chen Luo in unison. He was stunned for a full 5 seconds until he realized what was happening. Thinking in panic, why are they all coming for me? A short while later, Chen Luo fell into a state of deep cultivation once more. He focused his spirit, a not-so-pleasant premonition forming in his heart. Could this be the law of spatial defense? Across from him, Huang Yao sat cross-legged and observed, unable to stop himself from marveling more as he watched. It's only been this long and brother already has a third law. Big brother, from today on, you're my big brother. I am truly filled with admiration. Snake Mother stood aside in silence, but her mind was already set. It hasn't even been a year. I must absolutely cling to Chen Luo's coattails. Contrary to the excitement outside, Chen Luo was bluntly refusing. This newly appeared law is simply a tragedy. What are you here for? Honestly, what on earth did you come out for? In a blurred state of consciousness, he thought with dissatisfaction while sensing the law. I really don't want this kind of law. Can't you switch it for another? 10 minutes later, Chen Luo collapsed, clutching his head, his entire body radiating an aura of gloom, looking as if life had just dealt him a heavy hammer blow. It's spatial defense again. This reaction left Huang Yao and Snake Mother looking at each other, their hearts full of doubt. Why does Big Brother look not happy at all? I don't know either. Finally, Huang Yao couldn't hold it in and asked directly, Big Brother, isn't comprehending a third law something worth celebrating? Only then did Chen Luo lift his dejected face to look at him. We're quite familiar now. So you should know exactly what laws I've comprehended. Teleportation, transport, and defense. At this point he finally reached his limit and began to complain sincerely. I have 3 laws now, yet not a single offensive law has appeared. The more Chen Luo thought about it, the more hopeless he felt. Maybe I'm the most useless god tier with 3 laws. No maybe about it. I'm definitely the most useless. These words were like rubbing salt into Snake Mother's wounds. She whipped her head around, gnashing her teeth in anger. Big brother. Do those words sound like human words? I want to be the weakest god tier with 3 laws too, but the laws won't even spare me a glance. Even if I beg, they won't appear. Meanwhile, Huang Yao was completely stunned, like a mediocre student being forcibly spoon-fed the worldview of a genius. To achieve such greatness and still not be satisfied, is this the world of a genius? I must continue to work hard too. Several months later on Earth, the plane landed smoothly on a lush green lawn. Stepping out of the cabin, Chen Luo fell into deep thought. When I left this place, I hadn't reached the god tier yet, and could only sense the world was polluted. Now that I'm a god tier, I see that everywhere is shrouded in a faint aura of dark laws. Before his eyes, wisps of black energy swirled incessantly, clinging to the heavens and earth like thick fog. After thinking for a moment, Chen Luo understood the reason. It was precisely these dark laws that caused Earth's pollution. Having identified the target, his gaze darkened, and he called out coldly, "Snake Mother." With just that one short call, she immediately grasped the meaning. Rest assured, I will handle it. In the next second, the aura on Snake Mother's body erupted violently, her body rapidly transforming as her massive white snake form instantly appeared on the lawn. She opened her mouth wide, forcibly sucking in those wisps of dark laws like water flowing backward. The thick black energy rolled into her body, causing Snake Mother to feel unwell all over, and cold sweat poured down. The dark laws invading her body would disrupt her comprehension of her own laws. Even so, Snake Mother gritted her teeth and persisted, her absorption speed not slowing in the slightest. Her mind was exceptionally clear. As long as I can establish a good relationship with Chen Luo, this little sacrifice is worth nothing. On the other side, Huang Niu watched the scene and nodded in admiration. So that is Snake Mother's method, directly sucking all the dark laws into her own body. Hearing this, Chen Luo suddenly felt a surge of unease. He immediately turned and asked, "What will be the consequences of doing this?" Huang Niu's expression turned serious, and his voice deepened. "She has to endure the pain, of course. Furthermore, for the several hundred years she spends digesting these dark laws, she won't be able to continue comprehending new laws." This answer left Chen Luo silent for a moment, his gaze still fixed on the white snake in midair who was struggling to hold on. "This favor, I have noted it." At the same time, at the progenitor's residence, the tranquil atmosphere was suddenly broken. A subordinate ran in hurriedly, kneeling on one knee to report, "Lord Progenitor, the third prince of the Feng Sha Empire has just issued an announcement." The other party immediately unfurled a scroll covered in information. Buying time-type crystals, price set at 2 billion imperial purple crystals, hereditary peerage. Additionally, under this empire's inheritance system, 1 stalk of longevity grass, which grows every 20,000 years, can be used as an exchange condition. The progenitor's gaze slowly swept across every line, his lips curling upward the more he read. Buying time-type crystals? At the thought, the progenitor couldn't help but laugh out loud, the sound echoing through the empty room. How could it be such a coincidence? Although he said this, he already had the answer in his heart. Not long ago, the Bado family had reported that there was an Earth native who mastered a method to freeze time. Chen Luo would surely know information regarding this time-type person. The progenitor suddenly stood up, hands behind his back, a trace of gloom flashing in his eyes. "Chen Luo, I cannot deal with you, but there is always someone who can." As long as this matter was reported to the third prince, he would surely have a way to settle the score. The more he thought about it, the more pleasant his mood became, his inner triumph almost impossible to hide. The third prince not only held a noble status but had also mastered 6 laws. To someone of his caliber, is this the power of causality? The progenitor waved a hand, and a spatial teleportation gate immediately appeared silently before him. He had already calculated his plan. "Chen Luo, I bet you definitely won't be willing to hand over the time-type person. So I only need to leak this news to the third prince. That will be enough." The corners of the progenitor's mouth slowly hooked up, revealing an undisguised triumphant smile as he stepped into the spatial teleportation gate, as if he had already seen the other man's end. "He will definitely make a move against you." Simultaneously, within the third prince's palace, the space was so quiet one could hear breathing. Li Sen sat upright on the throne, his gaze flat yet deep and unfathomable. After a while, he finally spoke slowly. "You say Chen Luo possesses a time-type crystal?" The attendant immediately bowed and replied respectfully, "Yes." After a few seconds of silence, Li Sen nodded slightly. His voice was neither rushed nor slow, yet it contained an invisible pressure. "Progenitor, I thank you for bringing this news. If I can obtain the time-type crystal, the reward given to you will certainly not be small." Hearing this, the progenitor immediately answered straightforwardly, "Many thanks, third prince." Subsequently, he turned and left the hall, leaving Li Sen alone to ponder in his original spot. If it weren't from the progenitor's own mouth, it would indeed be hard for me to believe that someone mastered 2 laws in just 5 years. But you'd best be sensible, otherwise, before the thought could finish, he clapped his hands, the crisp sound echoing through the empty hall. "Someone come." He ordered a public notice to be issued immediately based on the physical characteristics of Chen Luo provided by the progenitor. Soon after, several figures appeared, kneeling on one knee simultaneously to await orders. Li Sen commanded in a deep voice, "If anyone discovers him on planet Warns, bring him to see me immediately." He did not stop, continuing to clearly instruct every sentence. Furthermore, select 2 Imperial God-tier individuals to head to Earth and see if they can find him. 2 subordinates lowered their heads at the same time, loudly accepting the command. Meanwhile, the progenitor was extremely satisfied with his plan. In his view, every link was arranged seamlessly, making him unable to resist marveling secretly. The power of causality is indeed terrifying. This is truly a brilliant move of borrowing a knife to kill. Back on Earth, after returning to human form, Snake Mother stood before Chen Luo and explained calmly, "I have already cleared the root of the dark laws. Next, purifying the remaining pollution will be very simple. Find a suitable place to plant the world tree seed." Chen Luo answered sincerely, "Thank you," but Snake Mother hoped for more in her heart. She hoped that after her death, Chen Luo would remember today's action and step in to protect the Snake Clan. Chen Luo did not hesitate, bowing as he planted the world tree seed into the soil, then turned to instruct. "Meng Yin, lead the nature-type members to release your abilities together to promote the growth of the world tree." She happily accepted the order. "All right, leave it to us." Snake Mother also thoughtfully handed Chen Luo a set of materials. "The method for nurturing the world tree is recorded in here. I've also highlighted the matters needing attention. As long as you care for it diligently, the world tree can reach the half-god rank in 20+ years. Chen Luo took the materials and stored them solemnly, then turned to ask Huang Niu, "I plan to seclude myself on Earth for 100 years. What about you two?" Upon hearing this number, Huang Niu immediately refused decisively. 100 years? That won't do. I can't stay here. If I wait another 100 years, my daughter will be an old maid. I still have to personally see her get married. Not only that, Huang Niu even let out a hee-hee laugh, taking the opportunity to tempt him. "Why don't you be my son-in-law? You can even let my daughter be a concubine." Chen Luo immediately turned his face to look elsewhere, pretending to evade. I didn't see anything at all." It was Snake Mother's turn to speak, her tone carrying a hint of regret. "I cannot stay either. I must go back and urge those children to train." Seeing that both had decided, Chen Luo no longer tried to keep them. "All right then, I'll send you back. And when I come out of seclusion, I'll go find you to play." Just then, Rice Ball stood behind him and called softly, "Chen Luo, come over for a moment." As soon as the words fell, she hurriedly pulled Chen Luo's hand and walked away. Her steps rushed as if being a bit slow would miss something extremely important. "We have to leave here too." Chen Luo was dragged along by her, still not understanding the situation, his face blank. "I'm just preparing for seclusion. Why do we have to leave?" Rice Ball did not answer immediately. She stopped her steps and looked back at Chen Luo, her gaze turning deep and inscrutable at that moment. "Because someone is looking for you. You cannot continue to drift along like this anymore." These words immediately made Chen Luo feel displeased, his self-esteem rising accordingly. "What do you mean by drifting along? This is called development." But Rice Ball was very stubborn, only shaking her head firmly, completely refusing to give him a chance to argue. "Development won't do either. We must go." Her rare seriousness caused Chen Luo to gradually put away his nonchalant manner. He stared at Rice Ball, his heart beginning to raise its guard. "You say someone is looking for me. Who is it?" At this point, Rice Ball spoke candidly. "I only know it is an extremely formidable god tier, and he already knows Earth's coordinates, so we cannot stay any longer." Saying this, Rice Ball opened her arms. Ethereal spiritual energy immediately converged around her, making the surrounding space grow heavy. "I feel there is a fellow behind the scenes manipulating all of this with the goal of taking your life. Now you have only 2 choices." As soon as she finished speaking, the spiritual energy had completely enveloped Rice Ball. The aura she radiated instantly became sharp and dangerous. First, go to another place to live in seclusion for 100 years. Second, proactively enter the fray. Subsequently, Rice Ball continued to persuade patiently, her speaking speed slow yet exceptionally firm. "Chen Luo, I have a way to pull Earth out of the vortex of fate and keep this place hidden for 100 years. But after 100 years, I will no longer be able to use that skill." Seeing that he was still hesitating, she added in a low voice, "If you choose the first one, Though you can pass 100 years in peace, once the time is up, Earth will fall into an extremely dangerous situation. Unless by then you already have enough power to protect Earth. Then she skillfully shifted to the other proposal. As for the second choice, it is to enter the fray. Although my sensing is not yet completely clear, I can be certain this will bring you benefits. Finally, Rice Ball suddenly rested her chin on her hand as if lost in thought, then came out with an astonishing statement. Strange to say, I find that I am increasingly unable to see through your destiny. Hearing this, Chen Luo's face showed a look of shock. What does this mean? But his heart was exceptionally happy. Does this mean you won't be able to give me advance warnings anymore? In the very next second, Rice Ball immediately gave his waist a hard pinch as a warning. I'm just unable to sense it as clearly, that's all. As for whether you are in danger, I can still perceive that. Chen Luo quickly put away his playful grin, returning to seriousness. That's good then. I feel that I can do it, so I choose to enter the fray. Besides, I can get benefits. Hearing him say this, Rice Ball nodded slightly, a satisfied look appearing on her face. Right next, Chen Luo strode directly forward, every step steady and firm. Fine then, how could the universe be missing me? Then we won't stay. Watching that resolute back, Rice Ball couldn't help but fall into thought. Fate is always changing. Even she hadn't expected Chen Luo to master the third law so quickly, even exceeding the predictions of destiny. Her heart also felt a bit lightened. Chen Luo had once again become someone she couldn't fully control. Fortunately, everything was currently moving in a positive direction. At this moment, Chen Luo directly questioned the two following behind him. Huang Niu, Snake Mother, until now I still don't understand why the progenitor would suddenly run to Earth to find trouble. Now the fellow behind the scenes still wants to continue causing me trouble. Can you really not tell me the truth? Huang Niu clearly began to look embarrassed. We really cannot say the answer to this question. Once leaked, we will all face a great disaster. Snake Mother only revealed a partial piece of information. Actually, there is no need for you to be obsessed with finding that person. Her original intention was not to make things difficult for you. Huang Niu even sincerely advised. Big brother, listen to our advice. Truly, do not go and investigate that person's identity. Even if you master all the laws, it is best not to go looking for her. Hearing this warning, Chen Luo immediately felt suspicious. I have already mastered 3 laws. Is it possible I still lack the ability to confront that person? The more he thought, the more frustrated he felt, and his fists unconsciously clenched. Damn it, who exactly is the opponent, to be able to make these two this afraid? Just then, a hurried voice suddenly rang out. Chen Luo. Chen Luo, it turned out to be the ancient tree spirit complaining indignantly. Chen Luo, do you have a conscience? Do you have any conscience at all? It felt very aggrieved by Chen Luo's decision. You are taking everyone away, but you're leaving only me behind. Pitifully, I've grown accustomed to eating Emperor-tier corpses, and now I have to go back to eating those level 4 or 5 mutated creatures. My mouth has already been pampered. However, upon seeing Meng Yin, the ancient tree spirit suddenly grew terrified. What is that seed? Why do I feel my bloodline being suppressed? Just as Chen Luo was at a loss for words on how to handle it, Huang Niu immediately seized the opportunity. Wu Hun, it's time for you to show your loyalty. He naturally stepped forward, pointing at the ancient tree spirit and questioning, Who are you cursing? Chen Luo also followed up gloomily. That's right, when did I ever lack a conscience? The ancient tree spirit lost its composure, stretching out a branch to point at Meng Yin's seed. This is the proof that you lack a conscience. Having a new love, you no longer like me, your old love. Subsequently, it irritably ordered Chen Luo, Hurry up and give me corpses to eat. I will grow sweet fruit, and then we'll each take half. But he simply gave a flat wave. Get lost, a partnership is terminated. This sentence made the ancient tree spirit even angrier. I knew it, you have a new love and you've forgotten me. Back then I thought we could be together forever. I didn't expect that in the end I'd still lose everything. It immediately waved its branches, launching an attack directly at the two. I'll fight you to the death. Entangling vines, Chen Luo was momentarily stunned, his arms suddenly being deathly gripped by vines, and the strength was quite significant. He looked down, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. You've got to be kidding, right? I am a god tier. Just this one small movement was enough to make his long-suppressed frustration explode instantly. Who do you think you're scaring with this move? Chen Luo lightly waved his hand, striking with an extremely decisive slash. This is for calling me heartless. After the hit landed, he nonchalantly picked his ear, as calm as if he had just handled a trivial matter. Then don't blame me for being impolite. Behind him, the ancient tree spirit's body instantly split in half, its life force rapidly dissipating. Chen Luo turned his head gloomily, muttering to himself, I didn't want to leave, but in the end there was always someone forcing me to go. A cold, killing intent rose secretly in his heart, acting like an invisible warning. Best not let me know who you are. As the spatial gate slowly opened, Chen Luo looked back at the crowd standing behind him. His gaze swept across each familiar face, then he laughed softly. Let's go, it's also time to say goodbye to everyone. Those who want to come with me come, those who want to stay, work hard to build our hometown well. As soon as the words fell, Riceball was the first to step forward, her attitude firm enough that no further thought was needed. At this time on the highly modern planet Happy, the distant sky was covered by the soft setting sun. It was both bustling and gave one a sense of tranquility. Chen Luo walked a few steps with his arms crossed, then secretly lamented. He hadn't expected to return so soon. Just then his gaze inadvertently stopped on a television hanging by the road. A news report was being broadcast on the screen, the host's voice coming through steadily. In news from this station recently, the Wusai Empire released a notice. Before Chen Luo could look away, the host continued, the Empire is currently planning to buy time-type crystals, offering 2 billion purple crystals, a hereditary earldom, and a stalk of longevity grass. This astronomical figure instantly stunned Chen Luo. 2 billion, my god, I haven't seen this much money in my entire life. Just then, someone proactively contacted him. Xian Ta, I just arrived, how did you know? Seemingly worried that Chen Luo would leave, the other party immediately urged urgently, wait a moment, Jieshida and I will be there shortly. This hurried attitude made him unable to resist feeling puzzled. Did something happen? But Xian Ta still refused to explain. We'll talk when we meet, you must stay right where you are and wait for us. Not long after, Xian Ta indeed arrived as agreed. Upon seeing the other party, Chen Luo immediately took the initiative to greet them. Brother, long time no see, but Jieshida, standing beside him, did not beat around the bush, getting straight to the point. The third prince wants to see you. I will send the coordinates, go there yourself. Hearing this, Chen Luo had already vaguely guessed the reason. Riceball had once said that an extremely powerful god tier was looking for him. 10 to 1, it was this third prince, right? After thinking for a moment, Chen Luo asked directly, I don't know any third prince, what does he want with me? Xian Ta also answered honestly, I'm not clear about this matter either. Perhaps the third prince has taken an interest in your transport capabilities. Don't worry, he surely won't make things difficult for you. If he really wanted to do something unfavorable to you, he wouldn't have invited you like this. Ultimately, Chen Luo made a decision. Fine, then I'll go meet him. A hint of interest also rose in his heart. He wanted to see exactly what this third prince was looking for him for. When Chen Luo stepped out of the spatial channel, before he even had time to observe his surroundings, someone was already waiting there. You must be Mr. Chen Luo, right? That servant pressed his hand to his chest and bowed slightly with extreme respect. The third prince has been waiting for you for a long time, please follow me. As he entered the hall, Chen Luo smelled a faint fragrance permeating the air, and a pale green liquid was being slowly poured into a cup. Simultaneously, Li Sen's extremely polite voice rang out. Brother Chen, you've traveled a long distance, you must be tired. Li Sen still sat calmly on the throne, every movement appearing slow and natural. This is Tao Enlightenment tea, which is very beneficial for comprehending the laws. The other party appeared very polite on the surface, but Chen Luo had already raised his guard. Who knew if it was poisoned? Thus he rejected it directly without hesitation. Thank you, I don't drink tea. I wonder what the third prince wishes to see me for. Since Chen Luo asked directly, Li Sen no longer went in circles. I have a matter I'd like to ask Brother Chen for help with. I heard Brother Chen has a time-type crystal in his hands. I wonder if Brother Chen is willing to transfer it to me? Hearing this, Chen Luo lightly stroked his face, his mind racing with calculations. Is he referring to Zhang Chushui? How does he know about this? But since it had already been detected, he couldn't continue to deny it. He might as well use the opportunity to find an excuse. After a few seconds of weighing his options, Chen Luo calmly replied, Respected third prince, I do indeed possess a time-type crystal, but that crystal has already been implanted into my body. Having said this, he was quite satisfied with the idea. With this excuse, he could openly use his time-type abilities in the future. However, Li Sen's reaction was completely unexpected. His tone remained as indifferent as before. It doesn't matter. Even if it has been implanted, it can still be taken out, can't it? These words made Chen Luo immediately furrow his brows, a distinct sense of revulsion rising in his heart. What kind of outrageous idea is this? Although extremely displeased inwardly, Chen Luo maintained a fake smile on the surface, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. You really know how to joke. How dangerous would it be to cut open a skull? In reality, he had already secretly decided that in this life he would only be the one opening others' skulls. He would absolutely never let anyone do that to him. Unexpectedly, Li Sen was uncharacteristically stubborn, continuing to soothe him composedly. It's fine, I have experts here. Just endure for a moment, and it will be over very soon. Naturally, Chen Luo immediately and sternly rejected this life-threatening matter. "No, I need to use the crystal as well. I don't intend to sell the time-type crystal. The third prince should look elsewhere." Li Sen sighed in disappointment, the gentlemanly grace on his face vanishing completely. "Brother Chen, your answer makes things very difficult for me." Chen Luo immediately let out a cold sneer, his tone full of sarcasm. Difficult? Immediately after, he decisively stated his stance, having no intention of giving the other party any face. "Since it's difficult, then don't do it," Chen Luo thought to himself. "I'm done playing with you." The atmosphere in the hall instantly became tense and hostile. Li Sen threatened loudly. "A thief who has only mastered 2 laws dares to defy me to my face. Do you have a death wish?" With innate arrogance, every word he uttered was full of menace. "If you had been obedient, I originally intended to leave you a way out, but now it seems unnecessary." Li Sen stepped down from his throne, moving forward slowly step by step. His cold gaze fell on Chen Luo as he commented contemptuously, "I have never seen someone as foolish as you before." However, these words only made Chen Luo's rebellious streak flare up. He almost wanted to tilt his chin up at him, the corners of his mouth curling imperceptibly. "Now you have." Faced with this situation, Man and Nanan couldn't help but scream, immediately drawing Chen Luo's attention. "These 2 maids aren't bad-looking. Should I pack them up and take them later?" Chen Luo's distraction and his series of shocking actions completely enraged Li Sen. It had been a long time since anyone dared to be so insolent in his presence. To seize what he wanted, he did not hesitate to lower his status and take the lead in attacking Chen Luo. "I must have this time-type crystal." Unfortunately, Chen Luo was by no means an ordinary person, and his mere composure set him apart from his opponent. "Then give it a try." He processed a massive amount of information in his mind. "He has mastered 6 laws. I can't win in a head-on fight, but I can make him get lost." Just as both sides were about to collide, Chen Luo calmly raised his hand and cast Void Exile. Li Sen, who was charging forward aggressively, was instantly and forcibly teleported away. In the next second he looked around blankly, his mind in a mess. Where is this? Did he do this? How is this possible? Rage instantly surged into his heart, sticking in his throat, and he only managed to suppress it by gnashing his teeth. "Chen Luo, you bastard." On the other side, after directly exiling the master of the place, Chen Luo finally didn't have to restrain himself anymore. With no one to disturb him, it was his turn to perform. This aura terrified Nanan into retreating repeatedly, her voice trembling. "You don't come over." Unfortunately, she did not have enough power to resist and could only cry out helplessly for help. "Help?" Chen Luo, however, acted as if he were doing something extremely ordinary, his tone flat to the point of being cold. Don't be afraid. I'm not a good person anyway. Just go inside obediently." Not only that, he deliberately said things that were hard to hear under these circumstances. "You are biological sisters. Since you share good fortune, then go in together." Man's face was deathly pale. While struggling, she cried and begged for mercy. "Let go, quickly let me go, third prince. Help!" Just as Chen Luo finished collecting them, Li Sen managed to rush back in time, squeezing out words through gritted teeth. "I underestimated you." Responding to him was Chen Luo's weary and impatient expression. Truly a hassle. Immediately after, he continued to use the same move on his old target, Void Exile. Li Sen clearly hadn't learned his lesson, and was once again dragged directly into the void, only having time to leave behind unfinished resentment. "That guy is finally quiet." Chen Luo immediately scanned the magnificent hall. His gaze fell on the luxury items displayed around. The third prince held a high status, so the decorations in this room were certainly not cheap. An uncontrollable excitement welled up in his heart as he planned to pack up and take everything here. Having made the secret decision, Chen Luo immediately took action. Wherever his gaze swept, the items there vanished. "This music box looks good. Take it. There's also a tea box here. Could it be Tao Enlightenment tea? There's even a mural over there." However, just then, he suddenly stopped as if he had realized something and immediately raised his hand to slap his forehead. "Heavens, taking things one by one is too slow and tedious. I was being too shallow just now." In the next second, Chen Luo's figure teleported to the outside of the grand building that originally belonged to Li Senator. Looking at the entire building before him, he quickly made a decision. He might as well pack up his entire house and take it away. With Chen Luo's staggering power, lifting an entire plot of land was as simple as eating or drinking. However, because he was too immersed in collecting things, he unintentionally allowed Li Sen to return in time. As soon as he appeared and saw the scene before him, Li Sen immediately shouted in surprise, "You!" The anger of being slighted, combined with the rage of having his property taken without permission, made him roar in fury. "Stop right now!" Chen Luo merely put on a cynical look, responding lazily in a mocking tone. Your words really make things difficult for me." Before he finished speaking, he casually launched a third void exile, making the other party vanish again in anger, leaving behind only half a roar. "You!" By now, Lee Sen was completely familiar with the routine and was able to rush back at top speed. "You bastard, this time I will destroy you with my own hands." Unfortunately, his movement speed was completely unable to compare with Chen Luo's hands that controlled the void. Lee Sen stared blankly at the empty ground, his voice trembling with disbelief. "Where is my house?" Immediately after, he frantically searched for the creatures that originally lived in the castle. Man, Nanon, where are you? Come out and see me, and my purple rock mount. Where did my rock go?" Despite his continuous shouting, there was no response. Lee Sen finally couldn't bear it anymore. His anger rushed to his head, and the reverse flow of blood caused him to spit out a mouthful of bright red blood. Although he had suffered severe internal injuries due to the mental blow, he still suppressed his rage, gnashing his teeth as he squeezed out every word. "Chen Luo, I will definitely destroy you." Meanwhile, the person he was cursing was leisurely traveling through various spatial layers, his figure appearing and disappearing fitfully. Although this free-for-all looting was very satisfying, he is a big figure in the Kungxing Empire after all. I expect my wanted poster will spread throughout the universe before long. However, Chen Luo wasn't worried at all. On the contrary, he found it quite interesting. Who is a rogue like me afraid of? I'd like to see who exactly dares to come and catch me. A day later, on Planet Happy, while walking on the street, he indeed heard the expected news. The following was an emergency notice. The palace of the third prince, belonging to the Kungxing Empire, has been burglarized. According to existing information, the culprit utilized spatial power to not only snatch a large quantity of herbs, including the treasure hemolysis grass, but also destroyed the third prince's palace and laid hands on 2 maids. The broadcast was full of anger and disgust. The culprit's methods were extremely base, and his behavior was shockingly shameless. The Imperial Guards have issued a God-tier wanted poster for the subject. This was the information about the villain. However, the perpetrator, Chen Luo, felt somewhat indignant. Can this be called stealing? I clearly robbed him to his face. Who are they looking down on? In just one afternoon, his information and photos spread everywhere. Chen Luo, male, age unknown, possesses spatial abilities. Currently masters 2 laws, namely void walk and spatial transport. Extremely strong escape capabilities, but extremely weak attack capabilities. More notably, the following announcement continued. The third prince has publicly offered a bounty of 2 billion purple crystals for the capture of the villain Chen Luo. Even he himself was stunned. So much money, it makes me want to tie myself up and deliver myself to him. After the announcement ended, people recognized Chen Luo and immediately broke into a flurry of discussion. Heavens, a god-tier wanted criminal is actually walking on the main road. Everyone come with me, catch him quickly. Are your eyes blinded by money? That's a god-tier who possesses 2 laws. That's right, a king-tier shouldn't even think about catching a god-tier. Despite being watched by countless gazes, Chen Luo remained extremely calm, his self-confidence reaching a new height. If I can't be a heartthrob, being a terrifying devil is not bad either. He even calmly stepped forward to trade. Boss, give me one of everything. Unfortunately, the other party's psychological resilience wasn't as good as his, she replied stutteringly. I don't dare sell things to you. You are a bad person. If I do business with you, my shop will be shut down. Unexpectedly, Chen Luo immediately found a loophole in her words and decisively retorted, then I won't pay. And that way it won't count as a sale, right? Before the girl understood what was happening, she just stared at him blankly. Chen Luo didn't give the clerk a chance to react, darkening his face and threatening, I'm here to dine without paying. Go and prepare quickly. If you don't dare to do it, I will dispose of you. Half an hour later, after that boastful speech, Chen Luo truly entered the stage of enjoying the food. The shrimp here are really delicious, fragrant and crispy. He let out a satisfied sigh, silently lamenting in his heart. Truly pitiful. I can't bring myself to bully such a person. Although he said he would dine for free, Chen Luo was naturally not that heartless. In the end, he still paid the bill with a few purple crystals. Amidst the other party's surprised gaze, he didn't forget to praise, good skill. It wasn't until Chen Luo's figure gradually faded into the distance that the female clerk was still in a daze, her thoughts in a mess. I haven't earned a single purple crystal in 10 years of work, and he actually gave me 5 at once, plus he paid after eating. How could he be a bad person? Obviously, he's a very good person. Simultaneously, the crowd gathered outside saw Chen Luo walking out and retreated one after another. I've eaten and drunk my fill here, yet I still can't wait for someone to come and catch me. With this efficiency they want to catch me? Truly useless. All his patience was exhausted, and he directly summoned a spatial gate in front of everyone. Let's go, let's head to Shisus's place and take a look. Meanwhile, on a cliff among distant mountains, He Ling respectfully bowed to Li Sen. "Third Prince, did you seek me?" At this time a rare, flat smile was on Li Sen's face. The matter regarding Chen Luo seemed to have stopped making him angry. "He Ling, you've come. How is your injury?" While asking after him, he was secretly evaluating in his heart. This is a god-tier powerhouse who has mastered 3 dark laws and 1 curse law. He Ling didn't hide anything and spoke candidly while not forgetting to express gratitude. "That accident half a month ago was terrifying. If you hadn't stepped in time, I would certainly have lost my life. Thanks to you, I have now fully recovered." The intimate pleasantries continued, until Li Sen slowly mentioned his main purpose. "It's good that you've recovered. I've called you this time because I need your help with something." Simultaneously on planet Shisu, darkness suddenly shrouded half the area. The person who caused all this trouble was currently standing in mid-air. Chen Luo roared aggressively, "Shisu, get out and see me." His heart was full of rage. Whenever he thought about how all these recent troubles were caused by him, he got angry. Although he couldn't beat him now, having a fight to vent his anger was fine. Having made such a huge commotion, no one could sit idly by, let alone the butler of the castle. "Which blind fool dares to shout at the master's doorstep?" Chen Luo did not respond, although his exterior appeared dangerous. An unconventional plan flashed through his mind. "Shisu is indeed of the elf race. Even these servants look extremely pleasing to the eye. Fine then, I'll take them all back and marry them off to those single members." After seeing the face before her clearly, the butler was immediately terrified into incoherence. You, how is it you?" Facing that sharp-featured face, her mind was in complete chaos. "Isn't he that god-tier wanted criminal with a bounty on his head?" Chen Luo didn't want to waste words and went straight to the point. "Where is Shisu? Tell him to come see me." She had no choice but to explain in a low voice. "So sorry, the master left 4 hours ago. If you have business, you can stay and wait for him to return." Hearing this, Chen Luo whispered a sentence to himself, and then quickly made a decision. "What a coincidence, fine then, I'll go in and sit and wait." He secretly added an important thought in his heart. "And collect some things while I'm at it." Without needing an invitation to open the door, Chen Luo teleported straight into the house, as naturally as if he were returning to his own home. "This place is even simpler than I imagined. Could it be that all the valuable things are being carried by Shisu?" Unfortunately, no matter how much he guarded against it, he couldn't stop his rebellious nature. Even things Shisu didn't value, Chen Luo value even less. Then let's start dismantling. Simultaneously, at an unknown distance, Shisu was focusing on pushing the construction progress, wanting to finish the third prince's palace as soon as possible so everyone could get their wages early, work faster. Just then, a series of alarms suddenly rang out, causing him to be instantly distracted. Why is the communicator suddenly alarming? The screen lit up. The moment the image appeared, Shizu broke into a cold sweat. Chen Luo, his face quickly darkened, deep wrinkles showing that he was currently suppressing his rage. "This bastard, no, I must be calm anyway. He even dared to smash the third prince's home. So what does my place count for?" Shisus' brain raced and he quickly came up with an idea. Why not go to the third prince to complain and report Chen Luo's location to him at the same time? So he immediately put on a weak posture to transmit a message. "Your Highness, the third prince Chen Luo is currently at my home, and he has also destroyed my residence." Upon receiving the message from his subordinate, Li Sen's expression immediately became serious. "Has he already run to Shisus' home?" He Ling, standing to one side, immediately commented, "This kid is truly too lawless. Let me go teach him a lesson." However, Li Sen had other plans and immediately spoke to stop him. "Don't be in a rush. I am currently looking for suitable candidates. Once I have gathered our strength, I will make him pay the price." Despite this, He Ling still firmly expressed his stance. "No, I can't take it anymore." In the next second, violent black energy erupted from around him, showing that his rage had reached its peak. He knew that spatial movement was indeed troublesome, but if a sneak attack succeeded and was combined with the curse law, there might just be a chance. Hearing him mention this, Li Zen couldn't help but pause to weigh the options. He's right. Even if he can't be killed, as long as he is struck by your curse, there is still a possibility of success. Thus, Li Sen stopped hindering his subordinate and issued a decisive order, "Go, but everything must prioritize safety." He Ling had been waiting for these words and immediately took flight. "Understood. Chen Luo, I'm coming for you now." Meanwhile, on planet Shisu, Chen Luo felt exceptionally refreshed after smashing someone else's home, according to his next plan. He needed to find the metal-type god-tier Norton to forge a suit of armor to enhance his defensive capabilities, but before that he decided to study the loot he had just plundered. Suddenly, urgent cries for help came from inside his bag. "Let us out!" With a flat expression, Chen Luo released Nan Nan and Man Man. The two had been forced to follow him on the run all day. They were the third prince's maids, so they surely knew a great deal about his treasures. He then flashed a gentle smile, as if no conflict had ever occurred between the three of them. Don't be angry. I remember one is called Nan Nan, and the other is Man Man, right? Man Man didn't answer, but instead plucked up her courage to ask back. Do you have a death wish? We are the third prince's people, yet you actually dare to kidnap us. Nan Nan, standing to the side, hurriedly chimed in. Exactly. But their questioning only left Chen Luo feeling more perplexed. I can snatch an entire house right in front of his face. Do you think I'd be afraid? Immediately after, he opened a screen and played the news report regarding his wanted status. According to the report, a villain had utilized spatial power to not only snatch a large quantity of herbs and the treasure hemolysis grass, but also destroyed the third prince's palace and brutally murdered 2 maids. When the announcement ended, Chen Luo finally summarized, "See clearly, the third prince has already declared you dead. If you are still alive, it would be no different from making him lose face entirely. So even if you were rescued, he would still dispose of you. Do you understand?" This grievance of being heartlessly abandoned left Nan Nan exceptionally terrified. Why did it turn out like this? The third prince, Man Man, painfully realized the truth. They had been discarded. Chen Luo interrupted flatly. Are you willing to follow me? With my abilities, protecting you won't be difficult. The succession of sudden changes left Man Man unable to give an answer for a moment. We of course. Chen Luo wasn't heartless enough to force them. He lowered his voice and suggested, I can give you time to consider, but before that, you must do me a favor. Chen Luo didn't go in circles, immediately asking about the matter he cared about most. These items stored in brocade boxes were certainly not ordinary. You two tell me, what exactly is this thing? What are its effects? After seeing the treasure in his hand clearly, Man Man let out a cry of shock. Hemolysis grass, you even managed to snatch this? Subsequently, she honestly gave a detailed explanation. I once heard the third prince say that this thing can assist in fusing implanted crystals and can also assist in the fusion of dual abilities. These 4 words immediately caught Chen Luo's attention. Fusing abilities. His thoughts quickly turned to his own combat techniques. If his space and time abilities could be combined into one in the future, wouldn't this item come in handy? At this thought, he immediately pressed further. How do I use it? Man Man could only answer sadly, I'm not clear on that. However, Nan Nan nearby suddenly remembered something. The one you stole is Tao Enlightenment tea. This kind of tea can assist in comprehending the laws. Hearing this, she hurriedly added, whenever the third prince wanted to drink it, he would send us to brew the tea. Chen Luo understood instantly, and his attention shifted to this item. It just so happens there's a full set of tea tools and hot water here. You two brew a pot for me to taste. 20 minutes passed, and Man Man and Nan Nan were still busy preparing, making Chen Luo feel as if he were about to take root where he stood. Your way of brewing tea is way too tedious. Can't you be faster? Just as he spoke, Man Man happened to bring over a cup of tea that was still steaming. When drinking the tea, please completely relax your spirit. Chen Luo had no doubts and immediately complied. After only a second, a sudden change occurred, causing his face to shift drastically. Amazing, this thing really can put one into a state of clarity while simultaneously enhancing comprehension. I must hurry and enter meditation. Chen Luo allowed countless thoughts to flash through his mind. If I try to sense the laws in this state, wait. Just as he opened his eyes again, a burst of green light suddenly erupted from above his head, leaving Chen Luo stunned. No way, is it really like this? Has the 4th law truly appeared? Before long, he was no longer merely sitting cross-legged. His entire body was gently lifted into the air by that green airflow. Immediately after, Chen Luo couldn't help but be startled. A feeling that was both terrifying and incredibly familiar surged in his heart. Another spatial defense law? Why is it you again? Can't you change into one with offensive capabilities? Looking at the magnificent scene before her, Nan Nan couldn't hide the confusion in her eyes. She turned and asked softly, Man Man, didn't Shisu say it took him 5 years to comprehend 2 laws? Why has he already mastered 4? Man Man was equally shocked, only shaking her head gently. I don't know either, but I have a feeling that if things continue like this, sooner or later he will master all the spatial laws. Facing absolute power and the current situation, Man Man remained silent for a while, then said slowly in a heavy voice, Nan Nan, regardless of whom we serve, it is service in the end. I only want to live a decent life. What about you? Nan Nan understood the deep meaning in those words. She nodded slightly and answered in a small voice, I'll listen to you, sister, let's follow him for now. When Chen Luo completely finished the comprehension process, the two immediately bowed respectfully to congratulate him. Hearing this, Chen Luo understood perfectly. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It seems you've thought it through and are willing to follow me with peace of mind. Man Man was somewhat stuttering, wanting to explain. We? but Chen Luo immediately interrupted. "All right, don't just stand there. Hurry and brew me another cup of tea." Subsequently, he followed up by asking, where did this Tao Enlightenment tea come from? In her current situation, Man told him everything she knew. She had heard it was harvested by a nature-type god-tier powerhouse from a divine tree that he personally and meticulously cared for. A strong interest immediately rose in Chen Luo's heart. Perhaps he could take the entire tree. He continued to press. Who exactly is this great being with such ability to grow a divine tree? Man shook her head honestly. We don't know that. Chen Luo didn't feel disappointed either, as he had only asked in passing. It's fine. If you don't know, forget it. I'll find out myself. He already had a plan in mind. Such a good thing couldn't be kept only for himself to drink. When it came to the critical moment of comprehension for Mila and the others, he could let them try it. Simultaneously, within the ability space, the person Chen Luo had just mentioned finally completed her ascension. Rice Ball noticed immediately, and asked directly, "Mila, you've already reached the half-god rank, right?" She confirmed with a nod. Yes. Immediately after, Rice Ball decisively handed over the item she was holding, not forgetting to urge, "Then hurry and eat it. I feel this fruit will be of great benefit to you." Facing this scene, the vermilion fruit immediately burst into tears. Has the time to be eaten finally arrived? This is fine. I won't have to live in fear every day anymore. Hurry and release me. Indeed, as expected, as the fragrance wafted out, Mila put the vermilion fruit into her mouth, helping it complete this tribulation. Simultaneously, Chen Luo was suddenly stunned because he sensed a disturbance within the space. Mila has reached half-god. With obvious anxiety on his face, Chen Luo immediately opened a portal and hurriedly called out to Mila. Nan witnessed this scene with her own eyes, momentarily speechless. How did he go inside? Even Man, who had seen many wonders, couldn't help but feel confused. That's right, isn't it true that the space cannot hold living things? He ignored the two behind him. Chen Luo quickly questioned the newly upgraded person. Mila, do you feel like you're about to step into the god tier? Mila opened her round eyes and answered slowly and flatly. I originally thought I could rely on the resurrection technique to ascend to the god tier, but unfortunately it didn't work. Just then, Rice Ball snapped her fingers to draw attention. How could becoming a god be that easy? Do you think everyone is like you? Besides, guess if Mila also possesses a special attribute with her knowledge and evaluation. She could see through almost all of Mila's traits. Listen up. Mila cannot attack at all and can only heal, but the effect far surpasses others. Mai Ling, standing to the side, suddenly provided a deduction. Does Mila possess the life law? Recalling the knowledge she had once gathered, she continued seriously. I once saw records regarding the life law in a book left by Yi Man. The book said it is a variant of the light type. On the snowy white pages, every line of handwriting was clearly visible. Within the light type there exists a purer variant, which is the life type. Once such people become gods, they will possess the legendary life law and unparalleled healing capabilities. Even if the target has only one drop of blood left, that person can still be saved from the gates of hell, however. This kind of law cannot be obtained through effort, it must be innate. Combining this information, even Chen Luo was stunned when he reached the final conclusion. Is Mila a variant of the light and life types? After the shock passed, a surge of excitement quickly rose in Chen Luo's heart. I trust Rice Ball's judgment. Since she said so, Mila definitely belongs to the life type. This result made him, a person who had always been rebellious, feel even more joyful about a bright future. As long as she becomes a god, I won't even have to fear death anymore. Just then, Rice Ball's voice rang out. She interrupted his thoughts. By the way, Chen Luo, had you already vaguely found the method to use time freeze before? At the mention of this, Chen Luo stroked his chin and admitted honestly, to be truthful, I have already mastered the method for time freeze. Rice Ball immediately reminded him in a tone that was both caring and certain. Very good, but you must remember firmly that for now, you absolutely cannot reveal this ability. Subsequently, she continued seriously, I have a premonition that in about a month, an extremely important item will appear. It is similar to the vermilion fruit and also has the effect of increasing lifespan, but the effect is much stronger than the vermilion fruit. Hearing this, Chen Luo understood most of it. Could it be that for Mila to continue upgrading, she needs something containing a massive amount of life force? Rice Ball gave a more specific answer. In any case, this item is not only beneficial to Mila but can also indirectly have a great effect on you. If you reveal your time freeze ability now, it will be very difficult to get it later. Realizing the importance of the matter, Chen Luo's expression also turned serious. I understand. After handling Mila's affairs, Chen Luo had just walked out of the ability space when he immediately ordered Nan and Man. Once the tea is brewed, we will enter the space together. If there's nothing else, start packing. The two who were still waiting suddenly received Chen Luo's order and didn't react for a moment. Ha, Chen Luo continued in an extremely certain tone. Rest assured, my space is different from ordinary spatial types. Before the two girls could finish their words, two figures suddenly appeared in the sky, falling rapidly like meteors. It seemed someone had come looking for trouble. Facing the two suddenly appearing enemies, Chen Luo was not panicked at all, instead leisurely observing and evaluating. Both were god tiers. He wondered how many laws each had mastered. The moment the bald one appeared, he let out a long sigh of relief, though it was hard to tell if it was from ease or heaviness. Brother Golden Claw, our luck is indeed good. He hadn't expected to actually find the wanted criminal. Golden Claw, on the other hand, couldn't hide his excitement, getting straight to the point as soon as he spoke. Are you Chen Luo? Due to the overwhelming aura brought by the level difference, the anomaly on the other person was quickly sensed. I didn't expect these two fools still planned to shatter the space, but I'm not afraid at all. Responding to him was only Golden Claw's taunting laughter full of satisfaction, because the opponent was actually completely unable to activate even a tiny bit of skill. The space had already been shattered. A spatial type like him was now helpless. The more the bald man thought about a life of luxury in the future, the more excited he became. The 2 billion purple crystals are almost in hand. When luck comes, it truly can't be stopped. Facing these two arrogant fellows, Chen Luo's expression gradually darkened. He warned seriously, "Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. It's still not too late to leave now, otherwise even your homes won't be preserved." However, the other side didn't take these words seriously at all, arrogantly announcing, "You have no more chances. Today I will definitely send you to heaven." After speaking, he raised his chin with a face full of contempt, clearly not believing Chen Luo's threat at all. Golden Claw nearby also immediately chimed in. "He doesn't even know where my home is. How could he possibly find it? Don't take his words seriously. Perhaps this guy is saying such strange threats because he's afraid." Chen Luo's gaze immediately turned icy, his eyes narrowing slightly, showing undisguised rage. Having given them a path to live and they didn't take it, he didn't want to continue the entanglement, directly snapping his fingers to cast a combat technique. "Fine, then get lost. In a moment I'll go confiscate your homes. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." The moment the bald man and Golden Claw vanished, Chen Luo immediately issued instructions. "I remember getting a book recording all god-tier information when I confiscated the third prince's house. You two help me translate the data on those two people just now." Man quickly took the order. "Yes." While her sister was focused on searching, Nan stepped forward and suggested, "Master, since you are being wanted, your true face is too easily recognized. I am very skilled in disguise. To avoid more trouble, do you want to?" This suggestion was very reasonable, so Chen Luo nodded in agreement. "Fine, you do it." Half an hour later, even though his appearance had completely changed, Chen Luo's arrogance had not diminished in the slightest. "Heavens, so handsome. In this current look, absolutely no one will recognize me." Nan replied as if a weight had been lifted. "As long as Master is satisfied." Just then, Man also finished studying the information book that originally belonged to young Master Li Sen. "This is the detailed information on those two people just now, and there is one more thing. If you rely only on changing your appearance to avoid the wanted notice, I'm afraid it won't work." As Man continued her report, her eyes showed worry. "There are dozens of satellites on the planet constantly scanning. They not only recognize faces but can also check the target's level. A god tier like you will find it very difficult to pass such a check." Nan nearby also added seriously, "If an unfamiliar god tier appears, they will surely check the laws. Once the void walk or spatial movement law is discovered, they will immediately be able to confirm it is you." Unexpectedly, Chen Luo still maintained a confident expression, as if everything was within expectations. "Don't worry." Subsequently, he leisurely stroked the heads of the two girls he had just taken in and said, "I'll beat them at their own game." The reason Chen Luo could be so confident was that he had more than enough capital to deal with it. After all, the wanted notice only recorded that he possessed the two laws of void walk and spatial movement, while he still had two defense laws that he could reveal at will. After discussing the issue of being wanted, Chen Luo immediately opened a secluded portal. "All right, there's no rush to confiscate the property of those two god tiers. I need to go to planet Norton first. You two have worked hard. Enter the ability space to rest first." Nan took the order. "Yes." After settling the two newcomers, Chen Luo began to calculate his next move. If he were to open a spatial channel directly to planet Norton, his identity would be easily exposed. Thus he had to spend extra time traveling there by spaceship. Half a month later on planet Norton, Chen Luo finally concluded his long journey and reached his destination. walking along the tiled streets, his gaze was suddenly drawn to the registration sign in front of a forge. Looking at the crowd so dense it almost merged into a single mass, Chen Luo couldn't help but marvel. There are actually so many god tiers queuing up to register. Norton's business is certainly booming. Chen Luo's greed and curiosity were instantly piqued. Surely Norton must have some masterpiece on display, right? I wonder where they're displayed. Once I find out, I'll just take them directly. While Chen Luo was looking around, Dekun noticed him with a sharp eye and stepped forward to strike up a conversation. "Brother, you look quite unfamiliar. I've never seen you before." Unexpectedly, Chen Luo was thick-skinned enough not to be embarrassed at all. "What a coincidence. I've never seen you either. You wouldn't happen to be Chen Luo in disguise trying to sneak in, would you?" These words gave Dekun a fright, but what followed was even more terrifying, because everyone queuing nearby turned their heads in unison. "Chen Luo? Is Chen Luo here? Where? That's not Chen Luo, isn't that just Old Six?" I remember when the wanted notice for Chen Luo came out, Old Six was already here in line. That's right, a false alarm. The crowd looked away, however Dekun was badly shaken after personally experiencing that wave of scrutinizing gazes. "Big brother, you can't joke like that here, it'll cost us our lives." "Don't drag me down with you." Chen Luo simply curled his lips. "It was just a joke. You're too timid." In his heart, Chen Luo was already so arrogant he wanted to look up at the sky. "Look at me, the real deal, so confident." Realizing Chen Luo was no ordinary person, Dekun got straight to the point. "Brother, you look new. I guess you're a newly ascended god tier. I'd like to make a friend." After all, one more friend means one more opportunity. Having said that, Dekun flashed his white teeth in a smile and proactively introduced himself. "My name is Sarzo Dekun. Since I'm the sixth child in my family, my acquaintances call me Old Six." Chen Luo nodded in response. "Fine, you can call me Wan Lingkui." On the surface, Chen Luo smiled like a spring flower, but in his mind several punchy words had already formed. "Making friends with me, Chen Luo, indeed gives you one more opportunity, an opportunity to lose your life." Facing the local, Chen Luo immediately threw out a string of questions. "Old Six, how long have you been queuing here? When will you get your armor?" Dekun answered honestly, not forgetting to lament. "If you're lucky, it takes over a decade. If you're unlucky, you might not even get a turn in decades. On my home planet, I am a sect master revered by tens of thousands. But here I have no choice but to queue up obediently." Immediately after, Dekun let out a dejected sigh. "Besides, the armor here is too expensive. I had a hard time selling off the female disciples of my sect just to scrape together enough money to buy the lowest tier set." Even a rebel like Chen Luo didn't expect Dekun to say such a thing. What? Selling off female disciples? Dekun clearly considered it something to be proud of. If the ancestor doesn't become stronger, how can he protect the remaining disciples? They were all willing. Chen Luo secretly wiped his sweat. This guy was a real Old Six, completely disregarding the lives of his teammates. Seeing that the man had no moral bottom line, Chen Luo quickly changed the subject. "Does Master Norton have any ready-made armor?" Money is not an issue. The moment he heard money was no issue, Dekun's eyes lit up like stars. "Money is no issue, big brother. What's your path to fortune? Take me with you." Dekun even cast aside the last of his shame, clinging tightly to Chen Luo's leg. "If I earn 100,000 a year, you're my blood brother. If I earn 200,000, your business is my business. If I earn 500,000, you are my parent Reborn. If I earn 1,000,000, whoever dares to trouble you will have to step over my corpse." Facing this fellow who pledged loyalty the moment he opened his mouth, Chen Luo said calmly, "My path is very dangerous. With your cowardice, I'm afraid you can't handle it." Dekun pleaded, "Brother, as long as there's money, I'll do anything, but here, money isn't necessarily useful. Last year, Shi Su came too." Before he had known Chen Luo for even an hour, Dekun had already confessed everything he knew. "I saw it with my own eyes. He spent a massive fortune and still has to wait 10 years to get his armor. There's no stock at all because they sell every piece as soon as they make it." After listening, Chen Luo could only sigh secretly. What a hassle! As someone who had made countless unlucky souls suffer in the past, Chen Luo immediately had a new plan. "I might as well kidnap Norton, this metal-type god tier, and force him to make armor specifically for me. I'll release him once he finishes 10,000 sets." Chen Luo then asked, "How many laws has Master Norton mastered?" Dekun had been here a long time and knew almost everything. But when he spoke, his tone carried a hint of disdain. "Seems to be 3, but he has a fiery temper." This answer saved Norton's life, but it also forced Chen Luo to shift his thinking. 3? Fine, even if I kidnap him, I won't be able to keep him locked up. Just then, a flash of inspiration hit him. "Right, don't I have a piece of gamma metal? The raw material is ready. If I just have Norton change its shape, it shouldn't take much time, right?" Suddenly, Dekun seemed to remember something and interrupted Chen Luo's thoughts. By the way, Brother Juan, if you want to pay a high price for armor, there might be a chance. I remember the Wei Empire is about to hold an amethyst auction. Knowing nothing about it, Chen Luo immediately pressed, "Amethyst auction? Are there many good things there?" De Kuhn nodded with certainty and explained, "That's right. An auction of this caliber is only held once every 1,000 years. The Empire will bring out many rare treasures. Perhaps there will be armor." Little did De Kuhn know that these words directly pushed Chen Luo's interest to its peak. "If I collect everything at the auction, could this be the opportunity Rice Ball mentioned?" While the two were chatting, a highly oppressive voice suddenly echoed from above. It was a voice that made one shudder. Norton was dealing with countless orders, and the air pressure around him was currently at rock bottom. Just then, a maid appeared and got straight to the point. "Ancestor, Lord Gauchon is on the line, please take the call." She was answered by Norton's furious roar. "Damn it!" Without giving the other party a chance to speak, Norton shouted back, "What are you rushing me for? Just to make this armor for you. My workers and I haven't had a good night's sleep in over 100 years. Nor have we had a decent drink. If you keep rushing me, will it magically go faster?" Gauchon spoke submissively, not getting angry even after being scolded. "Just hold on a bit longer. I didn't call to rush you, I just wanted to check on the progress." Unexpectedly, Norton continued to shout relentlessly, "I'm telling you, I'm quitting, go find whoever you want." Gauchon was so surprised he could only shout Norton's name. Norton cut him off, intentionally emphasizing his words. "Gauchon, how many times have you called to rush me? I've been enduring it, and now only the helmet is left. Do you want to use that old hypnosis trick of yours to force me to speed up again?" Before long, Norton flew into a rage again because of being rushed. "I stay quiet and you really think I'm a pushover? I'm telling you, nothing you say matters. When I say I'm quitting, I'm quitting." He was so angry he even smashed the raw materials at his hand. What a disaster! Ignoring the waiting crowd, Norton tilted his head back and drained the wine in his hand. "This crappy job, I don't want to do it for even one more day. I'm going to drink my fill first." After getting officially hammered, Norton announced with firm resolve, "I'm going out for a walk. Drive all those god tears away for me." When he appeared before the long queue, the crowd instantly fell into a commotion. "My God, Master Norton." "Greetings, Master. I have admired you for a long time." "Master Norton, you look just like my father." However, they were greeted by a thunderous announcement, "All of you, get out. For the next 1,000 years I am not taking any orders. Go wherever you want, just don't get in my way here." Chen Luo witnessed the entire process and couldn't help but marvel secretly. "I thought Norton was a steady and experienced master of smithing, but it turns out he's just a fiery-tempered old man." Because of Norton's strike, one person in line was practically reduced to tears. "Master, I have waited here for a full 30 years. It was just about to be my turn. And now you say you're quitting. That seems a bit inappropriate, doesn't it?" But Norton's temper was like an erupting volcano. "I said I'm quitting, you got a problem with that? Do you want to be put on the wanted list?" Norton used his authority without hesitation. "Men, report his information to the Empire and blacklist him. Don't let him find any work for the rest of his life." The man panicked instantly. "Master, don't be like that, I was just—" Not only him, but even the people behind were scolded by Norton until they didn't dare lift their heads. "It's always a bunch of talentless hacks queuing here. No money and no strength. I said I'm resting. Who dares to have an objection?" Chen Luo couldn't help but marvel. It seems the fiery temper and arrogance of the dwarf race are indeed passed down through generations. Having vented his rage, Norton ignored those god tears and went straight back to his room to rest. Just then, Chen Luo didn't stay idle either. He immediately followed. "Master Norton, please wait." He got straight to the point. "I have a piece of metal." However, two guards immediately blocked him. "Stop, the area ahead is for official business. No unauthorized personnel." If he gave up after such a minor setback, he wouldn't be Chen Luo. He quickly shouted, "Master, I have some fine wine here. Care for a taste?" This was entirely, presenting the Buddha with borrowed flowers. This wine was snatched from the third prince and was surely no ordinary vintage. Sure enough, this immediately caught the attention of the work-weary Norton. "Fine wine? What kind of fine wine could a waste like you have?" But when the aroma wafted over, Norton froze and turned around abruptly. This is King Hawa Zui." Norton didn't hesitate, reaching out to snatch the King Hawa Zui from Chen Luo's hand. "It is indeed fine wine." The fish had taken the bait, but Chen Luo remained composed. He said calmly, "I have plenty more where that came from. Master Norton, why don't we go inside and talk while we drink?" Looking at the bottle in his hand, Norton's anger toward Chen Luo vanished instantly. "Kid, you know the way. Come in with me." Once inside, Chen Luo smiled and hurried to reveal his true purpose. "Master, drink slowly. I have a favor to ask. I have a piece of gamma metal and would like you to forge it into a suit of armor." The words had just left his mouth when Norton roared, "Are you deaf, or did a donkey kick your head?" I just said outside that I'm not working for 1,000 years. Did you not understand? Norton was clearly not an easy person to talk to, but when Chen Luo brought out several more bottles of King Hua Zui, his attitude changed instantly. Do you think a few bottles of wine will get me to work for you? Ridiculous. Chen Luo sighed secretly. Even he felt inferior to this speed of face changing. Immediately after, Norton asked what he cared about most. Kid, how much King Hua Zui do you have left? Hearing this, Chen Luo knew there was hope. He answered leisurely, of course there's plenty of wine. As long as you're willing to help, the reward will definitely be more than just these few bottles. I've also prepared 30 million purple crystals as a fee for your hard work. This figure gave Norton quite a shock. 30 million purple crystals, that much? Chen Luo grew even more spirited, nodding in confirmation. That's right, so master, but Norton suddenly changed his face again, giving Chen Luo no face at all, spitting out only one word. Be it. He secretly despised him. Wanting him to work while he was in a bad mood for a mere 30 million purple crystals was far too naive. Subsequently, Norton laughed out loud at Chen Luo's face, which was as black as the bottom of a pot. He had no idea how terrifying the person before him was. Chen Luo had given him face, but he didn't appreciate it. Chen Luo had never suffered such a slight. Fueled by the alcohol, Norton began to get woozy. Stupid, truly too stupid. Chen Luo evaluated coldly in his heart. It seemed Norton was completely drunk. Seeing him start to sway, Chen Luo quickly stepped forward in concern. Master, how could you be so careless here? Let me support you. But this concern was still mocked by Norton's foul mouth. Forget it, kid. You've got a thick skin. I cursed you like that, and you still haven't left. Chen Luo immediately put on a pitiful look. Master, I really need that armor. I'll die without it. While his hand quietly reached for Norton's ring, his mouth repeated like a machine, Master, please help me. Norton was already unconscious from the drink and didn't notice Chen Luo's small movements at all. No, I need to rest. Once the good stuff was in hand, Chen Luo decisively decided to stop. All right then, he turned to leave, not forgetting to say goodbye. Then I won't disturb you, Master Norton. Please rest well. Norton waved his hand impatiently. Go, go, go. At that moment, two servants ran over and sent the hammered Norton back to his room. Ancestor, we will guard the door. Lying on the soft pillow, Norton relaxed completely, muttering his final words. Understood, all of you dismiss. Habitually, Norton reached out to touch his finger. But unfortunately, the ring on it had long been taken by Chen Luo. At this moment, the residual alcohol was completely startled away. Norton broke into a cold sweat. Where's my spatial ring? He sat up abruptly, checking his body in a panic. It's gone, it's really gone. Norton fell into a massive panic because that ring contained countless treasures. The custom armor for Caroline, his entire fortune and his fine wine were all inside. How could they be lost? Worthy of being a famous master, even though he had just been drunk, Norton still sharply sensed that something was wrong. Could it be that kid? Having sobered up completely, he rushed out the door, shouting at the group of god-tiers. All of you stop. Did anyone see the kid who helped me inside just now? Who is he? Immediately after, Norton couldn't care less and roared in fury. Bastard, he stole my ring. Discussion broke out all around, and all eyes turned toward Dakun. Before he could react, did I hear that right? Norton's ring was actually stolen? If there was anyone on the scene most familiar with Chen Luo, it was definitely Old Six. Norton immediately turned to interrogate him. Where is he now? Dakun recoiled in fear, frantically defending himself. I really don't know him. I only know his name is Wan Lingkui. Upon hearing this, Norton flew into a thunderous rage. Well played, Wan Lingkui, you bastard. May you die 1,000 deaths, you'll never see another day. Meanwhile, Dakun was so anxious he was practically in tears as he finally realized the truth. No wonder Wan Lingkui was so rich. This method of making money was simply brutal. Meanwhile, in the vast expanse of Planet Happy, various voices rose and fell. Everyone has worked hard guarding this place recently. Have any troublemakers been spotted on the planet lately? Commander Anbet, such trivial matters can be handled according to the rules. Why bother making a trip yourself? Rest assured, with us on watch, absolutely no one will dare cause trouble. I heard it's your daughter's birthday in a few days, Commander, and we brothers wanted to show a little appreciation. Seeing everyone holding up gifts, Anbet immediately waved them off. No need, it's not easy for you all to earn this bit of money. Just then, an urgent voice suddenly arrived. Report. An unidentified god-tier powerhouse has just entered the planet, and we haven't collected any information on him yet. The guards immediately went on high alert, speculating, unidentified, could it be that wanted bastard? Commander Anbet, let me go check it out, however. Anbet replied with a serious expression, since I'm already here, I'll go personally to see what he's really up to. Meanwhile, sitting before a table laden with delicacies at a cloud restaurant, someone was silently marveling at how smoothly everything was going. This person was none other than Chen Luo, who had left Norton in a state of shock. Not only that, he had even found some armor pieces. Chewing food incessantly, Chen Luo's thoughts drifted to another problem. Although he didn't know what grade these armor pieces were, this color. I'm a grown man. Am I really going to wear pink armor? At this thought he let out a helpless sigh, secretly calculating. At least there are some divine pills in the ring that can quickly restore god-tier energy. As for this armor, I'll find some suitable paint to change the color later. While Chen Luo sat in quiet solitude, Anbet walked up to him dutifully. Pardon the interruption. You've likely heard that a wanted criminal with spatial abilities has appeared recently. To avoid any misunderstanding, could you please cooperate with us for a routine scan? As the saying goes, even the god of thunder doesn't strike a man while he's eating. Being disturbed at such a time was truly more than Chen Luo could bear. Can't a man even eat in peace? He gritted his teeth, squeezing out each word. Wait until I'm finished, then you can scan however you want. Right now I'm not in the mood, however. Anbet maintained his polite smile and insisted. I am currently very suspicious of your identity. Please come with me. Chen Luo ignored him completely, slamming his hand onto the table and coldly spitting out, You are really annoying. Immediately after, a sly smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He secretly cast his familiar skill, Void Exile, and Anbet vanished instantly without a trace, sending the accompanying subordinates into a massive panic. Where is the commander? How did he suddenly disappear? Did he do it? What did he do? Chen Luo was never one for a good temper and didn't want to hear the noise anymore. So he barked, Shut up and get lost. Once everyone was gone, Chen Luo pondered for a moment before the idea of looting the place suddenly sprouted. They were already god tiers, yet they still worked so hard. He really couldn't understand what they were thinking. I might as well just pack up this restaurant and take it with me. So I'll have a ready-made meal whenever I want. Half an hour later, when Anbet rushed back from outer space, the place was already empty. Planet Happy's most famous restaurant had been completely looted, and Anbet was so angry he was nearly driven mad. This guy was simply audacious, daring to do anything. Furthermore, after their brief encounter, he was certain the culprit was the man on the wanted poster. Your Highness the Third Prince, Chen Luo from the wanted poster, just appeared on Planet Happy. Please send reinforcements immediately. Li Sen, who was busy repairing his house, was instantly alerted upon receiving this intelligence. Has he appeared again? Excellent. This is the perfect time to notify He Ling. Li Sen wasted no time, quickly sending a message to He Ling. He Ling was shocked upon hearing the news. Really? I happen to be near Planet Happy as well. It seems luck is on my side. Hopefully I can catch him this time. Li Sen nodded. Use the teleportation array directly. All expenses are on me. He Ling, I'm counting on you for this. Hearing Li Sen say this, He Ling immediately pledged his resolve. Rest assured I will definitely return with good news. Though he said this on the surface, he was secretly gnashing his teeth. Chen Luo, you'd better not let me catch you. After ending the call, Li Sen began to calculate. He Ling certainly couldn't kill Chen Luo, but he could at least wound him. He just needed to find the right moment to strike when the target was fatally injured. After settling his mind, Li Sen immediately contacted someone with even more seniority. He had to find Uncle Chu Yang for this. Uncle Chu Yang was a Grand Master who had mastered 7 spatial laws. He would certainly have a way to deal with Chen Luo. High above the clouds, the spatial god-tier powerhouse, Yun Chu Yang was sitting in quiet meditation. Sensing a subordinate's presence approaching, he spoke curiously. What is it? The subordinate stepped forward with a communication device to report. It's a call from the Third Prince. Yun Chu Yang was even more puzzled. That boy, what could he possibly want? As soon as the call connected, an enthusiastic voice came from the other side. Uncle Chu Yang, it's been a long time since I contacted you. I'm calling to check in on your recent well-being. Yun Chu Yang didn't want to hear the pleasantries and interrupted directly. Enough. Speak plainly. I'm still comprehending laws. Li Sen immediately got to the point. Uncle Chu Yang, have you comprehended the 8th spatial law, void walk? Yun Chu Yang shook his head. It's difficult. I don't know where I'm stuck, but I just can't seem to comprehend it. A moment later, he proactively asked about auxiliary items. By the way, do you still have any Tao Enlightenment tea? If I had that, perhaps my comprehension would be smoother. Hearing this, Li Sen felt a pang of pained regret, his heart full of bitterness. All my Tao Enlightenment tea was stolen. However, Li Sen didn't mention that embarrassing incident and proactively changed the subject. Although I have no tea left, I have a way to help you comprehend Void Walk. A spatial genius named Chen Luo recently appeared. Not only did he become a god in just 5 years, but he also mastered Void Walk and spatial transport simultaneously. He has a spatial crystal on him. I want to get it. But currently, there is a major conflict between us. These words immediately piqued Yun Chu Yang's curiosity. Such a formidable newcomer has appeared. Noticing his reaction, Li Sen's mouth curled slightly as he threw out his pre-arranged plan. After dealing with him, the time-type crystal goes to me and the spatial crystal goes to you. I see his level of comprehension in Void Walk is not low. If you absorb his crystal, it will surely be of great benefit to you. Hearing this, Yan Chu-yang immediately stood up, his spirit bolstered, and decided decisively, "Fine, I agree," having received the answer. Li Sen pressed urgently. "Then when can you come over?" Yan Chu-yang put his hands behind his back and informed him leisurely, "There will be an amethyst auction before long. I'll head over then. If you lock onto Chen Luo's current location, you can report it to me, and I'll set out early." Hearing this, Li Sen nodded and urged, "Before we meet, please be careful, uncle. I plan to contact 2 more people. We must resolve him this time." Yan Chu-yang understood and gave a short response. Understood. While traveling, Yan Chu-yang casually mentioned a news item he had heard. "By the way, I heard the Lei Empire discovered the aura of the Law of Destruction spreading secretly in the universe. Is that true?" Since his own people were involved, Li Sen immediately explained the whole situation clearly. This matter was initially discovered by He Ling. He had charged in wearing armor, but as a result he nearly lost his life in less than 15 seconds, even his armor was destroyed. And where he landed was merely the outer periphery. Currently, the area has been blockaded and guarded by the Lei Empire, making further investigation impossible. As it is their territory, I suspect the Law of Destruction, lost for countless eons, is very likely hidden inside. After hearing the whole story, Yan Chu-yang's mood became extremely complex. A brilliant spatial talent like Chen Luo. It truly is a pity. If he weren't so desperate to master the Void Walk Law, he might have protected and sheltered him. Within the ability space, Chen Luo stood before the newly kidnapped chef team and soothed them. "Don't worry, everyone. I'm not a bad person. As long as you work for me obediently, I'll pay you 10 times your salary. The one thing I don't lack is money." As he spoke, he placed a banknote before them to build confidence. "See the amount on this? As long as you work hard, I will never mistreat you. In 100 years at most, you will regain your freedom. As long as you do your job well, I guarantee your safety." The conditions were clear and tempting. The chef team wavered immediately, having no intention of refusing. Only after dealing with them did Chen Luo turn his gaze to the remaining person, his face full of scrutiny. "I remember you are Bai Mengqi, the proprietress of the White Dream restaurant. How could an emperor-tier powerhouse like you be a proprietress? What exactly is your identity?" Facing a stranger, Bai Mengqi couldn't hide her unease and hurriedly explained, "The restaurant is a joint venture between several owners. I am just one of the disfavored daughters. I usually manage the restaurant and prepare various drinks." This answer satisfied Chen Luo. This way she surely knows the supply channels. It seems kidnapping her was indeed the right choice. Chen Luo leaned in slightly to increase the pressure, pressing, "Can you make a mojito?" Bai Mengqi nodded softly in confirmation. "Yes." Chen Luo didn't stop, moving immediately to the next question. "Then have you heard of Tao Enlightenment tea?" Seeing her continue to nod, Chen Luo's mood instantly became excited, and he leaned in even closer. "Who grew that stuff?" The sudden closing of distance made Mengqi tremble, and her speech became stuttered. "I heard it was grown by a nature-type powerhouse named Long Jian." Following the lead, Chen Luo continued to track the other's whereabouts. "Where does he live?" The rapid-fire questioning made Mengqi even more panicked. Why is he so excited? Does he really plan to go and rob him? Seeing Chen Luo's face full of urgency, Mengqi suggested, "My father might know. Why don't you let me go first and I'll go find out for you?" Hearing this, Chen Luo pulled back but didn't forget to warn, "Don't think about taking the chance to slip away. Call your dad right here and ask." With tears in her eyes, Mengqi had no choice but to accept. Then, all right. However, 10 minutes passed and there was still no response from the other end of the line, making her even more embarrassed. "My father isn't answering the phone." Witnessing this, Chen Luo could only sigh. "It seems you really are disfavored. Forget it." Another thought quickly flashed through his mind. Even if he found out the news, this kind of behavior could easily arouse suspicion. If Long Jin became alert or simply teleported away, it wouldn't be worth it. Rice Ball noticed that Chen Luo had stayed in the confined space for too long and couldn't help but feel a bit worried. "Chen Luo, you don't have to stay in the space all the time. You should go out and get some fresh air." Chen Luo immediately refused. "Now, as long as I go to a major planet, I'll definitely be discovered. I want to wait until the auction starts before going out to play." This answer didn't set her mind at ease. So Rice Ball continued to persuade, "Don't think too much, listen to me and get out there." Faced with this resolute attitude, Chen Luo had to yield. Fine. He knew in his heart that since Rice Ball said so, she must have her reasons. Before he left, she didn't forget to urge, "Be careful, you might get hurt. What I mean is, it's actually better to suffer a minor injury." That's the only way to get the fish to take the bait. This strange warning immediately made Chen Luo suspicious. What do you mean by that? But Riceball didn't explain at all, only pushing him out urgently. Oh, just do as I say and you'll understand when the time comes. Go on. Among the silently floating stars, Chen Luo stood there hesitating. Where should I go now? I might as well go see Jesida and Senhai. Planet Happy now unfolded before his eyes, with countless modern buildings layered upon each other, radiant and colorful. Upon seeing acquaintances, Chen Luo immediately waved and greeted happily. Everyone, long time no see. The two across from him immediately became suspicious. In broad daylight, how does he dare to show himself so publicly? Senhai observed for a moment in surprise and said, "Not only are you not hiding, you're even sauntering down the main road. It seems a bit inappropriate, doesn't it?" Chen Luo laughed and soothed. "Don't worry, I have no ill will. I just wanted to come and say hello to you two big brothers." Due to their identities, Senhai fell into a dilemma. "But we are the security personnel here after all. Since you've appeared, we have no choice but to take action against you." Chen Luo understood this well, and proactively suggested, "You two brothers are right. Then let the three of us have a fight, and I'll give you a few days off. That way, you'll have an excuse to give to your superiors." Just as a ripple appeared in the air, Chen Luo judged secretly. Void exile and Bet appeared, his anger beyond words. "Chen Luo, I knew the one coming to the planet this time would definitely be a guest." As soon as he finished speaking, Bet had already charged forward with his sword, his powerful pressure instantly sweeping across the surroundings. "I let you escape last time, but this time you won't get away." Chen Luo only replied in a contemptuous tone. "With just you, however." Before Bet could even get close, Chen Luo noticed another variable, a sudden sense of danger. Someone was about to launch a sneak attack. In that instant, Chen Luo clenched his fists, trying to keep his breathing steady. Can't dodge, can't fight back. Riceball urged that I have to get hurt. Immediately after, Hei Ling suddenly appeared from behind, his long sword piercing through Chen Luo's body. He reached out to cover the wound, his brow furrowing slightly. "It's been a long time since I was hurt, it really stings." After seeing the attacker clearly, Bet was instantly stunned. "Hei Ling, how is it you were so severely injured, yet you've already recovered?" Hearing this, Chen Luo secretly sorted out his thoughts. This guy was injured before, and Bet is so surprised, which means the injury must have been serious. If I use time backtrack, won't I be able to finish him? Not until this moment did Chen Luo truly understand the deep meaning behind that warning before he left. No wonder Riceball told him to get hurt. It turned out this was the only way to get him to take the bait. As long as I lure him to a place where no one is around, the secret of my mastery over time backtrack won't be discovered. Having made up his mind, Chen Luo intentionally spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face instantly turning deathly pale. He then feigned weakness and shouted a stern rebuke. "You are too despicable, actually daring to launch a sneak attack on me." Chen Luo secretly looked forward to it. "Come on, take the bait." Seeing this, Hei Ling couldn't hide his triumph. The sneak attack was a success. Finally, he had a chance to get rid of him. Despite being heavily injured, Chen Luo calmly produced 3 spiritual pills from his spatial bag. This action gave Hei Ling a slight startle. "Where did you get those recovery pills? Did you steal them from the third prince too?" Hei Ling was momentarily taken aback, but then a wave of wild joy surged through him. It seemed Chen Luo was severely injured, otherwise why would he consume 3 pills at once? Chen Luo took in his reaction and sneered inwardly. "Good, he's taken the bait. Now come and chase me." Immediately, Chen Luo's figure shot into the sky, and Bet watched from afar, unable to help but marvel that this fellow's ability to preserve his own life was indeed something even top-tier powerhouses would find hard to match. Hei Ling only responded with a look of contempt. "What's the use of merely being good at void walk?" As soon as he finished speaking, Hei Ling immediately set off in pursuit of Chen Luo. "My law residue still lingers within his body. As long as the distance isn't too great, I can sense his position." And Bet followed silently from behind, hoping to coordinate with Hei Ling. "Let me help you. We can join forces to eliminate him." But this proposal was immediately rejected by Hei Ling. "Stay away from me. You lack the ability to conceal your aura. If he discovers you, it will only make him run faster." Upon hearing this, Bet had no choice but to let the matter drop. "Fine, good luck then." After a continuous series of instant teleports, the scenery before them had transformed into a desolate, freezing planet. The chase had become exceptionally intense. Before long, Hei Ling quickly closed the distance to his target. Seeing Chen Luo gradually show signs of fatigue, Hei Ling calculated secretly. He's panting so heavily his energy must be nearly exhausted, having driven his opponent into a corner. Hei Ling laughed triumphantly and wildly. "Chen Luo, you have nowhere left to run." Faced with this declaration, Chen Luo showed no panic whatsoever. He slowly turned around and stared flatly at the other man. "I heard you were injured recently. Chen Luo's composed attitude immediately caused a surge of unease in He Ling. He hurriedly raised his weapon and roared in a fit of rage. "What are you smiling at?" Dark energy surged like a violent tide around He Ling. The black energy condensed into a frigid form and hurtled toward Chen Luo. At that very moment, Chen Luo immediately activated his time backtrack ability, responding at the same time, "The one who should be leaving the stage is you." Chen Luo's figure appeared behind He Ling in an instant as his mind raced with calculations. "This is a perfect chance to test how far back I can revert a god-tier powerhouse without using time freeze." Of course, time backtrack was not instantaneous and still required a moment. It was this brief delay that caused He Ling to become suspicious. He whipped around to look at Chen Luo. "Kid, if you can still use Void Walk, why didn't you keep running?" The energy within He Ling erupted violently, accompanied by bursts of angry roars. "I really don't understand where your confidence from just now went." A staggering amount of power hurtled toward Chen Luo, along with a pronouncement of certain victory. "A pity, but you're dead meat this time." Facing the pressure sealing off his surroundings, Chen Luo merely curled his lips slightly into a cold sneer. "You dare show off with an attack of this level?" Just then, a defensive barrier manifested out of thin air, causing He Ling to freeze instantly. Is this a hallucination? He actually masters a defensive law as well, and 2 of them at that. He Ling was filled with shock. After a hurried probe, he asked in horror, "Didn't you only have 2 laws? Why have they become 4 now?" A sense of unease rapidly spread through his heart. The third prince was wrong, terribly wrong. He hadn't comprehended 2 laws, but 4 entire laws. Looking at He Ling's terrified face, Chen Luo mocked, "Surprised? Happy?" He Ling trembled all over with fear, his mind in a complete mess. What kind of monster is this guy? Although he didn't want to admit it, he also understood the current situation. He absolutely could not resolve this on his own. Realizing the situation had completely spiraled out of control, He Ling immediately turned, preparing to retreat. But he couldn't eliminate him. He had to go back and report to the third prince, so he could prepare countermeasures as soon as possible. However, Chen Luo naturally wouldn't let him leave. With the corners of his mouth slightly turned up, power erupted from around his body. "Did I give you permission to leave?" An invisible pulling force suddenly descended, forcibly dragging He Ling back along his original trajectory. Void exile, the scene before him, caused the unease in He Ling's heart to reach its peak. Damn it seems leaving this place won't be that simple. Even in a dangerous situation, He Ling still maintained a facade. "Chen Luo, do you really think you can kill me?" This pretense was instantly pierced by Chen Luo's icy reply. "Then why are you running if you've got the guts? Come over and slaughter me." Just then He Ling suddenly sensed something unusual in his body. "Strange, why do I feel my depleted energy is constantly recovering?" But he quickly tossed his doubts aside, whatever, it was a good thing anyway. As his strength gradually returned, He Ling lunged forward to counterattack. "Fine, I want to see how much longer you can keep acting tough." However, just as he reached the target, He Ling's body suddenly froze. In midair, all his movements became heavy, chaotic, and difficult to control. Chen Luo observed his state and concluded secretly, "Time backtrack is starting to take effect." Trapped in a bizarre state, He Ling asked with a trembling voice, What did you do to me?" Facing the questioning, Chen Luo didn't explain, only answering leisurely, "Guess." As soon as he finished speaking, intense red light suddenly erupted around He Ling, making him scream in terror. "These wounds, aren't these the wounds from half a month ago?" "No, how is this possible?" The cruel reality allowed him to connect the previous clues. "The third prince said you possessed a space-type crystal. Could it be you've mastered the flow of time?" Chen Luo praised with a smile. "Quite clever." Flames rapidly engulfed He Ling's entire body, and the successive waves of excruciating pain made him scream incessantly. Amidst these changes, Chen Luo slowly closed his eyes, sensing this marvelous state. A moment later, he suddenly realized with excitement, "This is comprehension. The feeling just now was definitely the state of me comprehending time backtrack." Chen Luo walked slowly toward He Ling, who was being constantly eroded by power, while his mind raced with calculations. "Fantastic, I must finish He Ling as soon as possible to gain time to enter the state of comprehending the law of time." Immediately after, he casually searched the other man for loot. He couldn't let the spatial ring be destroyed by this terrifying power. Half a minute later, under Chen Luo's watchful gaze, He Ling drew his last breath. What on earth is eroding his body, the flame law or the lightning law? But he had seen both categories of laws, and neither had this kind of terrifying feeling. As the residual power gradually dissipated, Chen Luo immediately stepped forward to seize the loot. A god-tier dark crystal was now in hand. Subsequently, he summoned his 2 maids and issued an order, Man, go brew some tea for me." "Yes, young master." After settling everything, Chen Luo immediately sat down. He needed to calm his mind now. Afterward he sank his consciousness into the depths of his divine sense, focusing on comprehending that spark of inspiration that had just appeared. Chen Luo quickly reached out, proactively touching the floating core of his ability, working hard to capture and comprehend it. An hour later, he finally completed the task. Excellent. Thanks to that comprehension just now, the energy depletion from using time backtrack has been reduced by over 50%. Even so, Chen Luo was still not satisfied, but for now, this was as far as he could go. After all, there was still a long way to go before reaching godhood. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and seeing that his companion remained completely silent, Li Sen gradually lost his patience. Hey Ling, can you hear me? Li Sen clutched the communicator, a growing sense of unease rising in his heart. Heavens, it's been 2 days, where on earth is he? Countless conjectures flashed through Li Sen's mind. Now, even the bound GPS communicator couldn't find a location. Could it be, has he entered a no-signal area, or was the communicator accidentally damaged? Li Sen sat back in his chair and muttered in a low voice, I remember the last signal from He Ling was when he was with Enbet. Maybe I should contact Enbet to ask about the situation. After hearing Li Sen's account, Enbet mentioned the scene of their last meeting. At the time, he thought I was in the way and chased me off, so I don't know where He Ling is now either. Li Sen nodded slightly. All right, I understand. After ending the call, he rested his forehead on his hand, analyzing the situation while not forgetting to show a look of disdain. Forget it if I can't reach him. He likely entered some special area that caused a signal interruption. In any case, Chen Luo is just a waste who's good at running. He absolutely cannot harm He Ling, who possesses 4 laws. Within the ability space, Chen Luo was chatting with everyone. When he suddenly heard a sound, he immediately looked toward the source and quickly reached a deduction. Is Fa Wong about to break through to half-god? This thought made Chen Luo sigh. It would be great if Fa Wong could directly become a god. Since leaving Earth, Fa Wong had almost no chance to fight. He was practically kept in a cage. Just then, Chen Luo suddenly remembered another power. Right. I remember Mamo's lightning power is quite similar to Fa Wang's. Thinking of this possibility, he walked over to Fa Wong and took out an item. Take this crystal. Absorbing it might help you with your upgrade. Fa Wong immediately replied, yes. However, the moment the crystal was placed in Fa Wang's hand, Chen Luo suddenly felt a surge of unease. His space trembled slightly, causing all his nerves to tighten instantly. What's happening to my laws? He quickly probed deep into the internal space. An indescribable scene of chaos presented itself. Voidwalk was shouting a warning to everyone, someone's here to cause trouble. Spatial transport, prepare to charge. Big brother, go punch it. The magic defense space also repeatedly requested to join the fray. Big brother, second brother, let's charge first. Meanwhile, the physical defense space remained cautious. I'll observe first. The lightning law stood still without moving, while simultaneously issuing a direct provocation, don't just talk, move. Seeing this, Chen Luo couldn't help but be greatly moved. Everything happening before my eyes confirms my judgment even more. He knew it. Fa Wong was second to none. So how could the matter of becoming a god be missing his share? Originally, this law had been isolated outside the ability space and couldn't enter. Chen Luo immediately raised his hand to summon it, turning to shout, Fa Wong, come out quickly. Fa Wong raised his head blankly, before he could react. The lightning law hurtled straight toward him. I'm coming. That power surged into Fa Wang's body instantly, causing energy to erupt violently. Witnessing the entire process, Chen Luo couldn't help but marvel secretly. Fa Wong surrounded by lightning, he really looks like a true lightning king. 13 minutes later, Fa Wong successfully broke through his limits, officially joining the god-tier ranks. Once the dust settled, Chen Luo immediately stepped forward and put an arm around his shoulder. Good brother, I'll have Mengqi's chef team prepare some good dishes to celebrate your ascension. The two sat facing each other for a long time before Fa Wong finally spoke hesitantly. Chen Luo, there's something I've considered for a long time, and now I want to ask for your consent. Chen Luo asked in surprise. What is it? Fa Wong summoned his courage and voiced his wish. I want to go out and train on my own for a while. Subsequently, he explained the reason for this decision. Your current enemies are all too strong. Even if you let me out, I'm no match for them, and can only be a burden. Am I going to stay here my whole life and never be able to help with anything? This proposal caused Chen Luo to fall into a brief silence, his thoughts racing. Fa Wong has said this much. Am I really going to stubbornly keep him in the space forever? He instinctively looked toward Riceball for help. But if Fa Wong went out, what would the situation become? Could Riceball give him an answer? Seeing this, Fa Wong asked curiously, I'm the one who decided to go out. Why are you looking at her? Then he stepped a few steps closer, his tone becoming exceptionally firm. I have always believed that destiny is in each person's hands. This is my choice and no one can stop me. After speaking, he stood up under Chen Luo's shocked gaze. No one knows about the relationship between us yet, so there's no need to worry about my identity being exposed. Of course I won't be lawless like you. I just want to go out and gain some experience. Faced with this resolute attitude, Chen Luo finally chose to yield. All right, I agree to let you out, but at the very least you have to wear this. Fa Wang shook his head and handed the item back. I can owe you, but I don't want to owe you too much. Chen Luo hesitated for a moment before nodding. Fine then. Before parting, Chen Luo stepped forward and hugged him, while not forgetting to urge, remember firmly, you must stay safe. Fa Wang gave a soft response acknowledging it. Meanwhile in the forge, Norton couldn't help but get angry as soon as he picked up the phone. Caroline, what are you calling for again? She replied immediately. I just wanted to ask about my armored helmet. Recalling Chen Luo's annoying face, Norton's tone grew even heavier. I've told you, the ring containing that set of armor was stolen by a bastard named Wan Lingkui. She stuttered. But Mr. Norton, before Caroline could finish, Norton irritably spat out a string of words. If you've got the guts, go find that thief yourself. Either way, stop calling to pester me. Caroline was standing in a daze when a familiar voice suddenly came from behind. Hearing the voice, she immediately turned her head happily. Uncle Longjin. Longjin nodded slightly. Every time the Tao Enlightenment tea is to be harvested. You always arrive so early. Afterward, Longjin reached out to introduce the person beside him. Let me introduce you. This is my adopted son from Earth, called Xiao Wei. Then he turned to explain to Xiao Wei, Caroline is 18 years old and is a mental type. In the ranking of mental type god-tier powerhouses, she can definitely make the top 3. Xiao Wei was somewhat surprised by the introduction. Adopted son, he observed her secretly. This person looked exactly like Uncle Longjin's biological son. Longjin continued in a pleading tone. Caroline, Xiao Wei is also a mental type, when you have time. Please give this child some pointers. In 2 months, when the Tao Enlightenment tea grows new leaves, I'll give you a larger share. However, Caroline puffed out her cheeks, clearly still angry. Sorry, Uncle Longjin, I'm in no mood to teach anyone right now. Find someone else. Seeing this, he asked curiously, what's wrong? Did something happen? She crossly told him the whole story. Wasn't it because of that idiot Norton? He got drunk and let someone steal his spatial ring. This news gave Longjin a big shock. Even Norton was robbed. Has society become this chaotic lately? I also heard the third prince's home was emptied out by someone named Chen Luo. Hearing this name, Xiao Wei was instantly stunned. Chen Luo, the face of that person immediately surfaced in his mind. Could it be the leader of Dawn City back on Earth, Chen Luo? They had had several interactions in the past. He hadn't expected the other man to be making such a massive stir in the interstellar community now. Hearing this, Caroline nodded in confirmation. I heard about that too. Chen Luo possessed spatial movement and void walk, making his escape capabilities extremely strong. Just then, an unfamiliar voice suddenly rang out. Lord Longjin, I've finally found you. Longjin turned to look at the person approaching, and a look of surprise immediately appeared on his face. You are a marquis of the Feng Sha Empire. The man took 2 steps forward and bowed slightly to confirm his identity. That's right, it's me. I spoke with you before regarding the Tao Enlightenment tea. Having said that, he gestured toward the person beside him. As you can see, I have brought the person to you. Longjin's gaze fixed on the figure and he froze instantly. Could it be him? Simultaneously, waves of shock crashed through Xiao Wei's heart. Heavens, why does this person look so much like me? The Marquis spoke in a deep, confirming tone. Indeed, Lord Longjin. Have you not been requesting the Wusai Empire's help to find your son all this time? The space fell into a sudden silence. The truth was then slowly unveiled. Regrettably, your son has passed away, but he left behind his own flesh and blood, this very person. Longjin grabbed the man's lapels, tears instantly streaming from his eyes. My child, I've finally found you. Witnessing the scene, Xiao Wei pondered silently to himself. His foster father's biological bloodline had actually shown up at the doorstep. For him, this was clearly not good news. A month later, within the ability space, Chen Luo sat at the dining table and asked casually, Bai Mengqi, is there any more fire cloud steak? She lowered her head timidly. I'm sorry, master. The fire cloud steak has all been eaten. Chen Luo didn't show any dissatisfaction. Instead, he continued flatly, It's fine, I'll just go buy some more. Where do you usually get your supplies? Bai Mengqi didn't hide anything, explaining slowly, This ingredient is very difficult to source, but I know a shop that specializes in fire cloud beef. Although it was the main course on the menu today, Mengqi still felt a bit aggrieved. That shop used to compete with me all the time and even insulted me, calling me an illegitimate daughter. Chen Luo, currently tasting the delicacies, got straight to the point. Where is it? Mengqi answered immediately. On Planet Happy, not far from my cloud restaurant. As night fell, she was secretly calculating in her heart. Once Chen Luo appears, I'm afraid nothing will be left there but ruins. Just you wait. If my shop is gone, none of you get to live in peace." Meanwhile, during a warm family dinner, Annbeth spoke up happily to offer his congratulations. "Alice, happy birthday," the little girl chirped in response. "Thank you, Papa, the fire cloud steak is so delicious." The warm atmosphere didn't last long before a voice suddenly rang out. "Where is your manager?" The moment he heard this voice, a sense of familiarity surged in Annbeth's heart. This voice is by now Chen Luo was already standing in the center of the hall. He demanded loudly, "Hurry up and call your manager out." Seeing that figure clearly, Annbeth couldn't hide the shock in his heart. It really is Chen Luo, but isn't he being hunted by He Ling? Why is he appearing here? An employee hurried over, and after recognizing Chen Luo, immediately stammered in panic. You, aren't you that criminal currently on the wanted list?" Chen Luo ignored the remark entirely. "I don't care if you're the manager or not. Where do you keep all your steaks?" In extreme terror, the waiter scrambled to seek help from the highest-ranking person present. "Lord Annbeth, please save me." After being called out, Annbeth had no choice but to stand up, his heart filled with irritation. "Damn it, who told you to draw Chen Luo's attention to me?" Chen Luo also immediately looked toward Annbeth. Wasn't this the benefactor who had leaked the news of He Ling's injury? Seeing an acquaintance, Chen Luo immediately flashed a friendly smile. "The benefactor is right before my eyes, how could I not go over and say hello?" Thinking of this, he walked forward slowly and raised a hand in greeting. "Lord Annbeth." The waiter hid behind Annbeth, pleading in tears. "Lord Annbeth, hurry and arrest him." This made Annbeth fume inwardly. "If I could catch him, would I need you to remind me?" Chen Luo made himself at home, casually pulling out a chair to sit opposite them, giving Annbeth a startle. "What a coincidence. I didn't expect us to meet here again." Chen Luo's appearance caused all the other diners to flee the restaurant in a hurry. Before long, only the dazed waiter was left in the shop. Chen Luo curled his finger and tapped on the table, then looked up and inquired, "Lord Annbeth, I heard you've been looking for me lately." Annbeth replied immediately, "You're a master thief. Isn't it normal for me to look for you? I'll give you a choice now. As long as you leave here immediately, I'll pretend I never saw you." But Chen Luo continued to make demands. That was far from enough. "From now on, I want you to pretend you don't see me every time we meet. Can you do that?" After weighing his options, Annbeth agreed. "Fine." However, just then a cold voice suddenly interjected. "Wanted criminal Chen Luo, you are surrounded. Surrender immediately." Looking at the peaceful scene before them, the security team was momentarily stunned. What is this situation? Are the cat and mouse friends now? Chen Luo glanced behind him, a meaningful smile on his lips. "Show me some of your sincerity." Annbeth narrowed his eyes and then decisively ordered, "All of you, withdraw." This command made the group hesitate, but the wanted criminal Chen Luo was right there. Seeing them still standing still, Annbeth slammed the table in anger. "Did you not hear my words?" Faced with this resolute attitude, the security personnel hurriedly retreated. We're going." Seeing this, Chen Luo laughed heartily. "Good brother, a good brother indeed, thanks a lot." Annbeth was in a hurry to get rid of him like he was a plague. "I've fulfilled your request, can you leave now?" Chen Luo refused immediately. "But I haven't eaten yet." There was no reason to drive a guest away before they had finished their meal. Seeing Chen Luo eating her favorite dish, Alice cried out in grievance. "Bad man." Chen Luo continued to stuff food into his mouth, thick-skinned as ever. "Uncle is doing this for your own good. I'm afraid you'll get fat if you eat too much." Once things had temporarily settled down, Annbeth looked at him with a frown. "You've eaten your fill, so what exactly do you want? Where is He Ling? Where is he?" Chen Luo feigned innocence and casually spun a story. "He Ling, he kept chasing me, but then a mysterious black hole appeared. I threw him inside and haven't seen him since." Hearing this, Annbeth also fell into deep thought. Could it be some kind of spatial channel? No wonder the satellites haven't been able to contact He Ling. Chen Luo seized the opportunity to ask a key question. "Once you answer this, I'll leave immediately. Tell me where Long Jin's home is, and also, how much longer until the Tao Enlightenment tea is ripe? Answer that and I'm gone." Annbeth's face darkened instantly, and then he spoke up to dissuade him. "Chen Luo, I know what you're planning, but I sincerely advise you not to go. Right now, only the Third Prince's faction wants to catch you, but if you loot Long Jin's home, the Empire will exhaust all its efforts to hunt you down, and even many big shots who are close to Long Jin will join forces to find you." However, Chen Luo didn't take these warnings to heart at all, replying casually, "That's not for you to worry about. Just give me the address and you'd better not try anything funny. As you know, to me, going to someone's house to take things is just a matter of spatial displacement." Annbeth cursed secretly in his heart at this annoying fellow. Since his good advice was ignored and to prevent Chen Luo from causing more trouble that might involve him, he could only yield. "Fine. The Tao Enlightenment tea will be ripe in about a month. He lives at Chen Luo felt a surge of excitement after listening. Long Jin, have that Tao enlightenment tea ready and wait for me. Having obtained the information he wanted, he prepared to leave. Brother and Bet, I quite like you. Alright, you guys take your time eating. I'm going to the kitchen. In the kitchen, Chen Luo enthusiastically packed bags of ingredients. Before leaving, he left a card and instructed, I'm not taking your things for free. There's no password for this purple crystal card, just swipe it. Also, make another serving for Bet's family. Their bill is on me. But when he returned to the hall, Chen Luo found not a soul left. Bet, where did everyone go? Did I scare them away? He walked while revealing a playful smile. Bet, oh Bet, you've mastered 5 laws yet you're actually so afraid of me that you're hiding. Recalling the past, Chen Luo couldn't help but sigh. Back then, he walked with his hands in his pockets, never knowing what an opponent was. Inside the ability space, he sat opposite Rice Ball and said, although I know the location of Long Jin's home, the Tao Enlightenment tea isn't ripe yet. I could move the entire tree, but without Long Jin to water it. Can that Tao Enlightenment tree still grow normally? Rice Ball put the matter aside for the moment. There was no need to worry about Long Jin for now, as there were only 10 days left before the auction. She then emphasized something more important. Focus on preparing for the auction first. I have a premonition that an extremely important item will appear there, as well as the great god certification you've always dreamed of. Chen Luo sounded skeptical. Really? Faced with his questioning gaze, Rice Ball didn't confirm immediately but said slowly, I have a premonition that you will be inspired by someone. That person might also belong to the space type, so when you see them, don't be in a hurry to run or you'll miss the opportunity to learn. These words made Chen Luo even more uneasy. Could it be a space type big shot? If I don't run, won't it be extremely dangerous? Rice Ball immediately pointed out his current strength. You currently master 4 laws. Who could take you down in a short time? Hearing this, Chen Luo rubbed his head and laughed self-deprecatingly. True, Rice Ball didn't keep him any longer, urging, the auction is being held in the capital of Planet Wei. Go to the artificial planet on the west side of the Imperial City first to handle the entry procedures. Set off early. In the office area on the east side of the Imperial capital, the registration officer asked for a name. Chen Luo immediately gave a fake name. My name is Kid. But the other person searched for a long time without finding any information on that name. The man narrowed his eyes and scrutinized. Kid, why can't I find your file? Which type are you? Chen Luo answered calmly. After reaching God tier in my hometown, I went into seclusion for 5,000 years. It's normal that you can't find any information. I'm space type. At the words space type, the officer immediately pushed up his glasses and activated a skill. Space type, then let me scan your laws. Chen Luo didn't panic at all, letting that spiritual power sweep over his body with a smile. After a series of checks, the officer finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there are only 2 defensive laws. He's not the fellow who emptied the 3rd prince's home. He then asked, what is your purpose in coming to the imperial capital? Chen Luo seemed prepared, answering smoothly. To attend the auction and see the sights and maybe make a few god-tier friends along the way. The officer didn't press further and let him through. Verification passed. This entry medal is your identification. Remember, you must wear it at all times when outside. The man held up the item with both hands and added sternly, causing trouble in the imperial capital is strictly forbidden and no conflicts are allowed. After putting on the medal, Chen Luo immediately flashed a friendly smile to reassure him. How could I? I've always been a very law-abiding person. After finishing the procedures, Chen Luo immediately teleported to the auction area in the imperial capital. As soon as he arrived, he asked the person waiting nearby, give me an introduction brochure for the auction. After flipping through a few pages, Chen Luo secretly wondered what good items were available this time. The brochure clearly recorded the basic items. 100 bottles each of Qi restoration pills and spirit restoration pills, 20 sets of armor, various weapons, comprehension notes on laws from various big shots, 30 god-tier crystals, 1 serving of Tao Enlightenment tea and the fire spirit. Beside it was an introduction. The fire spirit is a divine object containing the fires of the universe. It can help a fire-type god-tier upgrade to a god general, granting them the lifespan, spirit and physique equivalent to a god tier who possesses a law, though they cannot obtain the law's recognition. After reading, Chen Luo thought to himself that as long as a fire-type person absorbed it, their lifespan could be extended. This thing's function was very similar to the vermilion fruit. Just then, Rice Ball's voice rang out. It is similar to the vermilion fruit. Both can extend lifespan, but its effect is much stronger. Chen Luo immediately became suspicious. Could this be the one Rice Ball mentioned? He stroked his chin, calculating carefully. However, for this auction, the goods wouldn't be delivered after the entire event ended. Instead, whatever item was successfully auctioned would be immediately handed over to the buyer. A thought quickly flashed through Chen Luo's mind. I indeed could steal a few items, but that would definitely cause chaos, and I couldn't take much. The more he thought, the more difficult he found it. But I can't just wait for the auction to end and then go rob them one by one. I want everything here. What should I do? In the palace of the Wusai Empire, two elders were speaking earnestly to Li Sen. Li Sen, the last purple crystal auction was organized by the second prince. This time, it's your turn. The other one emphasized the importance of the matter sternly. This is the first time you've come forward to organize it. There must be absolutely no mistakes. Li Sen bowed in thanks and made a solemn promise. I will surely prepare thoroughly and cause no trouble. Seeing this attitude, one of them praised. Your talent is very good. Everyone acknowledges this, but to become a great emperor, you can't rely on talent alone. You must also have capability. The person beside him added. Correct, this is your chance to prove your capability. He then pulled out an item and explained, inside this are some of the auction items. The rest that couldn't fit are in the secret room. Before ending the talk, that person specifically emphasized that when the time came, he would be responsible for transporting all items to the auction site, and there must be no errors. Taking on the heavy responsibility, Li Sen nodded and replied, I understand, just as he put the ring on his hand. A familiar voice suddenly rang out, Third brother, can you really pull this off? The second prince stood to the side, his tone full of mockery. You even had your own house moved away by someone. I really doubt your organizational skills this time. If you can't do it, just hand it over to me. Being humiliated in public, Li Sen immediately retorted, That audacious bastard only stole it because I wasn't home. The second prince countered slowly. How is it that the rumors I heard say he stole the house right in front of your face? The second prince continued to twist the knife. Taking something in front of someone can't be called stealing, that should be called robbery, right? The dignified third prince of the empire actually let someone rob him to his face. Truly hilarious. These words made Li Sen fume with rage. What nonsense are you talking? A guy with only 2 laws could rob me to my face. You actually believe such ridiculous rumors? Is your brain just for decoration? Before the atmosphere could relax, the person beside them chimed in. Whether it's a rumor or not, the fact remains that your home was stolen. Hearing this, the second prince immediately nodded in agreement. Big brother is right. Following that, the first prince stepped forward and suggested, This purple crystal auction concerns the empire's reputation. The eldest princess of the Jeraman Empire will also be attending with her people. Third brother, you are still young. I'm afraid you don't have the capacity to shoulder this burden. Why not hand the responsibility to me? However, Li Sen showed no intention of yielding. The goods and I are one. I will not let this auction have any problems. The second prince immediately switched to mockery mode. Well said, the person and the goods are one. But what if the goods are gone? Li Sen didn't even think before snapping back, then turned and left. If the goods are lost, I will die. Elsewhere in a hotel lobby, complaints were everywhere. Damn, the cheapest room here for one night cost 10,000 purple crystals. If I stay a few more days, I'll spend all the money I earned in a year. If I don't stay here, where am I supposed to sleep? On the street? Do I even want to keep my dignity? How much is dignity worth? I'd still have to fight for a spot on the street. Don't you want to make more friends? Who's going to want to be friends with someone sleeping on the pavement? Listening to the dialogue, Chen Luo couldn't help but feel a secret surge of disdain. They can't even afford 10,000 a night? These god-tier powerhouses are truly poor. Although he could afford a room for 200,000 a night, he absolutely couldn't be that conspicuous. One must keep a low profile. He placed his card on the counter and told the clerk, Give me a room of the lowest tier. Walking to the end of the lobby, Chen Luo saw a crowd gathered around a single person. Grandpa Mint Rabbit, tell us, how much can a 50-tael pack of Tao Enlightenment tea go for at auction? Mint Rabbit sat leisurely in a high-backed chair, explaining slowly with a face full of confidence. Based on my experience hosting the last auction, 50 taels of Tao Enlightenment tea can sell for between 50 million and 100 million. As for the final hammer price, that depends on the mood of the big shots. Watching the other man speak eloquently, Chen Luo secretly surmised that this Mint Rabbit might have once been an auctioneer. Just then, a rabbit girl beside them asked curiously, Grandpa, do you know who is responsible for organizing this auction? Mint Rabbit stroked his chin in thought. If I'm not mistaken, the main person in charge this time is the third prince. The moment he heard this name, Chen Luo immediately felt a wave of boredom. The third prince again, truly a small world for enemies, Mint Rabbit then continued proudly. I also have some connections with the first prince. If the organizer this time were the first prince, the auctioneer's seat would definitely be mine. Pity the organizer isn't him. Realizing he seemed to have said too much, the old man immediately changed the subject. Oh, look at me just chatting away. I only just realized it's dinner time. My stomach is hungry too. What about everyone else? The crowd immediately caught the hint and chimed in. That's right, I'm hungry too. Grandpa Mint Rabbit, we're heading off to eat now. See you later, goodbye. Seeing everyone leave without hesitation, Mint Rabbit grew secretly annoyed. This bunch doesn't understand respecting one's elders at all. They don't even know to offer me a meal. But this was exactly what Chenluo wanted. He had to thank the Wusai Empire for taking the opportunity to jack up prices. This group of god-tiers didn't have the money to treat anyone, but he did. Thinking of this, he immediately displayed a kind smile and stepped forward to invite him. Old sir, why don't you come with me? This meal is on me. Hearing that someone was treating, Mint Rabbit jumped up in excitement. Young man, you're truly generous. Let's go. After being seated, Chenluo picked up the menu and began ordering. This, and also this. Don't bring those three and bring out everything else. Seeing that he ordered without looking at the prices at all, Mint Rabbit immediately gave a thumbs up in praise. Brother Zood, you are truly magnificent. When he saw the 2 bottles of fine wine in Chenluo's hands, the old man's eyes lit up instantly. I didn't expect to meet such a generous person today. If you want to know the price of anything, just ask, I'll explain it all to you. However, Chenluo merely shook his head. No need to mention that for now. Come, I have 2 bottles of fine wine here. He already had a plan in mind, since he didn't intend to pay anyway. Knowing the prices of the auction items was useless. Half an hour later, seeing that Mint Rabbit was starting to get tipsy from the alcohol, Chenluo took the opportunity to test him. For an auction of this caliber, security must be extremely tight, right? Mint Rabbit replied vaguely. It's tight if you say it is, but it's also loose if you say it is. Treasures that can be put in a ring are carried personally by the organizer, while living creatures that won't fit must be transported by vehicle. Chenluo had already anticipated this. In other words, the ring the third prince wore contained the treasures to be auctioned, while the living creatures were transported by vehicle. After being continuously plied with wine and questioned on key points, Mint Rabbit gradually let down his guard and revealed everything. That's right, those treasures will be transported an hour before the auction begins and brought in through the venue's back door. Then the third prince will personally inspect the entire auction area. Having obtained the information he wanted, Chenluo maintained his friendly facade and continued to raise his glass in flattery. It's a joy to meet you. Come, let's keep drinking. Meanwhile, at the main gate of the Wusai Empire's capital, Li Sen immediately stepped forward to salute upon seeing an acquaintance. Uncle Chu Yang, you've arrived. Yun Chu Yang didn't go in circles, asking directly, any news on Chenluo? Li Sen hurried to report. He's been appearing on Planet Happy lately. Even Unbet was threatened by him. At this point, Li Sen smiled with confidence. However, security checks in the capital are currently very strict. Plus, with the auction about to begin, I don't believe he can sneak in during such a sensitive time. Hearing this, Yun Chu Yang nodded slightly and urged, fine, once you've confirmed his exact location, take me there. I really want to know what method Chenluo used to learn Void Walk. Iron Fist raised an eyebrow, his tone full of mockery. And Bet is truly a waste, not daring to catch Chenluo even when he's right in front of him. If I meet him, I'll beat him until he's crawling on the floor. However, Yun Chu Yang interrupted immediately. Iron Fist, don't be too arrogant. You might not even be able to catch Chenluo. What are you going to hit him with? Faced with this warning, the man merely gave a perfunctory nod and quickly shifted to another topic. Yes, senior. The third prince has invited the great Rulin. That powerhouse with the time freeze ability has arrived, thinking of the scene to come. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a playful arc. When the time comes, as long as time is frozen around him, won't he just be at my mercy? Hearing this name, Yun Chu Yang pondered thoughtfully. Has Rulin arrived as well? It seemed Chenluo would find it hard to escape this ordeal. Li Sen, standing by and witnessing the whole process, also nodded in agreement. That's right. Just then, a dark red warship suddenly approached, and Li Sen immediately recognized it as a vessel from the Jeraman Empire. Without hesitation, he led the group forward to salute, calling out respectfully, Welcome, Your Royal Highness Princess Aobu. Aobu stepped out of the hatch, and upon seeing that familiar face, she revealed a smile. Li Sen, we meet again. As they walked forward, Aobu spoke up to inquire. Li Sen, have you ever heard of someone called Fa Wong? He immediately shook his head. I've heard of Saber Kings and Sword Kings, but as for Fa Wong, I'm sorry, I've never heard of him. Seeing Aobu suddenly care about this person, he couldn't help but feel curious. What's wrong? Did this person offend you? Aobu flatly denied the conjecture. No, it's just that he offended a friend of mine in Divine Traces 3, she continued. I think his talent is quite high, so I have a bit of interest. Aobu then gave a clear judgment. If even you haven't heard of him, then it's very likely this Fa Wong hasn't reached godhood yet. Although the words were spoken lightly, Li Sen understood the underlying meaning perfectly. I understand, I will do my best to find him. Once he's found, I will surely bring him before your highness. On the day the auction began, a figure stood hidden at a high point, overlooking the entire scene below and evaluating secretly. The view here is good. When a large truck and 2 red cars appeared in sequence, the person immediately locked onto the target. Here they come. Shedding his disguise, Chen Luo revealed a secret smile of excitement. This operation could be very dangerous. He had to wear his armor for protection and absolutely could not leave any extra traces. Chen Luo left the observation point and began his move. Immediately after, he utilized the combat technique Void Exile and vanished instantly. All obstacles in his path were bypassed directly. Chen Luo moved swiftly and grabbed the items, got them inside the escort vehicle. A sudden ripple caused Li Sen's face to darken instantly. Something's happened. This feeling is very familiar. He hurriedly shouted a warning, Uncle Rulin. Chen Luo is here. Knowing the target had finally appeared, a steady voice replied from the vehicle behind, Understood. I'm moving now. As he prepared to retreat, Chen Luo also sensed the anomaly rapidly closing in, so he proactively slowed his speed. Discovering a stranger was using an ability to try and suppress him, he immediately made a judgment, is this guy a time type? Immediately after, Chen Luo leaped into midair, avoiding all blockades, and even gave a provocative wave. Third Prince, come over here. This scene left Li Sen stunned for a moment. Why wasn't Chen Luo frozen? Seeing the other party was still hesitating. Unwilling to step forward, Chen Luo merely sighed softly and proactively utilized the combat technique Void Exile, Time Freeze. The moment the battle erupted, Yan Chuyang also joined the fray immediately, confirming in his heart, the Third Prince didn't lie to me. This kid Chen Luo is indeed not simple. Faced with the stranger who suddenly popped up in this chaotic situation, Chen Luo didn't want to waste words and used Void Exile directly to make him vanish. Is it another god tier who has mastered several laws? Get lost, don't get in the way of my work. While the time freeze was still in effect, Chen Luo conveniently took Li Sen's storage ring without any effort at all. The goods were in hand. He then didn't forget to leave behind a few warning blows to make the other party remember the price of provoking him. You put a universal wanted notice on me, you think you have the strength to deal with me, Chen Luo? As the crisp sound echoed in the air, Yan Chuyang instinctively shuddered. However, in the next second the first thought to pop into his head was, the news of the Third Prince getting slapped in the street will surely spread throughout the alleys very soon. At this moment, Yan Chuyang stared intently at Chen Luo, a clear conjecture gradually forming in his mind. Is this guy using Void Walk to loop back? Could he be the one Rice Ball mentioned who gets inspiration by robbing spatial types? Meanwhile, sensing he was being targeted, Chen Luo utilized Void Walk without hesitation. Although Rice Ball had made him a bit bolder, there were too many god tiers gathered here. It was truly too dangerous. If he didn't take the chance to leave now, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to leave later even if he wanted to. It was best to retreat temporarily and observe the situation from the shadows. Seeing through Chen Luo's intention, Yan Chuyang immediately furrowed his brows, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Want to run? Not that easy. On the other side, Li Sen was busy recovering, but he couldn't help feeling anxious, constantly muttering in his heart, damn it, it's all ruined. Relying on his extremely skillful use of his abilities, Chen Luo teleported to another location in an instant. His mood lightened considerably. I should be safe this time. But in the very next second, before he could even catch his breath, Yan Chuyang suddenly appeared behind him, giving Chen Luo a secret fright. Out of instinct, he turned his head slightly to look back, his heart screaming wildly, how did this guy keep up with me? Chen Luo didn't dare delay. Immediately utilizing Void Walk to quickly pull distance, he calculated secretly, I'll see just how long you can follow me. Thus, in the azure sky, layer after layer of white clouds were continuously pierced through. Chen Luo sped ahead while Yan Chuyang pursued relentlessly, the unease in Chen Luo's heart growing stronger. How exactly is he doing it? Could it be that some mark or aura was left on me? When his confusion reached its peak, Chen Luo suddenly stopped. While panting heavily, he looked back and questioned, how are you determining my position? Facing this question, Yan Chuyang didn't answer immediately, only slowly curling his lips into a confident smile. I heard you mastered 2 laws in 5 years, which truly makes you a rare talent. Pity you're still too green to escape my palm. After listening, Chen Luo immediately furrowed his brows, his brain rapidly analyzing the current situation. So arrogant, I have infinite uses of Void Walk. I don't believe he can keep chasing forever. Thinking of this, another hypothesis quickly formed. He can locate me surely because of some factor in space. I have to verify what exactly it is. Just as Chen Luo prepared to continue running, Yan Chuyang finally couldn't help but advise, "I've already said you can't get away." But at the critical moment, Chen Luo's azure eyes suddenly discovered an anomaly. Wait, if I'm not mistaken, relying on intuition, he quickly replayed all the scenes that had just occurred in his mind. Every instant teleportation scene manifested clearly. Every location he passed had left several blurred trajectories in the air. Realizing this key point, Chen Luo immediately stomped his foot in excitement. He's been finding his way here by following these trajectories. But then another problem appeared, leaving his brain momentarily unable to turn. But why is he leaving nothing behind him? So that's how it is. Until this moment, Chen Luo finally understood. No wonder my void walk was always seen through by the opponent, so this was the reason. Seeing Chen Luo suddenly stop, Yan Chuyang immediately put his hands behind his back happily, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. "Given up, disheartened, why aren't you running anymore?" Just then, Chen Luo whipped his head around, his tone extremely sincere. "No, I stopped specifically to thank you for the guidance." Hearing this, Yan Chuyang froze instantly, his face a mask of bewilderment. "Thank me?" As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Luo utilized Void Walk again, as if specifically to demonstrate to Yan Chuyang. However, this time, there were absolutely no identifiable traces in space, leaving him stunned and speechless. Why did the spatial trajectories disappear? Just then, the familiar system notification rang in Chen Luo's ear. Void Walk comprehension has reached 100. Out of instinct, Chen Luo looked up and saw several pale green ribbon-like lights slowly manifesting above his head, making him so excited he almost wanted to celebrate on the spot. My great god certification has finally arrived, one surprise after another. So this is the spatial law. Was it only to make it easier for me to observe that it manifested in this form? At the same time, the sight before him gave Yan Chuyang a massive shock. His eyes widened, and alarm bells rang wildly in his heart. That's a great god certification. Yan Chuyang's eyebrows twitched repeatedly, his head full of question marks. Only now did he realize that completely erasing spatial trajectories and traces was exactly the final trial for Chen Luo to obtain the great god certification. The irony was that this method was taught by his own hand. Thinking of this, Yan Chuyang couldn't help but mutter a low curse. Damn it, I only made a casual joke, and he actually really learned it. In the rear, Li Sen was arriving with a group of subordinates and was also frightened by the scene before him. Great god certification? By what right does he get to obtain such a thing? After the shock, a deep sense of regret welled up in Li Sen's heart. Although time crystals were rare and hard to find, with his status, he could eventually get one from some lower-tier creature if he just waited patiently. Why did he have to snatch it from Chen Luo? With a shift in thought, Li Sen immediately locked onto the culprit, Shi Su. It was precisely because Shi Su revealed that Chen Luo possessed a time-type crystal that he moved against Chen Luo. Thinking of this, Li Sen couldn't help but roar in his heart. Damn it, I'm being ruined by that bastard Shi Su. On the other side, before the atmosphere could settle, a subordinate stepped forward quickly and whispered a few words into Aobu's ear. Your Royal Highness, once this is over, you must try to recruit him no matter what. Aobu merely gave a flat glance, her face remaining as cold as frost. I understand. Just as everyone was lost in their own thoughts, that cold voice rang out again, clearly reaching the ears of everyone present. The laws of space are issuing a great god certification. Please excuse the intrusion. Having said that, the voice began to slowly announce, Chen Luo, from this moment forth your lifespan shall increase by 1.5 million years. Simultaneously, the laws of space shall bestow upon you a spirit of space, with the following effects. Immediately after, rows of detailed and clear information appeared in Chen Luo's mind. Whenever you utilize any type of spatial ability, energy consumption will be significantly reduced. The spirit of space acts as an energy reserve, capable of replacing consumed energy while simultaneously accelerating energy recovery. It enhances your affinity with various spatial powers and reduces the difficulty of comprehending the laws. Hearing this, Chen Luo pursed his lips and observed silently for a while before letting out a soft sigh. Good things were indeed extraordinary. Though it was a pity it couldn't directly increase combat power, nor could it enhance mental strength or physique. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd began to buzz with excitement, and the atmosphere instantly became heated. An increase of 1.5 million years in lifespan. The great god certification is truly too powerful. Lifespan isn't even the most important part. The most eye-catching thing is that spirit of space. Exactly. As long as one possesses an elemental spirit, their combat power can increase by at least an entire grade. Once you have an elemental spirit, cultivating other laws to completion is no longer that difficult. Listening to these discussions, Li Sen's already bruised and swollen face twisted further in rage. His mind gradually cleared, and he immediately realized that Chen Luo's future achievements would certainly far surpass his own. But now he had no way to eliminate the opponent in advance. There was only one plan left. With a flash of a thought, Li Sen pointed at Chen Luo without hesitation, shouting loudly to draw everyone's attention. "Everyone calm down. This guy used time freeze on me and snatched away all the auction items. He dared to commit open robbery in the imperial capital. He clearly has absolutely no respect for the capital." He continued to hurl accusations, secretly feeling triumphant. "If I can't deal with you alone, I'll let the entire imperial capital handle you." Faced with the accusations, Chen Luo remained calm, reaching out to cover his mouth. He feigned surprise and said, "Oh, my benefactor, the third prince, is actually here as well. Speaking of which, it's thanks to your Tao Enlightenment tea that my talent broke through so quickly." This casual sentence sent a surge of blood to Li Sen's head in fury, and he burst into curses. "Chen Luo, you shameless scoundrel, I'll kill you." However, just as Li Sen finished speaking and before he could rush forward, a heavy voice rang out, "Enough!" The moment the voice fell, Li Sen's entire body was instantly frozen, stuck at a position just an arm's length away from Chen Luo. Witnessing this, a drop of cold sweat seeped from Chen Luo's temple, and his entire body entered a state of high alert. Who made a move? Just as the thought arose, the cries of surprise from the surroundings immediately gave Chen Luo the answer. "Heavens, it's Emperor Resater. I didn't expect this matter would actually disturb the Emperor. I remember he is the last person in the royal family to possess the talented bloodline." That's right, he has already lived for over 2 million years. Meeting those cold golden eyes, Chen Luo's heart involuntarily skipped a beat. This person was the Emperor of the Warren's Empire. What? Is he ice type? This is tense. I wonder if he has the ability to take me down. At that moment, Resater slowly rested his hand on his cane. On the surface he was as calm as the surface of a pond. But his mind was filled with 1,000 thoughts. Li Sen was essentially finished. His Tao heart had been destroyed by this man named Chen Luo. Even with high talent, it would be as difficult as reaching the heavens for him to make any further progress in the future. After reaching a judgment, he waved his hand without hesitation and directly announced, "Effective today, Li Sen is stripped of his status as prince." As the final layer of ice shattered, the verdict deciding his fate was officially delivered. Demoted to commoner, with the prince's token and prince's armor revoked, at this point a subordinate stepped forward, knelt and reminded him, "Emperor, have you forgotten, Li Sen's ring has already been taken by Chen Luo." Hearing this, Resater looked at Chen Luo once more. "You must be Chen Luo. I have witnessed the grievances between you and Li Sen from beginning to end. This matter was initiated by Li Senator, although you have caused considerable turmoil within the empire. I can let bygones be bygones and revoke the wanted poster against you." Having said that, the corner of Resater's mouth curled slightly, invisibly dissolving the initial sense of distance. The motto of the Warren's Empire is "All things are one." I can overlook the past and simultaneously title you a marquis. Are you willing to join the Warren's Empire? After listening, Chen Luo raised an eyebrow. A look of surprise appeared on his face. "What? Not only did he not get angry, he even wants to recruit me." Chen Luo immediately turned his head, secretly weighing the pros and cons. "I don't lack money, and I can get treasures myself. He thinks he can buy me with a mere marquis title. This deal is clearly not worth it." Although he had already reached a conclusion in his heart, he still didn't dare to refuse directly. "Emperor, your words are too sudden. I can't accept it for the time being. Please give me some time to consider." Resater agreed quite straightforwardly. "Fine, I will give you time to consider. Furthermore, I will allow you to choose any 2 items from the auction. Please reach a decision as soon as possible." The moment he finished speaking, he vanished instantly, giving Chen Luo no chance to react at all. So fast. Just how strong is he? After a while, Chen Luo reached out to stroke his chin, his blue eyes full of thought. Simultaneously, another question surfaced in his mind. The light he emitted seemed to belong to the light type. Could he be a dual-element user as well? Just then, the crowd of onlookers suddenly surged forward, with noisy shouts rising one after another. "Brother Chen Luo, can you return those auction items you took? I'll consider it a personal favor. Can you let me have the vermilion fruit from the auction? Young man, can you transfer the fire spirit to me? I'm also willing to owe you a favor, and that set of armor that was about to be auctioned." Faced with the noisy scene, Chen Luo just stood there silently, coldly evaluating in his heart. He lifted his head toward the sky with a look of disdain. "I got these through my own ability. Why should I return them? They even want me to share with them?" In an instant, Chen Luo's gaze flickered, and a stalling tactic quickly formed in his mind. He raised an eyebrow and said in a low tone, carrying a rare sense of calm, "I understand everyone's desire for these auction items. I will also seriously consider what the Emperor just said. but right now I need to find a quiet place to calm my emotions. After temporarily pacifying the noisy crowd, Chen Luo immediately turned and walked toward Yan Chu-yang step by step. Standing before the man, his tone became much more sincere. "Many thanks, Senior, for pointing out the flaws in my void walk. I truly cannot thank you enough. I shall take my leave first." After speaking, Chen Luo left, while continuously signaling with his eyes, hoping the other party would understand his intent. 20 minutes later, on another planet, Chen Luo stood with his hands in his pockets looking behind him, in the silent space. His voice rang out flatly, "I've arrived." As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Chu-yang also manifested. Before he could even stand firm, he furrowed his brows and questioned with a sharp gaze, "Why did you deliberately leave a trail in the air to lure me here for a private meeting?" Chen Luo did not dodge. Instead, he turned to face him and then bowed respectfully. "I sincerely thank you for your guidance just now. May I ask for Senior's honorable name?" He secretly calculated in his heart. "This is the only space-type big shot I've encountered so far. If I could ask him for guidance." Hearing this, the other man's face immediately darkened, his gaze turning deep. "My name is Yan Chu-yang. So, did you specifically invite me out just to say thank you?" At that moment, Chen Luo plucked up his courage and stated his purpose directly. "It hasn't been long since I ascended to God tier, and I increasingly feel that my foundation is insufficient. I wonder if Teacher Yun could give me some pointers." After speaking, he held a purple card between two fingers and handed it over. "As for the tuition fee, there are 1 billion purple crystals in this card." Seeing this gesture, Yan Chu-yang immediately waved his hands repeatedly, a rare trace of gentleness finally appearing on his face. "Don't call me teacher, being the teacher of a troublemaker like you. I'm afraid I'd be beaten to death by others the moment I stepped out the door." Chen Luo opened his mouth wide after listening, not knowing how to retort for a long time. Noticing that Chen Luo's shoulders had slumped, Yan Chu-yang spoke up to comfort him. "Don't be in a rush, I haven't finished yet. Although I don't want you to call me teacher, I can still teach you." In the blink of an eye, Chen Luo's face became as bright as sunshine again. "Really?" Yan Chu-yang nodded in confirmation, then hesitantly proposed a condition. "It's just that regarding your void walk, could you teach me in return?" Chen Luo agreed immediately without even thinking. Of course, he was practically overjoyed in his heart. He hadn't expected such a win-win outcome. Moreover, it wasn't even as if he were directly teaching, yet the man would surely be able to learn it. Once the two parties had officially reached an agreement, Yan Chu-yang stopped wasting words, put away his casual manner from before, and got straight to the point. "Among the current 8 major laws of space, the only one I haven't mastered is void walk." At this point, a rare trace of longing flashed in his eyes. "If I can gather all 8 space laws, I will achieve a qualitative transformation." Standing to the side, Chen Luo listened intently, while stroking his chin and nodding repeatedly. So mastering all the laws would yield a reward. But immediately after, Yan Chu-yang added coldly, "However, that reward definitely cannot compare to your great god certification." He paused, and then mentioned another matter. "I remember there was a crystal robe in this auction. Look for it." The steady aura emanating from Yan Chu-yang made Chen Luo instinctively follow instructions, and he began to rummage through the items nearby. Once he saw Chen Luo holding the item in his hand, Yan Chu-yang urged seriously, "This item can capture images and bring people into those images. When I explain later, inject your energy into the crystal robe and record the entire process." After speaking, he gave a gentle wave. 2 streams of pale green energy immediately appeared in the space, floating quietly before the two of them. "Void walk is your specialty, so naturally I cannot lose face. First, I will start by explaining the 2 defensive laws." 3 hours later, Chen Luo sat on the ground, his entire spirit immersed in the comprehension of the knowledge just imparted. When he opened his eyes, he couldn't hide the joy in his heart, looking down at his palms. In just 3 hours, his 2 space defensive laws had both increased by nearly 20 points, reaching 51 and 52 respectively. Finding the right teacher indeed made a difference. Just as the thought arose, Yan Chu-yang put his hands behind his back. He walked a few leisurely steps and urged, "All right, next I will explain the space support ability." He pointed casually ahead, and instantly, a purple energy vortex slowly formed in midair. Yan Chu-yang's steady voice continued, "This is related to direction and sequence. The problem lies within the interior of the space." Chen Luo immediately leaned forward with great interest, focusing his spirit to observe, "Is there anything good inside?" Facing his actions, Yan Chu-yang didn't stop him, only explaining flatly, "My space is divided into 7 dimensions. This meant that even if you entered, you wouldn't be able to find the things he had hidden inside. Furthermore, once you comprehend this law, your spatial energy will also become exceptionally stable." After listening to the explanation, Chen Luo focused all his mental energy on staring at that vortex. As time passed, A scene of an extremely complex labyrinth gradually appeared before his eyes. Thinking of those square rooms in his own space, Chen Luo couldn't help but sigh while resting his chin in his hand. By comparison, his own ability space was indeed too rudimentary. After gaining a preliminary understanding of the knowledge framework, Chen Luo raised his hand and asked, "Next, can you talk about the offensive rules?" A slight smile curled at the corner of Yan Chu Yang's mouth, as if he had been waiting for this proposal for a long time. Of course, there are 3 categories of offensive rules, including dimensional space, annihilation space, and penetration space. Simultaneously, Yan Chu Yang waved his hand to summon a massive heavy sword, which emitted a heavy aura that caused the surrounding space to tremble slightly. Furthermore, I also know a method for you to quickly master the offensive laws. Hearing this, Chen Luo's eyes lit up and his whole being became alert. What method? Yan Chu Yang's thin lips slowly spat out 2 words, even deliberately emphasizing the tone. Taking a beating, after speaking he stood with his sword across his chest, settling into a stance. While you are taking a beating, I will inject the offensive laws into your body. I can think of no method more effective than letting the laws remain directly within your body. Doing this can help you comprehend much faster. Hearing this, Chen Luo's mouth hung wide open, and a drop of cold sweat slid down his cheek. Do you even have a conscience? Although this was indeed a good method if he just stood there and let the man hit him, what if the other party took the opportunity to eliminate him? At this thought, Chen Luo immediately revealed his most sincere smile, his tone both pleading and humble. I think you should demonstrate it to me first, and then we'll talk about the rest. Seeing that he didn't agree immediately, Yan Chu Yang didn't get angry, but a flash of undisguised interest crossed his eyes as he spoke flatly. Fine, watch closely. Spatial power is much stronger than other elements. The greatest advantage is making it difficult for the opponent to guard against it. The moment he finished speaking, Chen Luo's hair stood on end, and his survival instinct made him hurriedly dodge to the side. How could this dimensional blade suddenly appear behind me? Yan Chu Yang retracted his attack, his gaze as flat as water. Because this is not just dimensional power, it also incorporates space support power. I have already sent this dimensional blade into other spatial layers. Amidst the explanation, Chen Luo swallowed a mouthful of saliva, forcing himself to stay calm. Looking at his expression, Yan Chu Yang continued to guide him slowly. You didn't focus your spirit just now, and you haven't grasped space support, so naturally you were completely caught off guard. By the time the dimensional blade appears, it is too late for you to defend, unless you set up a shield in advance. Having personally witnessed the demonstration just now, Chen Luo was in complete agreement this time. So that's how it is. Although space support had no offensive power, its role was indeed massive. At that moment, Yan Chu Yang's hand holding the sword began to circulate energy, and ripples of subtle fluctuations quickly spread to the surroundings. Correct. Now I will show you my ultimate move, Sky-Shattering Tremor. In an instant that power had enveloped his entire body. This is an ability that combines all 3 categories of space offensive laws. Of course, I cannot make too much of a commotion, otherwise others will discover I'm teaching you, which would be disadvantageous for me. Chen Luo waited obediently to the side, nodding repeatedly. I understand. He stared unblinkingly at the other man's every move. Although this power is transparent and invisible, I can still feel a terrifying power forming in his hands. Just as the thought arose, Yan Chu Yang across from him swung his blade down without hesitation. There was no world-shaking explosion, only waves of terrifying energy quietly dissipating before his eyes. A massive wave of shock surged through Chen Luo's heart. Such a terrifying strike was actually the result of the other man desperately suppressing his destructive power. If he were to truly go all out, he had to learn this move. Having made up his mind, Chen Luo immediately changed his plan, his gaze becoming more determined than ever before. Use those 3 categories of offensive laws on me one by one. But immediately after, he pressed his hands together, putting on a pitiful, pleading look. But you must strike lightly. I'm afraid of being beaten into a state of heavy injury. Yan Chu Yang slightly raised an eyebrow, his gaze icy. Though his tone was flat, it was exceptionally decisive. Rest assured I will hold back. As soon as he finished speaking, the heavy sword swung down violently. The robust sword chi caused the surrounding space to tremble slightly, and simultaneously Chen Luo sensed a hint of danger. He immediately raised his guard. Seeing that Rice Ball gave no premonition of danger, it meant nothing would go wrong. Could such a slight strike really take my life? Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Today, I, Chen Luo, will risk it all and be brave for once. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and immediately summoned a spatial defense to block the strike, his heart both nervous and resolute. Seeing this, Yan Chu-yang immediately pulled back his hand, his tone full of reproach. Why did you call out a spatial defense? Doing so only forces me to increase my power. Chen Luo reached out to scratch his head, even sticking out his tongue to put on an innocent look. Sorry, it was just an instinctive reaction. Please continue. He said the words, but when the next strike came, Chen Luo reverted to his old ways. Yan Chu-yang said helplessly, what are you doing again? If you keep acting like this, it's very hard for me to hit you. Seeing that Yan Chu-yang was about to lose his temper, Chen Luo hurried to promise, I really didn't do it on purpose. This time I will definitely restrain myself. Please strike again. This time Yan Chu-yang stopped holding back, swinging each sword fast and fierce. After a long while he finally stopped and asked, how do you feel? While rubbing his arm, Chen Luo sensed carefully. It hurt, but it was still bearable. Don't stop, keep using the next category of laws. Let's begin. It wasn't until Chen Luo took a heavy blow that Yan Chu-yang officially declared the end. All right, everything I know has been taught to you. He put his hands behind his back, returning to his usual icy demeanor. Now it's your turn to teach me. Chen Luo clutched his wound, limping over. I will demonstrate Void Walk. Sense it carefully. Half an hour later, Chen Luo stood with one hand on his hip while the other patted the shoulder of the man beside him with concern. How is it going? Yan Chu-yang's face was as cold as frost, looking as if he were nearly about to cry. I feel like I've comprehended a tiny bit. But before I was at a primary school level, and now you're making me learn university-level knowledge directly. The more he spoke, the tighter his brows furrowed, his face full of helplessness. The knowledge points are too profound, I completely can't understand them. After listening, Chen Luo's mood also became gloomy. Then what should we do? After thinking for a moment, he proactively suggested, how about I continue teaching you? However, Yan Chu-yang immediately shook his head in refusal. Though his tone remained icy, it carried a rare trace of sincerity. No need. My mind is currently a mess. I want to be quiet for a while. Chen Luo didn't force the matter. Ignoring the other man, he adjusted his sitting posture and secretly warned himself. He also had to strike while the iron was hot and begin comprehending the laws. Though his eyes were tightly closed, his heart was not yet completely calm. Countless chaotic yet excited thoughts continuously intertwined in his mind. Since everyone is in the space, let's start with spatial support. Half a day later, Yan Chu-yang suddenly scratched his head. His entire being seemed to have been pushed to the limit, and he suddenly stood up, his movements somewhat agitated. Too difficult, truly too difficult. My head hurts just thinking about it. Forget it, I'll think about it when I have time. But as soon as the words fell, he suddenly froze as a thought flashed through his mind, making his heart race. Heavens, if I haven't guessed wrong. Yan Chu-yang's gaze instinctively flickered toward the person beside him, and then his entire body froze. Can the gap between people really be this large? In the next second, he stared intently at the pillar of light quietly converging above Chen Luo's head, a sense of inexpressible frustration instantly welling up in his heart. The more I learn, the more mediocre I feel, yet he actually comprehended another law in less than a day. Just then, that blurred power Yan Chu-yang saw had already quietly seeped into Chen Luo's body, causing him to furrow his brows uncomfortably. Who is touching me? Chen Luo snapped his eyes open, and before he could hide the annoyance on his face, he realized the reason. It turned out to be the spirit of spatial law assisting in comprehension. You've caused me quite a bit of trouble, you know. Can you try to cause fewer disasters next time? The spirit of the law slowly manifested, its tone remaining as flat as water. There won't be a next time, I will only appear this once. Watching Chen Luo stand up, Yan Chu-yang let out a soft sigh, his tone full of emotion yet unable to hide his unwillingness. I really find it hard to believe that in just 6 short years you have actually mastered 5 laws. Chen Luo calmly patted his pants and stood straight, his expression composed. I feel that as long as there is enough time, I can completely master all the spatial laws. The difficult part lies in how to raise the level of comprehension to the limit, or even reach perfection. These seemingly humble words instead made Yan Chu-yang admire him even more. In the end, it was my vision that was too narrow. Now the only thing you lack is time. As long as there is enough time, surpassing Emperor Resater is not a problem. At the mention of this name, Chen Luo immediately turned to look at Yan Chu-yang, his eyes full of concern. Teacher, what kind of person is Resater? Facing this question, Yan Chu-yang reached out to scratch his chin, his expression gradually turning serious as he slowly recounted. That was about 80,000 years ago. At the time there was a god-tier powerhouse, who possessed a divine grasp but did not hand it over to the higher-ups. This angered him. Upon receiving the news, Resater immediately sent people to that god-tier powerhouse's home planet. His anger at the time was extremely terrifying. Not only was that powerhouse's home planet destroyed, but tens of thousands of inhabited planets along with it. All living beings on them perished. and even an innocent god-tier powerhouse was implicated. At this point, Yun Chu Yang's voice gradually lowered, carrying an inexpressible sense of oppression. When an emperor is enraged, a million corpses follow. After listening to every word, Chen Luo's expression also became complex. Billions of lives handled just like that. How could such a cold and ruthless person suddenly change his nature? Moreover, what I did in the imperial capital was no different from directly slapping the face of the Wusai Empire. At this moment, he suddenly realized the other party's intention. Titling him a marquis was surely just to make him temporarily complacent so they could find an opportunity for revenge and take his life. Thinking of this, Chen Luo opened his mouth to test exactly how strong is Resater. Though well-versed in many things, Yun Chu Yang still shook his head helplessly. I'm not clear on that either. He hasn't encountered an opponent in many years. At this point, Yun Chu Yang paused and then added, but based on my observations he has mastered at least 12 types of laws. Chen Luo immediately cried out in shock. 12 types. But even our space type only has 8 laws. Yun Chu Yang scratched his chin, his expression calm as if he were stating something obvious. He possesses dual-element abilities and can comprehend laws from 2 systems. Mastering this many laws is nothing strange. 12 laws is just the lowest number I've estimated based on my deductions. It's even possible he possesses 13 or 14. Chen Luo was momentarily speechless. Is Emperor Resater actually this terrifying? Yun Chu Yang wasn't planning on stopping yet. Seemingly already accustomed to this talkative nature. Actually, I also possess dual-element abilities and have mastered 8 laws, including 7 spatial laws and 1 corpse-type law. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo immediately leaned in, whispering into his ear with curiosity, which part of your body awakened? Yun Chu Yang wasn't in a hurry to answer, only giving the person beside him a cold glance. My God, that is a secret. Chen Luo laughed triumphantly. It wouldn't happen to be golden balls, would it? Before Chen Luo could say anything else, Yun Chu Yang immediately turned around, clearly wanting to leave this place. All right, everything I can teach I've imparted to you. It's time we said goodbye. Whatever you do, don't tell anyone I gave you pointers. If Resater finds out, I will surely be beaten to death. Chen Luo curled the corners of his mouth and smiled, his tone sounding very polite yet hiding a trace of mockery. Rest assured, though I may look a bit careless on the surface, I've always known what it means to repay a kindness with a grudge. Hearing the deep meaning in these words, Yun Chu Yang helplessly rubbed his forehead. I really don't know what came over me to warm-heartedly teach you. It's too late for regrets now. If we meet again in the future, we'll act as if we don't know each other. If I'm forced to deal with you, I won't show mercy. Seeing this attitude, Chen Luo's lips moved slightly, his tone full of chivalrous spirit. I will show mercy to you. But before he could finish, Yun Chu Yang unceremoniously interrupted him. Do I still need you to show mercy to me? You don't even have a single offensive law, yet you want to beat me to death. Stop making me laugh. This sentence immediately struck Chen Luo's sore spot. His face became somewhat aggrieved, and his self-esteem was clearly wounded. Yun Chu Yang didn't want to continue the pointless argument here and simply turned to leave. Fine, I'm off. Watching the other man's both bewildering and resolute actions, Chen Luo was momentarily at a loss for words. Leave then, why do you have to leave with a bounce in your step having just been caught in the act? Yun Chu Yang was so embarrassed he could only reach out to cover his face. Damn it, I just forgot how to perform void walk, that's all. Chen Luo didn't pay any more attention to Yun Chu Yang. His gaze gradually darkened as he calculated secretly in his heart. Mastering offensive laws is only a matter of time. Once I comprehend the dimensional law, Shisu, you will definitely die by my hand. In the next second, Chen Luo performed void walk, and the surrounding space changed accordingly. Anyway, it was nearly time for the Tao Enlightenment tea to be harvested. He might as well go to Long Jin's planet to prepare. There was just one problem that left him somewhat conflicted. Should he pick all the tea leaves or simply pull up the entire tree? In an instant, Chen Luo appeared on Long Jin's planet. He landed gently, walking slowly on a path shaded by green trees. Fortunately, I've mastered spatial support. Now I can move in deeper spatial layers. Unless there is a space-type god-tier powerhouse here, no one can sense the spatial fluctuations, and no one will discover me. Chen Luo slowly scanned the surroundings, a sense of inexplicable powerlessness welling up in his heart. There are so many trees here and none of them look special. Which one exactly is the Tao Enlightenment tree? Maybe I should go back and ask and bet what it looks like. Just as this thought appeared, his gaze was suddenly drawn elsewhere. Where is that 7-colored light coming from? Among the lush canopies, a peculiarly shaped flower was quietly blooming, with 7-colored brilliance flowing over every petal. At the same time, it emitted an irresistible and alluring fragrance. Chen Luo furrowed his brows slightly, suspicion immediately rising in his heart. With looks this special, this flower is definitely unusual. After observing for a long time, Chen Luo quickly discovered something that made his heart leap in fear. He couldn't help but widen his eyes in terror. This flower actually contained the power to accelerate time. I only looked at it a few times and consumed over 500 years of my lifespan. A chill climbed up his spine, and Chen Luo instinctively muttered in a low voice, "What on earth is going on?" Just then, Rice Ball's familiar voice rang in his ear. "I feel that this petal will play a massive role before long. Go and pick one." As she spoke, she poked her head out of a spatial crack, a rare, serious expression on her face. "Whatever you do, don't pick the entire flower. One petal is enough. You must be extremely careful when picking it so you don't damage the flower, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable." After listening, Chen Luo gave a short response, "All right." An unshakable determination immediately surged in his heart. Since Rice Ball had said so, even if he lost 100 years of lifespan, what did it matter? This petal had to be obtained. With almost no hesitation, Chen Luo immediately rushed forward, reaching out to find the best moment to seize this treasure. Everything proceeded quite smoothly. He successfully picked a petal without much effort. Got it. Immediately after, Chen Luo snapped back like a spring pushed to its limit. I was only near it for 4.6 seconds and lost over 100,000 years of lifespan. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and then he turned to look at Rice Ball, his face full of heartache and helplessness. "Rice Ball, what exactly is the use of this flower?" She blinked her large eyes and, after thinking for a moment, answered honestly, "I don't know either. Maybe it can help you temporarily become immune to the power of time." Thus, Chen Luo risked his life just for an item with unknown functionality. "All right, although I also feel this flower has a bit of fate with me. I can't take the whole thing away now. I'd better find the Tao Enlightenment tree first." Leaving behind that flower emitting a rich fragrance, Chen Luo continued on his way. After walking for a bit, his gaze was suddenly drawn to something ahead. A large tree stood in the middle of the road, with a faint fragrance permeating the surroundings. Beside the trunk there was even a sign planted as if afraid others wouldn't know what it was. "Is this the Tao Enlightenment tree?" There is indeed a faint fragrance. Unable to contain his curiosity, Chen Luo walked closer, observing everything from the trunk to every leaf in detail. The more he looked, the more he felt something was unusual. A dangerous figure like me has appeared in the imperial capital. There's no way Long Jin hasn't received the news. Then why hasn't he taken any precautions? He even put a sign by the Tao Enlightenment tree. Is he afraid I won't recognize it? Just as the suspicion in Chen Luo's heart grew deeper, a few instances of sly, soft laughter suddenly came from the house behind. Inside the house, Caroline stood behind the glass, her gaze always following Chen Luo's figure, the corners of her mouth habitually curled up, full of interest. He's here, and indeed he's not inferior to anyone. Almost at the same time, Chen Luo's sharp intuition immediately began to sound a frantic alarm. I'm currently lurking in deep space. Why can that girl still discover me? Realizing he was being watched, a surge of unease immediately rose in Chen Luo's heart. Though he hadn't yet figured out what method that girl used to perceive him, he was certain it was no longer safe to continue acting here. Thus, Chen Luo no longer hesitated, and immediately moved to another location. Long Jin's territory seemed to have the best environment. Perhaps the Tao Enlightenment tea tree was hidden in this area. During the movement, Chen Luo's gaze suddenly stopped. The towering tree standing before him made him freeze slightly. Is this the one? Its leaves do indeed look very much like the Tao Enlightenment tea leaves. A familiar fragrance slowly drifted over, making his expression immediately become excited. The shape, the fragrance, and this feeling were exactly the same as the Tao Enlightenment tea. Not daring to delay for a second, Chen Luo's hands immediately went into full operation. I pick. After the success, his face was written with satisfaction. So happy, having picked this much, it's enough to drink for half a year. However, in an instant, all the fresh leaves in his hand vanished without a trace, leaving not a single mark behind. Oops, where is my Tao Enlightenment tea? Chen Luo angrily threw the box aside. Could it be that I've unintentionally fallen into an illusion set by a mental-type powerhouse? Thinking of the person who had just been secretly monitoring him, a chill instinctively climbed up his spine. There's definitely a very experienced mental expert living here. Could it be that girl who just discovered me? While thinking, Chen Luo scratched his head, his heart full of unwillingness, as he planned to leave just like that. So annoying. I only planned to take a little bit, yet they actually set up an illusion to guard against me. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly rang out ahead. Xiao Wei, run faster. Chen Luo looked at the figure running ahead, suspicion immediately rising in his heart. Why would Xiao Wei appear here? The corners of his mouth curled slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. I was just planning to catch someone to ask about the situation. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? In the next second, without a word, Chen Luo directly kicked Xiao Wei into the spatial gate. 20 minutes later, Chen Luo looked down at the man, a hint of playfulness in his gaze as he slowly questioned him. Your life has certainly undergone quite a change. You actually recognized Long Jin as your foster father. Xiao Wei immediately burst into loud wailing, tears and snot streaming down his face as he pleaded miserably. What foster father? He's not dependable at all. Ever since they found Weian, I've been living a life worse than a beast. Before he could even finish, he rushed forward and clung desperately to Chen Luo's leg, his voice trembling as he begged, Great Emperor Chen Luo, my dear elder brother, please show some mercy and save me. If this continues, I'm really going to be slaughtered like a pig by Long Jin. Chen Luo let out a soft laugh, leaning over to pat him on the shoulder with a remarkably gentle tone. Don't worry, we Earthlings are all one family. If anyone dares to bully you, your big brother will stand up for you. Xiao Wei looked up, his face full of gratitude and his eyes glistening with tears. Thank you, brother. Through their long period of contact, Xiao Wei had already figured out Chen Luo's temperament. Chen Luo would never put in effort for free if the other person provided no contribution. Thus he proactively suggested, Brother, aren't you looking for the Tao Enlightenment tea tree? I know how to bypass those troubles and enter the illusion. I'll lead the way. Chen Luo did not hesitate, immediately nodding in agreement. All right, while leading the way, Xiao Wei was secretly calculating in his heart. If Long Jin discovered he had brought a thief into the house and pointed the way for Chen Luo, he would certainly meet a grim end. Since that was the case, he might as well go all the way and push the entire blame onto Weian. He cast a cold glance at the figure sleeping soundly under the tree, snorting inwardly, Anyway, we look exactly the same. I just need to swap clothes. Weian, just you wait. Immediately after, Xiao Wei pointed at the tree before them and said, Brother, this is the Tao Enlightenment tea tree. I've observed it, even without Long Jin's care. It can still grow quite well. In the next second, the two utilized void walks simultaneously. Their two figures approached silently without encountering any obstacles. Chen Luo waved his hand, pulling the entire tree up by its roots. He secretly marveled. With an inside man helping, things are indeed much smoother. Xiao Wei hadn't yet vented his previous resentment, and quickly came up with another plan. Brother, before we leave, accompany me to find Weian. I want to tamper with his memory so he'll stand up and take the fall for both of us. These words left Chen Luo quite surprised. You actually know how to tamper with memories? You're that capable? A smug, cold smile curled at the corner of Xiao Wei's mouth, his gaze full of contempt. For a weak-willed waste like him, twisting his memory is as easy as turning over my hand. Chen Luo hesitated for a moment but ultimately pulled Xiao Wei along to perform void walk. Fine, then let's make a trip. However, the moment they landed, the scene before them caught Chen Luo off guard. Before he could react, Xiao Wei lunged forward, a cold, sharp knife appearing in his hand at some unknown moment. Before Weian was even fully awake, he was cleanly and decisively sent from this world by Xiao Wei. This scene left Chen Luo frozen in place, and he whipped his head around to look at Xiao Wei. He questioned in a low voice, Xiao Wei, what are you doing? Didn't we agree to only tamper with his memory? Why did you kill him? Chen Luo was speechless. I only came to steal things. I had no intention of taking a life. But Xiao Wei was not flustered at all. Instead, he calmly shifted the blame with a resolute tone. No, you were the one who killed Weian. Chen Luo instantly saw through his intent and felt displeased. Damn it, this kid wants to throw mud at me. Xiao Wei's gaze became dark and full of malice. Brother, as long as Weian is dead, I am Long Jin's only son. You take the fall for me, and I'll continue to be your inside man. How about it? Chen Luo didn't make too much of a fuss, only replying helplessly, Fine, but you'd better be a good little informant. The reason Chen Luo let him off so easily was that he had other plans. Long Jin's residence surely still held many treasures, and as for how to settle the score with this kid, there would be plenty of opportunities later. Thinking of this, Chen Luo tilted his chin and got straight to the point. I'm asking you, what's the story with that glowing flower over there? Xiao Wei immediately put away his slippery act, not daring to hide a thing. That is the equinox flower. It has existed in the Warren's empire for a long time. It's always been planted at Long Jin's place, and no one dares to approach it. As for its specific use, I'm not entirely sure either. The corner of Chen Luo's mouth curled slightly as he rested his hand on Xiao Wei's shoulder. The pressure was light, yet it made the other man's spine feel chilled. Fine. The first task I'm giving you is to uncover the secret of this flower. Once you discover important information, report to me immediately. Then he added, Xiao Wei, don't forget rice ball. After speaking, Chen Luo casually tossed Wei An's body into a spatial gate and cast a cold glance at Xiao Wei. If you dare to be dishonest in your work for me, I'll make Wei An come back to life to deal with you. Despite the resentment in his eyes, Xiao Wei did not dare to flare up, only bowing his head and answering, "I understand." Half an hour later, Long Jin looked at the empty patch of ground before him, his legs growing weak as he nearly failed to stay upright. "My Tao Enlightenment tea tree, that was my lifeblood." Just then, Xiao Wei immediately entered the role of a filial son. "Adoptive father, please don't be too heartbroken. Your health is more important." Simultaneously, within the secret meeting hall of the Warren's Empire, the atmosphere was suffocatingly oppressive. A majestic and cold voice echoed through the palace. "Li Sen, do you know where you went wrong?" Li Sen knelt humbly on the ground, stuttering for a long time without being able to speak. Resater sat atop his high throne and coldly interrupted him. "Your mistake was deliberately concealing Chen Luo's true combat power for the sake of your pride." Resater gripped his scepter tightly, his rage almost impossible to suppress. "If you had reported truthfully back then, and gathered the full strength of the empire, Chen Luo would have been eradicated long ago." At this moment, Li Sen no longer had a shred of his former arrogance, his face filled only with fear and regret. "I also didn't expect him to be strong to this degree. I truly thought I could handle him on my own." Resater didn't let him continue, turning to question the assembly. "How do you think we should handle Chen Luo? He absolutely cannot be allowed to remain. Otherwise, where will the empire's dignity go?" As soon as the words fell, his subordinates immediately broke into a flurry of discussion. "His void walk is extremely difficult to crack. Even if we could trap him, we might not necessarily be able to control him. Rulan's time freeze had no effect on him last time at all. Then what other way is there? Rulan is only one person. What if we gathered all the time type ability users?" "Exactly, if everyone unleashes time power on him simultaneously, I don't believe he'll still be able to escape." Listening to these discussions, the second prince glanced sideways at his elder brother, a trace of hesitation showing in his eyes. "The elder's plan won't work at all. Trying to gather all the time type big shots would likely take a massive amount of time. Yun Chu Yang can perform spatial teleportation. Why hasn't he arrived yet?" Without waiting for his brother's answer, the second prince continued to press. "It's also possible, but Yun Chu Yang left of his own accord, and hasn't he suddenly vanished now as well?" Just then, the communicator in Li Sen's pocket suddenly emitted a piercing sound. In the silent hall, a hurried voice came from the other end. "Third prince, we have reached the coordinates provided by Shi Su, but there is nothing here. Please ask him again, is this truly Chen Luo's home planet?" Resater happened to hear the entire dialogue and immediately spoke to inquire. "What is going on? You sent people to Chen Luo's home planet?" Li Sen reported cautiously, terrified of provoking the other man, a layer of cold sweat breaking out on his back. "Yes, they set out several months ago. I just didn't expect them to arrive only now." Resater slowly leaned back against the throne, crossing one leg, a cold smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. A thought sprouted in his mind. As long as one is human, they must have attachments. Perhaps his hometown is Chen Luo's Achilles heel. He pressed his hands together, his gaze gradually deepening as he calculated secretly. The best plan is to mobilize more manpower to search for weaknesses on Chen Luo's home planet, while continuing to strike against him and finding an opportunity to eliminate him. Just then, a subordinate ran in frantically. His voice rushed. "Report." Resater raised his head, pulling back his thoughts to ask coldly, "What is it?" The subordinate stepped closer and lowered his voice. "Reporting to the Emperor, it seems the lifespan of Olivia, the Mermaid Queen, is nearly exhausted." A look of disgust immediately appeared on Resater's face, and his tone became somewhat irritable. "Why so sudden?" Sensing his master's mood soured, the subordinate became even more cautious. "According to reliable sources, she has yet to find a successor with sufficiently pure bloodline, which is indeed a pity." Resater waved his hand and gave the order. "I understand. Continue to keep an eye on Olivia's side. At the same time, relay my command. From this day forward, search with full effort for the missing Yun Chu Yang." Simultaneously, within Chen Luo's ability space, he was frantically stripping leaves from a tree. "I gave you a chance, didn't I? I'm telling you, this is my territory. If you want to live, be obedient. Speak, are you willing to yield Tao Enlightenment tea to me or not?" The Tao Enlightenment tea tree was so pained it directly spoke. "What are you doing?" "I'll do it all right." Having achieved his goal, Chen Luo curled his lips in satisfaction. "I'll set a price, 10 caddies. 10 caddies every day, yielded once a day." The Tao Enlightenment tea tree was practically about to cry itself dry. Don't be like this, I really can't manage that." Chen Luo was quite proud of himself. As expected, force is the most effective way to talk. To save its life, the Tao Enlightenment tea tree had no choice but to proactively yield. "I can give you 30 caddies first and 50 caddies every month after that. This is already my limit." Chen Luo scrutinized it for a moment, Fine, we'll stick to this standard for now. Just then, Rice Ball ran over. Chen Luo Mi Ling just ascended to the half-god rank. Hearing this news, Chen Luo was overjoyed. Good news. Tell Bai Mengqi to hold a party tonight to celebrate for her. Seeing Chen Luo about to leave, Rice Ball quickly called him back. There's more than just this one piece of good news. Perform a spatial teleportation directly to the west now. I sense a massive opportunity waiting for you over there. Chen Luo nodded slightly and immediately prepared to set off. All right, I'm going now. Within the Ice Soul Palace, a clear female voice rang out. After I leave, do not panic. I have a few friends with whom I have good relations. They will look after the mermaid tribe for me. Queen Olivia, you have mastered 8 types of ice laws and 2 types of lightning laws. She continued to give serious instructions. Emperor Resater once owed me a favor. If you encounter danger, you can seek help from the Warren's Empire. Speaking of this, her gaze gradually dimmed. Of course, if Resater cannot wait for the equinox flower to bloom and cannot use it to extend his life, then he won't live much longer either. A subordinate stepped forward, eyes filled with tears. Queen, please consume a vermilion fruit. Perhaps if we wait a bit longer we can find a suitable successor. Olivia did not look back, only waving her hand in refusal. It is not that simple. For the succession of the mermaid tribe, bloodline and talent must align. I have been preparing since 100,000 years ago, yet to this day I haven't found a suitable person. Forget it. Whether it is fate or destiny, I accept it. Hearing this, the subordinate was heartbroken, and immediately pressed his hands together in prayer. Please heaven bestow upon our tribe a qualified successor. I am willing to offer 100,000 years of my lifespan. Simultaneously, Ning Shuang was performing a free fall like a meteor. Chen Luo, that bastard, he's a super invincible massive bastard. The matter traced back to 3 minutes ago. At the time, Chen Luo's group was observing from the air and Rice Ball said there was a great opportunity for Chen Luo here. Chen Luo said, I can't get too close to that planet. You go down from here. Rice Ball stood to the side and chimed in. That's right. Whatever you do, don't say you know Chen Luo. If someone asks how you got in, just say you were thrown down by a bad person. But faced with such a terrifying height, even if Ning Shuang were given 10,000 hearts, she wouldn't dare to jump. This is too high, I'm scared. Chen Luo didn't have a shred of pity for the fair maiden, directly kicking Ning Shuang down. It's fine, I'll give you a hand. Ning Shuang screamed as she fell straight toward the Ice Soul Palace. After landing, she hissed in pain. Chen Luo, you cheated. How could you suddenly kick me out? On the other side, Olivia immediately sensed the anomaly on Ning Shuang. The aura emanating from her caused Olivia to immediately give the order. Quick, bring that girl here. Ning Shuang completely failed to understand the situation, only able to let a group of people push her forward. What exactly is this place? Why are there so many fellow tribe members? Olivia's eyes widened, her mouth hanging open in surprise. Her bloodline is actually purer than mine. Her ice ability has reached the peak of the Emperor rank, just 1 step away from entering the half-god rank. Too perfect. This is the most ideal successor. It seems heaven truly still favors the mermaid tribe. She gently lifted Ning Shuang's face and asked, Child, why have you appeared here? Ning Shuang immediately brought out the words Rice Ball had taught her. My name is Ning Shuang. I was thrown here by a bad person. Olivia warmly took her hand. Don't be afraid, my child. We are not bad people. I will surely protect you. Immediately after, she turned to face the assembly and announced with a choked voice, Ning Shuang is my successor. A subordinate immediately spoke in a panic. Queen, should we investigate more carefully? The timing of her appearance is simply too coincidental. Could there be a trick? But Olivia interrupted. There is no need. We have no more time. Chen Luo had been observing from the shadows. Watching Ning Shuang, that crybaby, about to leave, he truly felt a bit reluctant. Rice Ball looked at him and comforted him softly. There's no choice. This is also for Ning Shuang's own good. I have a premonition that once Ning Shuang, Mi Ling and Mi Mila have all become gods, it will be my turn. Chen Luo was stunned upon hearing this, not expecting that Rice Ball's upgrade required others to become gods first. At this time, Rice Ball began to munch on a small dried fish again as if nothing had happened. Let's put this matter aside for now. I sense that Fa Wang will soon be in danger. Chen Luo immediately furrowed his brows. What happened? Rice Ball didn't speak directly, her expression clearly somewhat evasive. How should I put it? The danger is likely not small, but the harvest will also be very great. With my current ability, I can't yet see the specific variables clearly. I don't even know if Fa Wang will be able to survive. This news filled Chen Luo with unease. Then what should be done? With Fa Wang's personality, he certainly won't be willing to come back. If an accident really happens, seeing his worry, Rice Ball suggested, you can leave a warning message in the game to tell him the situation, but let the final decision stay with him. Within the Jeraman Empire, everything remained calm and peaceful. Looking at the person walking down from the spaceship, Fa Wang asked in confusion, AFU, what method did you use to find me in the real world? She only gave a flat reply, this is thanks to a friend's help. Then AFU looked at him. Lightning King, congratulations on officially becoming a god-tier powerhouse possessing 2 laws. She stepped forward and added politely, at the same time, welcome to our Jeraman Empire. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from another direction, Sister. Sister, you're back. AFU immediately pointed toward the approaching figure. F.A. Wong, this is Adi's my younger brother. Brother, this is F.A. Wong, a friend of mine. F.A. Wong sized him up for a moment and asked, how strong is your brother? Afu's mouth instantly curled upward, her face brimming with pride. My brother is the most outstanding genius of our entire clan. He currently masters 3 laws. To F.A. Wong, these words were like a bolt from the blue. Only 3 laws, yet AFU possessed 7 corpse-type laws. Why was her brother considered the most outstanding genius with only 3? A bold conjecture immediately flashed through F.A. Wang's mind. Unless she, like Hai Ji, belonged to the brother-obsessed demon type, dangerously overprotective. At that moment, AFU walked up to Adi's, her tone exceptionally gentle. Brother, this Lightning King is very formidable. Would you like to spar with him? From beginning to end, Adisa's pale eyes remained fixed intently on F.A. Wong. I have no interest, nor do I wish to waste my energy on that. If there is nothing else, I am returning to the palace. Met with such a decisive refusal, AFU immediately became cautious, seemingly terrified of annoying her brother. I'm sorry, sister shouldn't have suggested it casually. You should focus on your cultivation, within the palace of the Jeraman Empire. Adis had already returned to continue his training. Strange. My time freeze ability has clearly reached a critical juncture. Why has the time law still not appeared? Exactly what has gone wrong? Is it because my comprehension isn't deep enough? Just then, Adolf suddenly appeared. Is my dear grandson still training hard? Adis immediately turned to look. Grandfather Adolf, have you returned from the law of destruction? Unable to suppress his internal urgency, he stepped forward quickly. How is the situation over there? Adolf recounted in a heavy voice. At the center lies a bottomless abyss. Even I felt a sense of danger. However, the law of destruction is nothing. You are the true hope of Jeraman. You possess time-type talent. After listening, Adis couldn't help but feel a bit dejected. But my wind-type ability has already reached godhood, while the time law has shown no progress at all, Adolf explained flatly. Rumor has it that the stronger the talent, the more calamities one must experience. You have always been protected far too strictly. The outside world doesn't even know you possess time-type talent. Perhaps this is exactly why the time law has been so slow to appear. Hearing this, Adis froze. Must I experience another calamity? What if I can't hold out? Won't I just die young? Seeing his grandson's anxious look, Adolf spoke up to comfort him. Don't worry, let me think of a way. Following that, Adolf suddenly thought of a person. Zilan Luo was publicly recognized as the most accurate at predicting disasters. Maybe I should go ask her. At this thought, he immediately turned to leave. Dear grandson, stay here and cultivate with peace of mind. Grandfather will go investigate the situation for you. Meanwhile, on planet Zilan Luo, the witch was leisurely sitting by the lake fishing. Adolf stepped forward quickly to greet her. Zilan Luo Shi Su is here as well? Zilan Luo's mouth curled slightly, revealing a polite smile. Adolf, I've been waiting for you for a long time. In reality, she had long anticipated that he would come seeking her. This was precisely the second karmic path she had intentionally guided at the beginning. These words left Adolf stunned. Could it be you already knew I would come to ask about Adisa's calamity? Zilan Luo nodded gently and replied politely. That's right, I can give you an answer. Subsequently, she slowly spat out a familiar name. His calamity is Chen Luo. Adolf immediately furrowed his brows, his mind full of confusion. Why is it Chen Luo? He pondered secretly to himself. After AFU returned this time, she had also mentioned this person several times. However, Zilan Luo did not provide more explanation, only saying with feigned mystery, once you return, you will naturally understand. After listening, Adolf didn't press further. He fell into thought for a moment and then nodded. Fine, then I shall take my leave first. Watching Adolf's gradually receding back, Zilan Luo felt exceptionally proud. No matter how strong your laws are, won't you still be under my manipulation in the end? 7 parts karma, 3 parts deception. 2 karmic roads are about to intertwine. Zilan Luo's gaze became more sinister than ever before. Countless schemes raced through her mind. The 2 great empires were about to join forces. Chen Luo, I will personally watch you die. The scene shifted to the Jeraman Empire's arena, a place of grand scale where powerful pressure shrouded the surroundings. In the center of the arena, F.A. Wong was being held by the throat and lifted into the air by a brown-haired man. While struggling to breathe, he continued to analyze the situation. This guy who masters 4 laws is indeed strong. It seems I can't use the lightning law for a head-on collision. I'm completely outmatched. standing on the periphery witnessing this. AFU shouted anxiously, "Enough, Fa Wang, hurry up and surrender." She was now filled with unease. She had only been following Fa Wang's request to help him find a powerful opponent for a spar, and she didn't want him to fall into danger. Simultaneously, Fa Wang gritted his teeth in persistence while responding decisively, "I will never surrender." Despite this, his body was completely controlled and unable to move, let alone escape. At the critical moment, Fa Wang erupted with his full strength and shouted, "Lightning swap!" In an instant, his figure vanished from the opponent's hands, leaving behind only a cluster of violently exploding lightning. Seeing this, AFU couldn't hide the admiration in her eyes, her tone full of praise. "Fa Wang, you are incredible." But he only shook his head, clearly still unsatisfied. "I only escaped. I didn't win at all." AFU continued to praise him. "Being able to do that is already amazing. You seem to have a special talent for escaping." These words reminded Fa Wang of Chen Luo's punchable face, and he thought to himself, "It's probably the influence of my sister-in-law." Immediately after, AFU stepped closer and enthusiastically suggested, "With such amazing talent, would you like the first mentor of the lightning system to give you some pointers? That would help you improve even faster." Fa Wang asked curiously, "Who is it?" Afu's face instantly became radiant, her tone full of pride. "My grandfather, Adolf." Not long after, Adolf appeared before Fa Wang and said loudly, "AFU says you are a genius. Then perform your lightning law for me to see. Let me see to what extent you have comprehended it." After speaking, Adolf calmly demonstrated his ability while explaining, "This is the dream lightning law." Witnessing this scene, Fa Wang was filled with awe. "So powerful I can't distinguish which one is the real Adolf at all." Adolf hadn't stopped yet. He conjured countless phantoms and continued to guide. "This is the Wrath Lightning Law." Faced with a mental attack and the terrifying power of lightning, Fa Wang was struck with horror. Adolf's voice continued to come over steadily, followed by a palm strike to Fa Wang's back. "This is the Galloping Lightning Law. Only by mastering it and fusing it with other laws, in an instant, dense lightning was released, continuously suppressing Fa Wang's body." Adolf continued, "Can the attacks of our lightning system truly be as swift as a gale, leaving the opponent no time to react?" After the teaching, Adolf gave a gentle reminder, "I'll teach these for now, practice them slowly. Come find me again in a year and I will decide whether to continue instructing you based on your level of comprehension." Fa Wang panted heavily, nodding exhaustedly. Yes, that night Fa Wang sat alone in the arena. His consciousness blurred as he thought, "It's been several days since I reported my safety to Chen Luo. Maybe I'll open the game and take a look." As soon as he connected to the screen, Fa Wang unexpectedly saw a letter and muttered to himself, "This information is a danger warning sent by Rice Ball." Immediately after, a line of text appeared before his eyes. "Fa Wang, you are in danger." After reading it, Fa Wang's mouth curled into a smile, and he secretly replied, "Thanks for the warning, but I won't leave. My rate of progress here is much faster. What does this bit of danger matter?" Subsequently, Fa Wang thought, "When my strength has improved significantly, that will be the moment I, the assassin, return." Looking at the sent message, Fa Wang's heart was filled with self-confidence. Just you wait. Once he received the order and had a spatial channel to cooperate with, he would become the fastest and most terrifying assassin. After reading the letter, Chen Luo let out a soft sigh, feeling a bit melancholy. Fa Wang indeed refused to return. Well, let him decide for himself. After a while, Chen Luo exited the game and secretly decided, "For Fa Wang's sake, I won't cause trouble for the Jeraman Empire in the future." Then, with a clear goal, Chen Luo flew directly into outer space. The most urgent task now was to hone his dimensional power and comprehend the laws. Dimension. I remember Long Jin's data mentioned a god tier named Gary. He's perfect for a spar. Not long after, Chen Luo appeared over a massive city. He couldn't help but cheer in his heart. "I've arrived." Gary's hometown, the Canine Planet. According to Long Jin's data, Gary, a god-tier powerhouse, frequently appeared here. As soon as he landed, Chen Luo went straight to a man and asked, "Hey, are you Gary?" Upon hearing this, the man's face instantly darkened, his tone panicked. "You, with that look, could you be that wanted criminal Chen Luo?" Gary had just turned to flee, when Chen Luo's quick hand snatched him back. He even happily admitted it. "That's right, come with me," Gary screamed in terror. "What do you want to do?" The two dogs behind Gary could only watch with wide eyes, their faces full of shock. Immediately after, Chen Luo sped away like a rocket, successfully bringing Gary to a desolate planet. As soon as they landed, Gary immediately raised his hands in defense, his tone full of vigilance. "Why are you looking for me? I haven't offended you." Chen Luo immediately waved his hand to soothe him, his attitude very gentle. "Don't be afraid, I just wanted to spar with you." Looking at the giant blade about to strike his head, Gary shouted in terror. "You call this a spar?" Chen Luo remained smiling, his tone as soft as if he were comforting someone. I won't bully you, I'll only use the lightest force. Gary hurriedly spoke to dissuade him while quickly casting a spell to resist. Let's talk things out, can we not fight? But in his heart, he was terrified to the limit. Being beaten like this by a big shot who masters 4 laws, won't I lose my life very quickly? The giant blade fell repeatedly, forcing Gary into a frantic defense as he kept begging for mercy. Ouch, stop for a moment and listen to my explanation. However, at this time, Chen Luo's entire mind was focused on another problem. How strange. Why is there no progress no matter how I use dimensional power? His face gradually darkened. In his contemplation, past memories slowly surfaced. Chen Luo remembered Yun Chu Yang saying that comprehending any law is closely related to personality. In his memory, Yun Chu Yang summarized a principle. Timid people easily comprehend defensive laws, while brave people easily master offensive laws. Therefore, Chen Luo needed to change his personality and make himself stronger so he could more easily comprehend offensive laws. He also mentioned a key point that left Chen Luo stunned. You might not believe it if I say it, but in reality, emotions have a massive impact on the type of law you comprehend. Subsequently, Yun Chu Yang continued to explain in detail. When your fear reaches its limit, you easily comprehend life-saving skills. But when anger erupts to its peak, it's possible for you to comprehend offensive laws. In short, when a certain emotion touches its limit, you will enter a special state. Finally, he gave a serious warning. If you are always unable to comprehend offensive laws, try to put yourself into a state of extreme rage. It's best to just find Long Jin and have a fight. However, hearing those words at the time, Chen Luo only scratched his head and laughed bitterly. Wouldn't a head-on confrontation be equivalent to self-harm? Returning to reality, he continued to ponder. Recalling Yun Chu Yang's words now, they indeed make a lot of sense. But what should I do to enter a state of extreme rage? Chen Luo kept asking himself, what kind of situation do I need to imagine to make my anger soar to the heavens? Just then, a familiar figure flashed through his mind. Fa Wang is gone. Chen Luo immediately closed his eyes and stood still, beginning to set the hypothesis. After only a moment he snapped his eyes open, his face as cold as steel, and a surge of murderous intent rose in his heart. It was you who killed Fa Wang, wasn't it? This appearance terrified Gary so much he trembled all over. He could only weep secretly in fear, his heart constantly complaining, what kind of grudge or enmity is this? Why is he looking at me with those terrifying eyes? Is this really just a spar? Chen Luo didn't waste any more words. Directly raising the giant blade high as his aura erupted violently, he roared loudly. Dimensional blade. Immediately after, at the peak of his rage, he exerted all his strength and swung downward. Die, you bastard! Watching the sharp blade come down, Gary was turned deathly pale with fright. He wailed frantically in his heart, Mommy, this guy really wants my life. In the next second, the blade slammed down, erupting with a world-shaking roar as soil and stones instantly flew out under the impact force. Once the smoke and dust dissipated, Chen Luo discovered Gary was still safe and sound inside his defensive shield. He couldn't help but wonder secretly why it hadn't broken yet, but he quickly understood. True, without law power, no matter how strong dimensional power is, it still has its limits. Just then, a golden law suddenly manifested in the sky. Chen Luo was instantly awestruck. Heavens, this trick really works. Watching that law come straight for him, he was stunned. No wonder people say that as long as you sacrifice to the heavens, the protagonist's strength will advance by leaps and bounds. As the new law fused into his body, the other laws within Chen Luo also manifested and responded one after another. The aura around him fluctuated continuously, as if cheering in unison. The big boss is here, the attack power is stronger. Fantastic. Immediately after, Chen Luo entered a state of cultivation. Gary, standing to the side, was completely dumbstruck, his head full of question marks. No way, he beat me up and then immediately comprehended a law. And didn't the rumors say he only had 4 laws? Why did they become 6 in the blink of an eye? While Chen Luo was fully concentrated, Gary quietly stood on tiptoe to retreat. How can I, with only 2 laws, deal with a monster who possesses 6? Better to leave this place quickly. However, he had only run a few steps when he was dragged back by Chen Luo using Void Exile. Chen Luo also spoke to stop him. Don't run. You helped me comprehend an offensive law. I haven't thanked you properly yet. Gary was so scared he fell directly to his knees, crying and begging for mercy. No need for thanks, please, I beg you, let me go. Chen Luo only soothed him softly, his tone very gentle. Don't look like you're at a funeral. Actually, in seeking you out this time, besides the spar, there are many other good things. Meanwhile, a plan had already formed in his mind. After Fa Wang left home, the pack of puppies he sired was also restless. Chen Luo's choice to come to the canine planet this time was also to help them find mates. As soon as the thought fell, Chen Luo already had his arm affectionately around Gary's shoulder. proposing with a face full of kindness. "Are you interested in becoming my in-law? We can take off together." Gary was so panicked he became incoherent, his gaze completely blank. Become in-laws? The scene shifted to the mermaid planet, a place filled with beautifully constructed magnificent palaces, creating an atmosphere both solemn and mysterious. Before completely disappearing, Olivia gently stroked Ning Shuang's head and whispered a reminder. "Child, I hope that after you become stronger, you can help all races continue to survive and develop better." Subsequently, every law within Olivia's body integrated into Ning Shuang's one by one. This scene moved Ning Shuang deeply. She thought that even though they had only known each other for a day, this act of sacrificing oneself to pass everything to a successor was truly heartwarming. Then, Ning Shuang's body rose into the air, her aura surging continuously as she officially entered the state of ascending to a half-god. Watching her immersed in comprehension, a short-haired girl nearby whispered with anticipation, "Can Ning Shuang comprehend 100 of the Queen's laws? That depends on her savvy." The girl in the purple dress also nodded in agreement. "That's right, I hope Ning Shuang can become a god soon." Meanwhile, a merman hiding in the back revealed a sinister smile, calculating secretly. "Ning Shuang is definitely the next mermaid queen, and I am the only male mermaid. As long as I find an opportunity with Ning Shuang." Just then, a light of law suddenly shot toward her. The merfolk immediately cried out in surprise, "Look, it's the profound ice law." The girl in the purple dress was so shocked her voice trembled. "Heavens, I didn't expect Ning Shuang to actually become a god." Elsewhere, as everyone was dining, Rice Ball suddenly froze, her expression turning strange in an instant. Witnessing this, Mila asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Rice Ball shared excitedly, "It's a good thing. Ning Shuang has become a god, and my abilities have also increased significantly." After speaking, Rice Ball stood up excitedly, preparing to leave. "You guys keep eating. I want to go verify my abilities." Meanwhile, Mi Ling remained in her seat, an inexplicable sense of loss welling up in her heart as she whispered to herself, "Has Ning Shuang become a god as well?" A moment later, Rice Ball sat cross-legged in a quiet place, calculating carefully. "After Ning Shuang became a god, my abilities improved a lot. It seems I can create things from nothingness." At this thought, she tilted her head in contemplation. But what would be good to create right now? How about creating a wonder specifically for Chen Luo to facilitate his comprehension of laws? Subsequently, Rice Ball closed her eyes to continue refining the idea. Since Chen Luo can't comprehend the law of time, I'll try to see if I can create a time law zone for him. Suddenly, Rice Ball's expression became tense, and she thought to herself, to change certain things, I must use my destiny ability. But in just an instant she regained her spirit, her eyes full of resolve. Rice Ball muttered to herself, "But for Chen Luo's sake it's all worth it." 20 minutes later, Rice Ball stood up, cheering in her heart. "Success, based on the known conditions, I've created a time vortex in the south that can accelerate time." Just then, Chen Luo suddenly appeared, his tone full of concern. "Rice Ball, are you still okay? Why did you only eat a few bites before returning to your room?" Seeing Chen Luo arrive, she immediately urged him excitedly, "Chen Luo, hurry to the south, I've prepared a surprise for you." Chen Luo was still bewildered, asking back, "What surprise?" Rice Ball hugged Chen Luo's arm while showing off proudly, "A time acceleration vortex, it won't last long, so hurry up." Not long after, in the vast universe, Chen Luo arrived at the location Rice Ball had mentioned. Looking at the scene before him, he couldn't hide his surprise, marveling in his heart. "I remember there was only one time acceleration zone recently. I didn't expect Rice Ball to be able to create a similar place now." Subsequently, Chen Luo reached out to touch the vortex, feeling the power within it, and shouted excitedly, "I didn't expect the flow rate here to be about 30,000 times faster." Immediately after, he dived in without hesitation. He couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. This was truly an unexpected joy. 2 days later, Caroline's spaceship was quietly navigating through the universe. She was currently full of complaints. She had made a trip to Long Jin's for nothing and ended up with nothing to show for it. Sipping her tea, Caroline muttered in her heart, "I didn't even get a bit of Tao Enlightenment tea. That Chen Luo is truly annoying." Suddenly, she looked out the window and was startled. What is that white light? Even more surprising to Caroline was that she actually saw an acquaintance. Her curiosity piqued instantly. "Isn't that Chen Luo? Why is he in there, looking like he's comprehending something?" Seeing this, a triumphant smile appeared at the corner of Caroline's mouth. Simultaneously, she secretly performed a technique, harboring sinister intentions. "Heaven is truly helping me. I can use a mental imprint to lock onto him." Just as the imprint landed on his forehead, Chen Luo sharply noticed something unusual. A sense of unease rose in his heart. "Why do I feel like there's something there?" Just then, Caroline suddenly appeared beside him. Her sweet, delicate voice gave Chen Luo a fright. "Brother Chen Luo." Caroline gave a sweet smile and greeted him. What a coincidence, I didn't expect to meet you here, brother. However, in her heart, she was playing out an insidious little scheme. He's already been marked with my mental imprint. When the critical moment comes, I'll sell him out to Warrens. Chen Luo made no effort to hide his disgust, his tone turning a few degrees colder. Your mouth is certainly sweet. At the same time, he was secretly calculating, wondering if this girl had any good treasures on her. Caroline seemed to notice his intent and immediately waved her hands, feigning innocence. Brother Chen Luo, look at what my hands are doing. You really can use time freeze. How would I dare wear a spatial ring? Subsequently, she clung tightly to his arm, pleading coquettishly. Brother Chen Luo, all the Tao Enlightenment tea is in your hands now, right? Even the Tao Enlightenment tree is with you. Can't you give me 2 caddies of tea? Caught off guard, Chen Luo actually nodded repeatedly in agreement. Fine, fine. Caroline immediately felt smug. As expected, no one has the heart to refuse a girl as cute as me. However, in the next second, Chen Luo suddenly snapped back to his senses. He cursed inwardly. Heavens, how did I let a stranger grab my arm? Sensing that the situation was extremely bad, Chen Luo immediately performed void walk to pull distance, while simultaneously sharpening his vigilance. This Lolita is a bit dangerous. This move left Caroline stunned. A series of questions popped into her head. How did my hypnosis suddenly fail? He only has 4 laws, how could he see through my hypnosis? Chen Luo sized up the person before him, evaluating secretly. The mental type is indeed formidable. I remember she seems to have 6 laws. Maybe I should trade a few blows with her to practice. Now that things had come to this, Caroline didn't want to act anymore. She crossed her arms over her chest, her tone turning sharp and sarcastic. Chen Luo, all the Tao Enlightenment tea is in your hands. It has so many leaves you can't drink it all yourself. What's wrong with giving me 2 caddies? Hearing this, Chen Luo replied flatly. I snatched that at the risk of my life. Do I have to give it just because you say so? Unless I— These words sent Caroline's imagination running wild. Some strange thoughts surfaced in her mind, and she hurried to chime in. Unless, could it be that matter? At this thought, she covered her face, pretending to be shy, and her voice became sultry. If it's brother Chen Luo's request, then of course it's okay. Noticing Caroline's thoughts were going astray, Chen Luo's face darkened instantly, and he blurted out, You really can't control your own temper. Chen Luo directly swung a strike at Caroline, shouting sternly, What kind of nonsense are you thinking? Faced with the incoming attack, Caroline stood her ground without moving an inch, recognizing at a glance that it was a dimensional blade. With a casual wave of her hand, she easily controlled and reflected the attack, sending it back at Chen Luo. I didn't expect you to actually comprehend the dimensional law. The reflected dimensional blade threw Chen Luo into a brief panic, and he nearly failed to dodge it. He was greatly astonished. Impressive. Her mental power can actually control my attack and strike it back. Seeing the change in Chen Luo's moves, Caroline understood almost instantly. It seems you now master 5 laws. Hearing this, Chen Luo only gave a couple of awkward laughs, effectively conceding the point. In the next second, he continued to release a large number of blades, striking at her densely. But Caroline still stood leisurely. She only needed to release her massive mental power to easily crush all these useless moves. Immediately after, the clothes on her body transformed into the most advanced equipment. Caroline was extremely smug. No matter how you attack, you can't hurt me in the slightest. Having said that, the corner of her mouth curled slightly. Since you want to duel with me, I'll fulfill your wish. After speaking, she pointed her scythe forward. Chen Luo suddenly felt a surge of bewilderment and panic. Not because of fear, but because he had suddenly realized something. Pink armor. The pink armor he had stolen from Norton, could it actually belong to Caroline? Before he could think further, Caroline had already raised her scythe and charged, slashing down at him. Take this. Faced with the attack, Chen Luo easily dodged with just a few side steps, even leisurely backing out of the attack range. Caroline shouted in a fit of rage, Stop bothering to dodge. I've already left a mental imprint inside your body. Perhaps out of sheer anger, as she swung the next blow, Caroline accidentally revealed more. As long as I wish, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I can lock onto your position. Lucky, right? Chen Luo immediately caught this key detail. Mental imprint. Before she could take another action, Chen Luo quickly activated time freeze. Did you think I couldn't handle a little girl like you? Once Caroline was completely frozen, Chen Luo immediately snatched the scythe from her hand. You dare use such a tactic on me? Having done this, he gave Caroline a resounding slap. I gave you too much face, didn't I? Subsequently, due to personal grievances, he even gave her a kick. Get out of my sight. One side of Caroline's face was already swollen, but she still had the nerve to suggest, Chen Luo, I can't do anything to you, and you can't do anything to me either. Let's make a deal. Give me 5 caddies of Tao Enlightenment tea and I'll help you remove the imprint. After listening, Chen Luo responded coldly. When has I, Chen Luo, ever accepted a threat from someone else? As soon as he finished speaking, the scythe in his hand began to resist a force constantly pulling at it, while Caroline's voice echoed from within. Chen Luo, do you really think it's yours just because you snatched it? However, Chen Luo was long accustomed to such scenes. Without a word, he tossed the scythe directly into his storage space. Once it falls into my hands, it is naturally mine. Unless this scythe possesses the power of 3 categories of laws, don't even think about escaping. Seeing this, Caroline couldn't hide her terror. What kind of ability does Chen Luo actually possess? Not only did he control my scythe, but he's even made it so I can't sense it at all. The more Caroline thought, the more alarmed she became. Chen Luo seemed to see through her thoughts and pointed directly at her, saying, "Don't be in a rush to get angry. I want your armor too." These words left Caroline speechless with rage. Chen Luo, you! Chen Luo couldn't be bothered to listen to her nonsense and rushed forward to snatch it. Say goodbye to your armor. In the blink of an eye, the armor on Caroline's body was stripped away by Chen Luo. My armor. By the time she reacted, the item had already been casually tossed into his storage space. Caroline was driven mad with rage. How can you be so reckless? Is that how spatial abilities are supposed to be used? But Chen Luo ignored her entirely, for some reason. Another thought popped into his head. Caroline, that pink dress you're wearing seems to be a pretty good defensive item too, doesn't it? Right? Give me that too. Saying this, Chen Luo utilized his ability and directly took the clothes off her body, making her let out a loud scream. In this situation, Caroline could only hurriedly use her power to cover her body. After achieving his goal, Chen Luo left without looking back, completely unconcerned with how disheveled the other party was. Got the goods, goodbye. Meanwhile, in Adolf's bedchamber, a servant's report came from outside the door. The Emperor of the Warren's Empire has arrived. Adolf was already waiting at the door, his face full of a warm smile as he proactively greeted, "Resater, my old friend, you've finally come." As soon as he entered, Resater got straight to the point. "Brother, I heard you discovered the aura of the Law of Destruction last time," Adolf admitted freely. "That's right. He Ling broke into the area affected by the outbreak of the Law of Destruction and nearly didn't make it out, so I went to take a look." After the two sat down, he continued to disclose calmly, "However, I've already handled the aftermath. There's a bottomless abyss in the center. If I haven't guessed wrong, the Law of Destruction is inside." At this point, Adolf suggested leisurely, "Of course I haven't lived long enough yet and don't want to risk going down. Resater, your time is nearly up. Do you want to go in and try?" Hearing this, Resater immediately hesitated. "Just the name alone tells me that thing isn't to be trifled with. In my view, why don't we trick that greedy Chen Luo into scouting the way?" Adolf replied with a look of disdain. "Even I don't dare go down, would he dare?" Because his old friend was sitting opposite him, Adolf stopped hiding. "Besides, I want to watch him die with my own eyes. Otherwise, I won't be able to rest easy." Resater immediately agreed after listening. Indeed, but unfortunately, determining Chen Luo's location is not easy. As soon as he finished speaking, he received a call from a subordinate. "What is it?" A hurried report came from the other end. "Emperor, Caroline says she has left a mental imprint on Chen Luo and can now determine his location at any time." This news left Resater incredibly excited. "Brother, it seems heaven is helping me this time." Adolf also quickly got up and urged, "Quick, contact Caroline immediately." As soon as the call connected, Caroline began to wail with a sob. "That's right, Emperor, that greedy and lustful Chen Luo not only snatched all my clothes but also stole everything I own." She continued to sob. "I am willing to provide his location. I only ask that you help me get back my stolen belongings." After the call ended, Resater's concerns vanished. With Caroline's intelligence, determining Chen Luo's location was no longer difficult. Moreover, Caroline said he was greedy and lustful. He already had a plan. Adolf understood as soon as he heard it. "Exactly. We only need to throw out an alluring bait, and maybe without moving a single soldier, Chen Luo will lose his life." Resater echoed with a smile. "Precisely. Obviously, he already had a suitable candidate in mind. The target for this mission was the stunning Poison Queen, Madame Dana. Dana possesses 6 laws. I will provide her with the Red Bee lethal poison." As the two discussed, they couldn't help but begin to imagine Chen Luo being utterly entranced by Dana. The more Resater thought about it, the more he felt the plan was flawless. Very good. Dana's poison paired with the bloodthirsty bees. The danger level will double. Adolf also kept encouraging from the side, "I don't believe we still can't handle Chen Luo this way." In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. At this moment, Chen Luo was continuously performing time backtrack. Not until he felt a distinct ripple of change did he cheer out in delight. Success. Immediately after, Chen Luo couldn't help but leap up in excitement. These 3 days of forgetting to eat and sleep, of frantic experimentation, had finally not been in vain. Ultimately, he successfully completed the time backtrack, erasing the mental imprint left by Caroline. When Chen Luo looked down at his reflection in the water, his heart was filled with a sense of pride. This success marked a historic breakthrough in his time ability. "I really am a genius." Just then, a mournful cry suddenly echoed in his ears. Chen Luo immediately furrowed his brows, his heart full of confusion. Where is this crying coming from? Looking up, he was startled to see Dana stumbling toward him. She said nothing, only falling to her knees with a thud and bursting into loud, bitter sobs. Chen Luo couldn't help but speculate secretly, where did this woman pop out from? Is she injured? Immediately after, Dana feigned alarm, suddenly snapping her head around to shout, Who's there? It was this very reaction that unintentionally revealed a flaw. Allowing Chen Luo to sense something was off, judging by the aura on her body, this woman was surely god tier as well. This reaction only made Chen Luo more vigilant. Why would she appear here? There is clearly something wrong with this. However, before he could think further, Dana began to scream loudly, her voice trembling and sounding extremely terrified. "Get away, don't come over here." She even intentionally issued a threat. "If you come any closer, I'll—" Before Dana could finish, Chen Luo simply turned and walked away. As he walked, he hummed softly, "Don't pick the wild flowers by the roadside." This situation was completely unexpected, leaving Dana stunned. He really left? Could the intelligence be wrong? This Chen Luo doesn't look like a lecherous man at all. Ultimately, Dana was forced to change her strategy, pretending to have just recognized his identity. "I recognize you. You're Chen Luo." Seeing that Chen Luo was still walking away, she hurriedly cried out, her tone immediately turning soft and gentle. "I know you are very powerful. Could you help me?" As Dana stumbled toward Chen Luo, she wailed in grief, "I was severely injured by a god-tier powerhouse who mastered 2 laws. And he even snatched away my husband, leaving me. She even threw out an extremely generous condition. As long as you help me rescue him, you can do whatever you want with me. I am willing to serve you for 10,000 years. But Chen Luo only spared her a glance and easily saw through the scheme, coldly concluding in his heart, as expected, a plot. He didn't give her any face at all, directly exposing her. "Indeed, you're up to no good. Tell me, do you plan to lure me into saving your lover, then lay an ambush for me to walk into?" In truth, when Dana heard this, her heart was filled with nothing but disbelief. "No way. How is he so smart? I haven't even planned to go that far yet. I just wanted to use beauty to lure him in." However, this brief silence became ironclad proof in Chen Luo's eyes. He spoke coldly. "Now that I've exposed you, you've got nothing to say?" Dana was even more at a loss for words, her mind a chaotic mess. "Did I fail? Didn't the news say he was extremely lecherous?" Not until she regained her senses did she manage to argue in a weak voice. "I don't understand what you're saying. How about this? You can do whatever you want to me, I won't resist at all. As long as you're satisfied, then go and save him." Unexpectedly, Chen Luo wasn't having any of it at all, immediately pressing her with questions. "You say you have a husband. So what race is he? How old is he? What attribute? What level? How many minutes can he hold out each time?" Hearing these words, Dana could only keep stuttering. He. At this moment, she was truly panicked. What kind of terrifying questions is this guy asking? Chen Luo slightly raised an eyebrow and gave a cold evaluation. "Can't answer, right? You want to trick me with that IQ, idiot." Being insulted to her face for the first time, Dana was enraged to the peak. As the stunning Poison Queen, she didn't know how many people she had disposed of in the past. How could she tolerate being humiliated like this? Ultimately, she could no longer hold back and revealed her true form, transforming into a massive spider spirit. Despite this, Chen Luo only observed with a frown. She was a peerless beauty just a moment ago, and in the blink of an eye she's become a monster. He looked at Dana's transformation coldly, secretly feeling relieved. "Fortunately, my character is good and my willpower is strong. I passed the test. Otherwise, just thinking about it would be nauseating." Immediately after, Dana opened her large maw and sprayed out countless poisonous insects she had raised herself, while simultaneously roaring, "Chen Luo, die." In an instant, the swarm of toxic insects expanded in unison, rapidly gathering around Dana, preparing to dive into battle. Faced with the predicament of being alone against a swarm of toxic creatures, Chen Luo remained calm, secretly assessing poison type. With so many toxic creatures, she must be a summoner. Just as the thought arose, Chen Luo gave a gentle wave, and his equipment and profession immediately underwent a change. "But I am the Void Sovereign. My specialty is dealing with summoners." The two were natural rivals. His gaze rapidly swept over the armor on the spider spirit. He immediately formulated a plan. Her armor is surely a good treasure as well. Dana had no idea what had happened and continued to shout commands, "Go, my toxic army!" But after only a second she noticed something unusual about her body. "Why is my chest feeling so chilly? Where is my armor?" Watching Dana and the swarm of toxic creatures fall into chaos, Chen Luo found the scene quite amusing, but in reality he was also finding it a bit strenuous. The scale of the toxic army was too massive. Teleporting them all away was no easy task, however, worthy of being someone with the protagonist's aura. The more he was in a bind, the faster Chen Luo could find a solution. Despite being on another planet, he immediately performed his skill and easily moved to his destination. This practiced appearance terrified Dana out of her wits. She hurriedly covered her unarmored body, screaming as she trembled, "You, don't come over here." Chen Luo stood at a high vantage point holding a massive longsword in both hands and pointing it straight down at Dana, while also calmly comforting her. "Don't be afraid, I'm going to give you a big treasure." At the critical moment of life and death, with mortality close at hand, Dana immediately exerted her full strength and unleashed the dissolution law. In the next second, a ring of purple energy erupted, rapidly spreading outward. However, things didn't go as Dana planned. Facing Dana's attack, he immediately used his signature skill, Time Freeze. Chen Luo did not hesitate. Swinging the massive longsword down with a violent chop, however, by some stroke of luck, Dana actually dodged this fatal move. Though the strike missed, Chen Luo wasn't discouraged. If it were an ordinary god tier, they would have lost their life just now. It seems she really is quite strong. No matter if once doesn't work, he'd just do it a few more times until she couldn't take it anymore. Realizing that Chen Luo was determined not to leave a way out, Dana immediately unleashed a cloud of poison. Unfortunately, a side character can never win against the protagonist. That bit of attack was like a mosquito bite in the face of Chen Luo's abilities. This kind of area attack is useless against me. Not until this moment did Dana realize that her strength was completely countered by Chen Luo's skills. But it was too late for everything now. Chen Luo's interest in cat and mouse rose again, and he shouted loudly, "Let's change locations to play." Sensing that the road to the 18th level of hell was already laid out before her, Dana hurriedly called for help. "Brother Chu Yang, help, stop hiding and come save me." He hadn't expected her to have this card up her sleeve, which surprised Chen Luo a bit. A series of questions flashed through his mind. Brother Chu Yang, Yun Chu Yang, could Yun Chu Yang be nearby? Did Yun Chu Yang bring Dana here to kill me? As things began to deviate from his expectations, Chen Luo couldn't help but feel suspicious. No, Yun Chu Yang has absolutely no reason to kill me. Resater must have demanded he bring Dana to perform a honey trap, and he couldn't refuse. Meanwhile, Dana was still incessantly calling for help. "Brother Chu Yang, where are you? Save me quickly." Looking at her panicked state, Chen Luo was so bored he didn't even want to say much. "What are you shouting for? Yun Chu Yang is my teacher. He won't come out to save you." Realizing that calling for help was useless, Dana immediately fell to her knees and begged for mercy, imploring him to stop the fight. "I am willing to serve you for 10,000 years. Little did she know that Chen Luo was extremely faithful. He waved his hand and barked a stern rebuke. "Are you trying to make me have an affair? You actually dare to sabotage my relationship with Mila. You truly deserve a beating." By now, his rage could no longer be contained. He fought with increasing ferocity, his mouth never stopping the scolding. "Look in the mirror, you're reeking of a foul stench, and the flowers and trees around you have been destroyed by you. Don't they have life too?" At this point, Chen Luo didn't want to spare her another glance and immediately swung his blade repeatedly. "Today I, Chen Luo, shall act on behalf of heaven." In this life she ultimately fell at Chen Luo's hands. Dana was incredibly unwilling, gnashing her teeth as she cursed. "Chen Luo, you won't survive either. I will definitely drag you down with me." Before her self-destruction, she continued to scream his name with resentment. Chen Luo witnessed Dana preparing to self-destruct, and a hint of unease rose in his heart. A toxic self-destruction? But Rice Ball didn't warn me about any danger, so it should be fine even if I don't dodge right. Immediately after, a series of bold ideas flashed through his mind. "Sometimes if you don't push yourself, you'll never know where the limit is. Besides, even if I get hurt, I can still use time backtrack to recover." With a shift in thought, Chen Luo quickly made a judgment. "I can take this opportunity to accelerate the process of comprehending the time backtrack law." While he was still dazed and calculating, Dana continued to scream threats. "Let's go to hell together." However, Dana's self-destruction didn't seem sufficient to have any substantial impact on Chen Luo. In this situation, Chen Luo remained calmly where he stood, only simply reaching out a hand to shield his face to reduce the pressure. Even as her viscous liquid splashed onto his body, he wasn't worried at all thanks to the protection of his capable assistant. This set of armor is indeed formidable. Even at this stage, the toxins can't penetrate it. Just as the thought flashed, another bold idea popped into Chen Luo's head. In that case, why not just use this set of armor to cultivate time backtrack? Watching Dana's head roll to his feet like a ball, Chen Luo couldn't help but sigh secretly. What a good person, still thinking of making a contribution before death. 2 days later at the Bado family base, a low voice was slowly recounting the entire process. Chen Luo hadn't fallen for the honey trap. When the two fought, Chen Luo used Void Walk, and Dana immediately gave chase. Chu Yang, like an obedient puppy, told every detail to Resater and Adolf. I couldn't keep up and I'm not clear on what happened after, but Dana is likely already. Before he could finish, Adolf suddenly interrupted. Enough, I understand. Chu Yang, you may go now. After Chu Yang left their sight, Adolf turned to Resater to analyze the situation. Whether we misjudged or Dana unintentionally revealed a flaw, we can't send anyone else now. Use my plan to let Chen Luo walk into the trap himself. Hearing this, Resater immediately asked anxiously, Brother, what's the plan? At the mention of this, Adolf's gaze gradually deepened, and his voice carried an indescribable heaviness. Have you forgotten the source of those troubles for Chen Luo? It's Shi Su. At the mention of this name, Resater was both helpless and angry. That's right. It was because he wanted to use Li Sen's hand to resolve Chen Luo that things developed to this stage, however. Since I revoked Li Sen's status as the third prince, I've lost track of his whereabouts. After listening to Resater's account, Adolf still replied flatly, That's because I promised to shelter him and hid him in the German Empire. Resater understood immediately. So he's with you, brother. At this moment, Adolf unconsciously clenched his fist, his eyes turning deep and his voice lowering. Correct, for Chen Luo, he is the most suitable bait. Meanwhile, within the ability space, Chen Luo was leisurely reading a letter. Respected Mr. Chen Luo, I know your Void Walk is already used with extreme proficiency. Therefore, we wish to invite you to assist in exploring the abyss of the Law of Destruction. As a reward, besides making the information about the Law of Destruction public, we have prepared 3 gifts for you. First, your enemy Shi Su. We have already captured him alive, and you may dispose of him as you wish. Second, 300 million purple crystals. Third, a space-type staff forged from rare magic stones of the arcane space, which can significantly enhance the strength of a space-type god tier. Besides these items, the letter also detailed a series of extremely tempting conditions. The hand holding the letter was trembling, and Chen Luo's heartbeat accelerated as well. These conditions were indeed very enticing. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to look at Rice Ball, who was focused on eating a salted fish, and asked slowly, Rice Ball, what do you think of this? Will I encounter danger? She seemed to answer without even thinking while chewing on the fish. No, you can go. However, in the next second, Rice Ball's face completely changed. She looked at Chen Luo helplessly and said, But I told you last time, Fa Wang is about to encounter danger. I feel the crisis approaching, so I want to investigate this matter even more. She kept speaking to remind him, and she didn't know if the fact that Fa Wang was in the German Empire had anything to do with this. Unfortunately, Chen Luo barely listened, his mind entirely focused on his own goal. I see, in that case I have all the more reason to go. I'm setting off now. The scene shifts to the training grounds of the German Empire. It was peaceful as always, but this silence didn't last long. At this moment, Fa Wang was concentrating on cultivating the phantom lightning law, streaks of lightning intertwined. Before long he just made a simple movement, and launched an attack directly. The pressure erupted and vanished in an instant. The girl sparring with him had no time to react at all, her body swaying as she collapsed to the ground. In that moment, Fa Wang couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, So satisfying. AFU, who was observing from the outside, couldn't hide her excitement either. Her voice was full of praise. I didn't expect you to comprehend the phantom lightning law so quickly. Fa Wang, you really are a genius. Hearing the familiar voice, Fa Wang immediately turned and walked over quickly to greet her. AFU, why are you here? AFU no longer hid it either, stating her purpose directly. My father has been mentioning that he wants to take you as a disciple. Now there's an opportunity to perform a merit. I want you to contribute a bit, so it'll be easier for me to plead for you later. Fa Wang looked at AFU with eyes full of anticipation. Sure, what's the task? Seeing his high interest, she no longer hesitated, immediately revealing, Have you heard of Chen Luo? My father invited him for help and he agreed. He arrives tomorrow. Hearing this news, Fa Wang's heart blossomed with joy. He could finally see Big Dog again. This was truly good news, but before he could speak, AFU leaned into his ear and revealed a shocking secret. Actually, my father plans to move against him. To Fa Wang, these words were like a bolt from the blue. His face instantly darkened, his brows furrowed. Heavens, where do you guys get the confidence to deal with Big Dog? This absolutely cannot be allowed to happen. Fa Wang's heart was as anxious as if it were on fire, and he quickly asked loudly, "How do you guys plan to do it?" However, his heart was still extremely perplexed. "As far as I know, Big Dog hasn't offended them. Why do they want to move against him?" Realizing Fa Wang's reaction was too intense, AFU immediately lowered her voice, but her tone carried a clear, commanding intent. "You don't need to worry about this. We have our own ways to deal with him. When the time comes, you just need to listen to my orders. Just make sure to strike at the right time." Although his heart was full of doubts, Fa Wang put on a cooperative front. "Fine, I understand." AFU even gave him a trusting pat on the shoulder for encouragement. But in his mind, a thought had already begun to take root. "Heavens, it looks like I have to find a chance to slip away." Time flew like an arrow, and the next day, before the bottomless hall of the Jeraman Empire's abyss, AFU walked behind Fa Wang, questions constantly popping up in her mind. Hasn't Odys never left the palace? Why did he come today too? At that moment, Odys was leaning there leisurely, completely unaware that AFU was secretly observing him. "I've been in the Jeraman Empire for so long, yet I still don't know what Odys's attribute is. He's far too mysterious. Could he be the weapon used to deal with Big Dog?" The group stopped before a massive bottomless pit. The surrounding space was violently distorted, and the guide squinted, looking into the depths with vigilance. He had already arrived and was observing them from the deeper layers of space. Adolf stood at the very front with a steady expression, revealing nothing, only nodding slightly in confirmation. In the rear, AFU secretly covered her mouth and leaned in to whisper into Fa Wang's ear, "When he is restrained later, you must act immediately." Doubts rose in Fa Wang's heart once more, and he asked in a low voice, "Fine, but why are we dealing with him?" Afu's gaze instantly became serious and cold. "Because he is a threat to my brother, and he also threatens the Jeraman Empire." Hearing this, the blood in Fa Wang's body boiled instantly. How can these people be so unreasonable? Big Dog hasn't even been here. How could he possibly threaten her brother? His mind raced. Since they dared to set an ambush here, they must have prepared extremely powerful means. "I must warn Big Dog I can't let him fall into the trap." At this thought, Fa Wang suddenly swung his hand and delivered a heavy slap to Afu's face. This was the only way he could create chaos and send the clearest signal to Big Dog. AFU fell to the ground, her eyes wide with shock and bewilderment. "Fa Wang, you!" Fa Wang mobilized all his internal energy and roared at the top of his lungs. "Ambush, there's an ambush here." In that very instant, Adolf appeared before him like a phantom, his voice icy and piercing. "Boy, you dare to ruin my plans?" As soon as the words fell, he struck out with a full-force palm, and Fa Wang's body was immediately sent flying toward that bottomless pit. With his body suspended in midair, Fa Wang realized that the spatial energy around the pit had sensed an intruder and activated automatically. He thought in panic, "Crap, I'm going to be sucked in by the abyss's pull." In the final moment before being swallowed by darkness, Fa Wang shouted resentfully, "The day I return to this world shall be your day of doom." Just as the shout ended, his figure was engulfed by the violent spatial current, completely vanishing into the void. However, inside the pit, Fa Wang was not torn apart by spatial forces. Instead, he felt a soft power supporting his body. "What is this?" Suppressing his fear, he curiously observed the mysterious energy wrapping around him. "This energy is entwined around my whole body, yet it hasn't hurt me at all." He didn't know how long it had been, but just as Fa Wang was about to reach the bottom, that protective force suddenly vanished. He hurriedly scrambled to his feet, looking around warily. Finally at the bottom, "Let's see if I can fly out." However, before Fa Wang could stand firm, a bolt of lightning pierced through space, striking directly toward the top of his head. Fa Wang looked up in horror at the steep rock wall, where a field of thunder and lightning was constantly flickering. What exactly is going on? Am I going to be locked in here until I die? Just then, a low voice carrying ancient majesty drifted from a distance. "Stop struggling. As long as you pass my test, you can leave this place." Fa Wang turned around in a panic. Who's speaking?" The voice remained flat, yet it contained a pressure that made it hard to breathe. "Do not resist. Accept my message obediently, and you will naturally understand everything." A residual phantom suddenly rushed out of the darkness, diving directly into Fa Wang's ear. Intense pain instantly filled his brain as countless images were forced in. Purple spiritual energy also erupted violently like flames from hell. "I was born for destruction. I am the destroyer. I am also the incarnation of wrath. The will of destruction shall never dissipate, and I shall eventually return." Countless bolts of lightning gradually converged into a blurred figure, emitting an unparalleled, overbearing aura. "I am the law of destruction, and I am about to reappear in the world." Amidst the chaotic information churning in his mind, Fa Wang suddenly understood everything. It turned out that until now, no one had been able to comprehend the law of destruction. Because this fellow once wanted to destroy the world, he was crippled by the other laws working together and forced into a deep slumber. The figure lowered its voice, its tone full of temptation. I am an extremely special law. I can attach to and merge with other laws. As long as you pass this test, my power will belong entirely to you. Above Eve Wang's head, the sound of thunder grew louder. Only a will could be indestructible. The only one who can destroy your will is yourself. Destruction also means rebirth. As long as you can endure it, you will be reborn. Violent lightning instantly poured down like a flood, seeping into every cell of his body. If you can't hold out, I will continue to wait for the next destined person. The pain, surpassing human limits, made Eve Wang let out a tragic scream. He knelt in the dense network of deep purple lightning, those unwilling shouts echoing constantly in his mind. I told you long ago, you all have to die. My children, my wife. Eve Wang gnashed his teeth until they bled, constantly reminding himself, I am the assassin dog, the Samoyed assassin. Big dog, wait for me. It hurt, but if he just endured a bit longer, he would get used to it. Immediately after, Eve Wang jerked his head up, staring directly at the lightning with bloodshot eyes, and shouted provocatively, can't you be any faster? I'm about to get out of here. In the deeper layers of space, Chen Luo stared intently at the entrance to the abyss. Rice Ball, I can't feel Eve Wang's aura at all. Has he fallen into some special space? Rice Ball answered calmly. Don't worry, I don't sense that his life is in danger. She paused, then continued, of course, while his life isn't in danger, he's certainly going to suffer quite a bit. Hearing this, the stone hanging in Chen Luo's heart finally landed. As long as he was okay, that was enough. However, the moment he thought about that fellow who pushed Eve Wang down, the rage in Chen Luo's heart instantly replaced his sense of relief. I must resolve him personally. Taking advantage of Adolf letting his guard down, Chen Luo immediately turned into a residual phantom gliding over silently. Dimensional power erupted. His target was not just Adolf, but even Resater was within the attack range. Adolf had thought the plan failed, not expecting Chen Luo to show himself proactively. He waved his hand flatly to mobilize thick dark energy, clashing violently with the blue spiritual energy. While spitting out the word mediocre with disdain, Adolf sneered and shouted, Oddies? He appeared immediately and answered, Here, grandfather. Adolf's gaze locked onto Chen Luo, and he gave the order in a low voice, Watch for the timing later. Absolutely do not hesitate. Oddies replied obediently. Understood. Adolf immediately began to gather power, the black energy at his chest constantly contracting and expanding as it rapidly merged with the laws. Standing to the side, Resater was not to be outdone, the golden spiritual energy in his palm erupting with a blinding light. Big brother, let me give you a hand. Chen Luo, don't blame me for being heartless. You brought this on yourself by doing things the hard way. Just as Chen Luo rushed over at an incredible speed, Oddies suddenly performed a secret technique, freezing time. Seeing Chen Luo's body stop in midair, he immediately cheered in excitement. Success, grandfather, I did it, I've frozen him. Everyone take the chance to strike. Adolf naturally wouldn't miss this perfect opportunity. Carrying destructive power, he rapidly closed in on Chen Luo. Die, however. At the very moment danger approached, a golden plant in Chen Luo's palm suddenly emitted a brilliant light. Seeing this, Resater's pupils contracted sharply. That is the aura of the equinox flower. Chen Luo leaned slightly, precisely dodging Addis's fatal strike. The opponent was instantly stunned. Why has my time freeze failed? Before Oddies could react, Chen Luo had already reached out and tightly choked his neck. Addis's heart was filled with horror. How did he dodge it? Shouldn't he be frozen still? Addis's body was lifted into the air, intense pain and fear enveloping him simultaneously. Damn it, the priority now is to escape his control. Oddies squeezed his eyes shut, his fingers performing a seal on his forehead as he unleashed time freeze on himself. Seeing the opponent suddenly drop from his hand, Chen Luo couldn't help but feel surprised. He actually froze his own time to escape control, having unintentionally discovered a new use. Chen Luo understood instantly. So time freeze can be used like that. Thanks for the tip. However, this discovery didn't mean Chen Luo would let him go. He immediately turned and accelerated in pursuit. No matter how you struggle, it's futile. Since I've decided to take you today, I will certainly succeed. No one can protect you. Seeing Oddies escape by freezing himself, Adolf couldn't hide his smugness, as expected of my grandson. He pointed his palm toward the sky and shouted loudly, Wrath of thunder. Instantly, thick darkness swallowed all light, and countless bolts of lightning carrying a destructive aura fell violently. Chen Luo's figure turned into a nimble light, weaving constantly through the gaps in the dense electric strikes. He couldn't help but marvel secretly. This old fellow really is terrifying. On the other side, the spiritual energy within Resater's body also erupted suddenly. He was like a bright meteor in the night, emitting a dazzling radiance. A flash of inspiration hit Chen Luo. I understand. They want to take Oddies away while I'm dodging. Just before the lightning struck his head, a transparent barrier appeared out of thin air, enveloping Chen Luo's entire body. Want to take him? Keep dreaming. Despite the protection of the barrier, he still felt the surrounding space vibrating violently. This move is indeed powerful, but it doesn't matter. I'll just use time backtrack directly once it's over. Chen Luo's brain raced. Spatial power alone won't be enough to resolve them. It seems I have to combine it with time power. I heard you two have lived for a long time, so let's try my time acceleration. The power around Chen Luo began to undergo a marvelous change. However, Resater across from him remained extremely calm. Chen Luo, if I haven't guessed wrong, you're currently using the power of the equinox flower petal to accelerate time, aren't you? He spoke with a certain tone, carrying a hint of contempt. But this level of time acceleration is completely useless against me. Resater's confidence made Chen Luo hesitate slightly. Is he bluffing, or does he really have a treasure that can counter time power? Sensing Chen Luo's hesitation, Resater became even more smug. You waste, can you only hop around over there? If you have the guts, stand before me and have a fair fight. Chen Luo immediately rushed over. Fine, hit me if you can. A cold light instantly pierced through Chen Luo's right chest. He continued to observe the cracks on the protective layer flatly, secretly sensing the state as the attack passed through his body. Resater was stunned, his pupils contracting with horror. He didn't even dodge. Even as the oncoming fireball smashed toward him, Chen Luo remained standing in place, if my perception is correct. This is the state after the combination of space and time. A wild smile curled at the corner of Chen Luo's mouth. His refusal to dodge wasn't due to conceit, but because it was completely unnecessary. Chen Luo was using the pressure from Resater's attacks to hone his newly comprehended ability. Within the atmosphere, the faces of Resater and Adolf turned deathly pale, a surge of fear rising in their hearts. Chen Luo was clearly right before their eyes, yet they couldn't hit him no matter what. What kind of skill is this? Void Phantom. Adolf immediately rushed forward and struck out with a palm. Chen Luo only crossed his arms leisurely over his chest, his tone full of mockery. Didn't you just say I can only run? Adolf's hand passed through Chen Luo's chest, yet it felt as if he were touching air. Chen Luo provocatively taunted. Now I'm standing still, let's see what you can do to me. At this moment, Chen Luo had completely mastered the method of combining time and space. This was also thanks to the time power Oddies demonstrated just now. Since Oddies could use time power on himself, Chen Luo could also apply dual time and space power to himself simultaneously. Chen Luo closed his eyes, sensing the flow of energy within his body. After merging these two skills, I can create a stable alternate space within my body. Unless their attacks can pierce through time and space, they can't hurt me at all. Adolf was driven mad with rage, roaring loudly, "You bastard, have the guts to come out and fight." Hearing this, Chen Luo ridiculed, "You two old fellows have lived for heaven knows how many years, yet you actually say such things to a young man in his early 20s? Don't you feel embarrassed?" he casually pointed. Void exile. Instantly, Adolf and Resater completely vanished from the battlefield, having dealt with those two obstacles. Chen Luo turned leisurely and walked toward Oddies. I indeed had no way when he froze his own time just now, but that's not necessarily the case now. Time power can inherently cancel each other out, not to mention I now also master spatial power. When Chen Luo's hand touched the protective layer around Oddies, that seemingly indestructible energy instantly disintegrated, as expected in the face of my time-space power. This thing is completely useless. Chen Luo grabbed the back of Addis's neck, lifting him like he was a cat. Behave yourself, or I'll beat you into a state of heavy injury. Addis's pride collapsed instantly, leaving only a weak plea. Don't. Oddies, who had been so arrogant just a moment ago, was now pleading with a face full of tears and snot. Don't kill me. I'll tell you whatever you want to know, please let me go. Chen Luo grabbed his collar and tossed him into a spatial gate like he was throwing away trash. Time abilities were indeed annoying. If he couldn't kill him in a short time, he would take him elsewhere to deal with him slowly. Subsequently, he turned his head to look at the final target. Shisu was still here. With a casual wave from Chen Luo, the surrounding guards were instantly sucked into the void, vanishing without a trace. Chen Luo landed on the ground, grabbed Shisu's collar, and lifted him before his face. "Shisu, old friend, we meet again." Shisu's face was deathly pale, his lips trembling for a long time before he squeezed out a sentence. "Chen Luo, let me go." Just then, Adolf and Resater, who had just broken free from the void exile, came chasing frantically. Chen Luo held Shisu with one hand while leisurely waving goodbye to the two fuming men in the distance. "Everyone, thanks for the grand gift, I'll be taking my leave now." Adolf could only roar in despair. "My grandson, Chen Luo, may you die 1,000 deaths, amidst the desolate and scorched desert." As soon as Shisu was tossed onto the scorching sand, he scrambled to explain, "It was Zilan Luo, This was all her plan. She's the one who sent me to kill you. Under the blazing sun, Chen Luo narrowed his eyes and pressed. Who is she? Where is she? And why did she want you to kill me? At the mention of that name, Shi Su's face twisted into a look of both terror and loathing. He gritted his teeth and cursed. She's a bitch, a wicked woman who enjoys using people as her pawns. His expression turned visibly wary as he continued. Zilan Luo belongs to the legendary causality type. She had already stepped into the god tier long before I achieved it. I only managed to ascend by relying on spatial displacement. Even though I'm not that powerful, I didn't want to become someone else's vassal. He shivered slightly, as if recalling a dark period of his life. So, after learning of her existence, I prepared an incredibly lavish gift and went to see her in person. To my surprise, Zilan Luo, who usually sees no one, actually agreed to meet me. At the time I thought my luck had finally turned, but looking back, that was the beginning of the nightmare. Shizu dared not hide anything, honestly confessing all he knew. I had backing and a wide network. My life was smooth every day. Because I knew her ability, I often begged her to tell me my future causality. She said that in the future, I would die by your hands. This prophecy became a nightmare Shizu could not shake. Just then, news came from the Bado family, and I believed it instantly. I was the one who personally sent the Bado family's half-god to Earth. I didn't understand how you, with your strength at the time, managed to stop a half-god, but I was terrified that you'd seek revenge once you grew up. I had to strike first. Shizu looked up at Chen Luo, his eyes shimmering with belated regret. Chen Luo, I'm about to die. Can you tell me? Given your personality, would you have killed me if you found out I was the one who moved that half-god to your location? Chen Luo shook his head flatly and said something that left Shizu completely stunned. You're wrong. Not only would I not have killed you, I actually have to thank you. He pointed to his own eyes and explained. The moment that Bado family half-god stepped out of the spatial channel, he became a total cripple. Dealing with him was as easy as turning over my hand, and I even got his crystal. Shizu froze, then suddenly began to laugh and cry hysterically, his hands pounding the sand. Heavens, God is actually playing with me until my very death. Chen Luo kicked him impatiently. Stop crying. What's Zilan Luo's strength like? Is she powerful? Shizu answered without hesitation. She's weak. I could kill her with a single slap. He wiped away his tears, his voice still trembling. But even if she dies, she can resurrect. She'll reappear in the world within a few decades at most. And if you kill her, you will suffer an incredibly tragic end. Even if you send someone else to do it, it won't help. That's just self-deception. And it won't hide you from causality. Chen Luo frowned and thought, she can't be killed. Is there really no way to neutralize this kind of ability? Shizu added aggrievely. Besides, do you know why the third prince and Adolf moved against you? She was behind all of that as well. Chen Luo gnashed his teeth, a violent surge of murderous intent erupting around him. Damn it, so from start to finish. The mastermind has been her all along. He immediately issued an order. Shizu, you go kill Zilan Luo. Chen Luo crouched before him with an encouraging smile. You must hate her deeply, right? Then go deal with her. Let her suffer as much pain as the hatred in your heart. Driven by extreme agitation, Shizu clenched his fist tightly, his eyes bloodshot. Fine, I'll go. I'm dying anyway. What do I care if I die one more time? Just then, a voice suddenly rang out, breaking the atmosphere. No, you can't let Shizu do it. Riceball poked her head out of a spatial gate. If you move against her now, you will suffer a severe backlash, and you won't be able to kill her off completely. She will simply continue her cycle of reincarnation. Once she becomes a god again, the impact of the backlash will be much lighter. Don't be in a hurry. I sense that you can suppress her. Chen Luo let out a breath, his mind clearing instantly. That's right. Riceball represents destiny. How could she be weaker than causality? After extracting all the necessary information, Chen Luo raised his foot and kicked Shizu directly into the spatial gate. I'll handle Zilan Luo later. For now, stay in the space. If you dare cause trouble, I'll finish you. He reached into the void, fumbled around for a moment, and then dragged another person out by the collar. At this moment, Adis looked like a drenched little rat, his face covered in tear tracks. Before he could even regain his senses, Chen Luo waved his hand and gave him a resounding slap. Addis's tears burst out instantly. He slumped onto the scorching sand, pleading humbly. I was wrong, please spare me. I don't want to die, I'm still so young. If you spare my life, I'll go beg my grandfather right now to stop moving against you. From now on, the Jeraman Empire will never bother you again. Chen Luo felt a surge of extreme contempt. This kid's mental fortitude was pathetic. Seeing Chen Luo prepare to strike again, Adis frantically raised his hands to swear an oath to the heavens. I promise, I swear, please don't kill me. Whatever you do, don't kill me. Just as the sharp blue spiritual energy was about to fall, Riceball's steady voice rang out in time. Chen Luo stayed his hand as she suggested. I think it's better not to kill him for now. The murderous aura around Chen Luo hadn't fully dissipated. Spare his life? Then how do I settle the score? For Adolf kicking Fa Wong into the abyss, Rice Ball tried to convince him with logic. The important thing is that it seems more beneficial for you if you don't kill him now. Just be patient for a moment. Besides, Fa Wong will be fine. Chen Luo retracted the spiritual energy from his palm. Fine, since you put it that way. Chen Luo kicked Audis in the rear. Scram. Go back and tell Adolf that this was all Zilan Luo's plot. Audis immediately fled without looking back, kicking up a trail of dust. Chen Luo continued to ask Rice Ball, if we don't kill Zilan Luo but just get a bit of revenge on her, that should be fine, right? Rice Ball leaned out of the spatial gate. If anyone else tried, there would definitely be trouble, but you'll be fine. As long as you don't take her life or injure her too severely. Chen Luo cracked his knuckles excitedly. Good. Now go to the bathroom and prepare some household waste, and then we'll go see Zilan Luo. In another spatial layer, Zilan Luo was leisurely sitting by the lake fishing. If my perception is correct, the causality I planted on Chen Luo has reached a critical stage. Even though the bobber was twitching slightly, she ignored it entirely, her mind immersed in her own schemes. Chen Luo is very likely a time-space type, otherwise I wouldn't have suffered such a severe backlash when planting the seed of causality on him. The more she thought about it, the angrier Zilan Luo became. Hateful destiny, you must die. No one is allowed to stand above me. Just then, the fishing line suddenly snapped with a pop. Zilan Luo jumped up in surprise, her expression shifting rapidly. It's Shi Su. I sense that Shi Su has betrayed me. How dare he? Immediately after, she felt an overbearing aura rapidly approaching, and it seemed to have already arrived. Zilan Luo looked up and saw Chen Luo hovering in midair. I see Shi Su has told you everything. What of it? Are you that eager to kill me? She quickly regained her composure, spreading her arms provocatively. It's not that I look down on you, but does a weak, incompetent person like you really have the guts to kill me? I'm standing right here. If you don't dare, then get lost. With a single glance, Chen Luo saw through her intent. This Zilan Luo actually has some guts. Is she trying to provoke me into killing her? He flatly exposed her scheme. Rest assured, I'm not here to kill you. I never planned to do that in the first place. Following this, a glob of viscous liquid with a pungent odor appeared in the void. Anyway, letting you die so quickly would be far too easy. A powerful stench hit Zilan Luo, making her gag. Excrement. Before she could think further, she instinctively turned to run. But Chen Luo naturally wouldn't let her have her way, immediately controlling the waist to chase after her. Come back here. Zilan Luo's speed was no match for Chen Luo's. In the blink of an eye, the murky liquid drenched her from head to toe. How does it feel? Refreshing? This is why I traveled 10,000 miles to see you in person, to give you a little fertilizer. Zilan Luo reeked of the foul odor. She screamed in rage. Using such despicable methods, are you even human? Chen Luo immediately put on an innocent look. What did you just say? You want more? Fine, I'll satisfy you. What? A wave of nausea instantly rushed up her throat. Zilan Luo could only cover her face, dry heaving incessantly in extreme humiliation. Chen Luo stepped through a spatial gate and took a deep breath of fresh air. The satisfaction from that manure attack was indeed more gratifying than directly finishing off Zilan Luo. Just as he landed, Mila ran over frantically. Big brother Chen Luo, something terrible has happened. Her hands trembled as she handed him an electronic device. Snake Mother has been captured. The smile on Chen Luo's face vanished instantly. What? Mila didn't have time to explain in detail. This is a video released by the Warren's Empire. On the screen, Snake Mother was tied tightly to a stone pillar. Her body was covered in whip marks. Big brother Chen Luo, they're doing this to force you to show yourself. A surge of guilt flooded Chen Luo's heart. Back then, when I couldn't find a light-type god to purify the blue planet, Snake Mother endured the pain of absorbing the darkness laws. Not only that, she contributed the World Tree Seed to help the blue planet. He decisively turned back and opened a spatial gate. I can't pretend I don't know, and I certainly can't watch her die. Moreover, Snake Mother is suffering this ordeal because of me. Just then, Rice Ball appeared in the void. Aren't you curious if there's danger in going this time? Why don't you ask me? Chen Luo didn't look back, his voice icy but resolute. There's no need. If I don't go, my heart will never be at peace. Rice Ball knew nothing could shake his decision, so she only spoke to remind him. The success rate for this matter is 98. Chen Luo's footsteps paused and his brow furrowed. A success rate of only 98. It seems this trip is indeed exceptionally dangerous. Only a few minutes later, he appeared in the Warren's Empire. Resater, I'm here. Yun Chu Yang's mouth hung open in shock. He actually came? No wonder, I thought this kid was a cold-blooded animal. Resater slowly stood up. You actually dared to come. Then today you shall surely die. Facing the threat, Chen Luo maintained that chillingly gentle face. There's no irreconcilable blood feud between the Empire and me, right? At most I just bullied you a few times in the past. As soon as he finished speaking, the tip of the sword in Chen Luo's hand pointed directly at Resater. Release Snake Mother now, and from now on our grievances are settled once and for all. Resater's reaction surprised Chen Luo quite a bit. Fine. I truly don't wish to be your enemy either. Snake Mother is in the imperial capital's central square. Take her and go. The surrounding subordinates immediately voiced their opposition. Great Emperor, you're just letting him leave. This is far too easy for him. Things were going smoother than expected, making Chen Luo secretly suspicious. Is it really this simple? Even so, he dared not let his guard down. You'd better not pull any tricks or I'll make you and the Warren's empire go down with her. A glint of calculation flashed in Resater's eyes. Chen Luo, enjoy your final arrogance. The killing move is hidden on Snake Mother. It won't be long before you can't act so wild. In the imperial capital's central square, Snake Mother was tied firmly to an execution platform. When Chen Luo appeared, the crowd instinctively parted to both sides. No one dared to stop him from taking Snake Mother. She was covered in wounds, several still bleeding. Snake Mother looked at him and spoke weakly. Should I be glad to have a friend like you, or should I regret knowing a friend like you? Chen Luo's hands trembled slightly as he untied the ropes. I'm sorry, I'm the one who implicated you. Snake Mother's pale face was filled with confusion. But why did Great Emperor Resater let you take me away so easily? Before Chen Luo could answer, a flash of pale yellow light suddenly flickered. What is that? Cold sweat ran down his spine. There was an equinox flower in her hair. Immediately after, an invisible pressure erupted from the flower, locking down the entire space around Chen Luo. Time acceleration. My life is draining away at a terrifying speed. He could clearly feel the vitality in every cell rapidly withering, yet he had no way to counterattack. I either wait for the equinox flower's power to exhaust itself, or I'll completely collapse in 4 hours. Chen Luo stared coldly toward the Warren's palace. Resater, I've noted this debt. On the other side, Resater wore a winner's smile, as if he had successfully locked a beast into a trap. Knowing that staying would only lead to a dead end, Chen Luo immediately picked up Snake Mother and left quickly. I have to leave this place first. Landing on a deserted planet, Chen Luo stumbled to his knees as soon as he stepped onto the parched earth. I wonder if using time backtrack can resist the time acceleration of the equinox flower. Snake Mother asked frantically. What's wrong with you? Chen Luo immediately demanded. Don't make a sound, let me be quiet for a moment. After speaking, he quickly entered a state of deep meditation. I don't believe the time acceleration of the equinox flower can last forever. This is both a crisis and an opportunity. Perhaps if I overcome it, I can become the god of time. Facing resistance, Chen Luo's brow furrowed tightly. Just then, Riceball's voice rang in his ear. Chen Luo, open your spatial ability and let Mila help you. As soon as the spatial gate opened, she pulled Mila out. Mila, your life energy can extend lifespan. Quickly use your ability to help Chen Luo resist. Mila agreed without hesitation. The two held hands tightly, and a brilliant emerald light lit up, rapidly enveloping their bodies. Snake Mother stood to the side, praying silently. When a couple is of one mind, their combined strength can cut through metal. Chen Luo, Mila, you must hold on. Because their minds were in a mess, no one noticed that every move they made was being recorded by a secret device. In the palace of the Warren's empire, sunlight spilled across one side of the old castle. Resater sat majestically on his throne, listening to a subordinate's report. Great Emperor, according to the life detectors sent out, Chen Luo is currently on planet EDM 1256. With the target location confirmed, Resater immediately issued an order. Assemble all the god tiers nearby. Have them all go there with me to finish him off. 2 rows of black-clad subordinates bowed in unison. Yes, Yun Chu-Yang stood to the side expressionless, but his heart was in turmoil. I didn't expect Resater to use the equinox flower against Chen Luo. How is he now? He is the only prospect for our spatial system and the hope of the entire system. Resater's voice immediately interrupted his thoughts. Yun Chu-Yang, go set up a spatial transport in the palace and send me there. This command made Yun Chu-Yang even more anxious. Once Resater personally arrived on the scene, Chen Luo would truly have no hope of survival. Yun Chu-Yang kept his head down, silently following behind him. Damn it, for the future of the spatial system, I absolutely cannot assist this tyrant. He made a silent resolution. Today I must be brave for once. Immediately after, Yun Chu-Yang used his ability to open a spatial gate. Great Emperor, the spatial transmission is constructed. Please. One figure after another stepped into the deep black hole and vanished. Standing at the end of the line, Yun Chu-Yang quietly watched their departing backs. Go on, all of you, continue advancing toward that wrong direction. Once the last person had completely disappeared, he did not step into the formation. Instead, he backed away silently. At this moment, Yun Chu-Yang's mood was strangely calm. and a smile of liberation even touched the corners of his mouth. From this day forth I can only wander the universe. As soon as Resator stepped out of the portal, he discovered the surrounding scenery was completely unfamiliar, and he immediately realized something was wrong. Damn it, where is this? Where is Yun Chu Yang? This feeling of being led by the nose made Resator go mad with rage. You dare play tricks on me, Yun Chu Yang? Well done. He forced himself to stay calm and pulled out a communication device. Adolf, an emergency has occurred on my end. I need you to act personally. Seeing Adolf remain silent for a long time, Adis asked in confusion, "What happened?" Adolf let out a heavy sigh. "Isn't it just more trouble caused by that Chen Luo?" He turned around, and as he looked at his grandson, a flash of hope crossed his aging eyes. "My dear grandson, you mentioned you unexpectedly mastered time power. What exactly is going on?" Adis explained briefly. "It's not like time freeze, it's a type of time acceleration." Adolf happily patted him on the shoulder. "Fantastic. Once you master time backtrack, our entire family can achieve immortality." His mood lightened considerably. "But before that, we must set out. Dear grandson, accompany your grandfather to see Chen Luo off on his final journey." Half an hour later, in the pitch-black and vast universe, two combat spaceships rapidly approached a barren planet. A crew member relayed instructions to his colleagues. "The distance is sufficient. Fire the star-shattering cannon. This thing can't hurt a god tier, but the higher-ups only requested that we harass him." Below, Snake Mother immediately sensed an unidentified object approaching at high speed. "It's fine, leave it to me." However, Mi Ling beat her to it. "No need, I can handle it myself." Under her absolute control, void fire burned fiercely, rapidly spinning into a massive fireball. The lead spaceship exploded instantly upon contact. "Alarm, alarm! The spaceship is under attack." Mi Ling did not stop. She waved her arms and followed up with a decisive blow. A massive spark bloomed in midair, illuminating the entire sky. Rice Ball stood to the side, her gaze unusually calm. "Leave it to Mila with peace of mind. She has already become a goddess. These two small spaceships can be dealt with in just a few minutes." However, in the very next second she suddenly froze. Rice Ball stood with her hands on her hips, her cheeks puffed out in displeasure. "Fine, I spoke too soon. That reckless girl wants to cause trouble again, actually forcibly using causality power." She looked at Chen Luo and Mila, who were still focused in meditation, and added, "But it doesn't matter. No matter what she does, in the end, it will only be a wasted effort." An hour later, the life force surrounding Chen Luo and Mila began to grow thin. Their energy was exhausted. Mila's breathing became increasingly labored, and sweat dripped from the bridge of her nose onto the ground. But there was no hesitation in her heart. For Chen Luo's sake, she was willing to sacrifice her own lifespan. Seeing Mila's weakened state, Chen Luo immediately let go of her hand. "That's enough, Mila. I can hold out." But Mila stubbornly gripped Chen Luo's hand, her fingers interlocked and refusing to let go. She smiled gently. "I finally managed to help you once, it's okay. Let me give my all this one time." The fury in Chen Luo's heart instantly burned to the peak. "Resator, well done. If I don't avenge this, my name isn't Chen Luo." Wrinkles gradually appeared on Mila's skin, and her appearance rapidly grew aged. Chen Luo shouted anxiously, "Mila!" Just then, a pure golden light suddenly descended from the heavens. Rice Ball was the first to see the scene. "Look, it's the law of life." Chen Luo stared blankly as the sacred light slowly merged into Mila's body. "Mila, you've ascended to the god tier." The moment Mila was promoted, all the wrinkles on her body disappeared instantly. Her features regained their radiance, carrying a refined beauty that did not belong to the mortal world. Chen Luo turned his head and suddenly froze. He discovered that Rice Ball was also emitting a mysterious aura. "Rice Ball, what's appearing on you is," she explained flatly. "By following you, I have witnessed the fall and rise of many god tiers. Now the timing is finally ripe." Rice Ball could clearly sense it all. "It seems my law of destiny is about to appear as well." After the transformation process was completed, Rice Ball's figure became more slender and mature. She softly called out to Chen Luo. Chen Luo immediately walked to her side and asked, "I'm here. How is it?" she requested. "Slow down the transformation process of your time law slightly. I will summon the complete law of time and let it try to transform you automatically." This made Chen Luo somewhat confused. "That can be done. Will there be a generous reward like the Great God certification?" Mila immediately corrected him. "No, it just makes the transformation speed a bit faster." Immediately after, a cluster of dark red blood mist tore through space from the void, charging straight for Chen Luo's consciousness. A strange little boy appeared in midair, an ancient clock atop his head. That was the incarnation of the law of time. "For the sake of the person possessing the law of destiny, I'll give you face this time." However, the rewards for comprehending the time backtrack law would not be many. Rice Ball cast her gaze toward the distant horizon. "Now I have finally become a goddess as well. Mere causality, it's time to deal with you." In Lanluo's residence, she suddenly collapsed onto the cold stone floor, her chest heaving violently, her face full of pain. How is this possible? Her skin wrinkled rapidly, and her appearance grew aged at a speed visible to the naked eye, but her perception could not be wrong. The goddess of destiny had been born. In less than a minute, Lanluo no longer even had the strength to sit upright and collapsed entirely onto the ground. However, her long-standing arrogance made her unwilling to concede easily. Lanluo used the last of her strength to roar loudly. "I've done so much, why can you still become a goddess?" Out of rage, her aged face became even more hideous. "That destiny stands above causality is merely a rumor. I won't lose to you. I still have a chance to turn the tables." Just then, a golden light descended from the heavens, enveloping Lanluo's entire body. She clearly felt her most precious authority being stripped from her soul by an invisible force. "No, don't take away my law." Lanluo reached out her withered hands toward the sky in despair. "I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. I beg you to spare me. This time don't take away my law of causality." On the other side, Riceball stood with her hands on her hips, letting out a proud, cold laugh. "A mere clown dares to fight with me." She then turned to remind Chenluo, "I have to step away for a bit. I can't let others know I am destiny. Ultimately, I have only become the goddess of destiny. I don't truly possess the law of destiny yet." Chenluo was somewhat dazed. "Ha, what does that mean?" Riceball waved her hand somewhat irritably, and walked straight into a spatial gate. "Oh, this can't be explained clearly in a few words. Just finish your law transformation first." An hour later, within Chenluo's body, two clusters of blue and purple energy began to rotate around the same center, slowly merging afterward. Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning tore through the sky, striking directly at the top of his head. This sudden blow caught Chenluo completely off guard. Heavens, Chenluo felt as if his soul was about to leave his body, and he crashed heavily onto the ground. "What's going on? I became the god of time. If you're not going to celebrate, fine. But why use lightning to strike me?" A mysterious energy sphere condensed before his chest, emitting a brilliant light. However, Chenluo also felt an extremely special power pouring into his body. Yet, just as the fusion reached its climax, the blue and red powers suddenly came to a complete halt. Why is there a portion that isn't continuing to fuse? Chenluo was stunned, sweat pouring down uncontrollably. Is it because our levels of comprehension don't match? He had just struggled to stand up, his breath not yet steady, when a smug voice broke the silence. "Chenluo, your end has come." That voice was no longer as humble as before. Hades pointed at his nose with an insufferable air. "You forcibly took me away and even humiliated me. You didn't expect to have this day yourself, did you? Now I have also become a god of time." Seeing Chenluo's miserable appearance after being tortured by the equinox flower, Adis's confidence surged. "In your current state, you are definitely no longer my match." Adolf narrowed his eyes and observed, doubt still lingering in his heart. Doesn't the equinox flower only have the effect of time acceleration? Why is Chenluo so heavily injured? However, seeing that pathetic look, he was certain Chenluo hadn't fully become a god of time yet. It seemed Resader's plan had succeeded. Immersed in his skyrocketing strength, Hades completely forgot his past experience of being crushed. "Grandfather, let me finish him with my own hands." Adolf cautiously refused. "No, we must strike together. In case we're slow, variables might arise." Chenluo remained silent from beginning to end. "Do this grandfather and grandson really think I'm that easy to deal with?" A brilliant blue vortex immediately enveloped his body. Time backtrack. In the blink of an eye, all the scars and exhaustion vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. The grandfather and grandson across from him were instantly stunned. Chenluo's icy voice rang out, sounding as if it came from an ice cellar. "Hades, I let you go back. Was it so you could return for revenge?" Simultaneously, the gears of calculation in his brain began to spin rapidly. But Riceball was indeed right. Letting him go has benefits for me too. Just as Chenluo lacked comprehension of time freeze, Hades had actually personally delivered the time crystal he used to become a god. Hades shouted in despair, refusing to believe the truth. "Die, stop playing tricks. I am already a god of time now." Time freeze. Chenluo's body instantly froze in place. Seeing this, Adolf charged forward with dark energy. Good chance, when the distance between them was only an arm's length away. Chenluo suddenly blinked, his mouth curling into a mischievous arc. "Just kidding. Void exile." Adolf's figure vanished instantly, leaving behind only a blurred afterimage. Simultaneously, Chenluo's blue spiritual energy rapidly locked down all of Adis's movements. "Clean up Hades first, then deal with that old fellow Adolf who knows how many laws he's mastered." Chenluo gently curled his finger, pulling Hades toward him. "Come here, my time crystal." A resounding slap sent Adis's face to one side. Chenluo asked coldly, "Any last words?" Hades clutched his swollen cheek, terror rushing back. "I'm sorry. I admit I was a bit loud just now. Don't kill me." I'll never dare to move against you again." Just then Adolf, who had been teleported away, returned. Seeing the scene before him, doubt immediately rose in his heart. Why wasn't Chenluo controlled by oddies? Could he? A frantic thought sent a chill down Adolf's spine. Has your time-space law reached God tier? But he was still unwilling to accept the truth. "No, I don't believe anyone can become a god of time-space." "Oddies, fight back," Oddies wailed miserably. "Grandfather, I can't do it." Chenluo suddenly changed his mind, his gaze turning icy. "Since you came back so quickly, then watch your grandson lose his life with your own eyes." Time freeze. This time it was Adolf's turn to be frozen still, and he instantly fell into a panic. Why is it like this? Why can he use time freeze too? Chenluo turned to Oddies, a wisp of blue spiritual energy sliding across his neck like an icy scythe. He could just use him to test his own time-space ability. Let's start with him. However, at the very second the energy blade was about to touch Addis's skin, all of Chenluo's power vanished into thin air. He was greatly shocked. Vanished? Why is it like this? Oddies immediately let out a series of tragic screams. His left arm had completely disappeared. My hand is gone, grandfather, save me." Witnessing this, Adolf was also struck with horror. Chenluo secretly assessed that this time-space ability was indeed very strong, but it seemed he hadn't mastered the correct usage yet. Taking advantage of his daze, Adolf landed a heavy punch on Chenluo's abdomen. He cursed secretly. "Damn it!" Adolf quickly grabbed Oddies and fled in a disheveled manner. Chenluo was struck to the ground, baring his teeth in pain. "That really hurts. Can time freeze only hold him for such a short time? It seems this old man indeed has some skill." Seeing the prey trying to escape, a cold smile curled at the corner of Chenluo's mouth. "Where do you two think you're running? Void exile." As soon as the words fell, a powerful wave of energy immediately surged toward Oddies. In the end he was dragged back, hurriedly kneeling on the ground to beg for mercy. "I truly know I was wrong. I'll never dare to look for trouble with you again. Can you spare me one more time?" Chenluo was clearly tired of hearing such words and reminded him flatly. "You said the same thing last time." Having said that, he drew his sword directly and stabbed it hard into Addis's wrist, making him scream loudly. Through this, Chenluo also confirmed his suspicion. It was indeed so. "When I used the time-space ability just now, I only used its origin power, so Addis's missing hand was actually sent to another time and space. Having lost an arm, Oddies could only plead in pain, 'Spare me, please.'" Chenluo did not respond, only calculating calmly. "This time I'll use the time-space ability combined with space-type power to perform time-cutting. That way the vanishing phenomenon won't happen again." He agreed with surface-level calmness. "Fine, I'll spare you and let you go a bit faster." However, in the next second, Chenluo pointed the tip of his sword directly at the center of Addis's forehead, thinking to himself, "I didn't expect the day you became a god would be the day you lost your life." The icy sword tip pierced through his head, finishing Oddies instantly. Once he had fully collapsed, Chenluo took the crystal back into his palm. It wasn't until everything had settled that Adolf arrived in horror, shouting in despair, "My dear grandson?" He completely could not believe that his well-behaved grandson, the person in history who had just become the god of time, had actually died just like that. Overwhelmed by pain, Adolf roared in rage, "Chenluo, I will definitely make you pay with your life." As soon as the words fell, the overbearing pressure within his body erupted instantly. Even seeing this domineering energy, Chenluo only calmly marveled. "Oh, so you're a dual-element user of lightning and shadow?" Immediately after, Adolf suddenly charged forward to attack, roaring, "Die!" Chenluo only let out a disdainful snort. "You think you can beat us?" Although he spoke toughly, he still had to dodge quickly. After all, Adolf had mastered 15 types of laws and was definitely not an easy opponent to deal with. Under his rage, his dual-element power spread out, enveloping the entire sky. Chenluo flipped to dodge the attack, not forgetting to assess secretly. "Quite impressive. Maybe I can have a fight with Adolf. This would be helpful for my spatial power, and even my time power." Despite this, he did not become impatient because of it, and quickly made a decision. "However, I have to absorb Addis's crystal first to see if I can master time freeze." On the other side, Adolf was still frantically unleashing moves, completely without any rhyme or reason. "I don't believe you can keep dodging forever." Clearly, every one of his attacks was easily avoided by Chenluo. Die for me." Although he hadn't been hit yet, the continuous attacks still brought a lot of trouble, making Chenluo gradually lose his patience. This old stubborn man. Ultimately, he stopped being patient and directly swung his blade in counterattack. Adolf. Dimensional blade, however. In the blink of an eye, all of Chenluo's attacks were swallowed by Adolf's power. Adolf rapidly launched a counter-offensive, executing a technique that created countless clones. The profound lightning law. Staring at the dense crowd of clones before him, Chenluo instantly understood what he was facing. Clones? Does he think he can hit me just by having numbers on his side? Chen Luo sneered inwardly. How naive. He immediately unleashed Void Exile, generating a surge of thrust that propelled him into the air, quickly escaping Adolf's reach. Faced with this unexpected ability, it was only now that Adolf felt truly shaken. Just how am I supposed to hit him? Before Adolf could regain his composure, Chen Luo dove down from mid-air, declaring, "Even if my attacks feel like mere scratches to you, as long as I strike often enough, I'll grind you down eventually." He hummed softly as he swung his blade, privately evaluating his opponent. "This is actually a great practice target. He's giving me plenty of chances to utilize space penetration and annihilation power." However, half an hour later, a strange surge of energy suddenly enveloped Chen Luo's entire body. He never expected to be forcibly teleported away right in front of Adolf. Has the annihilation law appeared now? Realizing that this worked in his favor, Chen Luo quickly calmed down. "Good. In the state of law reconstruction, I can evade all attacks. It's the perfect time to rest and recover my strength." Witnessing this, Adolf could only swallow his rage. "Well played, Chen Luo. But so what if you've comprehended the annihilation law?" Resater was already on his way. Once the reconstruction process ended, it would be Chen Luo's time to die. Just then, an even more powerful force descended from the sky, startling both of them. "No way, another law has appeared, and it doesn't seem to be mine." When Adolf realized that the power belonged to him, he immediately burst into an excited laugh. "The Shadow Origin Law, Chen Luo, thanks to you pushing me into a state of extreme rage, I have finally broken through." Before he had even fully absorbed the law, Adolf couldn't help but boast, "This is the 8th law of my shadow system. While its direct effect against you may be limited, it grants me the lifespan reward bestowed by the shadow law." Hearing this, Chen Luo immediately began circulating his power, not forgetting to retort, "What are you so smug about? Don't forget. Time is supreme." Subsequently, he secretly unleashed a technique, Time Backtrack. Chen Luo looked toward the descending law and commanded coldly, "Shadow Origin, go back to wherever you came from." Watching his law depart before his very eyes, Adolf instantly flew into a violent rage. How did it turn into this? Seeing his expression, Chen Luo broke into a mocking smile. "Why aren't you laughing anymore? Keep laughing." However, before he could enjoy his triumph for long, the surrounding space suddenly fell into a gloomy black mist. What's happening? This feeling, it's the complete shadow law. Chen Luo was filled with immense dissatisfaction. Unbelievable, it only knows how to bully the young. But in the next second a voice carrying a terrifying pressure rang out, startling him. "How dare you backtrack time during the descent of a law?" The sudden failure of his power caused Chen Luo to panic instantly. The complete shadow law was indeed too terrifying. His abilities were completely unusable. The voice continued to echo, "Rule-breaker, calamity is inescapable." This warning only increased the resentment in Chen Luo's heart. He hadn't expected that interfering with Adolf's law reconstruction would cause such massive trouble. Although frustrated, he was forced to lower his head for the moment. "Sorry, I didn't know. I won't do it again." However, the voice simply repeated the same phrase, "Rule-breaker, calamity is inescapable." As the voice rang out again and again, it finally enraged Chen Luo. "Damn it, you won't give me any face at all, will you?" He pointed at the sky and cursed, "Do you really think I'm afraid of you? At worst, we'll just have a fight." Chen Luo was prepared to go for broke. At this point, the only option left was to try the time-space summoning technique. As he circulated his power, he recalled the scene back on Earth. At that time, Rice Ball had relied on time-space summoning to call forth an Emperor-rank version of his past self. Through that, he had defeated Bai Hao. This time, however, he needed to summon his future self. After all, as the god of time and space, his future self was bound to be incredibly powerful. Summoning that person to deal with the Shadow Origin was currently his only option. "I can't die. I absolutely cannot die. I will succeed in this summoning." Thinking of this, Chen Luo poured all his strength into it, sending his energy surging toward the heavens. To his surprise, the force successfully pierced through the barrier and shot straight into the high sky. It worked. A second later, another Chen Luo suddenly stepped out of space, upon seeing this newly appeared version of himself. The current Chen Luo felt a strong surge of unease. Is this the future me? He doesn't look that strong. I just hope he isn't from the past." However, the appearance of the future Chen Luo immediately made the laws wary, even forcing them to make a concession. Only this once. Realizing this, Chen Luo's worry instantly turned to joy. "It's afraid, it's really afraid." But before he could celebrate, Chen Luo covered his mouth and began coughing violently. "This is bad. This time-space summoning didn't just drain all my time-space energy. It even caused cracks to appear where the crystals merged. This has exceeded my limit." On the other side, the future Chen Luo said nothing. He simply flicked a finger, and a power that seemed capable of parting heaven and earth erupted instantly. directly repelling the law. In the blink of an eye the gloom dissipated and the clear sky returned. This scene left the current Chen Luo dumbstruck. Is the future me really this strong? He dealt with the shadow origin with just the flick of a finger. After handling everything, the future Chen Luo vanished. Before leaving, he conveniently transferred the current Chen Luo away, making him disappear from right in front of Adolf. Moments later, on a strange planet, Chen Luo suddenly manifested. Before he could regain his bearings, he asked blankly, "Where was I sent?" Seeing that things had settled, Rice Ball also stepped out of the space and said, "Who cares where it is, at least you're safe for now, otherwise in your current state, if Resater had come to help Adolf, you'd have been in serious trouble." She didn't forget to remind him, "The timing is ripe. Let's go, it's time to pick up Ning Shuang and bring her back." After listening, Chen Luo could only reply helplessly, "Fine, whatever you say." On the other side, Adolf was gnashing his teeth as he searched the surroundings. Where did that little brat Chen Luo run off to? And why can't I sense the shadow law anymore? It was only then that Resater appeared and asked, "Brother, where is Chen Luo?" With no place to vent his rage, Adolf was in no mood to give the other man any face. He turned and unleashed a stream of insults at Resater. "You have the nerve to ask. It's all your fault for insisting on using that time artifact, the Equinox Flower. Now Chen Luo isn't dead. Instead, he has comprehended time and become the god of time." Suddenly finding himself the target of a verbal assault, Resater panicked instantly. How is that possible? Anger wouldn't solve the problem. So Adolf forced himself to suppress his fury and think of another way. Both our lifespans are nearly at an end. To resist the power of time and space, I'm afraid we can only rely on the tears of the Mermaid Queen. Although he didn't fully understand the situation, Resater began to discuss it seriously with him. The Mermaid Queen's tears were the divine object with the strongest restorative effects, but unfortunately he only had 3 drops left. As Resater took out those 3 drops of mermaid tears, he revealed, "However, I've heard that a new Mermaid Queen has been born." The moment he finished speaking, Adolf hurriedly urged him, "Survival is the priority. Send someone to invite her immediately." The scene shifts to the mermaid planet. At this moment, Ning Shuang was clutching her legs and crying loudly, completely unaware of the spatial gate opening behind her. "The food here is so good, but without tomato beef brisket stew, what's the point of my life as a mermaid? I miss home, I want to go back." Suddenly, she received a kick to her backside. Attacked from behind, Ning Shuang turned and roared in anger. "Who was that?" Recognizing a familiar face, she immediately pointed and shouted, "It's the beef brisket, brother." Hearing this nickname, Chen Luo was speechless. "You silly fish, my name is Chen Luo." Having said that, he reached out and gave Ning Shuang's cheeks a hard squeeze, evaluating her as he looked her over. "Looks like you haven't been doing so great here. You've lost weight." She didn't resist, only crying out in an anxious rush, "Stop bullying me. Give me the tomato beef brisket stew quickly. I'm practically starving to death here." Chen Luo bent down to pick up a tear before soothing her. "Don't worry, I've already had someone prepare it for you. It'll be served in a moment." However, what he truly cared about was something else. Now that Ning Shuang had become a god, he wondered if the effect of her tears would be stronger than before. Just then, a maid knocked on the door and reported, "Your Majesty, the people from the Warren's Empire have arrived. They say they are here by order of the great emperor to invite you to the imperial capital." However, as soon as she entered, the maid was horrified to find another person in the room. "Who are you? What are you doing to the queen? You even made her cry?" Before taking Ning Shuang away, Chen Luo didn't forget to say goodbye. "I'm taking your queen with me." Ning Shuang calmly added fuel to the fire. "That's right, I'm being taken away. I'll come back and protect the mermaid race once I've become stronger. Goodbye." The moment they finished speaking, the two vanished directly, leaving behind only the terrified maid. How did it turn into this? "Guards, quickly, go report to the great emperor." A month later, at another location, Yun Chu Yang was angrily accusing his old friend. "Herman, you're really something. After 10,000 years of friendship, you actually came to capture me yourself." Herman was not to be outdone, and immediately roared back, "You have the nerve to call me your friend? You're the one who offended Resater and ended up dragging me down with you." He continued in a fit of pique. "Do you know how shocked I was when Resater showed up at my door? I even got a beating from him." Yun Chu Yang was surprised to hear this. "Resater was actually that ruthless?" Herman added crossly. "Look at what you did. You actually dared to play Resater for a fool." Yun Chu Yang, "I never expected you to pull a fast one on him at the critical moment." These words left Yun Chu Yang momentarily speechless. "Sorry, I was in such a rush back then that I ended up implicating you." Herman seemed to have been waiting for those words, and immediately leaned in, rubbing his hands as he revealed, "Don't mention that. Thanks to your impulsiveness back then, you're about to strike it rich. Yun Chu Yang, now even Resater has to turn around and beg you." Hearing this, Yun Chu Yang's attention immediately snapped to the words, "Strike it rich." Herman leaned excitedly into his ear and said, "I don't know what method that Chen Luo used, but his strength suddenly exploded, forcing Resater to seek peace. So he sent me to find you, wanting you to step in as a peacemaker. He even said that you're the only one with the face to settle this." After speaking, Herman put his hand on his old friend's shoulder and concluded, "Chen Luo is also from the spatial system. Isn't he your disciple? Your disciple has made such a massive scene. Tell me, aren't you about to strike it rich?" However, Yun Chu Yang's mind was elsewhere entirely. At the time, Chen Luo was clearly poisoned by the equinox flower. "I thought he wouldn't pull through. Just what method did he use?" Yun Chu Yang suddenly looked up and asked in shock. "His strength exploded. The only possibility is that he's reached godhood in the time system as well." Thinking of this, even Yun Chu Yang was stunned, his heart filled with amazement. My God, incredible. The more he thought about it, the more excited Yun Chu Yang became. Godhood in time and space. This is the first time I've ever heard of it. He actually beat Resater to the point where he's proactively seeking peace. Such an outstanding person actually calls me master. If I don't agree, wouldn't I be putting on too many airs? This sudden good news made Yun Chu Yang so excited that he gave his old friend a heavy slap on the back. "Thank you for telling me this great news." Even so, Yun Chu Yang hadn't yet figured out their true intentions. "The Emperor wants me to be a peacemaker. I have to see what my disciple intends first." That afternoon in the palace of the Warren's Empire, the main hall was crowded and buzzing with discussion. Li Sen is truly pitiable. In the end, he became the sacrificial lamb in seeking peace with Chen Luo. Who could have imagined that in just half a year, Chen Luo would become so strong that even the entire empire can't do anything to him? Amidst the chatter, a glimmer of hope could still be heard. Fortunately, Chen Luo proactively contacted the Empire this time, saying he wanted to meet. Hopefully, both sides can turn hostility into friendship. Just then, Chen Luo suddenly appeared in midair, his first words striking directly at Li Sen's sore spot. "Oh, what's happened here? The second prince of the dignified empire is actually kneeling on the ground." Chen Luo had no intention of giving the other man any face, instead bursting into a sarcastic laugh. Truly pitiable. Even though he felt wronged to the extreme, Li Sen had nothing to say, only able to silently lament. Meeting Chen Luo is truly 8 lifetimes of bad luck. But at the end of the day, he had brought this on himself. At this time, Resater also stepped down from his throne and walked over slowly, asking tentatively, "Chen Luo, I know Li Sen alone is not enough, so I had Zilan Luo dealt with. Now that the mastermind who instigated everything is gone, shouldn't our grievances also?" Chen Luo immediately sneered. "Is this alone enough?" Resater caught the hint and followed up by asking, "Or you can name anyone you want dead." Chen Luo didn't mince words and stated his demand directly. "I want you dead as well." Despite this, Resater answered calmly, "Of course, if you wish I can die today, but if I die, a certain secret will go to the grave with me." This suggestive answer left Chen Luo confused. What secret? Resater didn't answer directly, only turning to lead the way. "Follow me." Seeing this, Chen Luo immediately followed, not forgetting to warn, "You'd better not try anything." Not long after, the two arrived at the oasis home. Resater suddenly spoke, "Look closely." The moment he finished speaking, he spread his arms and set the entire place ablaze. Only after doing this did Resater turn to ask Chen Luo, "Do you see, this desert was caused by my own hand, but who should be punished? Me, the residents of the oasis, or everyone?" Resater continued to go in circles, turning the conversation to another issue. "Nature doesn't care who the culprit is. Once destroyed, everyone must bear its retribution, just like your hometown. It was clearly OBN who started it, yet why were you all the ones to suffer?" These nonsense words made Chen Luo increasingly lose his patience. "Just what exactly are you trying to say?" Resater still didn't say it directly, only giving a hint. "I suspect that if the degree of natural destruction continues to expand until it affects the entire universe, what kind of existence will the resulting punishment be?" Chen Luo finally couldn't help but ask proactively, "Are you trying to talk about the origin laws?" It was only then that Resater admitted, "Exactly. Whether it is nature or the origin laws, they care nothing for reason or fairness. Once damage is done, everyone will be punished." Besides this, he revealed some other information. "This is also the reason why my empire and Adolf have never had a large-scale war, especially in the presence of the origin laws. Living beings are also considered a type of natural resource. The laws will not punish all of them, but the culprits behind the destruction must die." Resater emphasized repeatedly, "That's right, you must guarantee that you and the goddess of destiny will never move against the two great empires again." At this point, he did not forget to bring up old grievances. "Chen Luo, the war between OBN and Iman destroyed your hometown. Do you also want to destroy other planets because of your own struggles and become the kind of person you loathe the most? After listening, Chen Luo couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and ask, "Are you trying to use moral blackmail on me?" Facing Resater, Chen Luo still gave a polite affirmation. "I'm sorry, I'm not that noble of a person, but I can promise you that within the next 100 years I will not move against these two empires." In reality, Chen Luo had other plans. After all, he still needed time to slowly explore his space-time abilities. He curled his lip and calculated secretly. "Once I've mastered all the origin laws, it won't be too late to strike then." However, Chen Luo had not forgotten his primary goal. "But today you must die." With that, he pointed directly at Resater and immediately unleashed his power, accelerating space-time. Realizing his time was up, Resater only gave a bitter smile. "It's fine, I never planned to resist today anyway. I must ensure that destiny can no longer assist you." Despite saying this, he secretly sent out a signal. Only upon his death would his predetermined arrangements take effect immediately. Having settled everything, Resater completely abandoned his resistance, allowing that force to strip away his lifespan. As expected of space-time ability, it was truly formidable. Subsequently, his body fell straight to the ground. After Resater's death, his subordinates rushed over, mourning in deep grief. "Great Emperor, Resater," finally another person spoke up to comfort. "Lord Adolf, please restrain your grief." The Great Emperor already had a death wish. He bowed slightly, leaning close to Adolf's ear to whisper, "The Great Emperor asked me to tell you that he has already moved against the Goddess of Destiny." Hearing this, Adolf understood immediately. Moving against the Goddess of Destiny? Did this harsh truth cause Adolf immense pain? No wonder he insisted on speaking with Chen Luo alone and wouldn't let him participate. It turned out he was worried Adolf would get caught up in it and die from the backlash of destiny. Resater, you really, meanwhile, on a distant planet, the people below could only look up helplessly at the warships overhead, pleading bitterly. "Goddess of Destiny, please do not move against the Warren's empire. We just want to live. Please do not involve us in the wars between gods." However, the warship commander had no mercy for the lives below, only giving a cold command. The Great Emperor didn't want to come to this point either, but we have no other choice. This is a war between the Empire and the Goddess of Destiny, so don't blame us for being heartless. Begin." As soon as the words fell, countless bombs dropped instantly. He held onto a hollow hope that by doing this, all living beings would resent destiny, thereby summoning the origin of destiny. Only then could they completely remove destiny, that thorn in their side. The beings below could only wail in despair, "Damn the Warren's empire." The people's cries echoed constantly through the galaxy. "Damn destiny! Why be an enemy of the Empire? What did we do wrong?" At that moment, at Oasis' home, a strange power gradually emerged in the sky and introduced itself. "I am the origin of destiny." This sudden turn of events startled Chen Luo slightly. Origin of destiny? Why is it black?" The origin of destiny was enraged, and immediately announced to the crowd below, "Those with malice toward destiny are unforgivable. Let the myriad tribulations descend." As soon as the words fell, countless bolts of lightning abruptly struck the people standing beside Adolf, sending him into an instant panic. The judgment of the origin of destiny against the parties involved and those who directly took action officially began. It wasn't until he saw the people beside him falling one after another that Adolf truly felt terror, and even a bit of resentment. It turned out that before the origin laws they were all as small as ants. This was Resater's private decision. "I didn't know, nor did I act, so do not bring judgment upon me." Even Riceball, hiding in the private space, was shaking all over. The origin of destiny has truly descended. But these things really weren't my doing." The origin of destiny stared coldly at Chen Luo and demanded, "Release her, I wish to pass judgment upon her." Chen Luo felt the request was reasonable, so he didn't oppose it. "Fine, I'd like to see how you judge Riceball. I'll settle the score with you later." As soon as Riceball was brought out by Chen Luo, she couldn't help but burst into tears. "Speak a word of justice. This clearly wasn't my doing, so why is it all being counted against me?" At the moment the origin of destiny's power erupted, Chen Luo immediately created a spherical barrier to protect her. The origin of destiny declared coldly, "Their deaths were not directly caused by you, but the cause originated from you. The Goddess of Destiny should not exist." Black smoke swirled around the two of them along with its voice. "All the malice of those who hate destiny shall be transferred to you. Your sentence is the retraction of the power of destiny. This is already the most merciful treatment for destiny." Hearing these words, Riceball became even more panicked. Chen Luo finally reached his limit and barked sternly, "I'm warning you." However, before he could finish, he was stopped by Riceball. "Don't go over there. It's fine if I don't have this power." Having said that, Rice Ball opened her arms without hesitation, allowing the origin of destiny to take the power and return it. Chen Luo intended to rush forward and fight it to the death. "How dare you bully my Rice Ball?" But Rice Ball was quick to pull him back. "Don't fight it." Seeing this, the origin of destiny turned its gaze toward Chen Luo. "Living being, the matter of the origin of darkness falling into a deep sleep is related to you. You do not understand the power of the origins at all." From this sentence, Chen Luo immediately captured several key pieces of information. As expected, the origin of darkness had not disappeared. He even quickly reached a conclusion. If he wasn't mistaken, these origins probably cannot be completely destroyed. Having thought it through, Chen Luo turned to tease Rice Ball. "Didn't you say you didn't need it? Now you're reluctant to let it go. It's fine. If you want it later, I'll create another one for you." Seeing her still looking aggrieved, Chen Luo couldn't help but feel puzzled. "Why are you still crying?" Rice Ball spoke her worries pathetically. "I don't have the law of destiny anymore, so I won't be able to help you in the future." The more she spoke, the more pessimistic she became. "I'll become like Ning Shuang used to be, just a useless glutton. You'll definitely stop liking me, and maybe you'll even hate me like a discarded stray child, right?" Understanding the real reason, Chen Luo comforted her with a smile. "How could that be? Before you awakened the power of destiny, didn't I always like you and hold you often?" He gently rubbed Rice Ball's head and continued. "Back when you had the power of destiny and had everything calculated, the way you talked all mysteriously was actually quite scary. Now crying when you're sad and laughing when you're happy, that's what makes you like a girl." After listening, she immediately hugged him coquettishly. Chen Luo didn't hesitate to pick Rice Ball up, then doted on her by letting her sit on his shoulders. As long as it was Rice Ball, no matter what she became, Chen Luo was willing to let her ride on his neck. As soon as they entered the private space, Rice Ball asked curiously, "Chen Luo, what should we do next?" Resator used a killing move the moment he asked for peace. "It must be because he calculated that my power would attract the origin of destiny," Chen Luo answered calmly as he walked. "I don't know either. Let's ask for everyone's opinion first." After meeting up with his comrades, Chen Luo immediately consulted with them. "Adolf is different from Resator. His strength is inherently greater, and his lifespan is longer." This time Rice Ball was implicated and lost her power. "So it's not convenient for me to keep pursuing Adolf relentlessly," Rice Ball suddenly suggested. "After wandering outside for so long, nowhere feels like home." "Why don't we go back to Earth?" Chen Luo agreed immediately without hesitation. "Fine, going back is just a matter of a spatial transfer anyway, and this trip can help me calm my mood." Sometime later, on an Earth presenting familiar sights, the rice fields emitted a fresh fragrance, and the trees provided ample shade, making one feel a surge of mixed emotions. The scenery here looked more and more like the hometown in Chen Luo's memory. "It's good." Standing on the warship observing below, he evaluated secretly, and at a rough glance there seemed to be no more zombies or mutant creatures. They must have been cleaned up by the members. Subsequently, Chen Luo stepped toward those modern skyscrapers. The first thing that caught his eye was actually a statue carved with his name, Earth Hero, Chen Luo. Even he was startled when he saw it. Truly embarrassing. Going deeper into the city, he occasionally encountered waiters cheerfully promoting, "Fried chicken is here, please enjoy everyone." In another area, someone was busy guiding work. Everyone record in detail. Observe what phenomena occur when the temperature and humidity rise. Others stood before a crowd, loudly reminding, even in the safe zone, everyone must remain vigilant. They are still zombies. They still have the instinct to eat people. This rhythm of daily life was interrupted by Chen Luo's return. "Everyone, I'm back." Looking at the scene before him, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Everything seemed to have changed, yet everything seemed as it once was. This was home. Faced with this rare piece, Chen Luo had only one wish. If possible, he truly hoped everything could stay at this moment forever. He could let go of hatred, stop fighting the two great empires, and just enjoy a peaceful and happy life. Subsequently, quite naturally, a small gathering was held to celebrate everyone's hard work in rebuilding Earth. As Chen Luo gently swirled the glass in his hand, he thought secretly, "Unfortunately, the tree seeks stillness, but the wind does not cease." Things had reached this point. Even if he proactively sought peace, those two great empires would never let it rest. He also knew that for the sake of Earth and for everyone, he could never stop his forward progress. And just like that, Chen Luo's insanely op journey has officially come to a close. Looking back at this entire ride, from a desperate survivor burying himself alive, to a cunning mastermind hoarding billions of tons of pork, and finally ascending as the ultimate space-time god protecting Earth, This story was truly a perfect blend of comedy, base building, and cosmic-level badass combat. The events we just witnessed wrap up at Chapter 315, which marks the full and final ending of the original source material. We are officially bidding farewell to the King of the Void, Chen-Luo, right here. But don't be sad, because the journey at BALA Manhua Recaps is far from over. We still have countless other apocalyptic hidden power and overpowered MC stories waiting for you to discover on the channel. If you enjoyed this massive recap, please don't forget to drop a like, subscribe to the channel, and hit that notification bell. Your amazing support is my absolute biggest motivation to grind hard and bring you guys tons of brand new epic story recaps. Thank you all so much for sticking with this series from the very beginning. Goodbye, and I'll see you guys in a completely new adventure.